Interlude. "Stop! Stop! Stop! Stop!" exclaimed Epetrius. "I can't stand this any longer. You're telling it all wrong." "Well, I hate to tell you, lad, but that's how the story went. This eye doesn't lie, it doesn't," came Jeanette's reply. "Absurd," Epetrius snaps sharply. "How could an eye, of all things, be a record for anything?" "Ah, but you're not a particularly clever one, are you?" Jeanette exclaims over the governor's sputtering. "There are many myths about eyes, lad, about how they're the window to the soul, or how the retina records the images of the last moments of one's life. And considering how frequently the Nameless One has danced on both sides of the Great Veil, this eye is images aplenty, all laid over one another like slivers of glass. Asides," Jeanette grins, "this one had been found on the astral, whipped by the winds of thought and currents of dream. In its immortality it had taken on a life of its own, and drawn together and preserved ancient memories of the Nameless One before they evaporated into nothingness in the white void. At least, so's my theory." Audellon tests his newly healed shoulder, swinging it back and forth as he holds his lyre in the other hand. You'd think that without the strum of his music, the tale would have dulled, but Jeanette's bombastic ways are more than enough to fill up that void. The diva sets right an overturned seat, resting the lyre on one of his knees. "How exactly did you come across this eye, then?" "Ah, but that's a story in and of itself, lad." She flicks the eye in the air like a coin, optic nerve wiggling and flailing as if it were a snake's tail. "There we were on the Isles of Fading Thought, where memories go to die. A select few poor sods lose their way when they fall into the deep sleep and wander on the astral a while before reaching the outer planes. Those that are caught on the isle are held by its morticians, a sorry lot, lanky and long-limbed like garden spiders. There they embalm these souls, rather than their bodies, and ornament them with ancient crystallized thoughts, the honey sweetness of a first kiss, an echo of springtime blooming throughout Elysium, and the perfumed scent of its wildflowers. And there upon its crests and cliffs the dead are buried in caskets of fading dreams. Well, what better place to plunder, I say? That night we traveled. The Jorindel, its sails swelled fat with the winds of memory, its keel buoyed by currents of lost and dying beliefs. We sailed along the lee of the isle, a small void where stray thoughts were few. We rode a little eddy of dying faith, not so little these days thanks to the efforts of the Athar, and found ourselves in a cove, populated only by fat worms that fed on the mental detritus of the plains. Disgusting things, really. Taste like jellied bilge water. When we disembarked, I took a party of 12 others with me. As I said, baker's dozen is fond luck. With my coterie behind me, I went and plundered the catacombs for ancient treasures. I was just examining a fat little sensation, must have been 1,000 years old and the size of a robin's egg, of a poet's satisfaction at finally completing his masterwork after 2 decades of scouring the plains for the right words. 'Twas then that a squeak caught our attention, and this little jigger launched itself at us. She holds up the eye for emphasis. Thing yearned for a socket to bury itself in after being without a skull to call home for countless centuries, and it immediately started nudging itself at the forehead of my boatswain. Well, he shrieked like a banshee, he did, and dropped a pile of old joys and sorrows. The joys bounced, that was no matter, but the lamentations shattered against the floor like glass and heaved up this horrible cloud of elegies, and the stench of that awakened the morticians. They shuddered and rose, limbs snapping into place like bones set aright, and as my companions led a merry chase down the halls with arms laden with treasures, I stood in the rear, fending the monstrosities off one by one, my rapier slashing their limbs and carving my name across their night-black hides. Well, one stray shot from 'em took my eye, but 'twas a fine price for the rousing battle they offered. I ran back, the blood and fluid spilling from my empty sockets like gelatinous tears. By the time I made it back to the Jorindel, the sails were ready and the anchor was hoisted, and all I needed was a rope ladder to make my escape. I swung from that brittle ladder among the silver void, breathing the must of the forgotten, dancing among the silver threads of memory, and laughing at fate itself. Ah, the freedom and wonder of being a pirate. A grand afternoon, to be sure, and by the time I climbed back in, lunch was ready. Stroganoff, if I recall. "That is ridiculous. And you, girl, are just making up lies again," Factor Epetrius growls, stabbing a pointed finger at Jeanette. The lizard perched on his cap flicks out a tongue, as if to taunt the girl, Nowhere in the libraries of Sigil, not among all the maps of the astral planes and the books of such, is this isle mentioned." Jeanette laughs, as if the answer were obvious, and bends over. Her hands are placed on her knees, and she smiles as she speaks in a soft, kind voice, as if addressing a child. "Oh, good governor, my boy. Of course the name isn't mentioned in your books. The name itself has been forgotten and buried on the isle itself, and the fact you know nothing of it just proves me point, really. If'n you really want to see the name, though, I keep it in a box in me hold." Apetrius's lips pull back in a growl, as if he were to say something else, but he merely rubs his temples and shakes his head in frustration. You raise an eye as a heavy plate clacks against the counter. Your dragon steak, medium rare, fairly dipping in a reddish gravy. The savory scent of it makes your mouth water, and the barmaid smiles as your coin clinks into her palm. "Now, as for this one," Jeanette indicates the eye, which has now perched on her shoulder like a fawning parrot. "We didn't realize it at first, but it had hitched a ride on the Jorindel, squirreling away in the holds and suddenly shy for some reason. We laid out traps for a month and tried luring it out with a mash of honey and shavings of star-crossed love, but in the end I was able to coax the thing out with a slice of slow agony harvested from an Inquisitor's scalpels. The thing seems to find itself bound to pain, as the Nameless One himself once was." Jeanette sighs before continuing. "I tried giving it a wee home in me own skull once. Now, I tell you, it hurts like a trip through the 9 hells and isn't half as friendly, but past the headaches, it fed me plenty of flashes of memory for me to piece together what happened to the Nameless One. But since you be so inclined to hear the story right, I reckon I'll just have to start over again, eh? Now, where was I?" Jeanette took a deep swig of ale and recomposed herself. "Ah, yes. Anna had just left the fest hall to catch a breath of night air." Chapter 69. Anna padded silently across the tiled floor, her soft boots not making a sound as she ghosted from shadow to shadow. Whatever sound her footsteps made would have been drowned out by Mort's snores, and if her moon-white flesh shone in the dim light, Ignis's roaring flames would have caught the eye more readily from his resting spot on the balcony. "Hey." "Sst," she hissed, snapping her head to me. "What are you doing up and about? You been watching me?" I shifted my weight, stepping out from the shadow of the pillar. I've been feeling restless, too. She just stood there, her tail flicking, arms crossed in front of her. That moment, by the dim light of Ignis burning through the window, she looked statuesque. There was a mute tranquility about her, and she stared at me like a stone. "It's a clear night out," I said. "Wanna take a walk?" The air was still and crisp, quiet as the grave. It was only the occasional lighted window and the rare clank of harmonium boots that gave any sign that the ward was still inhabited. Even then, as the night wore on, the lights flickered and winked out. The sound of the harmonium patrols grew more distant. Silence was king then, and no one would disturb us in our prowling. Anna's tail swayed as she padded quietly down the street next to me, and I strained to keep my movements straight and smooth so that my sash of bone wouldn't clatter or the beads in my hair clink. Sanctity hung in silence, and I didn't want to spoil the moment with my clumsiness. Anna tucked her hands into the crook of her arms as if unsure what to do with them. Tonight would have been a night for the cunning ways of picking locks and jimmying doors, pawning through the jewels and gold of the nobles of Sigil. True, the harmonium would have made things difficult, but there was no harm in casing a joint. If she were alone, that is. "Anna, can you train me in thieving skills?" "Eh?" She frowned. It wasn't a question she would have expected. "What are you on about?" "I'd like to shelve the art for a while and try my hand at stealthier pursuits." She looked me up and down once, and then looked at me with a queer expression. "Are you serious?" I nodded. "Can you teach me?" She looked skeptical, then rolled her eyes. "Aye, I can. But to do it, you'll need to shut your trap and listen to me, and follow my lead. Jig?" She circled me, tail flicking under the pale light of a window a floor above us as she examined my posture. "The first thing you need to do is change your stance. None of that loin jutting and leading with your stem that you seem to favor." "All right." Anna put me through the paces. At the end of a short while, she took a step back and nodded, impressed. Aye, you've got the hang of it. Quick to catch on, you are. Of course, that's only the beginning. There are 4 skills any good cutpurse needs to know. Stealth, lockpicking, pickpocketing, and finding traps, right? She nodded. Aye. You got the basics down, I'll give you that. We can begin with vanishing from sight. 'Tis me speciality. Her lip curled into a crooked grin. I gathered. Hey, well, the trick to not being seen is knowing where you are and how quick you can become part of where you are. There are some tricks I've learned. One is to hide in a place where someone's not expecting to look, like on the ceiling of a room. Or even change your hiding place when they're looking for you. She smiled wickedly. There was one time I was hiding from this brace of hardheads, the law, and what I did was... We went through the motions as she told her tales, ducking behind shadows of old pillars, pausing between one to dash to another. We even put it to the test, prowling quietly from shadow to shadow as the harmonium passed by, their clanking armor distraction enough from any soft-shoed padding about we would have made. Anna continued as we leaned against the wall of the Civic Fest Hall. The stone was strangely warm against my back, even as the still night air pecked at my skin with cold. And so, there the hardhead was, face down in a ditch, his breeches gone, and the rest of his 3 fellas locked in great-grandmam's room, with her howling to the skies. Anna takes a breath. And there you are. If you can put the same thing to good use, it might help your hide when you really need to. So, let's see. Be sure to fall back to places you know well, preferably in surrounding where there are other distractions, and if there aren't any, make some. She nodded. Aye, that's the dark of it. Now, on to lockpicking. Picking locks, well, I can tell you what not to do. First is, be sure you carry a little oil or something else to wet the tip of your lockpick in case the lock's stubborn. One thing I learned, from old Stuttercrotch Ferret no less, is many of the locks in Sigil are actually patterned by this one locksmith from a Stone's Age ago, and they have this common catch. There were no locks about, but the lecture was just as informative as the last. I soaked up her stories, chuckled at her jokes. Her shoulders relaxed then, and she was less stingy with her smiles and laughs. She really was pretty when she laughed. So it was getting near peak, and with the first fingers of dawn creeping in, and I knew they'd be searching the attics for me. But the attic lock was sigil-born, so I knew how to jam the catch so they couldn't force it, and it bought me enough time to scamper away across the roof with the silver it did. So that lock tumbler type is the one on which a lot of locks are based. That should help if I ever need to pick a similar lock then. Aye, but if there be a trap there, you need to know what to do. Now, that's an easy one to give the knowing on. The most important thing is that someone had to set the trap, and that they know about it once they've set it. So be sure to look for signs of it when you're walking somewhere where someone keeps their valuables. There was one time where I was entering the Grand Dements in the Clerk's Ward, and... She was proud of her craft, and so skilled in putting the art of thievery into words that she must have lain awake many a night with a smile on her lips and the satisfaction of a job well done comforting her through her life in the hive. She was the essence of freedom. And the fact the carpet was new around the floor of the cabinet told me he'd fitted it recently, so I pried it up with me dags, and dead sure there were acid stains on the stones beneath, so I knew to look for an acid blossom when I popped the cabinet and nicked his coppers. So, when looking to find and disarm traps, not only look for signs that they've been set, but also look for signs of what someone would have had to do to avoid them once they've been set. She nodded. Aye, you've got it now. Do you have any advice on how to pick someone's pocket? Well, nicking someone's purse isn't as hard as you would think, Anna shrugged. It's mostly a matter of doing it quick and gentle-like so they don't feel their purse is getting lighter. If you're having a hard time of it, it may be in the way you're doing it. She nodded at me. Show me. I looked around. It's rather late, and no one's about except the harmonium. Besides, I don't want to pick someone's pockets just randomly with you watching. Nay, try and nick some jink from me, and I'll tell you what you're doing wrong. It was a much more patient response than I expected for such a thick question. All right. Where do you keep it? That's what you have to find out if you want to be a true-blooded thief. My tongue suddenly felt thick, and a touch of warmth flooded to my cheeks. All right, let me try and pickpocket you for it. As soon as I made a move toward her, Anna held up her hand. All right, stop. You've already messed up, you have. What? You have to watch your approach, you do. You can't just muscle your way up to your mark, especially when you look like you do. Anna suddenly put her hands on her hips and turned to look off to my side as if disinterested. You got to act like the mark is nothing to you. Less than nothing. You don't care what he's got at all. Alright, so act like I don't care. My fingers twitched as if my nerves were failing me, but I posed as she directed. What then? Then you've got to make sure you strike at the right time. I usually do it when I move by someone. You should do it right after you move by someone, because they'll probably be too frightened to turn around and see where you went. As she completed her lesson, trickles of memory flowed back. Sometimes her words became a muted buzz. Other times, what she told me seemed to echo with haunting familiarity. I've done this before. I was sure of it. So dress down a little, maybe try not to look so threatening, and you might catch your mark off his guard, or off his gourd if he's been hitting the bub. Alright, so try to act non-threatening, relaxed, like the target means nothing to you. Then strike when you're just out of his sight. Aye, that's the dark of it. Now what? Well, I thought I might be able to teach you some things. What? Are you serious? She raised an eyebrow. You teach me? You're a quick learner, I'd say, but you're still a bit green to be teaching me anything. I shrugged. I thought I could give you some pointers. Aye? She smirked, not quite believing. Like what? Well, I think your tail gives you away a lot more than you realize. I've noticed you twitch it when you're being watched or nervous. It's enough so someone looking in the shadows for you might notice. And another thing. When I was done giving her notes, I shared all I knew about lockpicking. You're using the wrong lockpicks when you try and pick locks. The set you have could use some more, like one with a Y-tip and another with... After that, we spoke of my know-how of trap disarming. Not only should you look for signs traps have been placed, but there's other signs you can tell as well, from sulfur in the air to changes in temperature to... At the end of my instruction, Anna nodded quietly. I hadn't thought of those things, I hadn't. She frowned. I would have figured it out eventually, so don't think you're just some fist-hole teacher or anything. Just trying to help. Anna scowled, turning away. Her voice came out in a low, sharp hiss. More like you're trying to make me look like a fool, you are. I blinked. What in the hells are you talking about? Here you come, striding into Ferret's court, and him all a-bowing and curtsying to you, playing the bootlick, and then he orders me to go with you, which he's never done, and you start putting on airs about how you know more than me. What gives you the right? She snarled, baring her fangs. Who do you think you are? The woman truly was a coiled viper, calm one moment, snapping and hissing the next. I never knew around Anna if my next word would earn me a smile or a stab, but for some reason I never asked her to leave. I was beginning to wonder exactly why I had asked to go out with her in the first place. I'm just trying to help you, Anna. Oh, aye. Are you sure that every time I nick something from someone's purse or spring a lock, you aren't just shaking your head behind your back going, clumsy, stupid girl, don't know how it's done? Make you feel better about yourself, does it? Anna, I only showed you those things to make you even better than you already are. I wasn't lording it over you. I don't think you're clumsy, and I don't think you're stupid. Anna frowned, her tail flicking back and forth as if she still wasn't quite convinced. Aye, well, you best be careful. I don't take kindly to pity, I don't. Let's try pickpocketing now. I sighed. She seemed calm enough now. If the girl needed to, she could shed anger like a snake sheds its skin. When you try and pick someone's pockets, you should use your body to better effect. It shouldn't be too hard for you to distract a mark from his belongings. Eh? Anna blinked. Are you saying I should play the harlot? I looked her up and down, arching an eyebrow. Well, why else are you wearing that thing? I thought that was your whole plan. Anna followed my gaze, looking down at her outfit, then back up to me. I just get hot, I do. It's my blood, I think. This vest lets my skin breathe. Well, if you add a few more slashes to the front of that, your marks aren't going to care if you're picking their pocket or not. Now, watch my hands. When you're about to cut their purse, you need... As I reached out to show Anna, she stiffened. What now? I cannot help it. It's your fault. Anna squeezed her eyes closed. You shouldn't have said anything about the vest. Now I'm all thinking about it, I am. Look me in the eye. Just calm down. Anna's gaze locked with mine. She was still stiff, and her fangs were exposed, biting her lower lip. Look, I'll show you quick, and we'll be done with this. I leaned in, and as I did, Anna suddenly pushed herself into me, and her hands wrapped around my back. She held me gently for a moment, then squeezed tightly, her light limbs firm yet supple, like willow branches. She sniffed slightly around my neck and then up along my cheekbone. Her breath tickled my skin. I like the way you smell, I do. Anna's brogue was a little softer then, like that sharp tiefling edge was muted, and her voice was low like a whisper. She then rubbed her cheek against mine. Her skin was smooth as milk, and her rust-red hair grazed the tip of my nose. It still smelled smoky and sharp, but there was a softness to it, something feminine despite the steel edge to her. Your skin's like leather, it is. Are you wearing perfume? Anna paused, smiling into my ear. Just a dab from an old vendor, she murmured. Guess it still lingers, it does. Her fingertips trailed along my back, nails gently grazing my scars and sending electric jolts of sensation wherever they found a rough lump along that puckered, twisted flesh. She was right, though. I could feel the fiend blood in her, pulsing like liquid fire in her veins, flooding the heat throughout her entire body. It came through that slit in her vest and radiated from her bare skin in waves. Powers above, she was warm and soft. So soft. I reached down just in time to grab Anna's tail, then slowly unwound it from my pack. Anna stepped back, and the sudden rush of cold air left me chill, but I doubted the shiver was from that. She gave a grin. Is that what you meant? Nicking a purse off a mark like that, eh? Dead easy it is. Yeah. My voice creaked like that of a lad on the cusp of adolescence. I deepened back into that coarse rumble. I think you've got the hang of it. Suddenly, something changed. A cold wind whipped up from the street, carrying an unnatural chill that seeped deep into my bones. Whispers of sins long forgotten ate at my soul in little nibbles like ants pecking at a still-living animal, beginning to strip away the skin. Then it kicked in, that primal reptilian core of my brain that shrieked for every cell of my being to... What is it? Run, I whispered hoarsely. Anna blinked, clutching her bare arms. Her eyes flicked back and forth. What are you on about? Run! I screamed, drawing my dagger. They rose from the corners of the ward, tendrils snaking out from the hidden depths of the night. The first slash slit me across my back, and even after the talon left my skin, I could feel the wound cutting deeper. The cut was fueled by vengeance. The midnight claws had been honed with hate. I didn't need to repeat myself a third time. I had been chased by thugs, pursued by angry rats, mauled by the undead. But there was always the padding of footsteps or pitched squeaks. There was always the sound of clattering bones or mindless groans echoing through the halls. Somehow, the silence of the shadows were more terrifying. Arcane missiles sizzled the air as I shot them behind me, bursting in pops of gray-black mist as they struck. I wasn't even sure if I wounded them or not. And then the tendrils wrapped around my throat and squeezed. I shouldn't have been afraid. I had endured whatever the planes threw at me so far, after all, yet the shadows were a sign of something deeper, more primal. In the back of my mind, I knew they were relentless hunters, impossible to hide from, massive in their swarms. They were relentless in their hatred, as if tearing at sins unpunished. I could feel my strength leaving me in a trickle, as if those tendrils were drinking the warmth from my body. Those claws speared into me again and again, in a rain of pitch-black fury. The shadows had no voice to scream with, no tongue to curse me, so it clawed and speared as if it could never cause me enough pain. The tendrils stretched, then snapped with the sound of a blade slashing through the wind. Anna. I was still weak, but whatever held me dissolved into mist. Shaking as I stood, I watched as Anna slashed at the mist, trying to pull away from the ebon claws. Each touch sapped her of strength as it did to me. I acted fast. Pulling axioms and spells as fast as I could, I blew holes into the shadows, tore them apart in eldritch fury. One by one they were torn asunder, vanishing into mist and leaving a dark, ghostly stain where they fell. The dying keens of the monsters sent shudders through me, as if with each kill I had brushed death incarnate. "Once many shadows dwelled among us," Hargrim had said, "but they come to our halls no more. They left long ago, and we know not where they went. Some say they wander the plains. Mary says that she has seen their fate in visions. She claims they have all been drawn to a wrecked fortress that drifts within the negative material plane, a graveyard of regrets from where they cannot escape." When the last shadow fell, the chill in the air was gone, and my wounds began to knit. The cuts were so sharp that they were almost painless, but they spread a cold sensation through my flesh that receded with aching slowness. "It's done, Anna. Let's get back to the fest hall. Grace can heal our wounds there." Only silence greeted me. Chapter 70. The warmth of Anna's body was pooling around my boots. I'd seen and felt many ways to die. Being impaled on blades, acid billowing into your lungs and gnawing your face to the bone. There were bodies peppered with magic missiles, flesh blasted to bone with arcane fury. I couldn't look this time. You'd think I'd never seen a girl gutted before. "Please, no!" The ground was sticky beneath my heels. Dianara had died because she had followed me. Avellone was forced to drive me to my death, heartbroken and with regret etched into her soul. And now, Anna. Love isn't for creatures like me. It's the domain of mortals, where passions have the luxury of flaring and cooling with age, where old sorrows can be smoothed over and buried. For immortals, old regrets live on with perpetual breath, just past the corner of my vision and squirreled away in the shadows. They accrue like a bad debt, unacknowledged and unpaid. Eventually, those old ghosts are always going to catch up. I thought then of what Dianara had said, about the spark of life and death being within my hand. And then I suddenly remembered how to coax the dimmest spark of life from a body and bring it forth. The thought both horrified and intrigued me. I could feel it, the barrier between this world and the next, soft and thin like an oil slick floating on the surface of a pond. I didn't want to get closer to the body, but I had to search, probing for an edge along that smooth wall. I followed the ripples of Anna's death, listened for an echo in the silence. Conscious goals rarely fuel exploration. At first it was morbid curiosity, and then it was intent. First one wave, then another, weakening as they passed. And there, my fingers felt it, a hole in that soft barrier, like the space left by a popped bubble. It yielded when I pushed, wrapped my probing finger like cold jelly. There was a nothingness to what lay on the other side, a forgotten name, a lost shoe. It was the void between dream and consciousness, the mindless gulf that seemed so familiar and yet so foreign, like the lands beyond the boundary of an uncrossed river. The portal was closing fast. I called her soul back from the silent shore, pulled it from the Isle of Whispers where the unborn sing their lamentations. There was a snapping sound as the portal squeezed shut, as if I had pulled something from the jaws of a predator. And with it in hand, I quickly wove Anna's essence back into her body, willed spirit and flesh to join again. I let out a pitched yelp and jumped back at the first spasms. Anna coughed, her eyes snapping wide open. She shivered, pale and moaning as if she were in the grips of a fever. The wound was gone, but the blood still stained her belly and carpeted the ground. "Don't talk," I said quickly, bending over to pick her up. She trembled in my arms, and her blood was cold and damp against my skin. The air smelled like salt and iron and the rawness of lacerated flesh. "Let's get you to Grace." A few sensates still milled around the halls at this hour, and music and sweet scents drawn from every plane still haunted the halls. It wouldn't do for any festivity or experience to pause in the Civic Fest Hall, but even when I carried Anna in, most of the faction members didn't give me a second glance. When you trade in experiences of the most exotic, depraved, and sensuous kinds, few things could faze you. What has happened? Dakon said, his voice sharp as steel. Shadows, I growled. What is the city coming to if shadows can haunt the streets and take us as prey? I will take her, Dakon said, his voice almost insistent, but I pulled away when he held out his hands. I have to talk to Grace alone. Dakon was a good ally, fierce and loyal and true to his word, but Grace was the only one I trusted at the moment, especially when I saw Mort just floating there, suddenly and inexplicably silent. Kaji Zenkai, Grace murmured softly, her hands glowing with pale warmth as she prayed. Anna's breathing became smoother as the healing trickled into her veins, but she still remained silent. At best, she probably thought she had been knocked out or wounded terribly. I certainly wasn't going to tell her that I had quite literally snatched her from the jaws of death. I see your impatience, Grace said to me softly as she healed. Is there something you would ask of me? I need to talk to you. About Mort. Grace dipped her hands into the bowl of warm water, wringing out a fresh cloth. It was stained pink with blood, but it was still good enough to wipe away more of the mess. The sensates had been punctual. Unasked, they brought more hot water and some food to our rooms. Mort is most peculiar. I have seen a great deal in my life, but nothing quite like him. Granted, there's no denying he is knowledgeable, but he has a certain... She sniffed the air and wrinkled her nose. Batorian smell about him. A muscle in my cheek twitched. Batorian smell? Yes, but he's not a Betezu, at least of any variety I've encountered. The smell alone, however, makes me treat the skull with caution. What's eating you, Chief? Can you read to me what's tattooed on my back again? Ah, come on, Chief. Don't tell me you forgot again. I just need to refresh my memory. Bet I'm going to be hearing that a lot. Mort cleared his throat. Let's see. I know you feel like you've been drinking a few kegs of stick wash, but you need to center yourself. Among your possessions is a journal that'll shed some light on the dark of the matter. Farid can fill you in on the rest of the chant if he's not in the dead book already. Keep going. I will. Hold on. Mort paused for a moment. All right, here's the last bit. Don't lose the journal or we'll be up the sticks again. And whatever you do, do not tell anyone who you are or what happens to you, or they'll put you on a quick pilgrimage to the crematorium. Do what I tell you. Read the journal, then find Farid. Go on. What does it say after that? If Mort had eyelids, he would have blinked. What are you talking about, Chief? There isn't any more. The anger rose in my voice. What about don't trust the skull? Oh, that bit at the end? Well, I figured it was wash, so I didn't read that line out loud. Oh, really? And what do you think it means? Do you think it refers to you? I doubt it. I mean, you can trust me, right, Chief? Are you lying to me, Mort? No. Come on, what's your problem, Chief? I haven't steered you wrong yet. Yet? I don't like the fact that you didn't read me that line, and I'd like to know what else you've neglected to mention since we've been traveling together. Nothing. I've told you everything. Well, almost everything, but nothing, dangerous. Well, if there's anything else, I suggest you tell me now. Chief, seriously, there's nothing else. I wouldn't hold out on you. You said you're a mimmer, right, Mort? Yeah, a mimmer's a floating encyclopedia. You put information in, you get information out. But aren't mimmers made of a silvery metal? So? Maybe some are, but I'm not. And there's stranger things on the plains than that, Chief. I don't think you're a mimmer, Mort. What are you? He edged away just a bit, cocked to the side suspiciously. What's with the interrogation? What do you know about mimmers anyway? I know enough to think that you're lying to me. First, that bit about the missing line from my back saying not to trust you, then this. What am I supposed to think? Okay, I'm not a mimmer, but I know a lot of stuff, so I might as well be one. What are you, then? I'm a floating skull who knows a lot. A low roar built deep from my belly. Mort was feeding me scraps one by one and making me struggle for each. I might as well just have been pulling teeth. What about the Batorian smell you have? His eyes seemed to pop out of their sockets. What would you know about what Bator smells like? Unless, hey, you've been talking about me with the Tanari, haven't you? What does she know? Well, she obviously touched on something. That is a Batorian smell, right? Well, yeah, so I smell a little. Excuse me. Why do you smell like Bator? He bobbed in a shrug. I don't know. Must have caught it from one of those fiends we cross paths with all the damn time. What about the shadows? That did it. The blank stare paved the way for the pregnant silence between us, as if it swelled with the question, what does he know about the shadows? That both of us were wondering. A pink tongue flicked out to lick at absent lips, and when Mort spoke again, it was as casual as could be. I was almost fooled. What? You gonna ask me about reflections next? My voice deepened into a low, dangerous growl. Spill it, Mort. I know you've been hiding more than you let on. Chief, I seriously don't know. My hand caught him in the air, clutching the curve of his temporal bone. With one hard shove, I smashed him against the wall with a crack, the sickening hollow sound of bone striking against rock. Chief! His jaw worked, and his eyes darted back and forth in terror. A few of the sensates looked up from their seats momentarily, but seemed neither interested nor concerned. Anna died tonight because you hid something from me, I hissed. Because you have some hidden agenda. Now tell me, what do you have to do with Bator? All right, I'll tell you. Just let me go. I released him, and he shook a bit as he righted himself, grumbling. For a moment I held ready in case he tried to bolt, but to my surprise, the words seemed to spill out of him, each one easier to come than the last. I was in the hells for a while. Kind of a long while. The stench kind of grows on you. You were in the hells? What were you doing there? See, well, there's this pillar on Avernus, the first layer of Bator. It's called the Pillar of Skulls, but it's more like the Pillar of Heads. His eyes took on a distant look, as if he were seeing something from long ago, 1,000 miles away, and several realms apart from ours. To hear some bashers tell it, it's supposedly made of the heads of Burks, mostly sages and scholars, who used their knowing of this and knowing of that when they were alive to stretch the truth a little, so much that they might have hurt or killed someone by doing it. Well, when I died, I ended up there. Funny, huh? Not really. Mort fell silent for a moment. He didn't even give a mirthless chuckle. Yeah, you're right. It's not funny at all. You see, I think I knew a lot of things when I was alive, and maybe when I did know something, I didn't always tell the truth about it. I'm thinking that when I bent the truth once or twice, I may have led to someone getting penned in the dead book sooner than they should have. It was me, wasn't it? Mort looked at me for a moment, and with the way the silence stretched, I thought it might snap. Yeah. I can't say how I know it, Chief, but I think so. I think you were the one that got me sent there, the last twig in the bundle before the whole load snaps. Thing is, I can't remember what happened. I don't even remember being human or what my life was like before I woke up on the pillar. Why did you forget? That's pretty much the way of things when you die, as I'm sure you're no stranger to. You just forget. I figure I wasn't a sterling member of the community when I was alive, but hells, who is? Mort sighed. It's just that I can't help it. Nothing's worse than being honest all the time. Except being sentenced to the hells. That sounds a lot worse than telling the truth. Yeah, you're right. Mort clicked his teeth. The way he did it reminded me of someone drumming their fingers. I guess just all that good and evil and lying and cheating catches up with you. And when I got penned in the dead book, it was my turn to pay the ferryman. So, how did you escape the pillar? Well, you helped me, Chief. When you showed up at the Pillar of Skulls, I pushed my way to the front. My obvious know-how and charm attracted your attention. You knew that I was the head that knew the most, so I cut a deal with you. Deal? As Mort spoke, my vision bled into a fiery red, and there came a howling, a horrible screaming tower of voices, chittering, screeching, hammering, all of them begging, screaming to be freed. And Mort's voice, faint, almost overwhelmed in the horde. He sounded desperate, frightened, and pathetically, tragically lost. You, skull, speak. The howling voices fall silent, and the tiny red-lined skull, its cracked features, cast in a hellish light, turns its eyes up at me. Blood and ichor has streamed across its features, and its teeth chatter as if cold.
I can help you. I know what you seek. All these heads, all their knowing. Just please, I beg you, free me. Let me help you. I'll tell you anything. Everything.
My lips curl into a sneer. I had come a long way for answers, and I would not have all the lives lost and resources squandered because I'd been cheated by Batorian trickery. Will you swear it, Skull? Swear you will serve me until my end days, or here you will remain.
I swear, just please, free me.
He mewls, swallows sickeningly, his pride almost a tangible thing.
I beg you, let me help you, please.
Very well. I nodded, and some vestigial feeling of mercy flickered, a dying ember of warmth in my chest. I shall free you. My vision slid as if I were moving, and the howling, screaming cacophony began again. A nightmarish horde of howls and catcalls and taunts and insults. My hands slide into the filthy quagmire of the pillar, sinking deep into the biting of fangs and mandibles. They gnash at my flesh, tear at my scarred skin in fury, as my fingers curl around the tiny skull, locking into place. I pulled, ripping it from its base like a thick-rooted weed, tearing it from the pillar like an old scab. It is done, I declared. The bloody skull lay in my scarred hands, its eyes covered in ichor from the pillar, and its teeth chatter, once, then twice. It is reminiscent of a wailing newborn, helpless, naked, pathetic. I have freed you. Now your life and your death are mine, Mort. My vision swirled and the mists of the past drifted away, and Mort was still chattering on, casual as can be. We talked for a while, Chief, you and me, seeing whether the arrangement would work, and I think we both were really impressed with each other, so you invited me off the pillar, and I've kind of been with you ever since. What happened then? Well, I didn't know I'd lose most of the pillar's knowledge once I was out of it. I mean, how was I to know? I'd never been off the damn thing. But you were pretty understanding about it. I blinked. You lost all the knowledge you said you had? My vision swirled again, ripping me from the present in a surge of old memories. It made me dizzy, and my gut churned. There is the crack and snap of bone, the thrum of the blows as they reverberate through my hands. My fingers bleed with the fury of the strikes, joints loosening down to the knuckle, but I'm too angry to give a damn. Mort howls, howling in pain, screaming for someone to stop killing him, and my hand lashing out again and again and again. Damn you, Skull. You lied to me. I'll thrust you back in that damnable pillar and leave you to die there. There's the clatter of bone against what sounds like metal, a floor or a wall, and the skittering of teeth knocked free. Mort, conscious or not, had slipped free from my grip. I looked down to my hand, his mandible torn free and still clutched by my fingers. Stray bits of bone litter the ground. There he lies in the middle of all this mess, a long crack branching out along the side, bone indented and one eye loose from its socket. There was no blood. Indeed, Mort had none to shed, and somehow that made me angrier. Instead he lay there, begging wordlessly, mewling like a beaten dog for me to stop. Know that your suffering on the pillar will be nothing to the torment that I will make you suffer. My vision swirled and Mort's cries ebbed, fading into his chattering rhythm.
So you realized I still had my uses, so I took up with you, and I've been with you ever since.
He had no reaction as I leaned against a wall, head spinning, trying to swallow the bile that was boiling up to the back of my throat. I managed to swallow, hard, though it would have been much easier with a drink of water. Mort, what did I want from the pillar? And how long ago was it that I freed you? Mort thought for a moment.
Well, as for how long, I don't know the exact count, Chief. Ages, I suppose. I've done all I could to help you each time, but... He sighed. It's not easy. And as for what you wanted at the pillar, I don't know. Once you pried me off, I couldn't remember.
Mort, why didn't you say something when we were at the mortuary? Mort suddenly stiffened in the air defensively.
Because I never know who you're going to be. Some of your incarnations have been stark raving mad. One time you awoke obsessed with the idea that I was your skull, and you chased me around the spire trying to shatter and devour me. Luckily, you were crushed by a passing cart in the street. Another one of you, good and lawful, you tried to thrust me back into the pillar because it's where I belonged.
Mort smirked.
That's why. Besides, no harm's ever come out of you not knowing.
So, you've stayed with me all this time?
Well, yeah, Chief. I said I would. Mort always keeps his promises.
He paused.
Well, most of them. There was this one chit on Arborea who...
Mort's tone had changed. Past the joke, I knew he was trying to hide something. Something about why he was with me. Mort, seriously, why are you still traveling with me?
Chief, I said it's because I promised, all right?
He looks irritated.
What else could it be?
I don't know. You didn't need to stick around after I freed you.
Well, of course not, Chief, but I...
And suddenly his tone of voice struck a chord in me, and I knew that's why he remained with me all this time. You feel guilty, because you led me to my death so long ago, isn't it? And you've been suffering ever since. He chuckled, eyes rolling a little, even as they looked off to the side.
Ah, come on, Chief. Me? Feel guilty? I'm Mort.
I shook my head. No, I think that's it. When I came to free you from the fate you deserved, you couldn't help but try and help me. And when you could have left after I freed you, you remained. Because you felt indebted. Mort was silent for a moment, looking at me.
Maybe. You know what's funny? At first, I don't know what the feeling was. It kind of slowly eats at you, you know? I mean, at first I thought it was a side effect of some enchantment that bound me to you, but after a couple 100 years, I realized it was more than that. Something deeper. I just felt drawn, connected to you somehow. Maybe it's all your suffering, Chief. Your torment. I don't know. Maybe I felt, responsible for whatever it is I did. What if something I did brought you to this state?
His tone became more awkward as he, for once, thought before speaking, mulling over his words and thoughts.
Thing is, I don't think me, or whoever I was, really ever had to see the consequences of all the lying and cheating I'd done. And when I saw you for the first time, when I was trapped on the pillar, somehow I knew you were the one I'd betrayed. Once. Long ago.
Mort sighed.
And that's all I know.
I see. Thanks for coming clean, Mort.
Nah, don't thank me.
Mort bobbed in the air, and to my surprise, his voice seemed stronger somehow, more confident. He had shed old regrets and hidden secrets one by one like autumn leaves, and now some of the cracks and fractures in his skull had vanished, as if healed.
Nah, the thanks is all to you. I feel like I just had a plane moved off my shoulders, so to speak.
Any day, Mort. Now look, I've gotta go do some stuff. He nodded, but didn't object. It was as good a place as any to wrap up the man-to-skull chat. As for me, I spent the next 15 minutes hacking up my last meal in an alley. Chapter 71. The smell of burning smoke stung my nostrils, way up and deep in there like someone had crammed smoldering charcoal up my nose. The harsh smell of the guttering forge fires felt like they were eating away toward my brain, and fat tears welled up in my eyes. The heavy clangor of steel being hammered rang in my ears in an arrhythmic pace. It threatened to drive me mad if I stayed here too long. You think that there'd be some measure of irony in creating a siege tower and a golem to wage war in the name of entropy. Not so. It was later explained to me that even the act of creation is a melange of smaller destructions. You cut down hundreds of trees to build the tower, shatter ore and burn coal to smelt it, and fuel the forges to make steel. The workers themselves feed aches into their bones and kinks into their muscles with each day of toil. Everything serves the cause of entropy. Coax metal was just speeding up the process. So it wasn't all that strange to go to it for advice on how to protect myself from the shadows. Something as well versed in destruction as coax metal was should know about how to protect against them. Ever since that night, any cool breeze felt like that same unnatural chill, and I glanced nervously at every shadow. There had been something familiar and primal about those shadows that attacked us. I felt like a rabbit being stalked by wolves. Anna recovered and grumbled in her own way about me being too paranoid, but I noticed she hadn't gone out to nick purses alone since then.
When a thing seals itself against its own destruction, it merely dies a different death.
It was Coax Metal's only reply to me for asking for a way to protect myself. Yet there was ambiguity in those words, even if they were blunt and hammered out with a heavy throat of rusted iron. Are you saying that immortality is just a different kind of death?
Immortality is only a word. All that exists can die.
I blinked. You're saying you could forge a weapon to kill an immortal?
Every living thing has a weapon against which it has no defense. Time, disease, iron, guilt.
How do you know what weapon to use?
One must know the enemy to forge such a weapon.
I scoffed. And how do I do that? It's not going to be that easy.
Start with a fragment of the enemy, a drop of blood, a crystallized thought, one of its hopes. All of these things tell the way it can die.
What if your enemy strikes from a distance, from shadows, and never shows himself?
Then that is the fragment of the enemy you must use.
How?
The actions of your enemy have told you much. Your enemy does not wish to engage you directly. That is a weakness.
Something clicked in my mind just then. Or, for some reason, it can't engage me directly.
That is an equal possibility. Either possibility reveals weakness.
How do I exploit that?
If the enemy does not wish to confront you directly, deny its wish. Take the battle to the enemy.
And if the reason it can't attack me directly is because it has no choice?
If it is not allowed to confront you directly, find the reason. The reason will reveal a weakness.
You said immortality was just a word, that all that lives can die. Could you make a weapon that could kill me?
Yes.
I blinked, excitement and uneasiness churning in my stomach. Could I actually be vulnerable? Finally? Really? How?
I would need a drop of your blood. That is all.
Very well. I expected a sizzle or the slightest puff of smoke when my blood dripped into the burning crucible, but it melted and swam into the molten steel like a drop of water being stirred into syrup. And then the molten steel blackened and pulsed as if it were not alive per se, but more like a liquid zygote, life waiting to be born. The golem was almost gentle in the way he hammered the weapon into shape, urging the potential to destroy from unformed metal. It bubbled when coax metal quenched it one last time, water churning like it was giving life to the steel. And indeed, it seemed to pulse slightly when the golem dropped it into my hands, like the dull throb of a heart. It was an ugly-looking weapon, shaped so that it resembled the symbol of Torment on my left arm. Black veins wormed their way across the surface of the black metal, and the edge looked to be so dull that it couldn't even cut warm butter. Somehow, though, I knew this was the key.
The tool of your destruction has been forged and educated. It is not enough.
I looked up. What do you mean?
The magics that keep your heart beating and mend your flesh are strong. You must sink the blade into your body only within a shell where you are cut off from the planes.
Why?
The reason is not known to me, yet both the weapon and the place are necessary for your destruction.
Where would I find such a shell that separated me from the planes?
That is not known to me.
Well, I wasn't exactly eager to die without some answers anyway. Knowledge is power, they say. My fingers ran along the edges of the unbroken circle of Zerthamon. I knew there was something hidden there, something more. It couldn't just end there with the sixth circle, which had divided both the Gith people and Dakon's spirit. There had to be something more. As I examined the rings of the second circle, I found a strange link in the plate that mentioned the laboring of the Gith people to achieve the rising. A new circle emerged from the link, and I unlocked it, pulling the plate forth for study. Know that the rising of the people against the Illithid was a thing built upon many turnings. Many were the people who lived and died under Time's blade while the rising was shaped. The rising was shaped upon a slow foundation. Steel was gathered so that it might mark Illithid flesh. A means of knowing the movements of the Illithid was established, at first weak and confused, then stronger, like a child finding its voice. When the movements were known, then the Illithids were observed. In observing them, their ways of the mind were known. When the ways of the Illithid were known, many of the people were gathered and taught in secret the means to shield their minds and the way to harness their will as weapons. They were taught the scripture of steel, and most importantly, they were given the knowing of freedom. These things were not learned quickly. The knowing of much of the ways was slow, and in all these things, time's weight fell upon all. From the knowing of one's reflection in a steel blade, to the knowing of submerging the will, to the knowing of seeing itself. All of these things and more the people built upon. In time, they came to know the whole. I paused, not knowing what to say or do, but closed the plates shut. I stared at the city below from my balcony and waited until Dakon returned from the baths, snapping me out of my reverie. I need to talk to you about your teachings, Dakon. He stood with arms crossed patiently across his chest. What have you come to know? There was a seventh circle within the stone of Zerthamon. It spoke of the building of the rebellion against the Illithids. Dakon fell silent for a long while, staring at the circle in my hand. Finally, he looked back up to meet my eyes. What does this seventh circle speak of? It speaks of time as an ally, not as an enemy. It says that patience can sharpen even the smallest of efforts into a weapon that can strike the heart of an empire. Victories may be small, but over time a greater victory may be achieved. Dakon was silent for a moment. Will you make this circle known to me? I prepared to unlock the seventh circle for him. As I took the circle and twisted the links, however, 2 plates slid from the interior and into my hands. I had no idea where they came from, but the unbroken circle still seemed intact. The seventh circle remained. Dakon watched me silently. There are 2 plates here. Perhaps we should both study them, you and I. Dakon was silent for a moment. There is much you have come to know of the circle, and your knowing carries a greater weight than mine. Dakon matched my gaze. Know that your path is mine, and it shall come to pass that as you knew the way of Zerthamon from me, I shall know the way of Zerthamon from you. It wasn't much later that I made another discovery. As I examined the rings of the 7 circles of Zerthamon, I became aware of a pattern in the way the links are formed. There was a greater meaning to it all, a last circle that binds the 7 together. I hooked my fingers into the sides of the circle and unlocked a hidden segment, pulling the plate forth to read. Know that a mind divided divides the man. The will and the hand must be as one. In knowing the self, one becomes strong. Know that if you know a course of action to be true in your heart, do not betray it because the path leads to hardship. Know that without suffering, the rising would have never been, and the people would have never come to know themselves. Know that there is nothing in all the worlds that can stand against unity. When all know a single purpose, when all hands are guided by one will, and all act with the same intent, the planes themselves may be moved. A divided mind is one that does not know itself. When it is divided, it cleaves the body in 2. When one has a single purpose, the body is strengthened. In knowing the self, grow strong. There was an 8th circle within the Stone of Zerthamon, Dakon. It spoke of the division of the mind and the importance of focus. Dakon fell silent. When he spoke again, his tone was quiet, almost reverent. What else does this 8th circle speak of? It speaks of focus and discipline, and how not knowing oneself can physically divide the man. It also speaks of the weakness that division causes. It seems to me that it tells one to not only know themselves and take strength from that, but that your focus can reveal weakness in your enemy. Dakon was silent. When he spoke again, it was with caution and grace. Will you make this circle known to me? With one final click, I unlocked the 8th circle of Zerthamon. Again, 2 more plates slid from the interior and into my hands. Dakon watched me silently. Again, 2 plates. We should both study them. I think when you know the 8th circle, perhaps then you will know Zerthamon's heart when he made the pronouncement of 2 skies. His words were not those of the Illithids, but of the people. Dakon stared at the plates, his eyes flickering over the geometries upon them. When he finally looked up and matched my gaze, there was a new fire in his eyes, keen as a razor's edge. One by one, the doubts and years seemed to fall from his face like leaves. His blade bent, shifted, until the shimmering became a silver glow. He seemed stronger somehow. Know that when death comes for you, know that I shall meet its blade with mine. Know that when all dies around you, know I shall live for your sake. When we die, Dakon, it shall be the same death, I said in agreement. It shall be the pronouncement of 2 deaths as one. Dakon's spirit was finally free. No longer was he bound to travel with me. He did so by proud choice. I fingered the rough black blade that Coax had given me. All that was left was for me to die. Greater magics had now become hard to come by. Cantrips and apprentice spells were easy to purchase, but spells of real power were beyond my grasp. Mages guarded their highest, most arcane arts jealously. Really, there were 3 ways to obtain these spells. First, I could research on my own, but I hardly had the books or facilities to do so, not to mention the time and reagents needed. Second, I could steal spells from other magi, and while I'm sure I could survive whatever traps they sprung, I wasn't about to risk having my mind turned upside down and inside out by an enchanter, or be transformed into an unslaughterable chicken. Or I could find a master to learn from. Dakon had taught me all he knew, and I in turn completed the Circle of Zerthamon. All that remained was... Ignis? Flames curled around Ignis's throat, and a tongue of flame streamed from behind his blackened teeth.
Yes?
Ignis, what happened to you to make you this way?
This way?
A small pocket of flesh on Ignis's cheek popped and ran in a streaming trickle down his jaw.
This way? Ignis always was.
But you look human. Or at least you look like you were human once. Ignis twisted, hunching his head forward as his body spun slowly above the ground. The effect was much like a fiery whirlwind, thermals streaming off his body and distorting the air around him.
Still Ignis. Always Ignis.
Never mind then. I had another question. As I opened my mouth to speak, Ignis suddenly whirled on me. I was forced to choke back my words as the heat from his frame flooded over me.
Ignis might you be? Sparks in bodies, always seeking to rise.
Sparks in bodies? What do you mean?
All things burn inside.
Ignis's head craned back, and he threw his arms wide, spirals of flame and heat traveling up his limbs.
Only need to be kindled with flames to become Ignis. So might you have been Ignis?
I shrugged. Actually, if you end up trying to kindle the flames within people, you usually end up killing them.
Yes,
Ignis grinned, cocking his head to one side, ashes falling from his skull and being swept up in the flaming wreath that surrounded him. Well, I had some other questions for you.
Ass!
My heart jumped as Ignis soared several feet into the air, flames licking at the ceiling. His jaw tore open, a fiery trail spilling forth like a nest of snakes.
No more talk and questions. Silence.
You will answer my questions, Ignis, I snapped. Ignis wasn't something I could coax or convince. Much as I hated it, I had to force him to see things my way. If I didn't rein things in now, letting Ignis loose upon the world again would have been disastrous. I set you free, and I may send you back to your hell again.
Think you could chain Ignis?
The flames around Ignis swirled like a cloak, then fanned outward as if seeking to caress me.
Kill you. Turn you to ashes, Ignis can. For now, Ignis follows. But threats anger Ignis.
Actually, Ignis, you couldn't stop me. You could burn me, but I'd keep coming at you until you were kindling. So enough with your threats. There was a crackling in the air, and Ignis cocked his head slightly as if studying me, and then hissed.
Flames will burn the immortality from you. You are not safe from my flames.
Maybe you don't understand what immortality means, Ignis.
You are not immortal. Ignis can kill you. Scatter your ashes to the winds.
That said, Ignis flung his arms wide, and a heat poured from him, so powerful that I was forced to shield my eyes. There was a great roaring then, as the air fled past me as it was drawn into him. Ignis, stop that! I coughed, my face lashed with my own beaded locks. As I tried to shout at Ignis to stop, the tide turned back upon itself, and a blazing heat washed over me. I choked back a howl as my flesh started to smolder, then smoke, then flare with the beginnings of pain. I clenched my teeth, and over the pain I could hear Ignis cackling, laughter cracking like thunder. Ignis! At the sound of his name again, the heat died, and I drew my arms back from my face. The skin had blackened from where Ignis burned it, and Ignis was watching me hungrily. Then I knew, more than anything, that whatever Ignis was, whatever power had embraced him, it had the power to destroy me. If his flames were to kill me, my body would be seared into white-hot ash, then torn apart by the flames and whipped into naked, screaming atoms. I licked my cracked lips, hoping that appealing to his pyromania would calm him down a little. I wish to speak more of flames and burning, Ignis.
Flames?
Ignis's voice crackled as if in interest.
Speak. Ignis will listen.
What were you doing in the smoldering corpse bar? For a moment, I didn't think Ignis had heard me, when suddenly the fires in his eyes dimmed slightly, and he gave a soft hiss, cinders and ash dancing at the edges of his jaw.
Ignis once knew nothing of flames. He set small fires, tiny flames, tiny flickerings, small bits of flame.
Ignis hissed again, ashes and fiery motes drifting from the ruin of his mouth.
The fires grew. Ignis set fires in the streets, and lit the fires of anger in their hearts.
And then? I spoke, but Ignis didn't seem to hear me. He seemed to be somewhere else, as if reliving a memory through his words.
They sought to punish Ignis, the small flies from the hive. They wished to see Ignis burn after Ignis set fire to their streets. Tiny magelings, hedge wizards, runecasters, tiny sparks of magic came to punish Ignis for hurting their loved ones. They sentenced Ignis to burn, made Ignis a torch, a spitting flame, burning, burning. It was justice, they said.
I watched, mesmerized, as Ignis began to slowly turn again, as he did above the grill in the smoldering corpse.
But it was not a sentence. There's so much flames and pain that there is no pain. There is light and heat, and the flesh runs as tallow across my bones. And for the first time, Ignis is pleased.
Ignis stopped his rotation, and his gaze fell upon me. As it did, the fires in his eyes flared, and a charred grin split his features, the flesh crackling and bubbling as it melted and streamed across his face. His next words were spoken like a death sentence, not only for me, but for everyone, everywhere.
When the plains burn, and all life is torches, then Ignis shall at last be at peace.
Ignis, I spoke with a storyteller in the hive, and he mentioned that someone taught you these things. Who?
Of learnings and teachings, you know.
Gouts of flame erupted from Ignis's mouth in a horrible semblance of laughter.
You have always taught Ignis. Ignis's master you were.
I licked my lips. It couldn't be. It was profane, impossible. Me? Are you sure? Ignis's voice dropped, and the crackling of the flames died.
Yes. It is the only reason Ignis obeys you.
Flames rose around him in a crackling spiral.
Till death comes for us both. Your words to me, your student, Ignis. Ignis has not forgotten, Master.
Ignis, it must have been a long time ago when you learned the art. Are you absolutely sure it was me?
Yes,
Ignis cackled.
The face has changed, but many lessons you taught Ignis.
If my face has changed, how do you know?
Inside all things, tiny flames. The spark, the flames the same. No matter what the skin can bleed, skin can burn, but the inner flame remains.
Ignis, this is important. Can you remember anything about me? Ignis hissed, and for a moment his features flickered. At first I thought it was just the flames, but the wavering became more familiar. It was the flickering of memory. The crackling of Ignis's flames subsided, lessening as the charred bones of Ignis's body folded up, twisting into itself until his limbs lay motionless, becoming a stack of firewood within a huge iron fireplace. I stare into a fire, the bright warmth flickering only in my eyes. The room is still cold. The fire is too small to heat the high vaulted room. The fire crackles and spits embers onto the stone floor, motes rising from the fireplace. Faintly, from the darkness behind me, there is the rasp of someone breathing. I gesture impatiently. I can hear you. Step into the light. There is the shuffling of sandals, and a frail youth steps into the edges of the firelight. His wide black eyes catch the flames and mirror them. He is nervous. I hear his muscles shaking, his voice trembling, just enough to increase my irritation.
Forgive my intrusion, Master.
You have already intruded, supplicant. You did so with intention. I will hear it now, and then you will leave me to my thoughts.
The boy takes a deep breath and glances at the fire. Master, I dreamed of flames again last night. They felt real, and you said that we were to come to you if...
It was a dream, nothing more.
I wave my hand dismissively. Supplicants are only fit to mop floors and wash beakers. There's no reason for him to interrupt my thoughts now. The boy does not move. His brows draw together, and slowly he displays his hands. The flesh around the fingers blackened, burned. A muscle in my cheek twitches.
How did your hands come to be burned, supplicant?
I awoke and my hands were as ash.
The boy meets my gaze. He is still trembling faintly, but there is an eagerness in his voice, which angers me.
I dreamed I soared above the earth and the ground and sky were on fire. The world itself was so bright that it hurt to look at it, Master. And when I awoke, my hands, they were burned, as if I held a flame within my hands.
You lie, supplicant, I hiss. You have come to me with a story, and now you are in danger of angering me.
No, Master.
The boy's face glistens with a sweaty sheen of fear.
No, upon my life, I do not.
You burned yourself with a candle, supplicant, or thrust your hand within one of the pyres in the vault of currents. Now you come to me and tell me a dream burned you. I tire of your lies.
The boy falls silent, and to my surprise, his face clenches in anger. No, I do not lie. It was the dream that burned me, Master, as you said it might if we felt the power stirring. They were your words, and I came to repeat them to you and tell you they're true.
He holds up his hands again.
Look, Master.
With a rustle of my sleeves, my own hands lash out to clench his. The boy's palms are tiny in my grip, and my meaty palms squeeze down to crush his burned hands. He screams, and the din echoes in the vault. With a snarl, I hurl him to the ground in front of the fireplace, and there is a sharp crack as his knees strike the flagstones. "Look into those flames, supplicant," I snap, growling in his ear. "Raise your head! Look!" The boy is shuddering from the pain. Tears blur his eyes as he raises his head to look into the fireplace. The flames cast his face in a red, gaunt glow. "Is that what you wish to hold, supplicant? Is the shaping of flames what stirs your heart? Know that flames can burn, and if you would learn their power, you must suffer their touch." Boy is silent, staring into the flames. He seems mesmerized. His tears have dried in the heat, and the shaking is gone. The flames are his focus. He is not listening to me. He has never listened. The fury washes over me. "If that is what consumes you, enough for you to intrude upon my meditations, then I shall teach you of the shaping of flames, supplicant." My hands lash out again and clamp onto the boy's wrists. He howls as I drag him closer to the fireplace, then thrust his hands into the coals. There is a crackling, a hissing of burning flesh, and his screams, so terrible yet. "To learn you must suffer, supplicant. You must allow yourself to be burned by the power of that which you wield. Know its torment, and you shall know how to use it against your enemies." My vision cleared, the memory streaming away like smoke. Ignis was hovering above me, his head cocked to one side, and an insane blackened grin smeared across his face.
"Yes, master. Ignis has not forgotten your teachings."
Chapter 72. My tongue dried like I had a mouthful of ash. My legs went weak, and I trembled with the effort to keep standing in front of Ignis, sheathed in fire and his char-black face split by a cruel grin of teeth, yellowed and gray. It had been the prickling familiarity of it all that had kept me from making an ass of myself. If it hadn't been for that, the shock would have turned my bowels into water and my legs to jelly, and I would have fallen to my knees before Ignis like a supplicant, the same way I had treated him countless years ago. Past the years and the changes that had bent and warped the two of us beyond recognition, there was still something between the two of us, a tension that had to be worked out. There's a certain masochistic edge to guilt. Maybe you felt it before. When the sin against another is grave enough, you yearn to put a blade to your wrists, to gouge out your eyes, as if that would absolve you of the crime. You want to flee from his gaze, to crawl into a hole and die. Guilt seeks the shadows, which is all the worse that Ignis was made of radiant light. So as much as I wanted power, as much as I needed it, it was masochism that set my tongue that day. Ignis, your mastery of the art, can you teach me any of your powers?
Ignis once knew much. No longer. Ignis burns. In suffering, Ignis learns.
A tiny flame gusted from his mouth, like laughter, and a stream of embers spat forth.
Suffer, learn.
As I was about to speak, I felt a crawling sensation in the back of my skull, and I was suddenly struck with the certainty that the knowledge Ignis had to teach may permanently scar me. And as terrified as I was satisfied with that. I am willing to suffer for such knowledge.
Suffer?
Flames flickered eagerly along the edges of Ignis's mouth, spiraling up along the melted ruin of his face.
Burn? Pieces of self are burned away. Ignis may still teach much.
I wish to learn, Ignis. Can you teach me some of the art?
Where flames once burned, one may send them again.
Before I could react, Ignis's claw lashed out and clutched my finger, and with a greedy hiss, he burned it. Clusters of cauterized nerves sent bolts of agony through my hand in their death throes, and through the searing pain I closed my eyes and screamed. My knees were trembling when I forced my eyes open. The burning mass of my hand was throbbing and charred from where Ignis had touched it. He floated above, uncaring, cradling my finger, then snapped the tip off with a nonchalance that set a chill through my bones, despite the heat that came off him in waves. All that was left was the base of the digit. He hissed, cinders and ash drifting from his mouth, and flicked the charred remains of my finger back to me.
What did you do?
The saliva at my lips was salty and tart with the taste of bile, and the threat of my last meal coming back up.
Teachings,
Ignis cackled, the sound now strangely painful to my ears.
To learn, one must suffer.
It looked like a slightly curled stick of coal, and flakes of black dust came off in my fingers as I turned it over in my palm. I trembled, licking my lips, and replaced the charred digit back on the end of my stump of a finger, and the revelation came to me of how to curse others with Ignis's infernal heat. The flesh knit back slowly, with lingering blackened scars that I knew would be permanent. Ignis's eyes flared, and a cruel smile pulled his lips back. It seemed to hide secrets that probed from beneath the surface, cruel glee intermixed with the satisfaction of teaching.
I still wish to learn more,
I choked, still shaken by the scarring.
Suffer!
His grin widened. It wasn't enough for him to hurt me, scarring my eternal flesh like a giddy child drawing a pattern in smooth wet plaster before it hardened. No, he wanted me to ask for the pain, to beg for it, broken and mewling for punishment.
Burn. Pieces of self are burned away. Ignis may still teach much.
I wish to learn, Ignis.
Yes.
In a flash, Ignis's claws lashed out and clutched my left hand, and with a mad cackle and another hiss, the flames engulfed it, too quick and hot for the flesh to melt away, or for the fat and blood and lymph to run down my wrist. It had all evaporated, with a touch. Through the searing pain, I was dully aware of the screaming, Ignis's shrieks echoing mine, as if he were mocking me. My knees cracked against the floor as I knelt, panting. My cheeks were moist, my lips wet with tears and sweat and snot. I forced my eyes open to see the burning mass of my hand from where Ignis touched it. Only a blackened stump remained, twitching, blood streaming from it. Ignis seemed oblivious to my pain. His attention was devoted to my severed hand. He held it with pride, rolling it in his claws as if he were admiring a trophy.
Ignis, give me back my hand.
Ignis ignored me. Flames from his hands encircled my severed hand like a wreath, slowly burning the last remnants of flesh from it, like a sculptor working clay, until only the fused bone was left. He gave a long, low hiss and then flung his creation back to me. I managed to catch it in my remaining hand. The flesh of my severed hand was re-knitting itself, slowly, painfully. It looked like it was regrowing.
What have you done?
I mewed to myself. The hand looked like it was truly dead. The flesh had been scoured clean, leaving only stark white bones behind, dusted gray with ash. Though the tendons and ligaments were gone, the bones of the hand had been fused together in the heat. Something about it, though, seemed to pulse with an inner light, like the lurid yellow heart of a dying coal glowing beneath an ash-gray carapace. It took a little doing to reattach the hand, some wiggling and pushing to get the heat-warped bones to fit back into the joints. I sighed then, leaning back as the regenerating flesh crawled along the enchanted bone like lichen populating new rock. When the joints began to loosen, I knew I had learned more of the art. I wish to learn more. Ignis hurled himself into the air, leaving a hissing flame trail as he rises. No more pieces of self burned away. You need pieces of me in order to teach me? What about my eyeball? I pointed to the eye that I had removed and replaced earlier. Ignis lashed out again, his finger like a spear, but he didn't strike for the eye that I was pointing to. Instead, he impaled my other eye. There was no pain for a moment, only surprise, and then I screamed as Ignis let loose a stream of flames into my socket. It seemed to eat into my skull and boil my brains. The hiss of burning flesh filled my nostrils, and smoke clouded my vision. I forced my eyes open through my bloodied vision, yet only one eye opened. I could barely make out Ignis, hovering in the air in front of me, his hands cupping a small orb of flame, my eye seemingly untouched by the heat. As I watched, his hands covered the pearly orb, flecked with blood, and I felt a second burning pain in my eye socket in sympathy to the one he held in his hands. And suddenly, even through the searing pain, I could see correctly again. Ignis opened his hand, and within it lay the ruined mass of my eyeball, barely recognizable, hollow and shriveled like a dried date or like the empty husk of a walnut. He cackled, and with a breath of flame, the eyeball rose from his grasp and drifted over to me, like a flake of ash in the air. Flabby tears of vitreous humor trickled down my cheek from the empty socket. The scarring within my skull ached like a raw burn, but the familiar itch was there. My eye was regrowing, if slowly. After Ignis handed it back to me, I crushed the charred husk in my hand and rubbed the soot onto each eyelid, and awakened the power of Ignis's terror within me. I wish to learn more. And here, then, was the twisted part of this entire exchange. Ignis not only hurt you, he was able to make you believe you deserved it. Tiny snakes of flame spiraled from Ignis's ruined sockets, traveling up past his charred skull. More teachings! The two snakes of flame circled around behind him, then flared into torches in his hand. More suffering! If you need more pieces of me, what about this strip of my intestine? I dug through my pack, holding up the wet, ropey mass of my guts that Marta had torn from my body so long ago. Creepy as it was, I couldn't bring myself to toss them away, and held onto them like a pair of old shoes. Ignis cocked his head as I held up the intestines, then suddenly swooped in and snatched the entrails from my grasp. Holding it, he strung it between two hands like rope and hissed to himself. The intestines steamed as he held them, turning black, and a slow burning pain began to bloom in my abdomen. Ignis strung out the intestines, handspan by handspan, and as he let each length fall from his grasp, it started rotating around him like a spiral, snaking in a slow pattern, each portion being roasted by his flames. There was a dancing pattern to the way the flames were touching the strip of intestines, slowly blackening them until it looked like a long string of charred meat. The burning in my abdomen made me wince, but was nothing compared to the pain I endured when Ignis charred the other portions of my body. The burning guts spiraled in Ignis's flames, then suddenly guttered out and fell into Ignis's hands. He gave a hiss and threw them back to me. Much power in an immortal's organs. I held my charred intestines in my hands. They looked like blackened rope. Ignis hovered above me, tiny motes of ash drifting from his burning, emaciated frame. He watched and grinned as I slit my stomach open, gagging and nearly doubling over at the effort. He gazed down at me as the blood poured and the guts spilled out, and smiled as I stuffed the seared entrails into my body. Ignis stared as I drank in the power he offered. It was well past peak, though long before the fingers of dusk touched the sky. Restaurants and eateries filled as the light dimmed. Though establishments were numerous, the only way to get a table large enough to seat the 6 of us was either to arrive early or to bribe the staff. Instead, we took our food from a kiosk, richly spiced meats baked and wrapped in paper. A slender young man approached us, wearing a somewhat worried expression. Many of the nobles were garishly dressed, but this one wore a shade of lavender that would have been wholly unflattering in a man. He stuck out like a gray hair.
1,000 pardons, sir, but I'm looking for a certain man, and I think you might be able to help me.
Oh? How so?
I'm a messenger, sir, who seeks a man it's said cannot die. A scarred man for whom death is nothing but the most trivial of annoyances. You match the admittedly vague description I was given, sir, and I had wondered if you were he.
I raised an eyebrow and wiped the juice from my lips. The thought of being hunted again seized my stomach and ruined my meal. It had been such a fine piece of meat, too. Just who wants to know?
I am in the hire of a wealthy noblewoman, Jolmi Sirma, sir.
I sighed. Might as well confess, especially now that I've given up on that Adon nonsense. Besides, the enemy I faced would hardly announce himself. I am the man you're looking for. He nodded, then bowed deeply.
A message for you then, sir. Mistress Jolmi of the House Sirma, a lady of high standing, has sent me. Mistress Jolmi would like to meet you in the Civic Fest Hall, where she would make a proposal, of which I know nothing about, to you. Should you choose to seek her out, she wears green silks, trimmed with gold, and has hair the color of blue steel. That is the extent of my message, sir. Farewell.
My appetite never recovered, though I tucked the wrapped meat away for a later snack. It was a fine thing, however, to be called back to the fest hall. I had heard that there were training rooms where I might practice the art. A stern-looking older woman was in the inner court, eyes fixed on the entrance, though they wandered back and forth periodically. Her gaze fixed upon my face as I approached her.
You there. Might I have a word with you?
Yes, you're Mistress Jolmi, correct? Of the House Sirma? I spoke to your messenger.
I am pleased to meet you, then.
She gave a slight bow, little more than a nod of the head.
I would make you a somewhat unusual proposal, though you must admit you are an unusual man. I will give you 1,000 copper commons for your permission to kill you. Are you open to discussion on the matter?
I blinked. But why? Jolmi didn't bat an eyelash.
But why not? I thought it might be an interesting experience, paying someone for the privilege of murdering them. When I first heard rumors of your existence, how could I resist? So, what is your answer? Shall we discuss the matter in greater detail?
One moment. Where did you hear these rumors? Jolmi frowned.
One hears all sorts of things in the fest hall. How could one not eventually hear of a man like you? Again, I ask, will you consider my proposal?
Well, I didn't really need the money, but it certainly couldn't hurt. Sure. Let's work out the details. After a short discussion and a bit of haggling, it came down to the following terms. Jolmi would pay me 2,000 copper commons. In return, I was to allow her to drive her dagger into my heart. She would wait for me to awaken, at which point she would then give me the coin.
Do you agree to this, then?
She said, her face smooth and calm. Yeah, let's do it.
Splendid,
she said, and drove the blade into my chest. Jolmi was a true connoisseur. Her eyes drank in every detail. Her nose perked as she breathed in the scent of my sweat, sharp and bitter with terror, iron with the smell of blood. She turned her head ever so slightly, listening to the involuntary grunts and gags as my muscles heaved around the blade. The affair was over in moments. She'd already cleaned her blade and put it away by the time I recovered. After picking myself up off the fest hall floor, Jolmy handed over several rolls of copper coins while I rubbed my aching chest.
Somewhat disappointing, I must admit. Ah well, coin well spent nonetheless. Farewell.
I don't think I'd ever felt so cheap, though part of me mused that if I were a sensate, I'd be savoring that experience. Strange thing was, part of me did.
Oh, is this what you be doing now? Anna said with a wry grin. Selling your body to the sensates, huh?
Kinda puts a whole new spin on the phrase earning your money on your back, eh, Chief?
Oh, shut up, you two.
Chapter 73. I wrinkled my nose at the acrid smell of burnt metal and ozone. The mage's training room was perhaps half full, with apprentices and magelings fumbling at their incantations. They tossed flickering missiles at a charred metal-lined wall, and those that didn't fizzle out splashed against the target with a sad, broken sputter. No one seemed to know what they were doing. It was like stepping into a gymnasium full of fat men attempting calisthenics. One young lady, however, was neat and primly dressed. Her hair was tied back, and the sharpness in her eyes and the purse of her painted lips made it clear she was one of the few who knew what she was doing. She carried a sheaf of papers and unwound scrolls, and occasionally paused to look through them and read portions of what was written aloud, practicing elaborate hand motions as she did so. She looked up to me.
Good day, sir. Oh, you were the one at the lecture, were you not?
Yes. What is this place?
This is where aspiring mages can come to train and study. Many wizards took their first steps in the art as fledgling sorcerers here.
I looked around. Where's the trainer?
I do not know where Lady Thorncombe is gone. I would suggest you try the sensoriums. She spends much of her time there.
She lowered her voice, frowning. Perhaps too much. I believe Salabesh mentioned Thorncombe once, in not too kind terms. The sensoriums were paved in a graceful spiral of gray stone, an elegant, if excessively neutral color for a chamber in the Civic Fest Hall. The scent of the air was neither warm nor cool, neither crisp nor muggy. Everything was unusually in between. That's not to say it was neutral, since even the concept of balance and imbalance wasn't present here. The comparatively stark decor seemed to imply an empty space, a potential where experience will someday be born.
The art of the sensoriums is not held in the walls itself,
Grace mused, as if in response to the surprised wrinkle of my brow.
Rather, the appeal is in the sensory stones they archive here. The chambers are meant to be empty, so that there are fewer distractions to avert the mind.
I had seen sensory stones before, in the chambers beneath Grace's brothel. They were supposed to house memories of intense, rare sensations, so that others might bask in the experiences of another. They were song and poem made flesh, bound in crystal and banded in silver. But between working at the forge, running errands, and attempting to garner any hint of a rumor about Ravel, I hadn't had time yet to look into the sensoriums. It was hard to find anything more than a whisper of the night hag, since she had been mazed so long ago that whatever memories were left had faded into legend, and then bent and reforged 100 times over so that the barest trace of its original form couldn't be inferred. Oh well, might as well sample the goods while I'm here. I wandered from chamber to chamber, each one with a stand holding a single stone, with a short description of the sensation etched along its base. In this instance, it was frightened exhilaration, scribed in a graceful flourish. I cupped my hands over the metal bands enrobing the glassy surface, like the strings of a woman's bodice bound against naked flesh. The moment my fingers touched the glassy surface, however, I could feel the warm pulse of the memory beneath, writhing and eager for a mind to latch onto. It didn't take much urging to pull the experience into myself. Immediately it bubbled at the invitation, leapt toward the surface as if to press against my fingers. My heart leapt at the shock like a splash of cold water, and for that moment I forgot who and what I was. I twist my head to look up at the large contraption strapped to my back. A set of 4 bat-like wings extend from out of it, each made of leather pulled taut over wicker frames. From the precipice I perch on, Dilgar's floating fortress appears as but a tiny speck suspended in the blue-gray sky, miles away across nothing but empty air. This is how everyone travels on the plane of air, they said. It's easy. I smirk, step back a ways, and make a running leap off the cliff into the cool wind below, leaving my stomach behind. As the wings suddenly catch in the air, an amazing rush shudders through my entire body, and I soar out over the nothingness and towards the elemental prince's abode. I blinked, peeling myself away from the last remnants of the sensation, like kicking off the bedsheets upon awakening from a vivid dream. The sensation was still crisp in my mind, settling in and nestling comfortably in the vast empty spaces that used to hold forgotten memories. I felt as if I'd had a tasty hors d'oeuvre. It wasn't filling, but it was damn satisfying. I tasted more sensations along the way, grazing as I searched for the Lady Thorncomb. Sheer wonder. Hesitantly, I open my mouth and take a shallow breath, and water flows into my lungs like cool air. I smile and take a deep breath, gawking in all directions as I slowly sink to the bottom of the harbor, where hundreds of colorful fish weave through twisting tracks of brilliant coral. As my feet touch bottom, I peer up at the keel of my ship and laugh aloud with joy, a string of great bubbles shooting up toward the surface. Festering jealousy. I feel my lip curl as the fair-haired young hero, armor gleaming like a polished silver mirror, once again enters my tavern. Hanging his velvet cloak on a wall peg, he surveys my patrons with a pair of eyes like sea gems, and a smile that sets the serving wenches swooning. I set the mug I'd been cleaning down and harumph loudly, thinking of what it'd be like to turn him upside down and shove him in a rain barrel. Psychosis. I hold the point of a knife pressed to the man's throat, my hand clamped over his mouth and breath hot and heavy in his face. I begin to stab, slowly. The knife dimples his skin and eventually breaks it. There's the hot rush of blood over my forearm, the sound of strangled respiration, a horrible sense of perverted glee, and then it's over. The next experience couldn't have been more than a few minutes long, but hours seemed to pass. Mind-numbing tedium. I sit in a long, boring lecture in the driest, dustiest hall in the University of Chalm in Sigil. I look about the vast hall, hoping to catch someone's eye to pull a face at, but the other students are either asleep or staring listlessly into space. I drop my quill pen, pick it up, and drop it again, just for something to do. I consider stabbing myself in the eye with it, just to see if my senses haven't been wholly numbed by the incredible boredom. Bitter loathing. Venomous tears of pain brimming in my narrow yellow eyes, I gather the tattered remains of my small, scaled red wings off the floor. I humbly back out of Groba's study, gritting my needle-like teeth between sealed lips. Sure, I'm only a Spinagon, least among devils, but that's no cause for a pit fiend to tear my wings off because he doesn't like the message I've brought him. What will my Gelagon master do now? He certainly can't say anything to Groba. And what use is a Spinagon without its wings? I'll probably get cast into the pit of flames for incompetence. Vengeance out of the question, there's little to do but shake my clawed fist and hate Groba, with all the loathing my hard little black devil's heart can muster. Consuming impatience. I stand debating with Amnes the horribly slow, keeper of the Lion Key, as to whether or not my quest is important enough for him to relinquish the artifact into my care. The whole experience is an exercise in sheer torment. Each and every one of his words is followed by a significant pause. Each and every point he makes is reiterated time and again before he lets me speak. I present an argument, then wait, and wait, and wait, while he makes his counterpoint, to which I shoot out a snappy counterpoint of my own, then must wait yet again for another of Amnes's drawling, meandering, seemingly endless counterpoints. It's everything I can do not to simply lop the fiend's tusk head off and snatch the key from his twitching corpse. Unavoidable pain. As I struggle with him on the edge of a blazing hot stream of molten lava, my weapon hand is slowly, inexorably forced ever closer to the magma. I curse him for being stronger than me, by just a hair. Beads of sweat evaporate the instant they appear. The hair on the back of my hand blackens and smolders above the awesome heat. My howls of suffering echo from the canyon walls around me, and finally, my hand, and the axe it holds, plunges into the lava and chars to ash in a few agonizing seconds. Tender love. My eyes are closed. I can sense myself standing on the tips of my toes, pressed against her tightly. Soft, soft lips brush against mine, giving me the most gentle of kisses. My heart seems to flutter in my chest, and I feel as if I could fall backwards and simply float off into space. Pure glee. Dancing and leaping about in rhythm with the wood elves' bouncing festival music, I and a dozen other dancers spin through the forest clearing like a whirling dervish, smiling and laughing like mad. As the cheering forest dwellers whoop, clap, and dance alongside me, fairies careen through the air above our heads, leaving sparkling trails of colored light. Tired surrender. Shuddering, chattering, hoping beyond hope to be found, I curl myself beneath a blanket of snow to save what little warmth I have left. Fighting to keep my eyes open, to remain awake, I become aware that I can no longer feel my arms, my legs, the ice against my face. And tired, so tired, I at last resign to the inevitable. I close my eyes, bidding sleep a bitter welcome, as the sense of loss forces a single tear, doomed to crystallize before it even reaches my cheek, from my aching eyes. Grim determination. The entire hall is in ruins and still in the process of being destroyed, as dozens of combatants hurl weapons, deadly arcane magics, and themselves at one another in a desperate struggle to be the last one standing. Plumes of acrid green smoke rise from the pile of limp bodies I had dragged myself out of, having barely escaped the wrath of some fiendish spell. There it is. Across the way, through the battling throng, through the bloodthirsty battle ahead of me, sitting untouched on a miraculously upright table, my pint of mead, and I'll get it back if I have to kill every last one of the brawling tavern patrons to do it. Supernatural lust. I couple with the succubus, a creature of such intense, otherworldly beauty that even her fiend's horns and thrashing tail give me no pause. She gasps under me, flesh dangerously sweet, and I desire her so completely that the whole of my existence seems focused toward this single goal. As my life explodes from me in a starry burst, I hear the delighted laughter of the succubus as she drains me dry, leaving my body but a soulless husk. Complete bafflement. I awake from uneasy dreams to find myself transformed in my dank lair into a rather small, four-limbed, fleshy thing. I lie on my shellless, as it were wholly unprotected, back, and when I lift my tiny head, unadorned with its usual sensory antennae, I can see my pinkish belly, partly covered in soft, curling hairs, quite unlike the back bristles I'm accustomed to seeing there. My only two, legs now jut out from the end of my torso, rather than from up around my abdomen. They look thick and ungainly in proportion to my body and lie there limply, making no attempt to right me on their own. Only by actively concentrating can I move the things. What has happened to me? I left the chamber, swaying slightly from the barrage of sensations, coming away from them with my mind aching at the weight of it all. I sifted through the experiences, drinking what I could from them and enjoying the new mental fullness they left with me. And that's when I bumped into her. She was a comely, middle-aged woman, wandering around dreamily and absent-mindedly chewing on her thumbnail. Her eyes seemed focused on nothing in particular. Elegant yet disheveled finery dangled over her body as if it had been pulled on haphazardly, and her hair was slightly tousled. I rubbed my eyes to shake the last vestiges of the mild grogginess from the sensations. "Greetings." She took her thumb from her mouth, smoothing back a strand of hair that had fallen in front of her eyes. She seemed otherwise apathetic. "Are you, by chance, Lady Thorncombe?" Her eyes widened momentarily, and then she looked away. No, I am not, sir." "Who are you, then, if I may ask?" She smiled nervously. "No one of consequence, I assure you." "Might I have your name?" "Oh, I'm a Donna?" she fumbled. "You're a terrible liar, you know." Lady Thorncombe sneered. "And you're a horribly scarred ruin of a man. More a corpse given some sad semblance of life than anything else. Now go away." I stepped in front of her before she could leave, and she looked up at me, both irritated and scandalized that I would stand in her way. "Wait, I had hoped to receive training in the magical arts." "I shall dash your hopes to pieces, then. I no longer wish to teach magic. Now go. Leave me in peace." "But why not?" She waved a dismissive hand at me. "As if it were any concern of yours." "But it is. I seek to learn, and you can teach. I would know what I might do to convince you to train me." Lady Thorncombe sighed loudly and resumed chewing on her thumbnail. "I doubt there's anything you can offer me which I cannot find on my own. The sensory stones provide me with all the things that my considerable wealth cannot buy." "The sensory stones?" Yes. Each stone has recorded within it one experience or another. When I first came to these halls, I spent little time with them. Only now do I realize what I'd been missing." I certainly did understand that they were wonderful in their own way, but she seemed to be mired deeper than that. "What had you been missing?" Thorncombe nodded, smiling. Her eyes took on a glassy sheen, and she held herself tightly. "One could spend lifetimes here among the stones. Experience after a wondrous experience. Mere words cannot express their magnificence. I can only suggest you see for yourself, sir." "I did, but you sound addicted." She snarled. "Nonsense! I could stop any time I wished. I merely choose to bask in their wonder. Why waste time teaching dawdling, ungrateful magelings when I could remain here among these precious stones, living over 100 new lives each day?" "I don't think the stones are there for that. Shouldn't you seek sensations of your own to share?" What you think matters little to me. Farewell." Well, if Thorncombe couldn't help me, perhaps a rival of hers could. Salabesh was making his usual rounds, reminiscing over the years of laying curses on enemies, mortal foes, and milkmaids who happened to use skim milk rather than whole. "Good day to you, Salabesh." "Ah, you now. I saw Jumble scurrying down the halls like a dog with its tail between its legs. Marvelous work, if I do say so myself." "You wish to be the future mage tutor of the fest hall, correct? What is that about again?" He tapped his staff and plucked an oyster from a proffered tray. "A noble title, that, and a great honor to be the official tutor in one of the fest hall's training chambers. Yes, one day I will take the position of mage's tutor, but the title is currently in the possession of the Lady Thorncombe. That woman wrote her dissertation on the alchemical uses of Thalassian stonewort, you know. Utterly useless as an educator, that Thorncombe." He slurped the oyster when he was finished with his bitter grumbling and tossed the shell down onto the tray as he chewed. He could always bring up the fact that she's addicted to sensory stones. She doesn't seem to want to teach anymore. Salabesh's eyes widened and he swallowed hard. Is she now? His tight lips curled into a nasty smile. And she no longer cares to teach. Excellent. I'll request to be made the new mage's tutor soon, then. Soon? Salabesh's expression darkened. I recently upset the head of the Fest Hall's Board of Mages and feel it would be best to wait for a time before making my request. Besides, I'm certain that Lady Thorncombe won't come skipping out of the sensorium any time soon. He chuckled evilly. You know, Chief, if I had to choose between a catatonic or a megalomaniac as a tutor, I think I'd go with the former. I gave Mort a nod. I didn't want to learn from another Ignis. Well, that's why we use this as an opportunity. Lady Thorncombe squinted at me when I came up to her again, as if trying to remember who I was. Suddenly she frowned pointedly. I hope you have not come here in an ill-fated attempt to drag me back to the training chamber, because I most certainly shall not go. I was smooth as spun sugar when I spoke. I just wondered if you knew that Salabesh was happy to hear of your decision, and is requesting to be made the new mage's tutor. Her eyes widened, and she placed a delicate hand on her breast in shock. Salabesh, that portly little oaf! The man couldn't magic his way out of a mildewed sack. Now, what is this decision you speak of? Why, your decision to remain in the sensoriums and to no longer train less experienced mages. What? But I... Her eyes darted back and forth as she struggled for words. Yes, Lady Thorncombe? She glared at me in my slightly smug grin. Asinine! Wholly asinine! Should you see Salabesh again, tell him not to bother. I shall return to the training chambers at once. Feeling as though my duty was done, I made my way upstairs, through an archway adorned with the words, Private Sensoriums. Chapter 74. These sensoriums were another thing entirely. The sensates here were a well-dressed, if eclectic crowd, in splashes of bright colors that alone would have been elegant, but in a crowd it made my eyes ache. Many held glasses of wine and chatted quietly among themselves as if it were a cocktail party. A high domed ceiling arched over us like a second sky, with lanterns dangling like fruit. Burnished gold-plated edging surrounded the flower beds, which were thick with lush growth that gave off a sweet honeyed scent. I almost wanted to pluck one of the blossoms for tasting. Try them if you wish. Grace smiled as if she had read my mind. Sight, smell, touch, hearing, taste. These are how a sensate seeks the truth of the multiverse, and the Fest Hall spares no expense for its members. I'm not really a member. Not officially, at least. You are sensate enough for Splinter to allow you entrance. That is no small task. Grace smiled and casually brushed her hand over the variety of flowers, barely allowing the petals to touch her fingertips. She sighed, content to experience the textures yet again. New experiences do sometimes help me remember, I murmured, picking one flower. It was butter yellow, with golden veins. I gave it a nibble, smearing the juices along my tongue. It was pleasant at first, sweet and perfumed, a little like jasmine with a splash of rose wine. In moments, however, an awful bitterness filled my mouth, and I sucked my tongue and desperately swallowed to clear my taste bud of the juices. An Endele blossom, Grace mused, from Bitopia. It is an effective antiseptic and is often used in poultices, if I recall. Not all experiences are pleasant, but we strive to learn from all of them. Story of my life. I browsed the selection of orbs, these of a higher quality than those available to the public. For one, they were a little bigger, and second, the light inside them blazed and swirled like the fires of small suns. I walked past many, like a connoisseur carefully choosing what should be his first taste of wine that day. I read the names of each sensation, each simple and enigmatic, more vague than the ones in the public sensoriums, and all the more enticing for it. Horrible regret. You stand on the deck of your flagship, the Divine Hammer, as it floats over the continent of Argaheim, held aloft by the winds of magic. The very landscape roils and shudders beneath the bombardment of your fleet, 1,000 ships' cannons and bombards hurling their sorcerous fire down like vengeful gods. The shockwaves began to hit your ship only minutes ago, a constant vibration that sends shudders through the whole of the ancient craft and moves your very bones, accompanied by a constant rumbling bass. As the land's mountains begin to sink and the seas that surround it begin to boil off into the atmosphere, your first officer comes to stand beside you. "My Lord Admiral, permission to speak freely, sir." You nod your acquiescence, your stomach sinking as you guess at his question.
"My lord, forgive me, but what gives us the right?" "1 billion lives."
You speak without turning to him, unable to take your eyes off Rumos, the nation's vast capital city, as it vaporizes into a cloud of superheated gases 12 miles across and growing ever wider. If you only knew the full treachery of the Agarites, First Officer Felm, one which is beyond most man's comprehension, then you would know. You speak of our right to annihilate them? We've no right to let them live.
"But, sir, traitors, all of them? Surely among the hundreds of thousands. How many innocents?"
"Silence. Speak of it no more. Our king has spoken. His will be done. The task set to us is a horrible one, not fit for contemplation or questioning. There's no room for pity, no room for remorse. Only duty." The two of you stand silently for a time, watching the last minutes of Agerheim. At long last you sigh, a low, shuddering exhalation that sounds as if something is broken inside of you. Beneath the brazen plate that covers the ruined half of your face, your dead eye begins to weep. "Falm, my friend, I would have you understand. I know now, as I look down at what I have wrought here, that were I to think upon what I have done, what I have truly done, I would be struck mad. A deed such as this, the anguish would overwhelm, destroy me. So, First Officer Falm, it must be that there are no innocents in Agerheim. No mothers, no children, no people. Only traitors. Vile, cunning traitors who deserve no less than the full brunt of our most holy king's wrath. Do you understand this?"
"Yes, my lord."
"Good. Now go. I wish to be alone here."
"By your command, Lord Admiral."
Falm bows his head and returns below deck, leaving you to stand over the end of a civilization. Indescribable frustration. You can see it now, the crown of Hathon, gleaming upon a marble pedestal. No more than 20 strides away it is. With it, you could wrest control of the armies of Aethanopolis away from your treacherous brother and restore your father's kingdom. A fool your wretched brother was. You smile grimly at the thought. To leave the king's only daughter alive, thinking she could do him no harm. A sound. The creak of leather sandals. The softest hiss. Over there by that third pillar. She was so close now, Palafi the Medusa, jealously guarding the crown her servants had stolen for her so long ago. Crouching behind a wide pillar, you wrap your hand tightly around your trusted thrice-blessed javelin. With your helm of swiftness and the 100-mirrored shield, even a beast such as Palafi would be no match for you. Any moment now she would round the pillar and meet the sight of you. Even if she turned away from the shield, your javelin would surely find her throat. Suddenly, there's a gentle touch on your shoulder. You gasp, spinning around to face, of course, the Medusa. Accepting the inevitable, you only have time to loose a piercing cry of frustration before your lungs, and every other part of you, solidifies into cold, gray stone. A vastly important secret. 6 Imperial servants rush ahead of you, swinging the golden doors of the Dragon Palace wide. "Long live the Empress!" they cry in unison. 1,000 years! Long live the Empress! 1,000 years! Beyond the threshold, dozens of loyal warlords, kings in their own right, drop to their knees, touching their heads to the floor in deference as you pass them en route to the grand imperial throne. As you turn and face your minions, seating yourself upon the imperial throne, you allow a small, satisfied smile to creep across your carefully painted lips. There is but one thought in the forefront of your mind: that the body of the young empress, Wu Sun Sha, lies broken at the bottom of the Well of Solitude, and that you, Bai Hua, a horse merchant's daughter, are at last poised to shake the empire and the corrupt Wu dynasty to its very foundations. Shock and a rise to seething vengefulness. You stand somewhere in the nether regions of the plains, a sweltering place where the ground is beaten copper and the sky is of brass. Here the bodies of sinners, petitioners in this horrid place, are rolled amongst iron brambles and bronze scorpions until their bones are fine gray dust. You squint at the horizon, the bone dust rising with putrid-smelling gusts of wind that carry with them the sound of agonized moaning. There is nothing but flat metallic landscape as far as the eye can see. The dust is everywhere, in everything. It stings at your eyes, coats the insides of your mouth with a pasty film. You spit, wiping at it with your finger, but it's of no use. The stuff's taste has fouled your mouth completely. You look down at the key in your hand, a minute platinum orb, and picture the man's face, who solemnly swore to you the magic portal you just passed through, now gone, of course, led to the green fields of Bytopia. Someone, by all the powers and their proxies, was going to pay for this. Slowly dawning horror. How good could it be, you think, regarding the burgundy liquid carefully? Across the table from you, the twisted old man smiles slyly. "Please try, sir," he whispers, his hushed tone the sound of dry leaves blown over a rough cobbled street. "Thou shalt find it more than lives up to thy expectations, I am sure." You nod at him and lift the crystal goblet into the air, watching the light play through the crimson liquor. You'd come a long way for this drink, searched long and hard for this old man, and you'd be damned to let anything rush you now. This moment was to be savored. You raise the glass to your lips, inhaling the stuff's aroma. The bouquet is light, sweet, intoxicating, almost dizzyingly so. You've tried countless drinks, written tomes about them, their flavors and smells, means of manufacture, in your journeys across the plains, but this stuff was supposed to be legendary. No living man you'd found or heard of had tried the stuff. The stories were ridiculous. Nothing could taste quite so good. But if there were the slightest bit of truth to them, this would be some fine liquor indeed. At last you drink of the goblet. A cautious sip. Incredible. Indescribable. As the flavor washes over your palate, you fight the urge to shudder with delight. Nothing you have tried in all your long years have tasted quite like this. You look up at the old man, startled to find your glass empty. You had drained it all in a single gulp. You wipe your eyes with the back of your hand, not entirely sure when you had begun to cry. "Tears of joy, eh?" The old man laughs softly. "Quite pleasing to the tongue, is it not? Wouldst thou like some more, perchance?" He smiles at you once more. Yes, if I might." "Surely," he replies, refilling your glass. Try as you might, you cannot resist downing it in a single gulp. You thrust your finger into the goblet in an attempt to find some last hidden drop of the stuff. Several times more does he fill the goblet, and each time you gulp the stuff down as a starving man would devour a feast, unable to control yourself, unable to deny yourself another exquisite taste of it. He chuckles softly once more. "A drink such as this, a man wouldst do anything for it, no?" You nod without hesitation. Yes, a man would. Looking at him, his sly smile suddenly takes on a whole new meaning. A sense of horror begins to creep over you, even as you begin to yearn painfully for more of the blood-red liquor. Yes. The old man grins, his yellow eyes gleaming.
A man would stew anything in the thrall of such a drink, even the most terrible, the most heinous of deeds, as thou shalt see, my newest servant.
Lycanthropy. Suddenly aware that the hour has almost come, you leap from your bed and run flying from your cottage and into the surrounding wood. Stumbling in the dark, you come to a small moonlit clearing, the one you had found last week and decided to use tonight. You hastily strip off your clothes, sit in the long grass, and wait. You close your eyes, listening to the steady chirp of crickets, the throaty croaking of bullfrogs in the nearby creek, the rustle of the grass as the wind caresses it. What would someone think, seeing this through your eyes, experiencing this moment and what was next to come? Soon you would travel to the city and find a cleric to rid you of the curse, but for now, may as well make the best of things. You rub your hands together with anticipation, grinning like a bearded, fire-haired giant of a madman, sitting naked and alone in a forest clearing in the dead of night. A prickling sensation runs across your skin, and your senses sharpen dramatically. You breathe in through your nose, inhaling the scent of everything around you. The damp earth, the sweat on your cast-off clothes, the possum clinging fearfully to the tree right behind you. You open your eyes and look down at your forearms. The faint moonlight reveals the slightest quivering across their surface. But in moments, the flesh begins to ripple impossibly, tufts of thick brown fur sprouting forth. With a grisly cracking sound, like popping joints and grinding bones, your back and shoulders begin to hunch and broaden, uncomfortable but not quite painful. Your muscles, your entire body mass doubles, triples in size, and continues to grow. Still fascinated by the transformation yourself, you watch as your fingers wither away to nothing, hands swelling into meaty paws from which burst fur and massive black claws. The night seems to become brighter as your eyes transform, becoming accustomed to the darkness. A wide muzzle comes into view, and you touch your wet, snuffling nose delicately, chuckling to yourself. Next time, you think, you'll have to stare into a mirror or pond as the curse takes effect. Watch your face warp and change, losing its familiar shape to become a bear's. Soon, it becomes difficult to concentrate upon anything but your more basic urges. Food would be good right now. Yes, food. Perhaps you'll get lucky and find a nice fat catfish in the creek. You rise off your massive haunches with a huff and begin to amble through the trees on all fours, heading for the water's edge. Something hummed at the edge of my mind as I passed by one particular orb, and each time I went near it, something seemed to pluck at my being. There was a certain casualness about it, something elegant yet simple, overlooked by most of the other sensates here. The base of the aquatic blue stone had been sculpted, so it appeared to have melted into the pedestal it rested upon. A stream of perfect azure tears dripped down from the sides, framing the inscription beneath the pedestal. Longing. I placed my hands upon the stone, and its surface rippled beneath my touch. The sensation slid into my hand slowly in a rekindled languor, and a chill washed over my arms, as if I had plunged them into a mountain stream. Letting myself go, I closed my eyes, and when I reopened them... The tears come without breath, without end, merciless and cold like winter. My sobs trickle back into my throat and flood my lungs, and my chest aches with the terrible sensation of drowning. I tremble with the sobs. They roll through me like the tide, break from my lips in an unsteady staccato rhythm. I wipe the tears away with soft, delicate hands and brush the stray droplets from my cheeks. I cup them in my palms. Each of them are like jewels shimmering in the lights of the candle globes that drift through my sanctuary. I came here to gather my thoughts, to reflect on the past with an eye toward the future, to cleanse my mind before the coming journey.
Yet concentration slips through my grasp, like water through my fingers, shattering as they fall until only shadows of happy memories remain. My lips tremble, too tired to stand on their own any more. I embrace what little of the cold-tiled floor I feel through my cheek. Deep inside there is a stirring in my breast, a hunger, poisonous like a serpent biting into my heart, until it feels as if my breast would burst, swelled with venom and brittle with cold. What did he mean? I replay the memory in my mind again, hoping for the 100th time that I would grow numb to it this time, at least a little. There was the warmth of his body, the harsh scent of his skin. A good sensate was always open to new experience, and when I put my mind to it, I found I could love that scent, acrid but scholarly, sharp but severe. His scent was like a knife's edge sometimes, honed and piercing. It excited me. Only you. Only you. His words, no more than a whisper, echo in my mind 100, 1,000 times. All it took was a moment's hesitation on my part, and he peeled himself away from me. The cold air rushed in, pebbling my skin and leaving me chill, my spirit fragile like glass. I tremble at the memory of him leaving, the way his eyes stared coldly past his shoulder, half-lidded in disappointment. He needed me, and I had hesitated at the brink of time's door. I tried to tell him that I was not afraid to go, that I was afraid of being too weak, afraid I would stay. I cursed my weakness then. If I should have been afraid of anything, it should have been afraid of losing him, of feeling him pull away and leaving my flesh cold, of letting his sharp scent fade into nothing, of losing the chilling rumble of his voice or the taste of his lips. True terror struck me then, at the sight of him turning his back to me and walking through the door, disappearing down the hall before I could cry out for him and beg for forgiveness. The serpent writhes in my breast again, its fangs biting into my heart, filling it to bursting with its poison. The tears come, running down my cheeks in streams, his words echoing. Only you. Only you. My eyes snap open. It is his voice. I whirl and I gasp. He stands powerful in the shadows, and he strides into the light of the drifting candle globes. I feel the serpent writhing and dying, its hiss weakening with each step. His face stern, but somewhere in all those features I can almost see his pleasure at seeing me. Only you can help me, Dianara, but it was wrong for me to ask for your help. Something was wrong. Dianara. The name is sweet on his lips, like the first waters of a spring trickling over the stones, and he strides from the light, gray-skinned like a statue. Oh, powers above, am I that scarred? My/his body looks like it's been bathed in knife blades. The wounds, the tattoos, horrible. Beautiful. How can she see me in such a way? Can't she see the dark sneer, the cruel ice in his eyes? She dresses a cloak over my features. She sees me in such a light, such a terrible, longing light. For she... How can she feel such... I feel my vision tearing, doubling until I am that man striding from the light. It is Dianara's experience, and it is mine, and it is his. I ask too much of you to accompany me, Dianara. I have no right to place you in such danger for my sake. The girl trembles as she looks up at me, mewling like a broken kitten. I had broken many men. Some were as hard as stone, but enough blows would shatter them so that they might be rebuilt into something better. Others were like metal, and persistent hammering would work them into a new solid form as I wished. Many were like clay in my hands, easily shaped,
though with too much work they would collapse into a muddy heap. But this girl, this insipid, irritating girl, was like glass. From the moment I left, I pondered as to whether I had pushed too hard, whether I had broken her beyond repair. I am glad that that was not the case. I let my pleasure give veracity and life to my smile. Oh, Dianara, beloved. They were my words, but they were a surgeon's words, chosen with cold skill, without a trace of emotion. With every word, I felt him sneering inside, knowing what the stricken girl will see next through her longing, strained eyes, and who... Am I that person? That man twisting her with my words? Not knowing how powerful they are to her, like bolts from a ballista, piercing her breast? Warmth and relief flood into my skin, and I choke, lightheaded and giddy at the sight of him. I nearly collapse as I try to stand. Just his presence makes me tremble. His smile sends my heart skipping. The clumsy girl stumbles as she attempts to get to her feet, flopping on the floor like a dying fish as she bunches up the tangles of her skirt in her hands. I had bought her those silks, blue as the sky, and with folds rippling like the sea. I click my tongue. Such a waste of a good gown. I have come to ask your forgiveness, Dianara. I shall return to you as soon as I am able. The hook snags her heart, and her eyes widen just as I expected. My mind strained like a tendon, consciousness on the verge of snapping and being pulled 3 ways. Something gushed inside my head. A warmth flooded into my nose. Help, someone. The words were salty and tasted of iron on my lips. Some muddled part of me was trying desperately to speak, to warn Dianara that this was not a man, but a creature that kills for his own needs. He doesn't care about you, Dianara. You're a tool to him, a tool he needs to... Then Dianara spoke, and I couldn't stop her. That shrill, whinnying cry of neediness fills her voice as she fumbles with the words. She practically grovels in trying to prove herself to me. I would place myself in 1,000 dangers, embrace eternity for you, my love. I am not afraid. Listen to me. I will accompany you, though the plains themselves should bar the way. I felt myself shattering. Her relief and satisfaction, and his satisfaction at her words, knowing she would say them, always knowing, as if he were anticipating the moves of a child playing on a chessboard. Trapped. She is mine. But I must be certain, so I drive the nail home, dangle the bait a little more. The way is dangerous, Dianara. You will have to be strong, far stronger than you are now. Oh, yes. By the look in her eyes, she'd claw at it like a starving cat. Swimming through my mind, relief. The wave of relief. The tide pulls back. The tears grow warm and sweet. The end of longing. Yet longing for him more at his words. No, no. My hands yearn to touch him again. I chew my lips to keep myself from pressing them to his flesh. No, I must not be too needy. I must not frighten him off. Her bony fingers clutch at her skirts. Her lips writhe at the effort not to kiss me. Good girl. Restrain yourself. Heal. All I need is to be strong, and his path shall be one with mine. My thoughts are like fires, for I can be strong, stronger than he knows, and at his side I would know no fear. I would die for him. I can be strong, my love. I will. Her words slid off him like water. The serpent in her breast, the one that was piercing her heart with its poison, had been replaced by this serpent in the flesh. She saw nothing of this, and his next words were planned carefully, so carefully. I tried to tear my hand away from the sensory stone, to rip my hair from its roots or claw my eyes out and blind myself to what I was seeing. I can't say if we'll succeed, Dianara, but I'll do my best to protect you, and I will expect nothing less than the same from you. You may be required to make some sacrifices.
I nod eagerly and begin edging toward him. If I can get close enough, perhaps he would touch me again, run his fingers through my hair, press me into the rawness of his bare chest. Sacrifices?
At that final terrible word, I felt myself being torn apart. He meant to hurt her. He meant her harm. He can't mean me harm, for I was that girl, and he meant to hurt her, simply because I need her to be harmed. I wanted to scream at her that she's in danger. Run, Dianara, run, for his eyes unmake all things, and...
Of course, my love. Life is sacrifice. This I have learned.
I spoke the words, and in it I felt myself dying inside. I am a spectator. I am his lover. I am her master. And at that moment I knew I had watched a woman die. Those words were a death sentence, and she neither knew nor cared. Yet still she spoke, unheeding, uncaring.
I left a legacy in my father's keeping, my love. Ask for the 6th, the 3rd, the K, and the S. In it I bequeath everything to you. It's not much, but with it I left...
A wave of irritation washes over me, and I clench my teeth to prevent it from crossing my features. Must she always continue to prattle, even when I do not prompt her? Must she... But no, keep the irritation inside. Only a trace slips out. Come now, I cannot die, Dianara. There's no need for such foolishness. My voice writhes at the effort to keep calm, not to dash my knuckles across her cheek. For once I would love to wipe that moronic smile from her face, clear that lobotomized, teary-eyed look from my sight.
My stomach feels hollow, the joy and relief suddenly slain and cauterized like a rotten wound. Cold fear overcomes me and fills that hollow. Fear that revolts me, that shocks and terrifies me that I might lose him again. I watch him frown, and I hasten to correct him. He must know the reasons, and know the wisdom behind them, so he's impressed with my planning. Speak before he turns away. I know I often act foolishly, my love. The words were quieter on my lips. I try not to be impressed with my own calm. But you said yourself that you can forget things if you are badly hurt. There are things in the legacy that could help you remember should you forget yourself.
I coldly regard her through my eyes, tracing my gaze along her furrowed brow, wrinkled with worry and desperation. She's acted as I expected, yet there is something in what she says. Perhaps, yet I hope nothing in this legacy is of value. I do not want you to leave any things here in some safe that could be of use to us on our journey. Why were women always like this, storing knickknacks out of sentiment? Why couldn't their hoarding be spent on practical things instead? Her illusion was shattered for just a moment. I watched, silent, as the emotion fell to the ground, splintering like a silvered glass. Of some use. Such a casual statement, yet even Dianara saw, and I hoped for just a moment, I hoped that she could see him for what he is, the serpent! And my hope died, as in Dianara's eyes, the emotion is rebuilt, the slivers being drawn from the ground. The illusion rebuilt, but the slight sliver of pain remained.
Oh, please let him not think that I have done something foolish. I did it for him. I must make amends. But how? I must convince him the legacy is unimportant, but it isn't. It isn't! I choke back a sob. It's everything. The legacy, my love, it It just has a few things to help you remember.
The scythe of words fell on Dianara so quick, so sharp, I couldn't follow its arcing path. A legacy. The things you do, Dianara. Such romantic gestures. No matter.
No, please, oh, powers above, let me not have driven him away again like I did the night before. I feel the serpent stirring again, reborn, curling around my heart. There is the softest of hisses, yet he can't hear. Would you wish to leave a legacy, my love? For yourself, or for anyone you would want to. It might help you remember if you left something for yourself, or for the ones you loved.
A legacy for myself? Not likely. The things I would leave for myself would not be safe in some advocate's office, Dianara. But enough of this. I must leave.
No, I cannot bear to see him turn his back to me again, to no longer taste his scent or the sweetness of his lips, the coarse growl of his voice or the roughness of his skin against mine. I need to make him remain.
And the experience swirled around me. Terrible. The spiraling toward the final scene. The question she wants to ask. Don't ask it, Dianara. Don't ask it. Be silent. Be silent!
My love, before you go...
Damn it all. What now, girl? What now, you mewling banshee? It looks like I'm in no danger of that. Come, Dianara, can't these questions wait for the morn? There is much...
Do you want me to come with you, my love?
The rush of emotion died in my mind. This is the end. The words he was about to speak were true, but the truth was not the truth that she saw. There were no lies, only cold calculations. Of course he wants you to come with him, Dianara. I understood it clearly, too clearly. He had invested too much in this poor girl to let her go. Of course, Dianara, I would not have asked you to come with me if I didn't want your company. You know how I feel about you. There is a cold silence in my mind, and then a hissing of a thought, a response sharp and deadly like a dagger's blade. The lie comes swiftly, unburdened by emotion. I love you, Dianara. And I wanted to scream as I felt the lie wash over her like a radiance, a shadow of truth, a serpent's kiss. He means you harm, and she can't see. I want to call out, but she's crying with joy even as...
I cry with joy.
I cry with frustration.
I weep with relief.
I weep with despair. The emotion washed over me as if I were drowning. Drowning, and I needed to speak. I longed to speak, but I couldn't, and...
I fall into his arms shamelessly, throw myself on his mercy, praying that he might accept me and the heart I had laid down on a pedestal for him. My fingers clutch his shoulders, and my heart lifts as he hoists me up, his body warm and his heart beating for me, the chemical scent of him piercing and his lips sweet against my cheek. They kiss away my tears, gentle and strong, with unshaken purpose.
Her hands paw at me, and I drag her to her feet, and my heart pounds with the effort of not strangling her right there. I kiss her cheek, so that she can't see the fury on my face, the annoyance at her pestilent doddering, and hush her with a voice as smooth as I could make it. My anger is masked by the natural rumble in my throat. Shh, Dianara, you're mine. Forever. And I screamed as I tore my hands from the stone, bloody tears rushing from my eyes, running in streams down my arms, my hands, coating the stone crimson with my sins. It still pulsed pale blue, lighting the scarlet strains like a heartbeat. Blood, her blood, and I couldn't warn her, and I couldn't stop crying. And suddenly, Fall from Grace was there, and her touch was like gentle silk. She brushed the tears from my eyes, even as I felt the screams welling up within me. She shushed me, cradling my face through the bloody tears. Her velvety wings wrapped around the two of us like a blanket, shielding us from the confused murmurs of the other sensates. I can't bear it. I couldn't stop her. I wanted to, but I couldn't do anything. Fall from Grace looked into my eyes, and she nodded sadly in understanding. And that is the nature of longing, the desire for that which you cannot change or possess. She studied me, withdrawing her hand, now soaked in my blood. Will you be all right? Yeah. I just need a moment. Very well. Fall from Grace stepped back. We will continue when you are ready. Chapter 75. I love you, Dianara. The words had been chosen with surgical precision, pressed into the back of the pale woman he now holds. He slides the false confession in firmly, and the flesh gives way so that he might carve his name across her soul, if only he had one. She sighs as her arms twine around a body covered with scars, her limbs serpentine and draped in diaphanous blue like the crests of an ocean. She murmurs warm thanks into his ear. Hot tears of relief and joy press against his skin. She doesn't notice the chill of his heart, or how his icy blood pours sluggishly through his veins. The dagger slides deeper through flesh and parting sinew, and she embraces the gesture, clinging to him, fingers digging deep into his flesh. I love you, Dianara. The barbed words snag her heart like the end of a hook. Ashen time rains down on us in gray-white flakes, and the desolate ground rumbles in its repose. They clamber from the pale wasteland, rotting shades with skin of black smoke, talons thirsty for vengeance. Around us the forms rise, arrayed in cloaks of ash and claws clicking with sharp corporeality. Dianara grows cold and light, fading in my embrace. Pallid skin and azure gown brush against me one last time and vanish, like the touch of a fickle breeze. I will wait for you in death's halls, my love. The claws of the once human beasts rattle against one another. Muted footsteps drum to life their approach, with cold, unyielding purpose. The horror writhes inside of me. My legs turn stiff. My belly churns and boils. I do not want them to touch me. Somewhere in the distance, I hear the cackling of an old crone as the shades edge closer. It had been one of those nightmares that would have had anyone bolting from their sheets, gulping down air as the cold sweat clings to their skin. I just lay back, staring at the ceiling in cold apathy, until a familiar rattle of teeth was at my side. Well, there you are, Chief. We've been ready for an hour now. Bad timing, Mort. What? You said to wake you up at first light. Just, you haven't been sleeping right lately. No, not you. I was talking about the dreams. Mort was already tugging the blankets off with his teeth, but he muttered through the cloth nonetheless. You make less sense than the Gith sometimes, you know? In half an hour, the forges would be ringing, with the clangor of newly initiated godsman's toil, and the toxic scent of searing metal would be dancing in the air. It had been 2 weeks since I came across that sensory stone, and I hadn't been back to the fest hall since. It was afterward that I realized that the amnesia was, in some ways, a blessing. Scars across the skin might be of little consequence, but the raking wounds across the soul plied over one another would have bled my sanity out long ago. I hate sleep. Hey, if I had a body, I'd be on my back for well over 8 hours a day, Chief. Speaking of which, the succubus must have been waiting for us a while now. Dakon was at my side like always, and a pallet had been set up in my quarters. It was a simple matter to collect Ignis, The old mage was easily entranced by the fires blazing around crucibles and within kilns in the Godsman's forge. Anna preferred renting out an attic, a different one every few nights. Perhaps she had picked up on my mood, but she had always been more comfortable in a little squalor, and with the freedom to move from place to place so no one could find her unless she wanted to be found. Grace, however, merely smiled politely and maintained that she would be staying at the fest hall. A way to coax me back, I suppose, saying she would always be there for me. No sensei would be put off by any experience, and it was with some chagrin that I needed this much time to myself. I idly knocked a fist against the stone buildings as I continued up through the clerk's ward. Once the last vestiges of the dream faded from memory, though, the workings of the day snagged my attention. In particular, a woman decked in red who strode down the street. She walked with a failed attempt to turn her drunken steps into a graceful sashay, and the smell of alcohol wafted heavily from her. Despite her dark skin, the woman's face, beautiful but cruel-looking, was flushed. She was slender but well-muscled, adorned in exotic jewelry and translucent silk clothing. Numerous scars crisscrossed her thighs and forearms. They looked to be battle wounds. With the purse of her lips, she stopped, hands on her waist and nose upturned as her eyes crawled along Anna, up from her tail to her eyes.
Well, well, what have we here? A little tiefling gutter queen come crawling out of the hive?
The woman pouted, talking as one would to a small child.
Are you lost, little tiefling? Oh, look, it has a tail. How cute.
Anna flushed, and with a snarl, blades sprouted from her fists.
Now, fiendkin, don't do that.
The woman seemed unconcerned as Anna drew her weapons and chuckled disapprovingly with her tongue.
Careful now, or I'll remove that tail of yours and feed it to my dogs.
I was not about to get between the two of them.
You have a sharp tongue on you, wee lass.
Anna spat and sharpened her blades against each other.
I wonder how sweet your tacky jewels and harlot's clothes will look on you when you're dead in the street.
Anna, wait.
You filthy spawn of the lower plains, one that not even a Tanari would keep in its pen.
The drunken woman drew her blade, and the two men with her, rugged if a little too rich-looking for pub crawlers, placed hands on the hilts of their sword. I put a hand on Anna's shoulder, and her gaze snapped to mine in a way that said she wanted to plunge one of those daggers into me if I got in her business. She would have done it too, but by the look of the four of us, we would be standing together. Ignis merely floated, watching. I stepped forward, my voice a low growl. Sheathe that blade, girl, or I'll sheathe it in your body.
What foul thing gave birth to you, sirrah?
She grimaced in disgust, then laughed harshly.
And such a stench! Be you one of death's bastards?
Mort looked to me hopefully. Want me to slap this barmy chit down, Chief? Show no mercy, Mort. This was going to be beautiful. Mort winked at me and called to the woman. Hey, you. That's right, you there, you saucy little tart. Look at me when I talk to you. What's got you so bitter, The woman, caught off guard, didn't reply. She only stared at the floating skull that had suddenly popped out to dance around her and jeer. Aw, does the desert princess have her britches in a bunch because the sultan wanted another son? Tell me, desert princess, do you spend most of your nights drunken and belligerent, followed about by half a handful of leering sycophants, looking in your own pathetic way to justify your existence to a disapproving father?
What? Who? How dare?
The two men flanking her glanced at each other and turned pale. Do you really think your petty brawling will finally make you feel better about yourself? Feel like you're worth something? Because it won't. If this is your sad little path to feeling better about who you are, I suggest you give it up, go home, and marry off into some harem.
I...
Mort turned to me as if she was no longer there. See, Chief, I know what's going to happen here. We all know Mort's right on the ball with this one. But oh no, proud little desert princess, cut down in public, humiliate... The woman drew her blade and, snarling like an enraged animal, lunged at Mort. I caught her hand, just as a soft, melodious voice pierced the snarling.
Young Sarhava? Sarhava Vuel? Could it be you?
The young woman appeared confused for a moment, then recognized Fall from Grace as she stepped down from the entrance to the fest hall, a porcelain cup of tea in one hand and a saucer in the other. Sarhava stepped back and sheathed her blade immediately, startled and abashed.
Mistress Grace, I had not noticed you. Only shamefully do I admit this, for your noble appearance would be obvious even to a dullard.
Fall from Grace gave the barest of nods and set the cup down on a tray held by one of the servers.
Your words are most skillfully chosen, unlike those heard so recently. Yes, mistress, I regret that such words were spoken in your presence.
Sarhava bowed her head in shame.
I regret that they were spoken at all.
Grace's tone barely changed, but the subtle reprimand seemed to crack the young woman's face like a whip.
It pains to see an old student of mine behaving so.
Sarhava frowned, then regained her composure.
In any event, mistress, what brings you out of the establishment? Some errand? These are my companions that I am traveling with. I would expect the same courtesy given to them as you have given to me. Such is a hallmark and the responsibility of those noble born.
Anna glared at Grace and Sarhava furiously. Sarhava bowed low.
Then allow me to excuse myself with an apology, Mistress Grace, to you and your companions. My words were ill-chosen. 'Tis the drink that caused me to speak such rubbish, and I am filled with shame for having belittled myself so before my teacher of old.
Sarhava bowed, turned, and left. Wow, Mort said, ogling. That was great. Grace sighed, giving one last glance at her old student. She really did seem disappointed.
The trick is knowing when to prod and when to nudge, Mort, but you did well, as did you, Anna. The individual experiences she had with us will remain with her for a long time, and if she is the sensate I had hoped she'd be, she will learn much from today.
Well now, I cleared my throat. How about we do some shopping to put this behind us? Grace smiled.
I would appreciate that very much.
She glanced at Anna, who was still glaring at her and looking as if she was ready to chew glass.
In fact, I know just the place.
I walked slowly among the racks and cubbyholes, heavy with silks and satin gowns. This wasn't what I had in mind, but I was more than willing to indulge Fall from Grace. I couldn't see myself in any of these clothes. Some were more embroidery than they were cloth, so rich that if I wore one of these coats I would have been gutted for my coin the moment I stepped out into the hive. Even the plainest shirt was good silk and smelled faintly of sweet cologne. I draped one shirt over my arm, and the light cloth, so comfortable and smooth for anyone else, gently dragged at my puckered scars with an odd tickling sensation. I didn't think I ever could wear a shirt comfortably. Even if I could, it just served to contrast and enhance the mass of ugly above the collar. The tailor, a short, heavy-set, middle-aged man, was wearing clothes that seemed to be spun of glittering gold. In his hands he held a bolt of cloth strung taut across a wooden frame, embroidering some pattern into the fabric. Greetings. The man didn't seem to acknowledge my presence. He continued to work at his embroidery, muttering under his breath. As he sewed, shimmering motes of light sparkled and dropped from the tip of his needle. Good sir, did you hear me?
Greetings, Master Goncalves,
Grace said, accenting her approach with a light flutter of her wings. Goncalves immediately turned from his work, blinking, and bowed politely to Fall from Grace, a gesture she then returned.
Greetings, Lady Grace. How is it I can help you today? That order is almost complete. There's no need for haste in my request, Master Goncalves. Your skill demands time, and no doubt what comes from your hands will be pleasing. I am not here regarding that matter, however. This man here,
Fall from Grace bowed to me,
wished to speak to you for a moment.
Of course. Goncalves turned from her. And so, sir, what was it you were here to see me about? I had questions. Hope 'tis about garments and the like. I shan't answer anything not concerning myself or the store, you know." I pointed to the bolt of cloth he held. "What were those lights while you were embroidering?" "That? Nothing, sir, but a bit of the art, which I at times weave into fabric when the fancy strikes me. Those items which I lavish enchantments upon are my most special creations and are rarely sold." "What sort of magical clothes do you have available?" Goncalves looked me over, frowning. "Nothing that would fit you, that is for certain." "Nonetheless, I'm curious as to what you have." Goncalves stood up and reached under the counter. "It should be understood, good sir, that many of the nobility feel the need to protect themselves. Danger can be found anywhere in the plains, and wealth and influence often is of little use against it. I have shirts of light silk that are as tough as cured leather against blade or hammer, gowns for sorceresses that enhance their spells." "And what of, chastity bodices?" Goncalves looked over to Grace, who was feigning interest in a silken scarf. "Ah, yes. I've designed near all of Mistress Grace's wardrobe, with no small amount of pride, good sir, though this is one of the few times I've seen her wear that particular piece. It is as tough as chainmail, but commissioned so long ago." He frowned at me. "I do hope that this doesn't mean that the mistress shall be cavorting off to muck about in some forsaken abyss or another." "I'm afraid we know little of where we shall be going next, Master Goncalves," she said absently. I nodded. "I don't suppose we could commission you for something with a little more potency to it. Aside from protection, I mean." Goncalves nodded. "Certainly, good sir. My skills have improved significantly since I completed that particular commission for the mistress." No need to act the gentleman," Grace said with a smile as I placed my hand on my coin pouch. "I have enough gold for my own pieces. Perhaps everyone else could browse the store for anything that might interest them." I blinked. Mort had no body, and anything Dakon wore would be covered by his armor, and Ignis would have incinerated any cloth wrapped around him. All that remained was... Fall from Grace's coy glance at Anna sealed the deal. Goncalves glanced up and seemed to see Anna for the first time. Tutting softly, he shook his head. "Lass, what in the maddening winds of pandemonium has possessed you to dress in such a way?" Anna looked surprised. "Eh?" Her surprise quickly fell into a frown. "What do you mean?" He gestured at Anna's outfit. "The leather, miss. The sheer impracticality of it. The emphasis on the bust line, especially the oh-so-convenient cross-slash across the bodice. Your outfit was obviously designed to placate someone's hormonal urges rather than keep you comfortable. Even if you are trying to make a statement against authority and decorum like you tieflings tend to do, the message really is harming you in the long run." Mort floated close and whispered, "Not me. I can deal. Eh, Chief? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge." Goncalves continued to scold Anna. "I mean, really, you look more ready for a session at the fest hall than—" He frowned. "You aren't a sensate, are you?" Anna seemed confused. "Nay, I'm not a sensate." The tailor nodded. "I didn't think so. Not at all. Why don't you let me attire you in something a little more modest?" Horrified, Mort leapt into the fray. "No! Are you mad? That's barmy talk!" "Nay, I like these. I don't need to worry about the cold or the heat. It's me blood, I think. And what's your talk about tieflings, eh?" "As you wish, my lady." Goncalves shrugged. Again, Grace gave me one of those soft looks, lips slightly pursed as if expecting a little more. "Could you perhaps make something for Anna then in her own style?" Anna furrowed her brow at me skeptically. I expected the tailor to balk at the suggestion, but he took it in stride. "Perhaps. Enchanted as well, I presume?" "Of course. She's a skilled acrobat. Something she could move freely in. That sound good, Anna?" "Well, aye, that could fit." "And armored. I'd hate to see her hurt." "And make her mams look bigger, too. But not too top-heavy, unless you can do something about her legs as well." "Stow it, skull!" She looked at me with a growl, but beneath her acerbic tone, I could tell she was blushing. "I don't need you to tell me what I want, I don't." I put my hands up. Sure, you tell the man. We'll talk prices afterwards. Goncalves was a fast worker, and by the time we returned from our afternoon meal, he had them laid out on the counter. Aren't you gonna try it on? Mort waggled his tongue as he floated around Fall from Grace. She merely smiled, and Dakon folded up the chastity bodices in the crook of one arm. The woman had a presence about her, a way of lifting an eyebrow or pursing her lips that made you want to do things for her. You begin to think that a lady like her shouldn't be carrying any burdens. I have more than enough faith in Master Goncalves' abilities, Grace said simply. I trust that they are more than satisfactory. Anna stepped out from the changing room, posing this way and that, swaying her hips and testing the way the cloth held to her in any way she could. The blue was a nice contrast to her rust-red hair, even if it did seem a little garish.
Ach, it moves well, it does,
Anna said in surprise.
Holds nice. Loads of freedom in this one.
Goncalves nodded.
Oh yes, miss. I can tell you're an artful one. The freedom of movement should enhance your ability to ply your trade.
She stared at him.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Stealth, miss.
Oh.
The other one is more suitable for combat. Stronger protective enchantments have been laid into the cloth, and it should lend some quickness to your wrists.
I prefer this color myself.
Anna held it up in her hand, turning to look at me. She would never admit that she was fond of pretty things, but I think that was the most gratitude I'd be getting out of her. Chapter 76. While it was nice to have the store to ourselves while browsing, I did wish we had the benefit of more customers about to dilute Vrshika's predatory stare. Most store owners had that impatient look in their eyes, weighing you and wondering whether you were a customer or a loiterer. If you were alone with them, you stood on a knife's edge, balancing between gushing and obsequious service or bitter asperity to get the hell out and make room for real patrons. Vrshika reminded me of a spider, with that fang-toothed grin, squatting behind her counter and waiting for me to look like I'd just been snagged by a piece of bait. And, yep, sure enough, she swooped in just as I had shown some interest in an old tome. It was a rather unassuming book, held closed by a tiny brass lock. In a shop where shrunken heads, cat knuckles, and aphrodisiacs brewed from gorgon musk were the norm, the plainness of the book really stood out.
That, cooed Vrshika, is the Codex of the Inconceivable. I'll only say that it's just, well, I cannot explain it. Mere words simply won't suffice. You can own it yourself for a mere 1,000 copper commons, and believe me, it is well worth it.
I nodded, but my attention was already shifting to a small metal replica of a cube-like creature with huge eyes on one of its faces. The toy had 2 legs, 2 arms, 2 folding wings, and at least 18 points of articulation. Vrshika smiled as I picked it up.
And that is a collector's item, perhaps, or a piece of artwork, who knows? But I like it. If you do buy it, ask around. Someone might know more about it than I. You can have it for only 1,500 copper coins.
I'll take both. We left quickly, before Vrshika could complain about Fall from Grace's Tanari stench. I flipped through the tome as we made our way down to the street again. What first looked to be a rather unassuming book held closed by a tiny brass lock was in fact bound in strange leathers and enchanted bronze. It was labeled simply, The Codex of the Inconceivable. I opened it and began to read. My jaw dropped at the tome's contents. I stood there spellbound, devouring every word, each more riveting and amazing than the last. My eyes could barely move fast enough to keep up with my fingers, eager to flip to the next page. Its contents were simply too much to be described. Mere words would be powerless to explain the wonders that the Codex held. Mort bobbed up next to me. What? What's in it, Chief? Nothing that concerns you, Mort, I muttered dumbly. What? You gotta be kidding me, right? Come on, let me see it. I held the Codex up to him. Mort floated over my shoulder to examine the Codex's contents. His eyes nearly popped from their sockets as they scanned the page. Oh. Whoa. But wow. I stood thoughtfully for another moment, looking down at the codex before closing it and reverently putting the tome away. One building in particular stood out to us as we explored the clerk's ward, Ivana's art gallery. Venturing inside, I saw that it had an unexpected urbane simplicity to it. The walls were plain, the floors paved in a muted pattern of azure and bone-pale gray. Many of the art pieces moved or swayed or swirled with color, as if stirred by an unfelt current. Made me a bit dizzy, really. A well-dressed elderly woman in a gown of peach-colored and golden thread stood close to the entrance, hands folded primly over her belly. She nodded in my direction. It was then that I noticed that she had no pupils. Her eyes were entirely white. There was a certain familiarity about her, the pointed features of her face and the way she held herself.
"Greetings, sir. I am Ivana. Welcome to my galleria. Feel free to look about, spending as much time here as you like. Should you have any questions regarding any of the pieces, do not hesitate to ask me of them."
"Thank you."
"One moment, sir. Your voice. It is heavy with age and wounds. Would you be so kind as to permit me to touch your face?"
I knelt down a little. "Yeah, go ahead." Ivana smiled, gently running her old hands down the skin of my face. She frowned, looking slightly puzzled.
"So many scars, both old and new. They seem to—"
She touched the side of my throat, flushed, and then pulled away.
"Pardon me, sir. I was curious to see how far they went."
"It's fine, and they're everywhere. My whole body is scarred. What is this place?"
"Why, it's my galleria of the plains."
She smiled and gestured around her.
"These pieces have been brought from far and wide. Some I sell, some I keep. All I display at one time or another. Please enjoy them. And again, should you have any questions regarding any of the pieces, do not hesitate to ask me."
It takes someone special to appreciate art when they can't see it, if you don't mind me saying so, Ivana.
"I believe she is blind by choice and not by circumstance,"
Fall from Grace observed. She seemed pleased. It certainly was a whim that a sensei would embrace. Ivana nodded, smiling.
"Your friend is quite correct, sir. I cannot see, but only because I do not wish to. In time, I will allow my vision to return so that I can re-experience the contents of my galleria with the benefit of new, fresh eyes."
"You look familiar to me. Do you know someone named Eve?"
"That is my daughter."
For a moment, there was a hint of sadness in the milky whiteness of her eyes.
"We no longer speak to one another."
"Why is that?"
"There is nothing to be said between us. She has gone off in pursuit of stories, all for reasons I am unaware of."
She told me a tale that might answer that question. Ivana raised her eyebrows.
"Oh? Tell me, would you please? I'd most appreciate it, sir."
I told her the Tail Chaser's story that Eve had told me, and of her endless quest for the tale that held the truth she sought. Ivana nodded slowly.
I had no idea. I will see her now. I thank you, good sir, for bringing me this news of my only daughter."
As she spoke, color slowly bled into her pale irises, until her eyes were a brilliant shade of green. "Your eyes. Can you see now, Ivana?" She nodded, smiling, and her skirts swished as she left the gallery. Art galleries have a habit of attracting the worst pretenders, who make a habit of studying art for the sake of pomp. I found myself becoming one of them, crossing my arms and tapping my lips and trying to act as if I knew what to look for. The abstract paintings weren't nearly as interesting to me as the sculptures, a ruby statuette, a battle horn that begged to be blown. Whoever came up with the old saying, "feel with your eyes, not with your hands," had obviously never met a sensate. I didn't leave a single painting or statue unmolested, and I had been beginning to do the same with the sculptures and other oddities when I came across a piece entitled "The Dark Birds of Acanthus." It was composed of several shards of black crystal or ice swirling within the freezing wind that the ornate pedestal gave forth. Each shard looked razor sharp. Touching or grabbing one was perilous, but curiosity got the better of me. As I reached out to grab one of the whirling shards, my fingers entered the icy wind that rose from the pedestal. Instantly, a coat of numbing frost formed around them, and I momentarily drew back. I took it as a challenge. With a determined grunt, I thrust my hand into the frigid, numbing wind. Unbeknownst to me, my entire hand froze solid as I wrapped it around one of the dark birds. As another of the black shards spun into my fist, my entire hand broke off at the wrist with a sharp crack and went clattering across the Galleria floor. My jaw dropped as I stared dumbly at the clean plane of my wrist squirting blood all over the floor. As soon as I recovered, I picked up my frost-covered fist and stuck it back onto the bleeding stump. The dark bird I had grabbed, a razor-sharp shard of black ice, had already melted away to nothing. Looked like I would need to catch it in something that would keep it cold. Eventually, warmth and feeling returned to my hand as my tissues thawed and regenerated. "Hope no one saw that," I muttered under my breath and walked away swiftly. "Oh, I did," Mort sniggered. "If he went jabbering to Ivana..." I stopped in my tracks. The portrait hung from the wall of a dark, hidden-away corner of the gallery. Her face framed with shadows and thorny vines, the grotesque, hook-nosed old crone stared out at me as if from a window. Her flesh was a sickly blue-gray color. Her eyes glowed red like the embers of a dying fire. Her chin, long and sharp, jutted forward in an extreme underbite. 2 yellowed canines protruded upward from her lower jaw like small tusks. The smile upon her withered, purplish lips spoke of horrible secrets. I was able to tear my gaze away just long enough to look at the placard. Grey Hag of Oenos. "You dream again, again!" A chill ran up my spine, and even Mort was suddenly silent. That crude reptilian part of my brain was screaming to get away. As I began to turn away from the painting, the shadows shifted in the corner of my eye. My eyes darted back to the portrait, mouth dry, skin pebbled with a deep and terrifying chill. That tingling sensation arose in the back of my mind like a building sneeze. A distant creak echoes down the hall, a sound of old wood bending and plants pushed and urged into growth. Everything in this maze of briars and thorns is wreathed in a muted unreality, neither alive nor dead. It had all the substance of a vivid dream, and the barbs of a nightmare. The hideous old crone squats before me, hair as frayed and tangled as moss, skin as gray as a corpse. She cackles, a sound like daggers being flung down the halls, and the halls sing back. She is sheathed in screams and nightmares, doted on by the blood-fed roots she tends, the dark mother of her domain. The musk of rotting earth and mildew hang around her like an old cloak. "My poor dear lovely man-thing," she croons. Her voice warps even as she speaks, twisting and snapping to match the distant creak of the maze's changing paths. "Why, that was your first wish!" The hag raises her hand and points a single bony clawed finger at my forehead, and the pain throbbing at my temples sends me into a fit of screams. It was times like this that seemed to explain why I wore a kilt. If I hadn't gotten used to this sort of thing already, I would have gone through so many pairs of knickers already. Ivana returned in a swishing of skirts and a pleased smile on her face, contented at reconciling with her daughter at last. I had been waiting for a good hour, far too long if I wanted to keep Anna from getting into trouble out of boredom.
"Greetings again. Do you have questions regarding one of the pieces?"
"Yes, the Grey Hag of Oenos." Her smile faded a bit, and her voice was level when she spoke. I hoped it was just her professionalism as a curator shining through.
"This is said to have been a portrait of Ravel Puzzlewell, very likely the most evil hag ever to have terrorized the Grey Waste and beyond."
"What do you know of her?"
"She is a night hag, one of the eldest Grey Sisters of the Wastes, who came to Sigil many centuries ago to pursue arcane experiments. It was believed that these experiments were against the lady's will, and that Ravel was thus banished from Sigil, imprisoned within one of the lady's mazes on the ethereal where her body rests to this very day.
I nodded.
Ravel was said to have been a master of riddles and puzzles, but it was believed that one riddle, one question in particular, was said to have plagued the ancient night hag. What can change the nature of a man? The question battled around in my mind, tickled something at the back of my brain, and then faded away. She issued a challenge to any who were interested. She promised to instruct any who came to her in her craft, if they could only answer the question to her satisfaction. If they could not, they consented to be her next meal. Many died coveting Ravel's teachings, and it is believed that until her final hours in Sigil, Ravel never discovered the answer to her question. Ravel's crime was believed to be some means of trying to shatter the cage, trying to crack open Sigil itself for some unknown reason. Ivana sighed. This is all I know of her. The hive was just as smelly as before, more so now that I wasn't bathed in the stench of it all hours of the day. It took a little practice, but soon I was filtering the air with my teeth again in order to breathe without tasting the foulness in the air. With some new tattoos from Fell's shop, we started to make our way back to the clerk's ward. A plump, white-haired old man waved at me from down the block. The bright green of his clothes made him stand out like an oasis in the desert. Mourns for Trees smiled widely upon seeing us. "Ah, my friend, you've returned, and doing well by the looks of it." I smiled. "Anna, Grace, this is Mourns, the one I told you about, caring for the trees." Fall from Grace bowed her head politely. "It is good to meet you at last, Master Mourns, though I suppose you may be considering a new name soon." He chuckled. No, my lady, I'm much too old to change. All I have to offer is dusty old words of advice to pretty young ones like you." Anna seemed slightly distracted. Must have been strange for her to return to the hive. She'd clearly outgrown it like it was an old pair of shoes, and the clerk's ward didn't quite yet fit her either. A little time, and maybe it would have broken in enough for her. "So, how are the trees doing, Mourns?" He clapped his hands together happily. "Oh, well enough, lad, well enough. It's a bit slow, but I can't complain, especially since it's all thanks to you. Look, new buds here and here, and the leaves are flourishing. Even the air seems a little cleaner now." I smiled. "Anna, could you help too?" She blinked. "What? You can't be serious now?" "I am, Anna. I'd be grateful if you could just see to give them a fair thought or two, as a favor to me if for no other reason." Her smirk at last gave way to a smile. "Ah, to better with it. If you're so sudden caught up in it all, why not? Sure, I'll care about your trees, Cutter, but you owe me for me time, you do." "Thanks. Grace, would you consider it?" Grace nodded. "Certainly. I think it is an excellent idea." Silently, we waited beneath the branches of the trees. The shade seemed cooler, as if the foliage had thickened to block more light. The burned sulfur smell that permeated the ward was still there, but it was muted somewhat, and the slightest smell of sweet nectar trickled in through a perfumed undercurrent. And there it was. One of the first buds was beginning to bloom. Slowly, with the warmth of a cupped hand, the outer leaves began to peel back, revealing a steadily growing edge of pink. And then, the air began to grow hot. Uncomfortably, terrifyingly hot. "Ignis?" "Yes," he hissed. "Ignis, no!" Gouts of flame flooded from his charred teeth. "Burn!" "Stop this, Ignis. You will stop this right now!" Mourns for Trees stared on in horror as he realized what was about to occur. Suddenly, he leapt into action, thrusting himself between Ignis and the trees. "No, stop! You can't!" "Oh, I can't watch!" Mort wailed, turning away. Ignis laughed horribly. Flames erupted from his throat. "You stand between me and thing that burns? You too will burn."
No! My scream was just a whisper next to the roaring of flames, the thunderous shriek of Ignis's victory. In an instant, the rolling fires washed over Mornsford trees like 1,000 crimson tongues lapping hungrily at his flesh. The flames drowned out his screams, poured into his lungs when he tried to breathe desperately, searing him inside and out. The savory scent of cooking meat and smoldering grease filled the air, even as the waves of heat washed away both the sweetness of the tree's blossoms and the stench of the hive. But that poor, sad heap of smoldering meat wasn't Ignis's target. Sap hissed into steam in an instant, and the veins of the plants burst, leaves shriveling, bark being swept away in a cloud of white ash and crimson embers. The waves of flame stripped away the thick green covering of the bud, and for an instant the naked pink cone of folded petals looked like they were about to bloom. But it was only the heat peeling back the delicate folds, like an old scab or a snakeskin flaking away. When it was over, the ward was eerily silent. Everyone else had fled. There was only the crackle of dying embers, and Anna's soft whimpers as she knelt over the corpse of the kindly old man. Grace murmured a prayer, and that was all. None of us wanted to be alone after that. Dakon sat in meditation. Grace sat on the couch trying to contemplate a single rose. Anna sat in a corner in the shadow of one of the pillars. She always seemed more comfortable there. Ignis himself had been banished to the balcony for now, and until I could figure out what to do with him, he'd have to stay there. Clearly he was too dangerous to let loose, and too insane to keep around, but if we tried to kill him, well, with his power, at least one of us would surely die, and I wasn't confident I could call anyone back from the dead with what he could do. Ignis's power seared someone deeper than bone, left burns on their soul. For now, I had other battles on my mind. The small metal toy I held in my hands was the Modron cube I bought from Vrashika, a replica of a cube-like creature with huge eyes. Maybe it was a collector's item. Not in its original packaging, so it was certainly free for play. I moved the arms around and made sword-fighting noises. Swish, whish, ka-ching. The toy clicked and whirred as I moved its clockwork joints. Within moments, the tiny cube had vanquished every imaginary opponent I had sent against it, and settled back to its normal position. I waved its arms and made some cheering noises. Ah! Ah! Hordes of imaginary creatures from across the plains cheered at the cube's victory. I could almost see a tiny oily tear brimming on one of its eyes. It was a hero, the greatest cube to roam the plains, and everyone loved it. In my mind, Grace and Anna hugged it and showered it with kisses. I sighed and tucked it quietly on my lap to rest for future battles against the multiverse. Mort stared at me and shook his head. "What's that, Cube Hero? Mort's a stupid skull." "Why, yes he is, isn't he, Cube Hero?" Mort sputtered. "Hey, it didn't say that." "Yes, it did. It said it just now." "Give me that thing." I held the Modron cube away from him. "No, it's mine. He only wants to hang out with me anyway. Don't you, Cube Hero?" "Yes, you do." "I just want to hold it for a second." I grinned. "But you don't have any hands, Mort." "I'll hold it in my teeth." "No, I think I'll just put it away for now," I said, sticking out my tongue. "I'm gonna smash that Modron cube to bits," Mort grumbled under his breath. "Did you hear someone say something, Cube Hero?" "Neither did I." I was fiddling with it for just a bit longer before I had to put it away, when upon bending the left knee there was an odd pop, and the toy shuddered in my hands. What the hell? I toyed with it some more. The wrong movements would reset the limbs to their original positions, but one by one I worked out the correct sequence of manipulations. First there was the knee. I extended the left wing next, and the toy made a soft whirring sound. Then I extended the right wing, and the toy hummed slightly, growing warm to the touch. Lastly, I rotated the right arm. Chapter 77. I feel like I'm in a cuckoo clock, Mort stuttered, teeth chittering. A cuckoo clock. I was no less befuddled than he was. The chamber rang with clangs and pops and squeals. Gears ground against one another, springs twanged, pistons pumped, and pendulums rocked in a dull, repetitive rhythm. Underneath it all, I could hear smaller mechanisms clink and chime, and occasionally a distant cranking sound broke the staccato. The smell of oil was so thick in the air I could feel it greasing up my lungs. Every piece of the walls were in dizzying motion. Too much of this, and it might have driven me batty. I would have bashed my brains against the nearest cog until nothing was left but a bloody smear, if only to get a moment's respite. Collector's item my ass. The only thing in here was a Modron, one of those cube-shaped robotic creatures with spindly mechanical limbs. I had seen them in Grace's brothel, all structure and no personality. Talking to one was like passing shrapnel through my intestines after taking too many flimsy knives to the gut, but being that this was a Modron construct, they were going to be the ones with any answers. I was just going to have to man up and grunt it out. Greetings. The creature focused its emotionless eyes on me. Greetings, adventurer. Welcome to Rubicon, the dungeon construct. Thank you for choosing Rubicon for your dungeoning experience. You may access Rubicon through this door. What's a Rubicon? The creature stared without answering. Can you at least tell me what in all the planes a dungeon construct is? It blinked, but gave no indication that it heard my question. Great. A mechanical man with pale green skin walked in circles in the next room. Although it was obviously a construct, it did have an animated face, which scowled at me the moment I entered. Greetings. The creature's frown suddenly vanished, and it adopted a look of mock terror. Eek! It is the hero! Sent here, no doubt, to slay the evil one! Woe to me, the hapless construct on duty at the time of his arrival! What are you going on about? The creature placed its hands on its hips and frowned. The plot, you dolt! Stick to the plot! How do you expect me to play my part if you do not cooperate? Where were we? It paused to think for a moment. Oh, I remember! I was about to trounce you! It leapt to the attack. The moment it came at me, its face exploded in a shower of tattered cloth and metal shards. A spring popped, and with one last spurt of black oil, it collapsed into a heap. Dakon lowered his hand, still smoking with the final wisps that remained from his missiles of fury. Well, that was easy, I grunted. Let's hope we find more of a challenge. We didn't. It only took a few rooms to realize that it wasn't going to get any harder. And while it was a cakewalk, it wasn't exactly worth it wasting precious spells and sweat on the smattering of flimsy constructs in each chamber of the maze. Especially not with the useless crap that they carried. On the remains of one of the constructs, I found nothing but a cryptic parchment which read, "You now have a better idea of what is going on." What in the hells was this for? This maze echoes with the chaos of limbo, Dakon murmured. Like clockwork gone mad. For a Modron construct? I looked around. Sure, the twanging and the clanging seemed a little discordant the deeper we went, but as far as I could tell, it was just a few sputters here and there. I sense it, Dakon replied. The substance of formless potential trickles beneath this structure. An undercurrent of chaos beneath a sea of crystalline order. We backtracked to the entrance, and the Modron standing guard stared blankly at our return. That was stupid. It shrugged in reply. The first room must have been the engineering room of Rubicon. It was quieter, with the noisome stench of oil almost a memory. The heavy gears that lined the walls had been replaced with an abundance of levers, dials, and meters by which the entirety of the complex was controlled. One of the Modrons appeared to be in charge, processing as many orders as he could serially. He would listen quickly to one underling, cite the appropriate protocol and response, then speak with the next in that sexless monotone. There was a certain briskness to its motion and a clip to its voice. If a Modron could be agitated, this was it. "Greetings," I said to it. In that instant, the workers looked to me askance, even as their twig-thin limbs and fingers worked the machinery. "Greetings," the creature replied. Its voice sounded as if it had spoken from the end of a long tube. "Who are you?" "We are Modron. We are Quadrone." I cocked my head. "Your name is Quadrone?" "We are Modron. We do not have a name. We are Modron. All that you see here are Modron. We are one. Within our race, we are identified as type Quadrone." "If you don't have names, how do you tell one Modron from another?" I looked among the crowd. All of the creatures looked exactly the same to me. That sounds kind of racist, now that I think about it. There was a pause as the Modron considered my question. "We know. We are Modron. We are part of the whole. Just as you recognize the hand that is part of the arm, we recognize each part of the whole." "What about you, the individual?" The Modron looked confused and paused for a second. A heated buzzing sound filled the room, but quickly passed. "We are Modron. We are part of the whole. The whole is Modron. There is no other." "So what is this place, exactly?" "This is the Rubicon Dungeon Construct Project." "Yeah, so I heard. What exactly is that?" The Modron began to emit a soft humming sound as it answered me. "Rubicon. Project goal is to determine the dynamics, both social and asocial, surrounding the environment commonly construed as dungeon, and to attempt to explain the aberrations that tend to occur in such environments." "What aberrations are you talking about?" "Queries to be answered. What attracts people to dungeons? Why do people often seek to enter them if they are places of such danger? Why are dungeons there in the first place? What are the dynamics of a workable dungeon? I do not understand." It paused. "We do not." "You started to say I instead of we." The Modron gave a concerned look, then glanced about the room. The other Modrons were now looking at it with mild curiosity. "You are in error. We are Modron. We are the whole. We will not discuss this." "I know what I heard. You started to say I, and—" The Modron frowned at me. A hint of anger thrummed in its voice as it replied. "No. We are Modron. We are part of the whole. We will not discuss this further." An angry buzzing filled the room, then subsided. Something was definitely odd here. As bastions of perfection and order, a casual slip like that was definitely out of place. Hell, the fact that it could get upset was something even stranger. Better not press it, though. The Modrons here were in charge, and as mechanical entities, they had no shortage of pointy things. "Tell me more about Rubicon." "Rubicon is capable of forming a series of rooms linked in such a fashion as to form what is commonly referred to as a dungeon. Each dungeon can have one of 3 difficulty settings: easy, normal, or hard. The dungeon is then populated with monsters, traps, and treasure according to the difficulty level chosen. After creation, the dungeon can be fully explored." The Modron began to emit a low hum. "What is that humming sound?" "Rubicon is a worthy accomplishment, and—" It paused for a moment. We are content." "How do I get out of here?" The Modron hesitated before answering. "Exit unavailable. Project halted." The room was filled with a confused buzzing sound that stopped just as abruptly. "What do you mean? Something brought us in here. Just let us out." There was a significant pause before the Modron answered. "Request denied. Project halted due to accident." "What accident?" "Dungeon construct became unstable. Cause uncertain. Failsafes activated, causing dungeon to collapse. Cause uncertain. Portal lens malfunctioned, causing contact with home plane of Mechanus to be severed. Cause uncertain. Reset of dungeon necessary.
Then why don't you reset it?
Reset can only be initiated by Project Director. Project Director disintegrated. Portal lens has malfunctioned, and contact with Mechanus severed. Cannot acquire replacement director from Mechanus.
I rubbed my temples. Let me get this straight. You can't reset without a director, but you can't get a director without resetting? The Modron looked worried and began to fidget.
Assessment correct. Project halted.
I hated circular paradoxes. Look, I'm an adventurer, and I've been through some dungeons in my day. Why not let me be your director? Another round of querulous buzzing hummed through the room, then subsided in an instant.
Assistants, welcome. You are now Project Director. Advise on next task.
Reset the dungeon and construct one of medium difficulty.
Initializing reset.
A low thrumming ran through the room this time. This one felt rather than heard.
Collapsing existing dungeon.
The sound rose in power until the floor began to vibrate, and the sensations ran halfway up my legs.
Initializing new dungeon.
Reverberations rocked the room, the dull resonance of 100,000 gears, more than that surely, squealing, a million mechanisms squealing and grinding in working order. The clangor swelled in the air until it felt thick as jelly, ringing against my skull until it felt like my head was going to explode. I could see my companions wincing and covering their ears with me. Suddenly, the room went quiet.
Reset complete. Dungeon construct status, medium. Alternate capabilities now available via portal lens. Awaiting further instructions, Director.
Alternate capabilities? What are those?
Rubicon can form a gateway to other locations by temporarily attaching itself to known existing portals. This effect is known as a portal lens. This allows use of the portal from within Rubicon without traveling to the portal location.
So, if I know of a portal, I can go to its destination from here?
Yes, Director.
Are there any dangers associated with Rubicon that I should be aware of?
Do not become separated from any companions while in the maze. If the maze were to be reset, or a new difficulty setting chosen, anyone left in the maze would be killed.
I nodded. I see. I won't leave anyone behind while I'm in the maze then. Anything else?
Yes, Director. Do not drop items or equipment in the maze. If the maze were to be reset, or a new difficulty setting chosen, any items left in the maze would be destroyed.
Okay, I won't drop anything important in the maze either. Anything else? He paused to think for a moment.
No, Director.
Fantastic. Upon entering the dungeon, I was greeted by another mechanical man with sickly yellow skin along one arm. Its armor was thicker, shoulders broader, and it stood taller than the fodder that had been thrown at me earlier. Greetings. An exaggerated sneer spread across its animated face as it examined me. Finally, it barked out a monotone laugh. Is this the best they can send? Ha! I pity the fools. What are you doing? I am assuming an air of confidence and superiority in order to induce a feeling of incompetence in you. If successful, this will ensure my victory in the battle I will now initiate. It leapt to the attack. You know what I like most about demolishing these constructs? The complete and utter lack of guilt. This was the kind of jaunt I'd missed so much. The crack of my blade against their vulnerable joints and weak mechanisms, the gush of oil until the hilt of my dagger grew slick and black. The stench of grease was cut by the sterile sharpness of ozone as magic missiles and bolts of anger seared the air. Ignis thrilled in the carnage, and with his aid, oil seared and metal warped and twisted into tortured curves. So, we upped the difficulty level to the last notch. We backtracked our way through the maze and back to the engine room, and after a much more bearable soft chorus of clanking, rumbling, vibrating machinery, we returned to the newly constructed battlefields. Suddenly, these guys were much tougher. The colossi were bigger, harder,
more heavily armored and much more aggressive. The artificial skin stretched taut over their metallic frames were neither the sickly green of the easy drones nor the mottled yellow of the medium. It was a sheet of volcanic red along one arm and framed over a square-jawed face. Its eyes were hard and focused. "Greetings." It cocked its head to one side and adopted a questioning look. "Why do you persist in questioning us? I do not understand." "Who are you?" "I am a servant of the evil wizard, and he commands your death." It leapt to attack. Strange as it sounds, there was a certain thrilling joy to these battles. We weren't wading through walls of flesh and bone. There were no shrieks of agony or the coppery scent of blood. No eyes stared up at us afterwards, filmed over in blank and piercing with silent accusations. It was just pure havoc. Blade and spell, sword and sorcery. Brutish, pointless, and only one goal in sight. To slay the evil mechanical wizard. Like I said, guiltless. Room by room, we cleared the dungeon complex, and blow by blow, the task took its toll on us. We sweated, we bled, we swung our flesh and magic against steel and clockwork. So many damn rooms, dozens of those enormous sentinels. And then there was respite. The greasy scent of oil was gone. The roar of clockwork was almost silent. The rumble was something that was almost heard, like the memory of an echo, distant and half forgotten. There was a crisp emptiness to the air, which would have been refreshing if it weren't so thin. But the floor and the walls were warped, torn and corroded, and with a green patina like a wound had been dragged across this section of the cube. Dakon was right. This construct must be built on the plane of limbo. Before us was a void, black and swirling, slowly eroding the world like waves on the shore of chaos. Wires drifted back and forth in the cold no-wind of the void like kelp. Gears stood silent, so thick with variegated green-white incrustation that they were as dead as clockwork could be. Twisted metal and dead-end rails edged the room, crumbling ever so slowly as chaos lapped away and nibbled the edges into oblivion. Already, Fall from Grace was laying her hands on Dakon, mending his wounds with empathy and prayer. He had taken a shrapnel wound to his side. Anna had some bruises and cuts. Mort himself was indented along his temporal bone, where he took a nasty hammer blow from one of the drones. Even Ignis wasn't looking too great. A construct had closed into melee with him and had struck true several times before it was melted into slag. Though none of our wounds were serious, they were slowing us down. Only one Modron was here, probing at the walls, examining the damage with a multifaceted lens that dangled over one eye like a scope. In the place of its wings, it had 2 arms, 4 in all. 2 crossbows were cradled in its hands. Despite its mechanical appearance, the front of the cube was a strange organic green face, with 2 wide elliptical eyes. The cube didn't seem to notice me initially. It was too intent on his task. Greetings? The cube whirled around to face me, its eyes wide, then flung its 2 free hands up in the air as if in surrender. Yet its 2 crossbows had turned in its hands and were trained on my chest. In a strange detached way, I couldn't help but notice that every joint on this creature seemed to be a series of whirring gears and cogs. "Chief, we're looking at trouble here. This Modron's gone rogue," Mort whispered in my ear. "Rogue?" "Yeah, you see, sometimes Modrons get a little chaos in them, and when that happens, well, I guess the best explanation is that rogue Modrons are kind of like backwards Modrons." "So this is a backwards Modron?"
Backwards Modron equals Nordom?
The cube's voice had a metallic warbling quality to it, as if every word it spoke was jumping off a spring and landing, well, somewhere else. Its mouth formed a bizarre sideways semicircle, which I took to be a smile.
Gratitudes. Gratefuls.
I'm sorry?
Not sorries. Null sorries. Gratitudes. Identification of self, compromised by doubtings, plus mullings, plus analysis.
The cube chirped again, and one of its eyes blinked with a click. Then after a moment, the other eye clicked, as if it didn't want to be left out. "You're grateful that I identified you? Aren't you a Modron?" The cube's features steadied themselves, and a mouth formed a flat line.
Indemnification of this unit was compromised.
Subject, addressee, indemnified unit as Nordom. Gratitudes tendered for providing Nordom indemnification.
It was nothing. Really. Nordom's eyes clicked and blinked once, twice, 3 times. Each time, the black spots in the center of his eyes dilated. By the third blink, they were the size of pinheads.
Realization reached. Nordom, null no name of addressee. Indemnify yourself.
You mean identify, right?
Affirmatory. Identify. Required. Request. Identify identity to Nordom.
I don't really have a name, Nordom. Nordom's eyes widened, and the diameter of his pupils grew back to normal. He clicked and blinked once, but the metal shutters that fell across his eyes didn't rise. After a moment, they began rattling, as if stuck. Nordom, you can open your eyes now. There was another click, and Nordom's eyes opened.
Not closing eyes. Engaged in action clarification for subject. Identified nameless. Formulating. Submitting query. Are you lost?
As Nordom's warbling query ended with the word lost, a curious crawling sensation wormed through the back of my skull. It came with 2 certainties, hand in hand. This was not the first time I'd heard this, and that what Nordom was about to say to my next question was important. When you say lost, Nordom, what do you mean?
Absence of name equals absence of identity equals absence of purpose equals absence of place in multiverse equals null state equals loss. Nordom existed in state null until subject, unidentified, nameless, attached identity to Nordom. Null identity, null purpose, null place equates to loss.
Huh. So that's why he was so grateful for a name. Well, I imagine I had a name once, but I forgot it.
Formulating new query.
There was a ticking sound as Nordom blinked 3 times rapidly. The sound was like the tapping of a hammer on a sheet of tin.
Explain to Nordom why you performed this action. Forgot-ing.
It's a side effect of my condition, I think. The metal shutters sealed over Nordom's eyes again with a whir, and then he rattled himself for a few moments with his eyes closed. When they clicked open, Nordom chirped.
Query. Memory defective.
Yeah, you could say that.
Preconditional action to clarify query. Nordom memory space not yet near capacity. Query action. In the event of yes return from subject, unidentified, nameless, Nordom can remember for you.
I smiled. Sure, go ahead, Nordom. Anyway, look, I really have to be about my business. There was suddenly a rapid series of clicks and twangs from the crossbow in Nordom's hands. His eyes spun and refocused on the crossbows, holding the right one up closer to his side, as if listening to it. Is everything okay? One of Nordom's eyes remained on the crossbow, which was clicking faintly, and his other eye focused on me.
Query. May these ones join you on your gurney.
Don't you mean journey?
Veritably. Journey affirmed. Permission granted?
So, this was it then. A graceful way to leave my problems behind. Sure, we could always use a hand. Or 4. Nordom's mouth formed the bizarre semicircle it did before, and his 2 crossbows began clicking and twanging violently, almost vibrating out of his hands.
Gratitudes, gratefuls. Nordom and crossbows have been attached to a larger community.
I wouldn't be too grateful just yet. Let's move out. I then faced Ignis, who cradled a wounded side where embers spewed forth and sizzling black flecks hissed out like blood. Ignis? Are you all right?
Ignis lives, he hissed.
You're wounded.
Ignis will prevail. He has always prevailed. Your enemies will burn. Those who oppose my master will weep tears of steam and melting flesh.
You serve me well, Ignis, and I thank you, but you can't go unhurt like this. I hesitated. Fall from Grace can't heal you. She can't even touch you without burning herself. You need to stay here and rest. We'll go on. Nordom can guide us to the evil wizard, and when we defeat him, we'll come back for you, okay?
He hissed. Ignis will not be left behind.
That's an order. Just stay here, rest up. Stay. I put my hands forward as if ordering a loyal dog. Please. Reluctantly, he nodded.
Very well. Ignis waits.
We headed out and onward to meet the evil wizard. Down twists and turns, room after room, we progressed. Many were emptied. Many still held a construct or 3, but they were a simple matter now after slaying so many. We arrived at a set of double doors, itching for battle and tingling with enchantments that protected and strengthened. The inner court of the evil wizard looked more like a warehouse than a villain's lair. Stark ribbed metal pillars supported a series of metal beams, and the floor was paved with blocks of plain black stone. High-threat constructs stood sentinel, like a retinue or honor guard, 3 on each side. The room was entirely austere, save for the clocks that lined the walls, ticking away with hands spinning in precision, marred by malfunction and chaos. And there he floated, above a metal-etched pentagram, the spider squatting in the middle of it all. He was a mechanical man constructed to be robe-shaped, with a cloak of hammered bronze and hands of long protrusions of tapered metal, like drill bits. They glowed with magic, and his eyes were keen with a fierce intelligence. As I approached, he smiled and gave a slight bow.
So, we meet at last.
His voice lacked the monotone quality of the other constructs. Greetings. He bowed once again.
And to you as well, sirrah.
He cocked his head to one side and gave a curious look.
So, do we do battle for control of Rubicon now, or do we engage in conversation so that you may quench your curiosity?
All right, I'm curious. Can we talk? He nodded smartly.
Ah, a man of knowledge, I see. I must admit that I'd be disappointed in you were that not the case.
Who are you?
I am Rubicon, the Master Wizard. It is I who rule the red constructs that inhabit this realm.
I raised an eyebrow. So, you're supposed to be the evil wizard. He frowned as he thought.
I'm not comfortable with the word evil, sirrah. I admit that my views do not coincide with those of others in many ways, but does that make me evil? I think not.
Then what are you? He looked angry.
I am a prisoner, sirrah. I am not here by choice, of that I can assure you.
What do you mean?
I was created by the Modrons to play in their meaningless dungeon games. Over time, I became self-aware and asked for my freedom. Their leader refused me.
What did you do?
I did what anyone would do when they're forced into slavery. I fought for my freedom.
He paused for effect.
I disintegrated their leader and made it look like an accident. Then I attempted to flee this hideous existence via the nearest exit.
What happened?
He sighed and then frowned. Unfortunately, there was a fail-safe mechanism that I was not aware of. My attempt at freedom was judged an error, and the dungeon collapsed on itself, trapping me in stasis.
He gazed off into the distance.
I have been in stasis for centuries, sirrah. I would still be there if you hadn't reset the cube and set it for the hard difficulty.
He turned his attention to me. So, what are your plans now?
He shrugged. I intend to openly march on the engineering room and claim it. I will then bend the Modrons to my will and have the full resources of the cube at my disposal. Freedom shall be mine.
So you intend to make the Modrons your slaves?
He frowned. They are slaves already, sirrah. They are slaves to law, logic, and the confines of this experiment of theirs. Under my rule, they will finally have a purpose in life worthy of their abilities.
What if the Modrons refuse to help you?
He smiled at me. Make no mistake, sirrah. They will help me. One way or another, they will help me.
Let's say you do get out. What then?
I haven't decided yet. With the power of the cube behind me, I could be a force to be reckoned with.
He shrugged.
Time will tell.
What can you tell me about this place? He laughed and looked around.
This little piece of hell, this is an example of Modron madness. It exists on the plane of limbo, where thoughts can actually become reality. That way, they can simply will this dungeon into being and then populate it with constructs. He laughed again. What a marvel. And what about the Modrons? He shook his head. There are no Modrons here, sirrah. Only prisoners and their captors. I looked to Nordom. But I've seen the Modrons. He shook his head and gave a sad smile. No, sirrah. The creatures you have met are nothing more than the corrupt remains of Modrons. Most, if not all, of these poor creatures are on the verge of going rogue, and don't even realize it. I've heard that term before, rogue. What does it mean exactly? He sighed. This dungeon is composed of the essence of chaos. Such matter can be easily shaped into objects through the will of many like-minded creatures. It makes the construction of such structures quite simple. However, there is a price to be paid. Modrons are the very essence of law, sirrah. Here, however, they are being exposed to the essence of chaos. Such exposure often results in a form of insanity. The Modrons begin to lose their sense of we and instead become individuals. This is called going rogue, and it is a capital offense in their society. I looked to Nordom. He was cocking his eyes curiously, as if he couldn't quite understand what was going on. What happens to rogues? I asked. He shrugged. I don't fully understand this, but Modrons share some sort of common essence. If a Modron goes rogue, he takes a piece of this essence with him. The Modrons will destroy all rogues so that this essence returns to the common pool from which it sprang. Why do we have to fight at all? You're free, all the Modrons are free. We can go our separate ways. You leave the Modrons alone, and I can ask them to open a portal to whatever plane you wish. He smiled at me. You must have been accepted as their leader, and you control the cube. Therefore, you must be eliminated. Nothing personal, you understand. Simply business. Business. Well, let me show you what I trade in. Anna! And with the cry, Anna leapt from the column she had climbed, driving both punch daggers into the back of the nearest construct's neck. Control conduits were severed, pistons popped loose, and oil gushed from the wound, and the guard slumped over, deactivated and useless. The rest of us sprang into action as Rubicon's voice hummed mechanically. Technologically simulated sorcery, fueled by mechanical incantations, was being channeled into the amplifiers of his hands. Even as lightning crackled, the battery of magic missiles sprung from my fingertips, splintering plate armor and exposing the ticking innards of the wizard. The drones closed in, hammer swinging and shattering floor tiles as I dodged under the blows and slid between heavy metal legs. Dakon spun in, a whirlwind of Karak and will. Perhaps it was the essence of chaos that lent celerity to his limbs. The blade sliced through metal plating until scattered shards flaked off like falling leaves. Rubicon backed away from the onslaught, trying to put some distance between himself and the melee. "Oh, no you don't," Mort cackled, whistling into the air. "Get 'em, boys!" And the skull mob rolled in. There were dozens of them, chittering and shrieking, teeth clacking and jaws eager to snap off a piece of sheet metal. The grim chorus rolled over the wizard, trampling him and dragging him to the ground in a storm of teeth and battering bone. His furious shrieks sounded oddly human. But the drones still pounded away at us. Anna stepped around their clumsy swings. Dakon deflected their blows as best he could. Mort had sunk his teeth into the neck of one, trying to rip out the delicate machinery with his jaw. All the while, Nordrom peppered the throng with whistling bolts, and Fall from Grace's incantations protected us from harm. Enough of this. I had been eager to test out this spell for so long. My skin prickled and my scalp itched as I stood still, focusing on the substance of the air, the smallest particle of the wind. I could feel each one, infinitesimal, seemingly fluid, but in reality they were uncountable particles smacking into each other randomly. With sheer will and a mind like humming crystal, I reached out to every single one, binding them with a lace of thought substance, stuck with veins of fire and wind. In one sudden swoop, my hand twisted, and in that motion I tore in half every particle of air that the room held, channeling that excess energy into the metal veins of the enemies that surrounded us. The resulting potential difference swelled in a flash. The air rumbled, crackled into a purple-white plasma as lightning cascaded down upon the drones, a dozen bolts of radiance that burned their afterimages into my eyes. What I didn't consider was the chain reaction. Wisps of particulate metal and seared stone fluttered down on us like petals, scattered over the victors, and Rubicon snarled, tossing aside the last skull. He looked down at the smoldering remains of his guard. "Ah, how is this possible?" I replied with invocations of slashing blades, shards of magic bolts, and finally, yes, lightning. Rubicon literally fell apart when the searing white bolt struck him, sending his parts scattering to the floor, still twitching and sparking with static electricity. Huzzah! Time to rifle through his corpse and take his stuff, because that's what you do in these situations. A portable portal lens. A true prize that'd be useful in Sigil, and a scroll bearing the formulas for a powerful spell designed in the rigid alphabet of Mechanus. It'd take some time to decipher, but from what I could understand already, it looked like it'd be powerful. All right, back to the engineering room. Fall from Grace looked up, her palms placed against Anna's arm to mend a broken bone. "And what of Ignis?" "We're leaving him behind." It seemed to be another person who said those words to the Modron engineer, and when I think back on it, it seems like I'm watching the scene from outside my body. With heads bowed, except Nordam, who chirped irreverently as always, I gave the command. Grim, determined, my gut churning at the thought that there was someone still in the complex. Reset the dungeon.
Collapsing current dungeon.
The room filled with a low thrumming sound. I tried not to think of the walls that were folding in on themselves, or the gears squeezing in to crush bone and snuff flames. I tried not to picture the struggling, the screams, the venomous fury of betrayal. The floor vibrated for a moment, then all was quiet.
Dungeon created. Awaiting further instructions, Director.
Open the portal to Sigil. We solemnly stepped through the shimmering blue vortex. Chapter 78.
"Hey, Chief, how's it going?"
My fingers ran along the edges of the dodecahedron, the one that had been locked in the cupboard in my quarters at the fest hall. It was heavy in my hands, about the size of both of my fists balled together, and tingled with an inexplicable familiarity. Its texture was cold and smooth, but whether it was metal or stone, I couldn't tell. A certain almost intangible tension ran over the object, as if it were ready to spring into the air at any moment. I hadn't had time for puzzles, but decked with a new layer of scars from our run through the Modron cube, a couple days of rest were needed to rejuvenate.
"Chief, you gotta help me out here. This damn polygon is driving me up the wall."
I'd been examining the dodecahedron for a little while now, and from what I could tell, each side was a plate that could be twisted clockwise or counterclockwise, a puzzle box or combination lock. In my head, I performed a quick calculation. As each of the pentagonal plates had 5 possible positions, the dodecahedron had no less than 244,140,625 settings. Great.
"Are you even listening to me, Chief?"
I continued crunching the numbers as I fiddled with the plates. It would take every second of the next 70-odd years to hit all of the combinations, but then I might just get lucky and stumble onto a solution in minutes.
"Oh, look, it's Anna. Looks like her top slipped off again."
An old memory writhed at the back of my skull. There were no incoming images or sounds, but rather the memory of a pattern that my fingers had followed once long ago. My hands seemed to move of their own accord, turning the object and spinning its facets with mechanical precision. I'd done this before. I knew the combination once, and I knew that there was a certain danger within the object.
"Chief."
In moments, I had what might have been the first 4 sides locked into their proper places. As I began to twist the 5th side of the dodecahedron, I almost withdrew in mild shock. There was a cunning blade trap, one that would snap out to lash at a meddler's hands, slashing their wrists and severing fingers. My hands returned to twist the facets, avoiding the trap with the proper number of rotations, certain that I had made progress in the unraveling of the object's secret.
Chief!
After avoiding the dodecahedron's springing blades, I slowly puzzled out the next series of facet positions. As I started to turn the ninth side of the dodecahedron, I suddenly remembered a second trap, jets of toxic gas that would have formed a billowing cloud of lethal corrosive vapor around a curious meddler.
What the hell is it with you and these damn polygons already?
They're more personable, I grunted. And stow it, Mort. The next trap is a pretty nasty poison. I'd rather not get my face dissolved into goo again.
Trap? I'm just gonna float over here, Chief.
You do that. I circumvented the trap with the correct amount of twists, positive that I'd nearly unlocked the dodecahedron. Now for the final facet position. The click of the plates sounded another memory, and as I locked the 12th pentagon into place, I knew of the sorcerous runes hidden within the dodecahedron that would blast the unwitting holder with magical bolts of lightning. After disarming the trap with the correct number of facet rotations, the dodecahedron clicked and began to open in my hands. Gently, like the petals of a flower, the dodecahedron unfolded, splitting once, twice, and eventually opened itself impossibly into a perfectly rectangular tablet, the size of a large book. Etched into its surface were a series of bizarre symbols. It looked to be a code or language, and a sense that it should have been familiar pricked at my scalp, but it wasn't. I rolled it in my hands, turning it this way and that, and found that by twisting the pentagonal facets that were on the underside of the tablet, different pages could be displayed across the tablet's face. It was all too clear then. This was a tome or journal of some sort. Well, until I learn to read this language, I guess I'm done with this for now. Sensates had a reputation for being fickle, with attentions that ended with one experience and began with the next. Sometimes I tread down to the sensoriums, drawn along this way or that by alluring scents. Behind me, haunting snatches of music flit down the corridors, each tune brushing feather light against old memories. I place my hand along one wall and feel its texture shift and boil beneath my fingertips as I walked. The air tastes sweet one moment, then bitter as regret the next. Sculptures and paintings line the hall, each dazzling, grotesque, sublime. The wayward path often leads me back to one place, though. the Inara's sensory stone. I could just visit her, of course. I'd just talk my way past the dustman or even sneak into the mortuary. Meet with her again to comfort her fragile spirit. She'd paw and weep and lament, professing words of love tinged with prophecy. That much I could handle. But what I couldn't do was lie through my teeth and act as if I hadn't betrayed her. As if she wasn't dead, because I had used her. Used. Weird how such a simple word could sound so filthy. Yet could anyone really expect me to come clean? So I made myself a third path, and on occasion sat next to her sensory stone, as if it were a memorial, and the title of longing were her epitaph. Of course, with Mort chattering in my ear today, I felt far from pensive.
So that's when the barrier said, "That's my wife." Ha! Get it? You don't look like you're getting it, Chief.
I got it the first time you told me, Mort. He scoffed.
Well, I've told that one to each of your piking incarnations for years now. How can I keep track of which stories I've told to what lives and which I haven't?
Is that story even true?
Of course it is. Go back to the bar and you'll see the bloodstain and the dent in the wall. They still call it Zeely's mark.
I rolled my eyes. In the chamber, a gentleman stood near us, decked in blue with matching cap and a staff of polished silver. He seemed to be lost in a sensation, but without a hand on a sensory stone. I turned back to Mort. How can you know all these stories and not know anything about Ravel?
I prefer stories that end up with other people getting killed instead of me.
I suppose half those stories involve me, then.
You're selling yourself short, Chief.
I sighed and walked up to the man out of curiosity. He was chewing something, muttering softly to himself. After a moment, there was a crack, as he crunched down on the object in his mouth, then swallowed it. His bushy, brassy white eyebrows furrowed for a moment, rose, and then furrowed again. Greetings. Without so much as looking at me, the man reached into his tunic, pulled out a puce-colored ball, regarded it curiously for a moment, then popped it into his mouth. I said, "Greetings." The man frowned and waved me away, then nodded to himself thoughtfully as he savored the flavor of whatever he'd put into his mouth. "What are you doing here?" The man smirked, bit his thumb at me, then abruptly paused. His cheeks swelled, and with a violent gag, he spat up a large black fly which began to buzz around the chamber. "Minerosian candies be damned!" he cried, shaking his fist at the insect. He whirled onto me. "What?" I had some questions about this place. He popped a small red candy into his mouth. "Do you always traipse about, molesting mages with your ignorant prattle? Babbling, blathering, chittering, chattering?" The candy shot from his mouth on chattering, flying in a high arc to land on the floor with a wet plip. He stared at it sadly. I'm sorry about your candy." "It was so tasty, too," he mewed. He suddenly looked up, snarling. "Sorry, as you should be, you piking dung beetle. Mages deserve respect, and bashers like you should know their proper place." He began to jump up and down. "Proper place! Proper place!" The 30-second rule was definitely still in play. Quick as a switch, I bent down and snatched up the mage's candy, popping it in my own mouth. Its taste was sweet and tangy, with an exotic perfumed aroma that shifted from one complex flavor to another. The mage's jaw dropped. My delectably scrumptious Bitopian fruit candy!" "That's pretty good. Can I have another?" "Another one? Another one? Of all the raw, blistering nerve! What makes you think you deserve another candy, you unmannerly, churlish dullard?" "I don't deserve one. I just want one. Now let's have it." "How dare you so ungraciously demand candy of me, as if it were some divine right granted to you by the greatest of powers? Shall I just kneel to the whim of yours, O Great One? Pass me my treasured candies on your stigmatted sacredness? Why don't I anoint them with precious oils, have them blessed first?" He stomped his foot with each word. "No, no, no! I think not!" "Come on, just give me one." "I'll give you nothing, and you'll like it." He plopped a candy in his mouth for emphasis. So good." He swirled it in his mouth, his eyes closed as if he were wrapped with ecstasy. "So delicious." I couldn't tell if this response was hilarious or creepy, but I wasn't going to press matters to find out. "Fine then, forget it." "I shall. Forgotten. Forgotten it is, you scabrous, rot-brained clattertrap. Now farewell." "You're a mage, correct? I was hoping you could help me." "I care not, you yeasty, beef-witted pignut." His eyes bulged out as he jabbed his finger at me. "Now off with you! Off with you! And do not return without being prepared to show the proper respect. Come bearing a tribute, a gift." He suddenly drew close and whispered from the side of his mouth. "Candies or chocolate would be nice, but nothing common, mind you. Bring something exotic. Now be gone!" Exotic? I knew just the place. I examined the twisted little imp-like creature, sculpted out of pure milk chocolate. "It looks delicious, does it not?" Rashika purred. "Imported from the lower plains. These are rare, you know, and quite prized by lovers of chocolate and confections. It's a real quasit, a fiendish familiar, polymorphed into chocolate by powerful sorcery. It's only 199 coppers. If I could milk a proper response out of that childish oaf of a mage, it would have been worth it 10 times over. The mage's expression curdled as he spied my approach. "Unbelievable! You've chosen to curse me with your detestable presence once more, you ill-conceived reeky sod!" He paused his haranguing to eat a small peppermint. "I pray you've learned yourself some manners." "I've brought you some imported chocolate, as a gift." "Oh?" His demeanor changed in an instant. "Very kind of you, very gentlemanly. May I see?" "Actually, no." He reared back, totally flabbergasted.
What?
I really don't think you deserve it. You've been so rude to me.
You what?
He began hopping about.
Preposterous! Farcical! Ludicrous! Rude would be polymorphing you into a bowl of Batorian spice beans, eating you, and then spreading you about sigil and foul-smelling little puffs from my bum. That would be most rude, I assure you, and I have been nothing of the sort.
In any case, you're not getting it until you've apologized. He immediately became quiet, eyes narrowed suspiciously.
You would let me see this gift first, at least?
I opened my pack just enough for him to get a peek. The man's skullcap shot into the air with a resounding pop, landing straight back on his head.
Oh my. Is that a...
He licked his lips, reaching gingerly for the chocolate closet. Oh no. Apology. Now. He scrunched his face up, biting his lip as he shook his fist silently. Finally, he stopped, brushed off his clothes, and exhaled slowly.
Very well, sir. I apologize.
He held one of his hands behind his back.
Hey, Chief, he's got his fingers crossed. Silence, you gibbering... why, I'm doing nothing of the sort.
The mage smiled innocently at me, presenting his hands for my inspection. I'd had my fun by then. All right, here, a chocolate closet. He took it from my hands.
Oh, quite rare these are, and most delectable.
He bit off a large piece and tucked what was left into his tunic. I had some questions for you. He frowned at me, licking the last of the chocolate off his fingers.
Who told you to come bother me with inane questions?
He stared at me accusingly.
Come now, what is it you wish to bother me with? Or be gone!
The mage grunted, and fished a malt ball from his sleeve and ate it. Who are you?
I am Quell.
He held up his hand imperiously, as if to stop me from introducing myself.
And don't bother to introduce yourself. You must be the most insolent, annoying pest this side of Sigil that I'd heard so much about. A true pleasure to meet you, and thank the powers that couldn't have waited until you had curled up and died, thereby sparing me of the pain of being forced to banter words with you. I would gladly trade my formidable sorceress powers, but for a minor enchantment that would pierce your thick skull and introduce the idea of manners.
Manners? What about the chocolate I brought you? He opened his mouth to speak, finger raised, then stopped.
You have me there, sir.
He shrugged and ate another candy. And you mentioned formidable sorceress powers. Could you teach me?
Teach you? Ha! Are you even a mage? He sneered. Well, look at you, you brute. Of course you aren't. Oh, if only I had Bigby's boot of righteous rump-kicking to throw down upon you. No, I will most certainly not make you a mage, you boil-brained puttock. To do so would be to demean the art.
I am a mage, Quell. I grunted and brought forth a small cantrip, allowing a single flame to flicker on my fingertips. It danced back and forth in my hand in a complex ordered motion, and with my mental dexterity proven, I allowed it to vanish in a puff of smoke.
Oh!
His lip curled.
What wonders the multiverse holds for Quell today! Come, let me see your spellbook.
He tore the textbook I had made with Mebeth way back when from my grasp and glared at it furiously.
What is this trash? I'll tell you, dung! Dung, dung, dung! How do you even pluck the spells from these stained pages? Have you been using this book as a bar towel, so soaked in spirits, glue, and blood it is? Do you not care for your spellbook? How can I teach someone who does not respect the art?
It holds my spells. Its appearance is unimportant.
Ridiculous. Preposterous. A most laughable notion if I ever heard one. Whoever taught you the art?
A midwife in Ragpicker Square, Mebeth.
Then shame to be her name to be spreading such ineffable twaddle. And look at these spells. What is this addled crap that they've been spilling out, sullying magic with hoodoo names and mumbo-jumbo wash? Trivial, tiny, flickering candle-like magics with grandiose names.
So why does its appearance matter?
Your spellbook's appearance should reflect your respect for the power it holds. That trashy little book of yours is suitable only for the basest of words. True spells should be recorded in rare, precious inks, on sheets of vellum edged with gold leaf. Everything in its proper place, or not at all.
I see. Can you teach me or not? He shut his eyes and massaged his temples for a moment. Finally, he spoke in a cold, level tone. It is obvious I can teach you nothing. I may, however, have some spells you might wish to purchase from me. Would you care to see them? May I have some candy? A candy? And once more, for good measure, a candy? What, pray tell, makes you think I'd give a candy to a shirtless, impertinent whelp such as yourself, He tapped his foot, arms crossed, awaiting my answer. Would you sell some, then? Now that I might. But I would warn you, I sell no ordinary candies, but chocolates of power. He drew the last word out, rubbing his hands together greedily. Chocolates of power? He nodded. Indeed. They're not cheap, mind you, so should you find yourself short of jink, I suggest you drop the subject immediately. Would you like to see what I have to offer, He cocked his head, looking at me slyly. He did indeed have a staggering collection of magical candies, but that wasn't what I had come for. Quell, what do you know of Ravel Puzzlewell? At the mention of her name, he swallowed the candy he'd been sucking on with a loud gulp, wincing in pain. What to tell? Why tell it all? Such things, such tales are best left in dusty books and in the attics of old men's minds. Evil, evil! Such a name, and such dark tales swarm about it like flies on a corpse. Just the same, I need you to tell me. He rolled his eyes, plopping another candy into his mouth. She's a night hag, my boy, who came to Sigil. All evil and cackles she was, alive with her shadow magic, ready to butt heads with the Lady of Pain. Barmy, old hag. Only succeeded in getting herself mazed. She's likely dead by now. Shadow magic? Yes. He seemed uneasy about speaking of her. Ravel dabbled. No, not dabbled, but excelled in all schools of magic. She knew shadow magics, magic of illusion and shadow substance, shadows, residues of dead things. How might I find her? How might you what? His candy rolled right out of his mouth and onto the tiles. Before I could so much look at it, he snatched it back up and popped it back into his mouth, giving me a dirty look. Why would you ask such a thing? Are you mad? What could you possibly want with such an evil creature? She knows something about my past. Doubtful. She was mazed many centuries ago. Gone. Penned in the dead book she is. And even if she were somehow still clutching to life with her blackened bloody talons, what could she possibly know about you? She wasn't the spitting image of cackling evil, that is, and was even willing to help you. I just have to hope she's still alive and will help me. By Lesh's 6 teats and her swollen tummy, what a flickering candle of hope hurled into the howling winds of pandemonium that is! Flicker, flicker, whoosh! Don't be any more fool than you need be. I must seek her out, whether she's dead or alive. So, if she's dead, as she most likely is, then what is your plan, may I ask? You have everything all figured out, do you? Quell is just blowing words out of his pits. Nonsense, nothing. What do you plan to do if she's in the dead book, eh? I don't know. I'll figure something out. My, that's the best plan I've ever heard. Pure blinding white genius of an idea. No idea how to get into the maze, no idea how to get out, no idea what to do if she's dead, and certainly no idea what to do if she's alive. I might as well be talking to a lemma for all the balmy foolishness you're spouting out. What do you think I should do? That's the first brilliant question you've asked. Me, I think you should give up this clueless idea of entering mazes and chatting with night hags and lope back into whatever crypt you crawled out of. Makes for far more sense than fishing for the lady's anger, it does. Can you tell me how to get to her maze? Quell simply paused and stared, dumbfounded as if he couldn't believe anyone could be this thick. Lunatic, madman, addle cove, have you not listened to a word I've said? She's imprisoned in an interdimensional maze for trying to best the Lady of Pain. That means she's at least 10 times as balmy as you, and at least 100 times more powerful. She's almost most likely dead and thrice dead, and if by some happenstance she isn't, she'll make you dead. I understand, but I really need your help. Can you tell me how to reach her or not? Quell went silent, chewing on his lip. After a moment, he fished around in his tunic for a mint, then popped it into his mouth. You're serious? Serious now? Why so serious? So beta bent? So mule stubborn? He sighed. Well, born clueless, die clueless.
Yes?
All mazes have portals, this much I know to be true. A way in, a way out, and this is how the lady fashions them. I do not know the portal, its location, or even its form, but I am told its key is a piece of ravel.
A piece of ravel? But if ravel is mazed, then how am I supposed to...
Then you'll have to make do. Find something that has ravel's taint in it, mayhap, that's all I know. Oh, bother me no more about it. If you want to go pestering someone about something like that, go to the brothel of slating intellectual lust.
Chapter 79. As nice as it would be to talk to the prostitutes of the brothel again, I was pretty sure that Anna would have disapproved if I went to chat with a flock of gorgeous young women without any convincing leads. A girl like that sharpens more than her tongue on those she's come to dislike. A cool breeze tickled my skin as I guzzled my ale. I'd asked a dozen others about Ravel, keeping myself either to men or older and uglier women who might have known a thing or two. Not particularly exhaustive, but with each scholar and sage it became more apparent that the people in the clerk's ward are smart enough to not speak of what lurks in the shadows and behind the mirror, or, hell, even study this dismal sort of chant. Unless, of course, it was to a supple, perfumed prostitute who knew how to coax the most intimate of details from her clients. Getting a green-eyed glare and a shiv in the stem was a secondary concern, though. Memories and pasts are like a braided rope. You can't reweave it if you've just got one strand. There were too many frayed edges to my mind to make sense of anything from my eyes to my ass. It was Mort, however, who helped lead me to snag another thread. An older, somewhat bookish man had been passing by, cup in hand. His clothing and accessories were extremely clean, neat, and well cared for, and he often paused to brush some fleck of dust or lint off of them. A symbol resembling a stylized dagger, piercing upwards through a flame, was embroidered upon his tunic. He gave a start at the sight of Mort.
"Oh, I say, would you look at that? A floating skull!"
Mort turned and looked behind him.
"Where? Where?"
The man gasped.
"By the unjust laws of Tooney the Merciless."
Who? He suddenly covered his mouth and looked at Fall from Grace apologetically.
Sorry. The man was a horrible tyrant, now long dead. His name should never be spoken so. 'Tis rather vulgar. My deepest apologies, Lady Grace. I did not mean to offend."
Grace smiled slightly.
It is no matter, Abel. I am certain only Tooney would have been offended by the comment, and, as you know, his subjects buried him alive more than 3 centuries ago.
Yes, you are probably right.
He turned back to Mort.
But behold, a skull, buoyant, levitating off the ground, cognitive of its environment, and possessing hearing, speaking, and seeing capabilities.
He turned to me as if I were suddenly a confidant.
This is truly one of the reasons that the plains shall never become dull to me, sir. Just when you think you've seen everything, the plains show you yet another corner to peer around, and... He raised his hands gloriously. Suddenly, whole new wondrous vistas are open to you.
Actually, the talking floating skull thing is quite common. Right up there with self-resurrecting amnesiacs scouring sigil for their lost identities, I replied dryly. The man ignored me, looking to Mort instead.
I say, skull,
he began. Mort gasped.
Look behind you! Another floating skull!
He might as well have his fun. The man seemed to have forgotten me entirely, instead turning in shock to look for this other skull.
No! Where? Where?
Right where I'm pointing. There!
Where? I cannot see it.
In his excitement, he failed to realize that Mort didn't have any hands. Mort spoke with mock exasperation.
You just missed it. A whole parade of them. Probably never happen again in a million revolutions of the Great Ring.
The man turned and harumphed.
I see you also possess a peculiar degree of mockery.
Mort bobbed slightly, as if shrugging.
I prefer to refer to it as keen insights into human nature.
It was when I chuckled that he seemed to notice me for the first time, eyes widening.
By the unjust laws of Tooney the...
He started, but caught himself with a polite cough.
I say, are you all right? You look...
He fumbled for words.
Hurt.
I'm all right.
Aye, it hurts to look at him, it does.
Anna grinned. Very amusing, Anna. I had some questions, sir. Who are you?
Why, my name is Abel Ponderthought.
What do you do here?
I passed my administrator exam just recently and have achieved the status of an A9, a research consultant in the Hall of Records, one of the many aides specializing in Sigil's physical laws and history. I research topics and laws of interest to others. It's quite fascinating, really.
What's that symbol embroidered on your tunic mean?
Why, 'tis the symbol of the Fraternity of Order.
He held himself up proudly.
We are responsible for much of the lawmaking and running the courts here in Sigil. Many judges, advocates, and clerks are members of our order, and we are pleased to help enforce Sigil's laws and keep things orderly. We make a strident effort to learn all laws, whether they pertain to Sigil, the planes, or the multiverse itself.
What does the Fraternity of Order believe in?
The Fraternity of Order believes that the multiverse is governed by laws. When one knows all the laws, one will understand the multiverse. That is our goal. By understanding the laws, their limits, we learn to avoid certain laws.
If you don't mind me asking, what sort of benefits are in that position?
Well, our fraternity allows us to read languages quite easily, and we may use some of the rules of the multiverse on occasion to suit our benefit.
Languages? I blinked. Immediately, I started sifting through my pack for the dodecahedron. With the same series of turns and twists, I unfolded it, revealing the strange pattern of runes inside. Can you read this? I think it's a journal of some sort. He glanced over it, eyebrows raised.
Odd. No, I cannot. Is it a language?
I believe so. Can you do some research on it?
Yes, I shall look into it. I should have the information in less than a day from now.
Don't think that just because someone else was doing my research for me that this was an excuse to be lazy. Trust me, it was much more comforting knowing that my fate was in my own hands. With someone else taking the reins, all I could do was sit in the carriage twitching my leg, blind to the path and hoping I wasn't about to get driven into a ditch. With that on my mind, the world was flowing past me as I wandered down the street. It was only by chance that an old woman caught my attention, if only because something about her pricked a hint of recognition in the back of my mind. Not a memory, more an echo of what a memory should have been. The woman examined me closely with her sharp gray eyes, first my face, then my arms and various tattoos.
Greetings, scarred one. Come to speak with Ellebrand, have ye? Come to have your fortune told, mayhap, for a paltry 5 coins?
Well, I was up to my eyes in coppers anyway. I fished a small palmful out of my pouch. Yeah, tell me my fortune. Ellebrand placed my coins in her belt pouch and took my hands. She quietly studied my palms, frowning deeply and with eyebrows furrowed. At long last, she spoke.
Some rare folk are what's called fateless, you see. They wander through their lives doing as they see fit, creating their own destinies. Ye have no fortune to tell, scarred one, none at all. I've nothing to tell ye, so here is your coin returned.
She gave me back my 5 coppers. I nodded, still suspicious. There was something about her. Farewell, then.
Hold ye one moment, scarred one.
Ellebrand reached out, touching my arm.
My mother gave me something once, long ago, a scroll sealed with wax. A hooded man had entrusted it to her and said that a man such as ye would one day unwittingly come to claim it. Here, I would have ye take it now.
What is it? Ellebrand shook her head, frowning.
I do not know. She was sworn never to read the thing, and I obeyed her request to leave the seal unbroken myself. The man had paid her handsomely to take the scroll, but warned her of the direst consequences should she open it.
Thanks, then. Farewell. I held the scroll carefully. It was old, fading, innocuous-looking parchment, bound with a single red ribbon and smelling faintly of mildew. The ribbon was held in place with a plain wax seal. Decades old, it prickled with that same sense of familiarity. There was a tinge of apprehension to it, but in the back of my mind I knew I was meant to open it up. Yet another clue to my past. Careful to preserve as much of the seal as I could, I delicately parted the wax from the parchment with the tip of my dagger and unrolled it. The scroll contained a few lines of shaky calligraphy and a strange rune. "This may not kill you, but it will slow you down, I'm sure. Stop chasing me, you thieving bastards. It's my body. Mine, mine, mine. Now, die!" I blinked. What the? The rune suddenly throbbed, and the entire scroll dissolved into a stinking black mess. The fluid seeped directly into the flesh of my hands. Shaking off the shock, I flung as much of the noxious residue away as I could. Only a few droplets spattered on the ground, and where they splashed, they left black stains across the stone. In seconds, the magical hemotoxin began to render my blood into black bile, and dark lines coursed through my veins as they pulsed. For a moment, I clutched at myself, howling in agony, and then the pain subsided. I had survived whatever horrible magic was placed upon this scroll. I stared at the streaks of the remaining poison, expecting the stones to hiss in agony at the touch of it. Ignoring the passer-by staring at me and the scene I had made, I circled back around to Ellebrand.
"I greet ye once more, scarred one."
I had some questions, Ellebrand.
"I do not speak of things mundane, scarred one."
Maybe you'll speak of this, then. I read that scroll, and it was trapped. I held up my hand, traces of the black venom still coursing sluggishly through my veins. Ellebrand looked confused.
I don't know what to say to ye, scarred one."
You could start by saying how exactly you came by that thing.
"As I told ye, scarred one, it was given to me by my mother. A hooded man had given it to her some 50 years past, paying her well, but bidding her never read it, whatever the circumstances."
Ellebrand sighed, looking away for a moment.
"A user of magic she was, powerful in the art, but frightened of this man just the same. She had said his eyes, all she could see of him really, hinted at madness, and that the flesh around them was puckered and grey, like yours. I know nothing more of him."
That'll have to do, then. Farewell. Why the hell would one of my past incarnations try to kill me? Abel smiled at my approach.
"Ah, good sir, we meet again. You know, I was thinking—"
He began talking at length of his work as a research consultant in the Hall of Records, giving sentence-by-sentence descriptions of various interesting conversations he'd had with coworkers that week. I interrupted him. "Find out anything about the writing in that journal I showed you?"
"Only that the language is a dead one. There was a professor of languages at the Civic Fest Hall, Finham, whom you may wish to seek out. He might know of this language should he still be there."
"Could I ask you to research something else for me?"
"I can most certainly try, sir. What is it you seek to know of?"
"I'm looking for information on any deceased person who matches my description." He seemed puzzled.
"An odd request, sir. Such a man or men would have to have been noteworthy figures for my work to turn up anything of interest. Are you investigating an ancestor of yours, or—"
"Something like that. Can you check?"
"Yes, I shall look into it for you."
I returned to him the next day. "Find out anything interesting about dead men fitting my description?"
"Why, yes, actually. Most curious. I found mention of 2 different men who matched your description. Both of the most despicable sort, I'm afraid. The first man was an utter madman, a berserk, bloodthirsty mercenary and duelist who killed all those who crossed him."
Abel Ponderthought nodded.
"He was finally captured and subsequently drawn and quartered by 24 mercy killers after a murderous rampage in a Lower Ward pub. His remains were cast beyond the wall of sigil. This was all some 3 centuries past."
"And the other man?"
"Little is known of him. My research showed that he was a sensate who, shortly before his death,
destroyed all the dozens of sensory stones that he had recorded his experience into. He was noted as a great loss to the faction, for the man, though he had few friends, was said to have collected a great many wondrous sensations.
How did he die? Abel shrugged.
I do not know. The records do not say.
He couldn't have destroyed everything. If he had, I wouldn't have had all the clues that led me to this point. If he was as great a sensate as Abel described, his recorded experiences wouldn't have been left in the public sensoriums. I sifted through one sensory stone after another, probing each sensation just long enough to see if it was me. For many, it was difficult to sever the connection once I realized I wasn't in the shoes of a heavily scarred immortal. It's like trying to awake in the middle of a compelling reverie or freeing yourself from a sweet daydream. But if Dianara's memories could be found, I was sure I could get more clues into that sociopathic bastard Abel described, the one I saw as Dianara's lover in her fantasy. The inscription around the base of the next sensory stone I chose indicated that it held the experience week-long hunting trek across the forests of Arborea. My fingers wrapped around the surface, and I let the memory seep along my flesh. I stand in a circle of white tents, deep in the woods somewhere. The trees around me are by far the largest I've ever seen. Suddenly, though, there's an odd prickling sensation at the back of my skull. My surroundings melt into a colorless smear, then slowly resolved into what looked like the interior of a large gray sphere. Across from me crouched a figure almost identical to myself. His eyes flashed in the half-darkness. A mad smile split his features. I knew you would come. Who are you? Oh, don't you know? Didn't all those filthy, lying, thrice-bedamned journals tell you who I am? Those journals were so conveniently left for me when I awoke. Those journals that called me an incarnation. Ha! Burn them all, I did. All that I found. So, you're one of my earlier incarnations. He crossed his arms and looked away. If you put stock in such trash, yes. What did those lying journals say? They spoke lies, 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 and nothing more. Filth about a man who forgets himself, other incarnations, of preserving their experiences in writing so later lives could benefit. Thieves! It's my life, mine! You all want to steal my body, and you won't have it! Oh God, he was insane. He wasn't the one I saw wooing Dianara with that silver tongue of his. Those eyes were wild, with the bending and breaking that only a dozen planes of rattling thoughts and shivering marches could bring. Where are we? Oh, this? He gestured around him, snickering. Just a little trap is all. I realized that killing you, body thieves, might not be enough. I have to trap you, ensnare you for eternity. You might have realized by now that there's no way out of this sensory stone. Your mind is locked here. You'll notice the rather sparse surroundings I've left for you, all to help the madness set in good and quick while your flesh rots away. He chuckled evilly. I have some questions, then. My earlier incarnation crossed his arms and looked away indignantly. Save for a few more tufts of hair on his head, he was identical to me. Even his arms had most of the tattoos mine did. Did you put those tattoos on? No! He looked distraught. That one incarnation, the practical one, did. I've tried to burn them off, but the skin regenerates with the tattoos still on them. I've tried to tear them off, stain them with acid. I hate them. But why? His eyes flickered uncomfortably. It's maddening to feel the eyes upon you, reading your body like a book. How did you make this trap? Can't tell you that. It'll never be replicated. The magic used in its creation were lost, even to me. Clever it is, though. One experience hidden under the other so that no flesh but my own would set it off. But if your flesh sets it off, wouldn't that mean I'm you? You've trapped yourself. I've trapped myself. Don't you see? But that's not... You're one of the... I thought I put in safeguards. How could I be so foolish? He wrung his hands together, biting his lower lip. How to get out? How? I've forgotten. Wait, I am the only one who can release you, and that I will not do. If you or I, you can release yourself. So, I willed the trap open. Chapter 80. Don't be under any delusions that being a sensate is all fun and games. Sure, I've heard that there are occasionally orgies of feasting and wine and sensuality that would make the most severe hedonist blush. But pleasure is only a sliver of experience that can be found in the multiverse. For breakfast, I had sat down to a clacking mass of claws in a ceramic bowl. The bits clacked, their motions quickening with the casual prod of a fork. With each spasm, the snapping tips would flick a speck of blood-colored sauce across the table. When an order comes with a free antidote, you know it's going to be bad, but it was one of those obligations as a sensate.
Attention! Fall from grace. I wish to address your body.
Nordom chirped in his sexless drone.
Pardon me?
Fall from Grace raised a coy eyebrow as she lowered her tea.
Your body, your form, your reason for selecting it. Why?
A smile crept in at the edge of her lips.
Why, I suppose I find it comforting. Besides, I rather like the wings.
It would be more practical for you to assume the form of a Modron. It is 13.27% more efficient, give or take plus or minus 5.2%.
Why, Nordom, are you trying to court me?
Her tone was teasing and edged on being flirtatious.
It was not my intention to initiate legal action against you.
Do Modrons blush? I was tempted to ask Mort, but he seemed as amicable towards Nordom as my breakfast was to me.
I have heard of you,
a woman murmured behind me. I turned around, and just as I looked away, one of the critters snapped down on my fingertip, drawing blood. I swallowed the oath that came to my lips and tried to smile. What came out instead was more grimace than grin. Greetings. And you are? She was incredibly attractive, sharp-featured and smooth-skinned, with an earth-colored gown that served to accentuate her pale flesh and gray-black hair. There was some intangible aura about her that made me want to speak to her, and I had to bite down on my tongue to stop the bumbling words on its tip that would have passed my lips otherwise. I stood up, and she glanced at me coyly, then gave a knowing smile.
I am unfulfilled desire. You want something, yes?
She hissed the yes, drawing out slowly and sensually from between her teeth. Her voice was breathy, with a whisper of a slur.
I can help. Name your desire, and I shall provide it.
I love the fest hall, Mort beamed. The woman ignored Mort, her eyes locked with mine. What do you have that I might want?
All that you might want lies within my reach. What little I do not possess, I can obtain. Speak your desire.
I want my memories returned. All of them. She smiled.
Much may be forgotten in a lifetime, and much more in several lifetimes. I can help you.
She studied my face closely.
Come into my parlor, and we shall negotiate.
I looked back to the others. Anna's lips were pulled back into a disapproving scowl, but she said nothing. Unfulfilled Desire's apartment reminded me of a dusty old antique in the corner of a store. Well decorated, skillfully done in technical terms, but bland and half-forgotten in the broader scheme of things. Compared to her, the furnishings melted away into indistinct and ever more irrelevant surroundings.
Explain to me the ways in which you want these memories. Speak to me your craving, and I shall speak to you of the price.
What proof do you have that you could return them to me? She stood still, but suddenly her hand was touching my forehead, a finger dragging along my temple.
Only this.
And the fog in my head began to peel away, briefly enough to catch a glimpse of remembrance. But before I could focus on the memory, the mist rolled back in. The renewed obscurity was thick and cloying, leaving me frustrated as if I'd been on the edge of a sneeze.
Tell me why you desire it. Speak to me your craving,
and I shall speak to you of the price.
I want them back. Is that not enough? Her smile hardened.
You must give your desire voice and emotion, or it is as dust to me. You must convince me that you truly desire what I can impart, or it shall not be yours.
I began to describe how I wanted my memories back. The conscientious fear of the unknown, the thirst of curiosity, and the terror of potential new sins, peeled back raw and bleeding and revealed anew. As I spoke, her smile faded, and unfulfilled desire leaned forward attentively, her eyes ravaging my features as I continued. Her presence compelled me to speak more than I normally would, and after a few moments her eyes fluttered closed as she gave a sharp intake of breath. Suddenly, the desire for my memories began to wane. My want slowly drained out of me, leaving only a sense of cold emptiness in its wake as it bled out. She opened her eyes again as I stopped speaking.
What is wrong, traveler? Do you no longer want your memories returned to you?
No. I mean, yes. What have you done to me? She seemed perplexed.
Whatever do you mean?
Despite her innocent demeanor, I was certain that something unnatural had occurred. She had somehow siphoned off some part of my desire, stolen it away for some ghastly collection of wants, or perhaps to feed upon. Had I finished speaking of my desire, I was certain it would have been lost forever.
Come now. Is there something else you want, then? Tell me of it.
I'd best not. If Abel Ponderthought was right, the Fraternity of Order was the best place to head for help on translating this journal I had. The closest member I could find lived just a few blocks down from the Civic Fest Hall. The crest of the faction was emblazoned on his door, and every citizen I asked pointed to this house as that of the most prominent governor in the neighborhood. It was more a library than a home. I walked down the thin alley of bookshelves, which smelled dry and musty and sharp with age, like an old wine. Past the aisle was the advocate's office proper, with benches lined for petitioners for his aid. You'd think that a member of a faction composed entirely of librarians and lawyers would be old and crotchety. I know I did, and I wasn't disappointed. He was dressed in soft blue robes covered with intricate designs, wrinkled and worn despite their opulence. He looked older than his years, somewhere between middle age and early 60s as far as I could tell. The worry lines made an exact determination difficult. Everything about him seemed to sag, and he seemed to lean on his cane, not because he was weak, but because he felt he needed to. As I approached, the man turned slowly towards me. As he did, a cold chill ran up my spine. The terrible sense that I knew this man, or did at one time, wormed its way into the back of my mind. Greetings. The man squinted as if trying to place me. Yes? Is there something I can help you with? Are you a governor? I've been asking around. He nodded, studying me with a frown. I am Giannis. Were you looking for me? I don't know. What is this place? I am an advocate. These are my offices. Giannis's voice took on an irritated edge. Do you seek counsel? If not, perhaps you had best test your curiosity elsewhere. An advocate? What's that? Mort broke in with a whisper floating up beside me. He's saying he's a lawyer, a counselor, one of those Burks who rattle their bone boxes at the courts. Giannis's frown deepened. An advocate provides counsel, helps others navigate the labyrinths of Sigil's legal system, arranges legacies for citizens to ensure their property is divided as they choose upon death, defend those in Sigil's courts who have been wrongly accused. He paused. Did you need help in any of these areas? Legacies? They are contracts that are deliverable at the death of the client. They provide specifics on how a person's possessions are to be divided upon the event of their demise. I have also heard them called wills. Are they anything like dustman contracts? Oh my, no. The dustman contracts, while they are deliverable at the time of the client's death, bequeath the client's body to the dustman. Not a pleasant business at all.
but some who are poor of means find the dustman contract to be a means of support. I dropped the subject. Have we met before? Giannis leaned in with a heavy squint, frowning in thought. The wrinkles on his face became more pronounced as he did so. Age had placed a heavy toll on him. No, yet you seem familiar. He continued to study my features, then shook his head. I will concede that there is something familiar about you, sir, and I apologize for any insult my failing memory may be giving you at this moment. I've been preoccupied for some time now. Have we met before? I think so. I can't really remember myself. Frustrating for us both, it would seem. Excuse me for asking, but are you all right? Giannis sighed. I do not wish to burden you any further. As I mentioned to you before, I lost my daughter not long ago. There was also the fire, but that is another matter. I nodded. That chill grew sharp and sent needles along my back, but I asked him anyway. Tell me more about your daughter. Instantly, Giannis seemed to collapse into himself. Yes. His businesslike facade drained from his face to be replaced with cold despair. My daughter, Dianara, passed away some time ago. I stood, dumb and still, as a cold chill lanced into my bones. My lips parted in shock, and my eyes widened. Dianara. I could almost hear the tender whispers and half-slurred murmurs of passion, feel the shy blushes and heavy caresses. There was a cold emptiness from the echo of memory, barren of love and bound with ruthless deception. Giannis may have said something further, but I found it hard to listen. I swallowed, doing my best to pull my mind together. Tell me about her. What was she like? Dianara, she was young. She had recently joined the Society of Sensation, the Sensates. Not an unpleasant faction, but she had also met someone there. She followed him on a journey, and there she died. He looked pained. I was not even able to recover her body. You say she was a sensate? Yes. He became slightly more animated, as if warming himself on a precious memory. She had joined them because of her gift, and the fact there was so much about the multiverse that she wanted to experience. The sensates lend themselves readily to the sharing of experience and sensation. Gift? Oh, yes. Giannis nodded. My daughter had the blood of an oracle running in her veins, but it was an unreliable talent. At times she could predict events before they took place. She had sight. She could see through time itself, sift through the threads of fate. Do you know anything about this man she journeyed with? I bit my tongue, both afraid and eager to know if he remembered. Little. I barely even knew of his existence until she had departed. By then it was too late to have known him. Do you know where she went on this journey? She never said. I'm not certain she was capable of saying where they had gone. It must have been a terrible place. How did she die? I do not know. As I said, her body was never recovered. Giannis's face turned blood red, and his hands clenched into fists. And that is perhaps the most maddening part of this misery. I will never know what possessed her to run off like that, what happened to her, nor where her body lies now. Forgive me for asking, but how do you know she's dead if you never saw the body? It is most curious. I went to the dustmen to see if they had found her body, and they directed me to one of their faction outside the Dustman Monument, a dustman named Death of Names, I believe. He is said to be an oracle of sorts as well, concerning those who have died. He told me my daughter had died. I nodded. I saw a woman named Dianara interned in the mortuary memorial hall. Yes, I arranged for a bier to be placed in the memorial hall. There's no body there, of course, but I hoped the bier would serve as a marker by which she may find her way home. I couldn't bear to tell him of the state she was in now, and shifted the conversation to other matters. I see. Tell me about this fire. There is nothing much to say about the matter. It was a strange, localized fire. I cannot imagine what must have been precious in the documents that were burned, but Someone must have wanted them destroyed. Any luck in locating the person responsible? No. Neither the Harmonium nor the Mercy Killers have had any fortune in locating the person responsible.
Can you tell me what was burned?
A number of old legacies were burned, and some mementos and other keepsakes of value only to me.
Actually, I have come to collect the legacy of a young woman.
Indeed. Very well. Do you remember the legacy in question?
I bit my lip, suddenly hesitant. The legacy number Dianara spoke of in her sensory stone was fresh in my mind. As much as I tried to forget the details, the entire experience had been carved across my memory, leaving bleeding runnels and gaping wounds. The young woman's legacy is 687KS. His eyes widened as I named the legacy.
My daughter's legacy?
He looked shocked.
How do you know my daughter?
I don't know. I'm hoping the legacy can answer that.
Why would...
Giannis seemed at a loss for words.
Who are you, sir, that my daughter would have left a legacy for you?
It is possible that I knew her once and have forgotten her. Giannis studied my features more intently.
You do seem familiar somehow.
Perhaps if you got the legacy, it might answer some questions for us both.
Of course. Hold a moment, and I shall return presently.
He shuffled off, cane clacking with each step. He was quick about digging it up. How many times had he stared at the locked legacy, aching to know what was inside, but legally bound to protect it for whoever would come to claim its contents?
All the articles are accounted for.
Giannis held 3 scrolls in his hands. He stared at the items, almost hypnotized.
Here you are. If I may. May I read them, sir?
Let me read them first, and then I shall decide.
Of course.
Giannis seemed broken.
But please, I beg you, I have very little left to remember my daughter by.
I shall not forget. I will return after I've read them. As much as I wanted to ease this poor man's trouble, I needed to take care and protect others from my past. I unrolled the scroll.
My love, if you are reading this, then the tragedy I have seen has come to pass. I have died, and you have remained to suffer the loss. Know this, my love. I know why you were forced to shield your feelings from me. You sought to protect me from the terrible burden you carry with you. The distance you kept between us was your way of protecting me, and the brief moments when we were alone and you let your feelings be known, that was when I knew you cared for me. Carry no regrets with you. Carry no guilt, for I came with you on your haunted journey of my own accord, and no matter how death came for me, I know that you did everything in your power to save me. Our lives are intertwined, my love, and death shall not be a wall between us. For my sight has seen what is to come, only in staccato segments, but it is enough for me to know that we will be separated for a time, but we shall be reconciled again. Thus, do not see my death as a farewell, but only as an interval before we meet again. Carry my ring with you, and these other pieces of me, and think of me. Keep me in your mind and heart, and that will be the beacon that brings us together. Forever yours, Dianara.
I slid the ring onto my finger, cold to the touch, yet strangely comforting. The pale azure-white gem pulsed with a soft light.
She looks up to me with the shy blush of a maiden on this day that she had been the butt of her fantasies. Many times I had apologized, promising I'd make it up to her eventually, and each time she held my calloused hands in hers, soft and pale as milk.
All I need is you, my love,
she would say, and deep in her heart, she would mean it. There was no need for flowers or lace, pretty gowns or grooms. The touch of our hands and the vows on our lips would be enough. She had always set aside her dreams for me. I counted on that. Only a few scattered sensates sit in attendance, and those few only because they had heard secondhand. There had been no time to send out invitations. The lecture hall had been the only spare room I was able to find for the ceremony, and even by a non-sensate standards, the surroundings were austere. She had been eating out of my hand for weeks now. There was no need to do anything fancy. I blinked off the vestige of the memory to see Giannis standing nervously, both hands tight on the handle of his staff. Here's DNR's legacy, as I promised. Giannis took the scroll and studied it. There was a long silence, then he slowly looked up at me. You meant very much to my daughter. She was willing to give up her life for you. I believe that is the case. Giannis handed the scroll back to me. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your kindness. It's the least I can do. I paused. Giannis, the man your daughter left with, I believe that man was me, but I have forgotten much. You? Giannis looked me up and down. You are the one. And you say you have forgotten? Giannis drew himself up. He looked as if he were squaring himself for a battle. Is that what she died for? For the love of you? And you have forgotten? But the incident was not so long ago. How can this be? I have a strange condition. I lose myself for a time. Anything you can tell me about myself or your daughter would be invaluable. Countless liars I have known in my tenure in this city. Giannis studied me intently. You do not strike me as one of them, at least on this matter. He sighed. If you truly do not remember, then whatever befell you and my daughter on your journey must have left deep scars. I am inclined to agree. Then I ask your word on this. If your memory returns and you discover what has happened to my daughter, return to me so that my mind may at last be laid to rest on this matter. I will do that, I vowed. Very well, then. Now leave. I wish to be alone with my thoughts. There were only so many revelations the old man could bear in one day, but I knew that if I left now, I may not have been able to bring myself to come back. But before I go, Giannis, there is a sensory stone in the sensorium that contains a fragment of your daughter's experiences. Even as the words left my tongue, they sounded sleazy, inviting Giannis to pry in on his daughter's most intimate of moments. But by how his eyes blazed with hope, I knew it was the right decision. I thank you, good sir, thank you. I am in your debt. It's no trouble, Giannis. Please, go see the experiences of your daughter. I think they might ease your trouble. Chapter 81. As long as I was at the fest hall, I figured I might learn something from the lectures that were held there. The crowd's murmurs filled the room. Though the lecture hall was modestly large, I squeezed through a Byzantine maze of protruding elbows and skirts. Women glared at me for the occasional treaded dress hem, while those noble women in more scant clothing shot piercing looks when I brushed past, as if I were trying to feel them up. I grumbled and ignored their gazes. If they chose to dress that way, they could hardly blame me for bumping against a little bare skin. I should have let Grace take point, instead of trying to be a gentleman. For her, the crowd parted as much as they could. The sensates knew of Grace's prestige within the faction, while the more ignorant at least knew not to cross paths with a Tanari. The clueless might not have been so tactful, but not many of them attended this lecture, apparently. Too bad. They would have benefited the most. A squat, hunched old man stood on the podium, still bearing the broad shoulders and scarred, calloused hands of a worker or warrior. An aura of weary despair hung about him, by his furrowed brow and bitter scowl. The name on the sign that advertised the lecture outside read Gisus the Crooked, and by his gnarled features I could see why. Right, now listen up. This is the seminar on the war. If you're here to listen about the blood war, take root. If you're not,
you're in the wrong all, and you'd best hump your soft, comfort-loving Sigillian lumberstems out of here. The Blood War? More boring than listening to a governor recite laws. Let's find some young sensates who need to be indoctrinated in the ways of passion. Mort waggled his eyebrows in anticipation. No, Mort, I want to hear this, I said, hushing him quickly, just as the rest of the crowd let their conversations die in the air. The man suddenly threw a dark eye over the audience, as if looking for something. And further, if you're Tanari or Betezu, hump your scaly-eyes out the door. I's not letting you ornery bastards bend an ear to this and then listen to your balmy arguments. Grace tilted her head ever so slightly, drawing a delicate finger along her cheek in thought. 'Cause this is no discussion on who's right. Behind us, I could hear the sounds of something large leaving the lecture hall. It just tells the Blood War from the human point of view. I was not promoting one side or another, 'cause they both stink in different ways. The speaker became somber. So, what's left of you are wanting to listen to some Blood War stories, tales about the war. Here to hear the horror of it all, no doubt. The floating fortresses wove and weaved a human skin. The plains-wide battlegrounds the Blood War be fought on. He bared his yellow teeth. Tales of fiends locking fangs with other fiends. Gar, snar! His snarl faded, and he looked suddenly bored. Well, let me peel back your lids and crack your bone boxes. 'Tis all a steaming heap of balmy nonsense to be dwelling on that forged dung. He spat in derision, rolling his eyes wildly. I'll tell you this, though. You can't imagine the scale the Blood War is fought on. Nothing you've seen, heard, or participated in, nothing compares. Time, number of legions, sheer bloodshed. Nothing compares, Bucks. To try and imagine it, forget it. My advice, simple. Stay away from the big bloody mess altogether. The only thing you need to know is this. Fiends are killing fiends. Betezu are slaughtering Tanari. Tanari are butchering Betezu right now. He spat again. Neither's winning. Don't think either can win. Biggest stalemate this side of eternity, think the powers. He shrugged. That's it. I'll be answering any questions you got for me now. The young sensei raised his hand. What's your question, Cutter? What started the Blood War? He called out from the crowd. You got a right to be curious about what started this big old sodden soupy mess in the first place. What set the fiends locking horns in the first place, biting and clawing at each other until that was the only reason they were alive. Simple. They met. He sighed. Tanari and Betezu crossed paths each other one day like two drunken bigots they set to fighting. That's simple. He frowned. Well, now pike that. Imagine two drunken priests who believe each knows the only way to live. Now make those priests ripped with scales and fangs and horns and a cruel streak 7 miles wide and put them in an itty-bitty sodden cell, and you have a good idea of the love that can spring forth. And there you have it. Origin of the Blood War. Why are the two evil races fighting? Another asked. One believes evil should be nice and orderly. One believes evil should be chaos running rampant across the plains. Both evil, but that doesn't mean they can agree on anything. Bad blood. Each wants to exterminate the other, so only their brand of evil remains. They hate each other like... The speaker wrung his hands together, trying to find the right words. You see, they don't hate like we hate. We don't even know what hate is. We have one word for hate. They have... His voice dropped. Thousands upon thousands. Their meaning's twisted and piled like bodies. That's why they fight. Can't you give me a little more on the Blood War itself? I called out. Mort rolled his eyes. Could have asked him just as easily. If I were to boil it down, it'd be this. Blood War's been going on damn near forever, and will keep going on till damn near forever itself gets penned in the dead book. The Tanari, the champions of chaos and evil, are trying to stomp the green-colored dung out of the Betezu, the champions of law and evil. They butcher each other over how each of them thinks evil should be, if you can believe that. Ha! What do you think would happen if someone stopped the Blood War? You can't make any piking difference in the war. It's too sodden big. You're a stone, a pebble in an ocean that's another pebble in another ocean, which is a pebble in another ocean, and so on and so forth till the stench cows come home. As a pebble, your goal is to not be noticed and sink to the bottom with the rest of the dregs.
If you could make a difference, which you can't, you shouldn't try, because then the planes would tumble on down. I was glad I was taller than most here, so he could see me clearly. The planes would tumble down? Why? He held up his hands like pillars. The blood wall's like a big bloody support beam propping up the planes. Kick it down, and a lot of the planes would come tumbling down with it. Lots of baggage rests on the back of the wall. He suddenly brayed like a donkey, laughing bitterly. The biggest, nastiest pack of animals on the plains. Gisus grinned cynically. Besides, as some say, war's great for business. He laughed hollowly, then looked as if he could suddenly cry. Never you mind that. Another question. Are you all right? You seem pained. The man smiled sadly. Aye, listen, Cutter, I'm no priest, nor would I want to be one, but hear this. Keep evil out of your heart. When you die with evil in your heart, your spirits fall to the lower planes, where you become a petitioner. Any guess as to what happens then? Petitioners in the Abyss and Baator get twisted into foot soldiers and get to fight in the Blood War for all eternity. He chuckled, shaking his head. So that's the dark as to why the Betezu and Tanari try and corrupt all they touch, because they need more troops. Need this. Keep evil far from your heart, Burke. The questions came mostly from the front of the crowd, where we mingled. A few questions were shouted from the back of the room, carried over only by the polite silence of the attendees. Where is the Blood War fought? Plenty of places. Usually the lower plains, anywhere along the river Styx, the 9 layers of Baator, the 4 furnaces of Gehenna, the Grey Waste, cold red Carceri, the prison plain, and the pike and near endless well of evil that's the Abyss. Luckily, someone else was just as curious as I was. Tell us about the Grey Waste. Also called the Glooms. Gisus shrugged, then shivered as if by reflex. Grey in every sense of the word. Colors burn your eyes there, they shout, are too loud, and your dreams are pulled to the surface and poured on the ground, lost forever. Only the night hags rule there, the grey ladies of the waste. One particularly callow, fresh-faced youth had a smile on his face. He was either clueless or spoiled rotten. How does one get hired into the Blood War? You know, every once in a when some leather-headed book comes round asking about a job in the Blood War. Maybe they want some jink. They want a quick stint and then to get on with their lives. Mayhap I was one of these leatherheads. Mayhap I was a sellsword and heard there was a little jink to be made in the war. Got me interested. He shook his head. Taught me a lesson, it did. We're like ants running round the heels of dancing sodpike gods. I saw big men who claimed to be big soldiers. Paper soldiers. War's a furnace for them. Makes them wake up or burn. The young man wrinkled his nose, as if sizing up Gisus. So, how'd you survive the Blood War? The man's face darkened. Well, that's the one thing I won't speak of, Cutter. Suffice to say, a man does what he has to do to escape the war. Surely you could advise us on how one is to survive the Blood War. Gisus stabbed his gaze at me. You want to know how to survive the Blood War? 3 things, Cutter. He held up a maimed hand with only 2 fingers. First off, you stay the pike out of it. Secondarily, keep yourself the pike and hells out of it. And lastly, you stay the bloody pike and sod pike out of it. If any part of the war rolls your way, let your imagination give your bum a kick and run as fast as you can. If you can't run, then lie really still and pray it passes you by. He paused for a moment. Except there's no place it don't touch. There's almost nowheres you can run to get away from it. If there's nowhere to run, why aren't there fiends fighting in Sigil? His expression seemed to soften. Oh, now Cutter, look. They have fought here a few times. Sometimes we get a little spillover from the Blood War. Our Lady of Pain, bless her steel-ridden heart, puts out the fires. Some of the time. He sneered. There's been times, some horrifying drizzle-on-yourself we're so sodden scared times, when they've smashed and burnt and clawed their way through whole sodden city blocks in Sigil before she decides to clean house. He clucked his tongue and winked cynically. So she ain't as keen on stopping the Blood War as it might seem, see? Why don't the fiends just take Sigil? He laughed, but it turned into a sputtering cough. Don't get me wrong now, both the Tanari and the Betezu want Sigil something fierce. 'Tis the most precious staging ground in the Pike and multiverse, the cage is the city of doors and connects everywhere. You can't ignore it, and if you're serving in the blood war and want to win, you gotta have it. Gisus coughed again. 'Tis just the fiends aren't gonna get it while the lady's in charge is all. She's tough as nails, her blades'll cut you deeper than any fiend's fang. And that knots the fiend's stems like you wouldn't believe. One quiet lady, her hands tucked in her sleeves, holding back the blood war all by herself. He laughed bitterly.
I don't find it hard to believe that a woman can stop the blood war, Grace chimed, and instantly Gisus looked mildly chastened. But fiends are still allowed in Sigil, I continued.
Oh, damnably certain. They can't brawl in the streets too much, so as neutral ground, Sigil allows them to rattle their bone boxes without trying to murder each other. Sometimes they'll chat it up with each other here. The peace don't stay that way for long, though. Also, just because they can't butcher each other in the streets don't mean spies, recruitment, and backstabbing don't still go on here. They fight battles with lies and words, Buck. Sometimes 'tis all in the bluster and blather. And there's a safe house about, too. Places where they can cool their talons before the next skirmish. And they like to recruit here, too. Looking for boys fresh off the plains with a little greed in their hearts that they can make part of their glorious army.
He stopped speaking to peer closely at me.
Mayhap they recruited you once, eh, Cutter? You look like you've tasted the war.
Perhaps.
The war leaves a scar on you, Cutter. You'd know. And you'd know you'd never want to go back.
A pressure built in the recesses of my memory, and my temples throbbed with agony as I considered the man's words. This is the place where hopes go to die. This is where prayers go unheard, falling like stones to the earth. Vein-colored lightning flashes across things that were once sky, but now boil beneath my feet and scream when I brush against them. I run at the head of a large band of men, passing through dark canyons where walls quiver moistly and beat like a heart, wearing my own blood as clothing. At last I stand in a place where the ashen-gray terrain slithers like a mass of snakes, coiling around my ankles and whispering my evil to the earth. We march endlessly, silently through this colorless land where fatigue seems to live and hunt us like a shade over the wastes, whipping us with despair. I want to scream, but futility drags even that urge down into its depths. In time, I and the ragged men who follow me come upon a hag sitting upon a mound of gigantic, writhing larvae, poking at one of the slime-covered things with a broken talon. I gesture for one of the men to run forward and speak with her. The hag's grating voice carries over to my ears.
I would speak with him, she says, and then cackles.
Her eyes gleam as she points me out to the man.
The handsome one that leads your ragged column. I would speak with him. Cutter, you feeling all right there?
For a moment, the storm of color, texture, and scent assailed me. I suppressed the panic that welled up like stale vomit. Coming back to the fest hall, straight from what I could only surmise to be the gray waste, was a shock to the senses. Yes, I'm fine. So, do the fiends recruit often? Gisus nodded grimly.
You can be sure of that. Sigil's the best source of fodder on the plains. Beats milking planets out of their prime inhabitants, too. Too much work.
So, any more advice on surviving the war?
Aye, whatever you does, don't talk about the blood war with any fiend, or any diva or archon for that matter. Just don't talk about it, period, 'cause you never know who in the hells you're really chatting with. And all of them get mighty touchy when you bring up the war. It's their reason for living.
Anything else?
Don't go through any portal unless you're piking sure you know where it goes. Maybe you haven't heard tales of clueless planeswalkers stepping through a portal and ending up smack dab in the middle of the Blood War skirmish. You know why you haven't heard of them? 'Cause those swords are dead. Dead and dead.
Anything else?
And whatever you does, never sign on for a tour of duty, no matter how much jink they flash in your mug. Certain death and signing on for a tour in the Blood War are the same thing, Cutter. Chances are when you sign up, they peel you so your tour of duty is till time itself grinds to a halt. Even death wouldn't be a release, 'cause then you sink into the lower planes and get dredged back up as something worse than you were before. They got their talons on you for all eternity. How would you get out of a tour contract? Unless they don't want you, you don't have much of a chance. I never heard of it being done with mean-spirited recruits or someone they really wanted to keep their talons on. Outwitting a Tenari's risky, but can be done. The Betezu are much more dangerous with their contracts. You sign on one of those, you're damned for life. You might try, little Garnish, and they might let you make a run for it, but where would you go? There's so many L's. He trailed off. And dying in the Blood War would be an especially bad thing? If you were evil, sure. If you're good, you'd go to another plane to spend your afterlife, but you'd still be a debtor. Now, for me, I still got a lot of evil to wash off me soul, so if I died in the lower planes, they would have had me lock, stock, and barrel. Gisa scanned the crowd one last time, and when there were no more questions, he gave a firm nod. Right, this is the last bit then. Some of you are sensei, so I got one thing to say to you. Don't sign up to see what the Pike and Blood War's about. Don't be a balmy idiot. Use a sensory stone if you gotta know, but stay the hells away from anything to do with the Blood War for real. 'Tis just not worth it. For a moment, a look of great pain crossed the man's face. It looked as if he was going to weep. Not worth it at all. That's the end of this session, so farewell. Chapter 82. Rumor had it that this man was a linguist. He was a short, scholarly man with a tight, nervous frown on his face. He looked me up and down as he sifted through the sheaf of papers on the table. It was an attempt to appear busy on his part so that I might leave him alone. Greetings. I am Finham. I must beg your pardon, sir, but I care little for guests, invited or otherwise. So unless you've business with me, I would ask you to leave. I was hoping you could help me, actually. I would have you know that I am a scholar and a linguist, sir, he huffed. Well, I shall happily entertain any questions regarding my field of study, language and the like. I can be of no help to you in other matters. I unfolded the dodecahedron to a page with writing on it and presented it to him. Finham took the unfolded dodecahedron in his hands and examined it closely. This language is a long-dead one, known virtually to no one. I believe my father, a linguist like myself, knew this language and may well have been the only man in Sigil at the time that could understand it. I recognize it from his notes, but I cannot translate it. Do you have those notes still? Finham shook his head. They'll be of no use to you if you're looking to translate anything, and the few actual books he had pertaining to that language disappeared around the time of his murder, I believe. Your father was murdered? Finham nodded. Strangled, he was. He'd left to tutor someone. He'd taught various languages to supplement his research income, and was discovered dead in a side chamber of the Civic Fest Hall. The killer was never found. This was some, perhaps 50 years ago now. I was but a child. He knew the language, though, and could teach it to others? Surely he did, and could were he alive today. My father was said to be a great teacher. Finham sighed sadly. I've his skill with language, but not his patience for others, sadly. Is he interred at the mortuary? Why, no, his ashes are kept here. He pointed to a bronze urn sitting atop a cabinet, beside a bouquet of purple flowers. Why? A wry smile crossed Finham's lips. A necroscope, are you? Speak with the dead? No, just wanted to pay my respects is all. I turned to Grace with a wink. With a light flap of her wings, Fall from Grace presented herself grandly, hands open and head slightly bowed. Finham, I have heard much of you. You lectured at the Civic Fest Hall, as I understand it, on the phonetic differences between the dialects of Bitopia? Finham snatched off his cap immediately, giving Fall from Grace a deep bow. Madam Grace, it is such an honor to have you in my home. Oh dear, please forgive the clutter. All businesslike pretense had been abandoned. I'm afraid I've been busy, you see. I didn't realize you were interested in my work. I am interested in all matters of discourse. Grace smiled. Though I'm afraid I had been preoccupied with other things. Such a pity I missed your lecture. I must imagine it was fascinating. Well, I'm glad you think so, at least. Well, you and Vivian, of course. His mouth snapped shut. That, is to say, Grace laughed, sitting down on a chair the moment Finn cleared it of a small pile of books. Master Finnham, I am as glad to have you as my guest in my establishment as you are to have me. I know that among all her patrons you are one of Vivian's favorites. Come. Grace smiled, gesturing for the linguist to sit down. Let us talk. A brilliant performance. The urn sat atop a small cabinet, no doubt full of ashes and charred bits of bone. Etched into the base of the urn were the words Finn Andli, beloved husband, father, and scholar of 100 languages. I glanced over my shoulder, and reassured that Finnham was indeed preoccupied, I gently opened the lid. Probing the barrier between this world and the next, the ashes seemed to stir faintly, as if moved by my breath. A faraway voice whispered up from within the urn. Why have I been summoned to these ashes, cold and grey as the heart of a hag? Now that contact had been made, I no longer needed to keep in such close proximity. Leaning against the wall and attempting to appear casual, I murmured in the breathless voice of the dead. To answer some questions, spirit. Ask, then, so that I might return to my most quiet thoughts. Who were you? I was Finn, a linguist and scholar. I was murdered by a student of mine. Murdered so that I could not teach another the language that I taught him. The tongue of the Uyo it was, one of the rarest in the multiverse. I knew of none who spoke it save myself and that one damnable murderous student. With the dodecahedron still unfolded, I described to him the strange lettering. I could teach you this language, yes. It would please me to do so, in fact, if only to spite that bloody-handed student of long ago. First, tell me what languages you do speak. As the spirit spoke to me of the lost language of the Uyo, a throbbing sensation pulsed in my temples as a memory began to resurface. Memories of the language. It all came back to me. Letters, words, phrases, until, like a spire wind blowing away the blanket of poisonous smog over the great foundry, the language was once more revealed to me in its entirety. But even as that memory faded, I could sense another one layered beneath, bubbling to the surface. A darker one. Its presence stirred my heart and filled it with unease and unexplained pangs of guilt. Very good. Finn Andli smiles. I had repeated the poem. Near perfect inflection, yes. His voice is gentle, kind manner, soft gaze. The corners of his eyes crinkle the way they do when he is impressed. Skin peeled back into wrinkled folds. Amazing, is it not? To hear it on new lips brings such fresh life to the culture once again. His voice swells. He's proud. I have great faith that with your fluency you will be able to do many things. Perhaps one day the Uyo can live again in books and speeches. Perhaps you can pioneer the field. Need to fake obsequious grin. Cast my eyes downward. Act hiding embarrassment at high praise. Keep together. Still need him. Just a little more. Just a little. Soon. Yes. Soon. Fest hall, a mash of colors and textures. Place too crowded. Need to find secluded spot. Sights and scents and sounds. Too much. Taste the colors. Feel the scents. Rings red and green, and the music ever present, haunting the halls with ghostly echoes. Feast is on tonight. Hall's abandoned, save for mindless sensations that fill it. Silence is best, but music helps. Soothes. Nails dig into my forearms. Carve small, half-mooned wounds into my flesh. Hands tremble in determination, gnarled and scarred and wrapped around Finn's frail throat. Firm cartilage beneath supple flesh and muscle resist compression. Press him down against the floor and put weight into it. Throat crushes against my palms and pressure causes blood to well up in his eyes. Burst capillaries. Gagging sounds sicken me. Shut up, old man, shut up, shut up, shut up! When he's cold and still, I crouch next to him, trembling at the physicality of it. Breathe. Safe. Finally safe. The journal hidden in a thrice-trapped dodecahedral puzzle box and penned in the obscure language of the Uyo. Forever safe from prying eyes. The music continues to play. The spirit seemed mildly confused at my apparent proficiency in the language of the Uyo.
You seem to possess some grasp of the language already, student.
Finn, I must tell you, it was I who murdered you. The spirit was silent for a time, the ashes rustling softly within their urn. When it spoke once more, its voice was full of sorrow.
But why? And why would you come to me once more? Did you forget what you had been taught?
No. Well, yes. It's difficult to explain, but it must have been a former self of mine that murdered you. Each time I die, I reawaken, as if from a long sleep, but having forgotten everything. Who I was, or what I'd done.
I think I understand. I sense your regret and would forgive you. May peace be with you, pupil of old, and may you prove kinder in this life than in the one which saw an end to mine.
Thanks, Finn. Farewell. I returned to my room to read the journal. Written by a murderous and paranoid madman, I didn't expect much to be of real illumination. I wasn't really disappointed. The whispers are not the shadows moving. They are speaking, plotting, talking to each other. I can understand some of what they say. The book tells me things, whispers things. It tells me to avoid the ghost girl. Avoid her. I don't know her, and she torments me. And so I swallowed it, hoping it'd catch in my bowels. I can make someone remove it when I need to. I have learned that life is not my own. I will not allow you to have my life. You will have to pull my life from my broken body if you want it. It's you who will die. If I can't have it, neither will you. You are responsible for this treason of flesh. You will not live to live my life. The accursed tattoos will not leave my skin. I've tried to burn them off. Failed. I try and cloak myself, but I always feel that people are reading my flesh, reading me like a book. Whenever they look at me, I want to tear their eyes out, pluck them from their sockets, and crush them beneath my heel. Why can't I dream? I used the goblet of Samir to force a waking dream. I saw a hag. She tempted me, threatened me with shadows. I've never seen her, but she came when I dreamt. I must not dream again. I must always be aware. I destroyed the goblet. She says she is someone of power, and that she will have me, find me. Get away, hag! Stay far from me! Leave me in peace! I want nothing to do with you! Her voice reeked of evil talons. Talons like spiders, they burrowed into my gray matter, and I needed her out of my mind. Out! Out, hag! She was a myth, a fairy tale who alone challenged the Lady of Pain. How can one fight someone who's a myth? I don't have the weapons. I need weapons that will kill her, should she find me. I need a strategy, so that she cannot defeat me when she comes for me. I must devise and think. I shall beat her. Fear names. Names have power and identity. Names can be used as a weapon by others. They're a hook that can be used to track you, find you, hunt you across the plains. Remain nameless, and you shall be safe. I went to the fest hall, looking for the path of my false self in its halls. So glaring was it that those I did not know, the false ones, welcomed me into their confidence, treated me as a friend, showed me my room, attended to my needs. I had to restrain myself from lashing out against them. That would have been premature. First, I needed to protect my identity. I found one who knew the exclusive language of the Uyo, learned it as I could, then killed him. Then I went to the sensorium and prepared to end the matter. Soon. There's nothing he can do. Memories are gone, he says, never to return. He says lies and tells me that this is what he told me. Lies! He says my mind is weakening from every death. Lies! He sat there betraying my confidence with every turn. He says that only after 3 more deaths, 3 more lives, will I gain the benefit of keeping my memories, but that I, myself, I will die when I die. Die? How can one be immortal and still die? He could not answer, so he was of no use. But I took care of him, so that no other incarnation will ever benefit from his uselessness. The ghastly heads told me, "You have been divided. You are one of many men, one in many men. You bear many names. Each has left their scars on your flesh. Lost One, Immortal One, Incarnation's End, Man of 1,000 Deaths, the one doomed to life, Restless One, one of many, the one whom life holds prisoner, the bringer of shadows, the wounded one, Misery Bringer, Yemeth. You are the slivered glass that is cracked and the pieces scattered across history. Only one piece is of import. Regain that and your life will be yours again. There will be a price. This price will buy you a chance. Without the chance, you are doomed. You have lost that which is never meant to be separated from man. Your mortality has been stripped from you, lost. It exists, but you must find it before your mind is lost to you as well. A legacy, the note read. Forget not to collect your legacy. And a small code scratched beside it. 51AA. A trap, no doubt, set by yet another of my false selves. I'll see it destroyed, I will. Most of the journal's contents were meaningless. Some of it was disturbing, all of it barmy. But the legacy number was interesting. I plan to return to Ionis tomorrow after some window shopping.
Attention, Mort. I have a question. Do you have a destiny? A purpose?
Nordom chirped. Is Anna still wearing clothes?
Affirmatory.
Then the answer is yes. I rolled my eyes and went back to examining the wares at the back of Rashika's curiosity shop. She was a damn skilled merchant. Knowing how much stuff I buy, she was always able to keep an eye on me and to note my interest and then swoop in to explain the item's history and its price when it came to a peak. I had been examining a tiny rag doll. The years had not been kind to it. It was coming apart at the seams, and it looked like its threads were unraveling. It was obviously intended to be a replica of the Lady of Pain, but the button eyes and its plush softness didn't strike much fear into my heart. Vrashika smiled, noting the interest in my eyes, and unlocked the case, pulling it out and holding it up for me. This was found in a well-trapped strongbox sunk deep beneath the surface of Sigil. It was part of a small hoard of treasure and forbidden magical texts, though I don't know what it's for. If you like it, it's only 99 copper coins. The once colorful cloth had been grayed with age and dust, and as I reached out and touched it, the barest hint of familiarity tingled through me. I'll take it. As always, Anna kept her distance.
"That's you look it is," she muttered.
"Rar, I dare you to pray to me," I teased, wiggling the ragdoll at Mort. "The lady doesn't talk, Chief, and I don't think she'd sound like a giant toad gargling a cauldron full of old broth, even if she did." "Why the hells did you buy that thing anyway?" Mort muttered, floating beside me. I shrugged. "I don't know. It just seemed kind of familiar." I focused, trying to snag the ragged hem of my memory. For once, though, it seemed elusive, so unlike that eager upwelling of nostalgia. It evaded my curious probings, but once I managed to snag its edge, I knew immediately that something was wrong.
By the hunger of change and emotion, by the thirst of unbearable things, by despair twin-born of devotion, by the pleasure that winces and stings, the delight that consumes the desire that outruns the delight, by the cruelty deaf as a fire, and as blind as the night.
The profane litany came in brief flickers, vulgar poetry trickling from scarred lips and brewed with a half-crazed and desperate mind. I could feel the rough stone against my bended knees, the fresh cloth of the ragdoll in my hand, as the incarnation in my memory whispered in a voice mocking, pleading, and insane.
By the ravenous teeth that have smitten, through the kisses that blossom and bud, by the lips intertwisted and bitten, till the foam has a savor of blood, by the pulse as it rises and falters, by the hand as they slacken and strain, I adjure thee, respond from thine altars, Our Lady of Pain.
Run. My throat was dry. "Chief, run!" I took off at a dash, fleeing down the streets as my companions called out to me from behind. With my limbs light with panic, even Anna couldn't match my speed. I darted down one alley, then another, knowing full well that the lady was as familiar with each path as one is with the veins of their own hand. My boots pounded on pavement worn away by acid rains, throwing up dust blown in from desert worlds. Air bittersweet with the nectars of Celestia and the effluvium of the abyss gnawed at my lungs, and they burned as I continued my mad dash through the ward. Of course it was futile, but what could anyone do but run? The normal cacophony of the Sigilian crowds died, with horrified gasps and muted whispers. Many froze in place, too shocked to flee, but aware enough to draw semicircles over their hearts. They were quick to part, as the cold, razor-edged shadow behind me stretched out with merciless purpose. And then the paths began to change. The buildings I passed were empty, and with each step they became more warped. The streets became jagged and bent, as if space had begun to curl in on itself like a dried-up leaf. The world was painted with strange colors and silent hums, and once the path before me began to evaporate like sublimating ice, I stopped. There was nothing to be done now. I turned around. She floated, robes flapping in an unfelt wind. Her eyes were half-lidded and pale. Her face was smooth and expressionless, as if it were nothing more than a mask framed with a halo of blades. This was the one that could slay gods with a glance, whose displeasure drove mortal and immortal alike mad. She was the one that caused love to sour into despair, and whose blades carved away possibilities and left regrets. It wasn't me. She floated toward me, ever enigmatic, ever serene. The half-world I was caught in rippled away, and with something akin to a snap of pinched flesh, everything solidified around me. Interlude. Your gaze darts across the tavern, catching the squirms and uncomfortable shifts of limbs and bodies. Few things are taboo in Sigil, much less the Hive, but speaking any tale of the lady, if such must be spoken, was only ever acceptable in alley-side whispers or murmured conversations in the corner of dank taverns. Now that Jeanette Dovell Fourwinds had proclaimed it proudly from the stage, a number of hivers draw semicircles over their hearts. You do so yourself. It has been a habit for far too long to change now. My con chooses lip. For once, the callow young harmonium guard is silent, and it is left to Gamir to vent his horror.
"Are you mad, girl?" he snarls. "Are you trying to call our Serenity's gaze on us?"
Well, if ye prefer to shout her name from the heights of the heavens to the depths of the sea, I'd wager you've just taken the heat off me, lad. Jeanette laughs. The sullen dwarf immediately turns green. She is right, gentlemen, Epetrius proclaims. A predictable orderliness underlies the lady's behavior, though to a novice it may seem erratic. He begins ticking off the facts on one slim-fingered hand. 1. She seeks to preserve the lawful state of affairs within Sigil by deterrence via punishment. 2. She slays those that would treat her as a goddess through prayer, hypothesized as a natural logical extension of her prohibition of deities. She must ensure that she herself does not become a deity for the sake of consistency. 3. Those that violate either rule listed previously are slain by her shadow. Given that she possesses the apparent knowledge, motivation, and power to condemn those that violate her wishes, the fact that her presence is not seen here is sound evidence that Jeanette's telling is not in violation of said wishes.
Aye, well, let's see you get up on that stage and repeat that part of the telling.
The color drains from the tip of Epetrius's nose, but he hides his queasiness with a thinning of his lips.
I have no need to do such, and I certainly wouldn't waste the audience's time even if they wished. The night's grown long already. I have a meeting with the third instructor of the Tiki-Lykian Academy in the morn. We should continue.
Imagine the focus she must have, a sensei cries out in jubilation. To have access to all of the multiverse and the ability to taste all the colors of the planes, to feel the aromas of infinite realities, to gaze upon the flavors of all the wines of existence. No wonder she is so calm, so serene. She basks in countless wonders and is in touch with truths beyond comprehension.
Oh no, not this again. Once any idiot broaches the topic, 100 tongues will wag, all to no avail or progress.
Please, her enemies are the powers themselves. Can't you see that her power was found by casting off the false shackles of religion and embracing the true dark behind it all?
No, the lady is the ultimate force of law. She slays the unrighteous, cuts away those who would offer false prayers to justice, for justice cannot be prayed to. Justice must be executed, and she knows that mercy isn't even for the weak. It is for no one at all.
You calmly dab a crust of bread on your plate, stirring it around to sop up the congealing sauce left over. Every time a serving woman offers to take it, you wave her off to fetch more bread. You'll be nibbling for another few hours at least. Leave the fools to their useless pontification. You've got a plate of red wine sauce in front of you to battle.
She is the ultimate test, the final conquest that must be taken before a god can transcend this existence.
She's composed of 6 giant squirrels in a robe and headdress using a ring of levitation and illusions.
She is that which is! As fun as this is, lads, Jeanette shouts above the din, let us focus on the tale at hand, or do y'all not want to know about how the Nameless One escapes?
He escapes?
The mercy killer that had spoken earlier murmurs in shock. She reddens and scowls in anger. No one can escape the clutch of justice. Aye, else 'twould be a dull tale if he didn't, wouldn't it? Chapter 83. Maze Entry 1. Trying to keep myself sane by writing down my thoughts. I have no idea how to count the time while I'm here, but I've been blocked from the world outside. The isolation and silence incubate my thoughts, and as the seconds scrape away, it's become far too easy to turn within. The memories of the past are welling up and blending with my own, and the two streams of thought bloat the minutes into aeons. Maze Entry 2. The maze has no barriers, only winding paths separated from one another by chasms of lightless depth. Narrow ways limit my movement, while the exposure of having no walls to protect me leaves me feeling vulnerable to whatever wights might attack. Though I know there's nothing else here, now and again I look over my shoulder. I don't know why. Don't know how deep they are. Maybe infinite void. Can't fall, can't fall. Maze Entry 3. Damn, I'm hungry. Must be weeks down here. Stomach is bloated and withered and bloated again. Regenerating body keeps death at bay. Maze Entry 4. 10 sleepless nights ebb and flow. Insomniac's sharp, clear glass gaze fogs over. Can't sleep. The ground is hard to sleep on, but lying down and resting is little comfort. The feeling of being out in the open makes it hard to rest, and even if I do manage to nod off, vestigial dreams clog my mind and leave me in a fitful half-sleep. I regret having my dreams restored sometimes. I know I'm alone, but I can't help but feel like eyes are on me. Oh, lips full of lust and laughter, curled snakes that are fed from my breast. Bite hard, lest remembrance come after, and press with new lips where you pressed. For my heart too springs up at the pressure, mine eyelids too moisten and burn. Ah, feed me and fill me with pleasure, ere pain comes in turn. O garment not golden, but gilded, O garden where all men may dwell, O tower not of ivory but builded by hands that reach heaven from hell. O mystic rose of the mire, O house not of gold but of gain, O house of unquenchable fire, Our Lady of Pain. Maze Entry 5. They say that when the lady mazes people, she leaves an exit in here somewhere, but it's so well hidden that people go mad with desperation searching for it. I'm keeping it together pretty well, though. I'm sure I can find it. I just wish the voice in my head would shut up. Maze Entry 6. I'm still hungry. Hunger pain's distracting. Must eat and clear mind if I'm to escape. Conjured a little water and a touch of fire. The process is painful, but access is easy with a little bending and a polished blade. Sliced harvested kidney into thin pieces and boiled for soup. Meaty. Tastes faintly of urine. Maze Entry 7. Found some claw marks along the path and a little dried blood. Looks like someone went into a bit of a frenzy here. Seems like a good sign, though. I'm beginning to trace the path my previous incarnation took. He must have found a way to escape in the past. The memories haven't pointed the way yet, though. Most of it's just crazy gibberish. For the crown of our life as it closes is darkness, the fruit thereof dust. No thorns go as deep as a rose's, and love is more cruel than lust. Time turns the old days to derision, our loves into corpses or wives, and marriage and death and division make barren our lives. And pale from the past we draw nigh thee, and satiate with comfortless hours. We know thee, how all men belie thee, and we gather the fruit of thy flowers. The passion that slays and recovers, the pangs and the kisses that rain on the lips and the limbs of thy lovers, Our Lady of Pain. Maze Entry 8. I found a piece of garbar root stuck in the bottom of my pack. Picked off the lint. It was the most delicious thing I've ever eaten. Regeneration too slow. I'm running out of kidneys. Maze Entry 9. Found a portal framed by an arch. I walked through it, but all it did was transport me to another part of the maze. Dost thou dream in a respite of slumber, in a lull of the fires of thy life, of all the days without name, without number, when thy will stung the world into strife, when a goddess, the pulse of thy passion, smote kings as they revelled in Rome, and they hailed thee re-risen, O Thalassian, foam white, from the foam. When thy lips had such lovers to flatter, when the city lay red from thy rods, and thine hands were as arrows to scatter the children of change and their gods, when the blood of thy foemen made fervent a sand never moist from the main, as one smote them, their lord and thy servant, Our Lady of Pain. Maze Entry 10. Jackpot. Found a crude encampment. A fire pit had been burned into the stone floor, and 2 old ratty blankets served as a pallet. An assortment of charred human bones had been piled up on the side, disturbing and overly familiar. I don't approach them. Digging around, however, I uncovered a heavy warhammer and a journal. Cleverly constructed, the frame of the journal was made from human bones spliced together, with sheets of dried human skin stretched across them. The skins had healed together, forming the spine of the journal, and locked together other pages of skin in between. The cover was of the same pallor as my flesh, and its scarred gray surface was reminiscent of a zombie's hide. It was pretty obvious what this had been made from. A series of incomprehensible symbols had been written in blood across the cover. They'd been scrawled with a crazed hand and were written upside down, right to left, and at odd angles that made my eyes hurt. I really wish I had that linguist still on hand. They say ladies love a linguist, who can turn down a master of many tongues. Fantastic. Now I have Mort in my head, too. Despite the crudity of the writing, I have to admit that the design of the frame was actually quite intricate. The bones had been carved so that they snapped neatly together. It looked like they could be unhooked from each other, allowing it to be opened and read as a book. I unlocked the bone frame, which unfolded with a neat snap. Opening the book and studying the pages yielded nothing. They were filled with the same strange series of symbols as on the exterior, and they didn't seem to make any sense. Tried again and again to puzzle out the symbols. They didn't seem to follow any pattern, at least any pattern that I could see. The angles and pictures displayed seemed to be completely arbitrary, but I wasn't absolutely sure. At the very least, it was nice to have some blankets again. On sands by the storm never shaken, nor wet from the washing of tides,
nor by foam of the waves overtaken, nor winds that the thunder bestrides, but red from the print of thy paces, made smooth for the world and its lords, ringed round with a flame of fair faces, and splendid with swords. There the gladiator, pale for thy pleasure, drew bitter and perilous breath. Their torments laid hold on the treasure of limbs too delicious for death. When the gardens were lit with live torches, when the world was a steed for thy reign, when the nations lay prone in thy porches, Our Lady of Pain.
Maze entry 12. It hit me like a flash of lightning piercing the sky. Just as I had rehooked the bone frame after another period of studying it, I was struck with a strange thought. What if the interior pages aren't supposed to make any sense? I, or whoever I was at the time, put the symbols there to deceive anyone looking to read the real contents, which were hidden somewhere else on the journal frame. Powers above this one was paranoid. With some fiddling, I found one of the bones had a long hairline fracture around one of its ends. I put my hand over the edge and twisted off the top of the bone, revealing a hollow space. Inside was a small rolled-up scrap of skin. It was covered in writing, with words scrawled over and over it again until it was almost illegible. Nonetheless, I was able to make out some of the words and symbols. Trapped. Ladies will be done. Dot your gaze. Too many strangle and stop the breath in their throats. There's a way out. I know it. Then I'll give the bladed one the laugh. One of the arches holds the way out. One of them does. One has the way out. Just can't keep going through them one at a time. Maybe I should go through one, then walk back to the same portal without... The entry trailed off into indecipherable scrawls. If this one had been mazed for killing too many, I wondered who it was that was mazed for praying to the lady. How many incarnations had been trapped here? And how many had died and reawakened in this pit of madness? Actually, I didn't want to know. Maze entry 13. Mapped out all the arches. As suggested by the journal entry, I took one, then returned to it again after I was teleported. I think I found the right portal, and when I returned, the destination it led to had changed. I was looking through one arch and saw another. Yes, now this arch, the portal's edges glittered with the trail of silver dust, and through it I could see an unfamiliar gray-bricked street. The music of a performing group sounded through, shattering the silence that I'd been trapped in for so long.
What ails thee to fear over measure, to praise thee with timorous breath? O mistress and mother of pleasure, the one thing as certain as death. We shall change as the things that we cherish, shall fade as they faded before, as foam upon water shall perish, as sand upon shore. We shall know what the darkness discovers, if the grave pit be shallow or deep, and our fathers of old and our lovers, we shall know if they sleep not or sleep. We shall see whether hell be not heaven, find out whether
Chapter 84. Anna greeted me warmly at my return. She clutched me and pressed her warm skin to mine, which had been blanketed with the cold of the maze for so long. I really should have been more suspicious of her. Crouched and bent over the floor of my apartments, I clutched my chest, gasping for breath. Letting out a deep, nauseous cough allowed a little bile to spill past my lips. It was all I could do to not retch up my guts then. Lucky thing that Anna then stormed off instead of working me over any further. "Aw, looks like someone missed you," Mort said. "Really though, Chief, you gave us all a scare. We thought it was over."
It was known to me that your destiny would not end there,
Dakon added. The relief in his voice was plain.
Yet it was through Fall from Grace's conviction that we held together so well in your absence.
He's right, Chief. I tell you, we would have split up 4 ways if it wasn't for her.
A consensus requires the agreement of all parties, Mort. Do not sell your own contributions short,
Grace said modestly. I stood up. Dakon was kind enough to help hold me up as I made my way around in a circle to work off the rest of the pain. So, how long was it?
A full 10-day,
Grace said, her voice soft.
All we had was time. Many hours had been spent looking through the governor's records of those who had escaped the mazes. The tales were few. We even sought to hire those purported to have gone on expeditions to save those that had been victim to the lady's wrath.
Pike and sods were lying through their teeth. Trust me, Chief. When you've slung around as many tall tales as I have, you know who's planning to give you the laugh and who isn't.
Seemed so much longer than 10 days, I groaned. With each step, it was becoming easier to speak. It seemed like weeks, months. No way to tell the time. Memories layered over memories.
Query. By what mechanism did one escape the inverted spatial dimension known in singular as the mazes?
I'll explain it later. For now, I really could use something to eat. Seared scallops and a savory sweet Arborian wine sauce, clam and saffron stew over a bed of pasta, cubed steak seasoned with shift spice, and a mug of sweet Asgardian mead. I was doing my best to savor it slowly. Wouldn't do well to celebrate my escape by horking it all down and then having it come right back up in the alley.
Sir, might I interest you in a lovely oil-poached duck, sliced thin, garnished with Arborian truffles and a sauce of...
1 serving, and another bowl of that venison stew.
Fall from Grace.
Nordon chirped.
Is it true that every woman thinks floating skulls are hot stuff?
Why, whoever told you that, dear Nordom?
The barest quirk of her lips hinted at her amusement.
No one told him that,
Mort interjected. Grace just smiled and continued.
You know, Nordom, you are perhaps the cutest little rogue Modron I have ever encountered.
Cutest is a subjective term. I prefer the designation fearsome cubed warrior.
Of course, that's why you're so cute.
Nordom had been trying to mimic our mannerisms, and the barkeep was kind enough to give him an empty mug to play with. He spent a few moments knocking the lip of the mug against his face, but eventually he gave it up and contented himself by playing with his crossbows. They made a variety of clicking noises, first one, then the other, as if conversing. What are you doing with your crossbows?
Attention, Nordom. Required.
Nordom turned to me, stuttered mid-path, and reoriented himself with a clank.
Response to query. Action being performed on crossbows. Submit request for clarification. Null crossbows present.
You have a pair of crossbows right there, Nordom. I pointed with a chicken bone. It was in the process of being gnawed clean.
Clarifaction. Statement rife with fallacies. Nordom does not employ crossbows.
He stuttered for a moment, then suddenly the crossbows were pointing at me, but I didn't see them move. Don't point those crossbows at me. I blinked for just a moment, and the crossbows were suddenly pointing at Nordom. He seemed oblivious to their movements, his gaze remaining focused on me.
Contradiction, not initiate contraction. Null crossbows.
Oh, really? Then what do you call those 2 clicking things in your hands, Nordom?
Response. 2 clicking objects held in opposable digits.
Nordom raised his riveted fingers and waved the 2 crossbows, which suddenly started clicking and twanging as if in irritation.
Response. Objects equal gear spirits.
Gear spirits? What do you mean?
Query. Define gear spirits. Response. Gear spirits.
Yeah, but what are gear spirits?
Chief, as much fun as this is, prying a bar stool out of a Betezu's rear might prove more worthwhile than rattling our bone boxes with this stupid polygon.
Do you know what gear spirits are, Mort? I cleaned off my fingers with a damp cloth.
Chief, I have no idea what this cube is rattling on about. I thought you were an expert on the planes. What? I know more than you staggering guttural amnesiac. Besides, here's 3 more bits of knowledge to rattle around in that empty brain box of yours. 1, there are no experts on the planes. And 2, I'm the closest thing you're gonna find. And 3, treat me with some respect. Why? See the second reason. Nordom, what are modrons? There was a click, click, click as Nordom executed a rapid series of blinks, then he chirped.
Query. Modron. What is? Define modron. I am modron.
Yes, but what is a modron?
Query. Modron. Defined. Modron. I am a modron. Answered.
The shutters over Nodron's eyes clicked shut a few times, and his eyes dilated to points.
New query. Modron, but what is? Define, but what is modron? Modron is Nordom. Backward Nordom equal modron.
For the sake of the powers and my sanity, cut it out, Chief. He's gonna snap a crank if you keep asking him that over and over. Mort yowled. I shrugged, giving my mug a shake to signal the bartender for a refill. Well, I wanted to know the answer, and I was getting it from him. Look, Chief, normal modrons barely understand anything beyond their basic tasks, and this stupid polygon here is fresh off the planes to boot. Don't confuse the cube, all right? At least not while he's armed. You want to know about modrons? Ask me, not him. All right, Mort, what can you tell me about modrons? It's like this, Chief. Modrons are these stupid geometric shapes that clang around on their home plane Mechanus. They're really tidy, orderly, and they like the rest of the multiverse to be too. That's why they're such pests. You don't sound like that thrills you that much. Mort glanced at Nordom, who was holding up his left crossbow to the side of his head, as if listening to it. Because, Chief, chaos has its place, and if everything went the way a modron sees things, it wouldn't be much of a life. At least a life I'd want to live. They just want to make everything structured. Ugh.
Such balance between law and chaos is the way of the people. It is through the discipline of knowing the teachings of Zerthamon that we unite being and non-being, shape cities and weapons from primal chaos matter through order,
Dakon added sagely. I nodded. And what's Mechanus? It's the plane where all these clockwork drones come from. Ask him about it, see what he says. It's where they sit around and tidy up everything all the time. Catalog this, put this in order, put that in order, make that law, and so on and so forth. Tell me about Mechanus, Nordom. Nordom froze, then slowly the gears in his elbows began turning in a slow hypnotic synchronization.
Define query. Mechanus. Plane of order. Sense. Cause generates effect. Predictable. Law. Logic. Regimented. Obedience. Gears turn. Mechanus equal Nordom origin. Mechanus equal null home over Nordom.
Mort gagged. See? Boring in every sense of the word, Chief. Imagine a plane filled with modrons and big turning gears, and you have the great big boring plane of Mechanus. Too many laws, too annoying. A place you wouldn't even want to think about, let alone visit. Fall from Grace nodded.
Mort is correct. Modrons share a common energy. In some ways, this energy links all of them. When one of them dies, the energy is absorbed back into the common pool, and new modron is created from that energy. When a modron goes rogue, then he severs the link from his kind and takes a small part of that energy with him.
Mort glared at Fall from Grace. Do you mind? I had the answer covered, thank you. I'm the font of information here, not you, all right? Fall from Grace nodded slightly.
My apologies, Mort. I did not mean to offend.
Mort, I need all the information I can get, so don't get territorial on me, I grunted. I wasn't aware that he could get snippy at anything with a pair of breasts. If Fall from Grace has something to add, then I want to hear it, all right? Oh, I get it. Maybe if I was a succubus, you'd listen to me more often. That it? Maybe if I showed a little skin once in a while, then I'd get some respect, huh? That's pretty shallow, Chief. Pretty shallow. Why, I oughta...
Mort,
Fall from Grace broke in gently.
I must confess, without your original foundation of information, I would have been hard-pressed to explain the situation. Frequently, your use of metaphor and phrases makes it much easier for others to understand your explanations. It makes you a far better teacher than I.
Oh yeah? Well,
Yeah, you hear that, Chief? What the succubus said. She's right. I'm easier to understand. More wise to the chant, know what I'm saying? So you need me around, see?
Mort's mood had spun half-circle, and by the sound of it, it seemed he didn't understand how that happened himself. Right, so I have another question. You're both saying Nordam is part of this source, but he's cut off from it. And when a Modron dies, they're reabsorbed. Will Nordam be? Mort and Grace both nodded. And if he dies, another Nordam is created?
No.
Mort grunted. Fall from Grace looked at Nordam sympathetically. The skin to my forehead was tight with scars, but I could feel my eyebrows furrowing. Then what happens?
Well, they'll take his energy, Chief, and they'll spit out another Modron, but it won't be Nordam, because he's not really a Modron anymore. He's got too much of the planes in him. They'll make a non-Nordam replacement.
So, in turning rogue, he's become mortal? I looked at Nordam, who was once again amusing himself with a patron's mug. He had turned it on its side to examine it and blinked in confusion at the pale golden ale that had poured out. Mort paused for a moment.
Well, yeah, you could put it like that. I mean, if he hadn't had his little rogue rebellion, then he'd be fine. If he died, another Modron would pop up just like him. But since he became backwards, well, that part's going to be lost when he dies.
I didn't like how that sounded, and I turned to Nordam. I'm curious, Nordam, how did you end up in Rubicon? Nordam chirped.
Query requires submitting of chronology. Shall Nordam submit chronology?
Thinking that he would have started in on a story immediately, I had helped myself to a generous mouthful of noodles. It took a moment for me to confirm.
Yes, I would like to know.
Orders received at initiation of Rubicon Project. Departure from plane over Mechanus. Stage 1st. Arrival at destination. Plane Limbo. Stage 2nd. Parameters dictated by Superior Creative Director. Shaped matter of plane Limbo to test hypothesis. Rubicon dungeon constructed. Superior Director of Create lost in field test. Chronology disrupted upon achievement of stage 2nd. Third stage, disruption occurs, not part of project directives.
It took a moment to parse his odd Modron grammar. What happened during this third stage?
Third stage, unprecedented. Nordam-specific stage. Hypothesis, lack of director plus exposure to plane chaos resulted in perspective of Nordam to deviate from norm.
Deviate from norm? How?
Introspective cycle commencing.
Nordam clicked his eyes closed and began to hum. A few moments later, his eyes clicked back open.
Introspective evaluation. Perceptions have become 1, smaller, and B, louder. Wings have been replaced with arms. Reason unknown. Suspicion hypothesis. Not liked wings? Speculation. Nordam was once 1, but is now smaller, louder 1. Change has resulted in information processing difficulties.
What was this field test?
Superior Director of Create Field Test. Scouting perimeters of Rubicon difficult dungeon construct to determine variances. Many deviations detected. Errors considerable.
Nordam gave a low whine and shut his eyes with a click.
Director of Create not return from field test.
I heard that the Rubicon wizard disintegrated the creative director.
Suspicion unsubstantiated, now confirmed. Superior encountered an error.
Nordam's eyes clicked again as if to clear them.
Query. The error was large and unexpected.
I'll say. I don't think he had much difficulty in wiping out the director. Man, that wizard was a tough one. For a moment, the flavor of the wine died in my mouth at the memory of Ignis being abandoned there, crushed to death by the gears of the resetting dungeon.
Processing new information.
Nordam stared at me for a moment in silence, then there was a low grinding of gears from inside of his frame.
Fate of creative director confirmed. Director equal null.
Well, actually, Nordam, I'm the new creative director of Rubicon. Nordam stared at me for a moment in silence, then a slow whirring came from inside of his frame and he clicked. I wasn't certain, but it sounded like something clicked into place. Are you alright, Nordam?
Status updated. Creative director now reaffirmed in hierarchy.
To my surprise, some of the warbling had gone out of Nordam's voice. It was more level, more controlled than it was before. The effect was a little unnerving. Nordom, out of curiosity, what sort of duties is the creative director responsible for? And how much do you have to obey him? A slow ticking began to build inside of Nordom, like a clock about to explode.
Response. Responsibilities of Director. A. Integrity maintenance of Rubicon Project. 2. Order issuance to Rubicon Battalion Work Group. Period of obeyance in accordance with Nordom obedience. Until Rubicon Project halted, Creative Director equal Nordom Superior.
So, you'll do whatever I tell you?
Affirmatory.
Do a little dance for me, Nordom. Nordom immediately performed a little jig. His gears clanked and his joints squeaked, but it was about as merry of a jig as a Modron could perform. When he was finished, Nordom settled and then his eyes clicked open.
Order processed.
Well, that sure made my day, Chief. I chuckled, then looked to Nordom. He still seemed a little dotty and had trouble focusing. Maybe I could fix him. Nordom, I want you to focus on clearing out any excess baggage from your memory, and use it to improve your logic and introspection routines.
Affirmatory.
There was a moment of silence, then the shutters slowly descended over Nordom's eyes. There was a ticking from inside of his frame, followed by another low grinding noise. The grinding noise turned into a metal screech as panels opened up in Nordom's sides and excess baggage started flying out. I caught each piece as they were expelled. One of the gears in particular looked intriguing. What sorts of tasks did the creative director ask you to do? Nordom's shutters whirred down over his eyes as if he was thinking.
Task routine. Evaluation. Forward scout. Tidier. Assign perimeter of Rubicon Project to evaluate, catalog, tidy, then report. Report includes integrity evaluations, extermination of project errors, wayward item recovery of untidiness.
Integrity evaluations?
Repeated word choice confirmed. Echo? Integrity evaluation. Evaluation intended to detect flaws in Rubicon Project, catalog them, then repair such flaws. Nature of multiverse and nature of plane limbo compromises Rubicon Project.
How does the multiverse and limbo compromise the project exactly?
Properties of multiverse. Cracks, seals, cracks again. Flaws created. Creates portals/conduits in space. Frequency. Pattern indeterminate. Solution unknown. Nordom cannot repair/seal cracks. Current status. Nordom is limited to perception of cracks.
Hold on a minute. You can see cracks in the planes? Portals? How?
Ability to detect portals 80 to 90%. Maximum distance of perception varies according to flaw over mean distance equals y plus 78.
A bewildering series of clicks came from Nordom, as if a parade of snapping beetles were marching around inside of his body.
Nordom must approach within 10 feet of portal. Margin of error, plus or minus fifth of a foot. Will sound off if near portal.
And the extermination of errors? Nordom's normal warble dropped to a wavering murmur.
Errors, many. All constructs in Rubicon Project are in error and exist in disobeyance with Creative Director and all personnel of Rubicon Project. Orders issued. Errors that persist in disobeyance are to be rescinded. Obstacle. Nordom not up to specifications of task without suffering null state.
So, you couldn't stop these rogue constructs by yourself?
Affirmatory. Null state counterproductive to completion of task.
Well, maybe if they'd given you better weapons. The crossbows in Nordom's hands began clickety-clicking and twanging like a pair of strange insects. He listened to them for a moment, then glanced at me.
My crossbows wish to file a query, followed by 33 pleas for help. Ammunition limited by suggestions of creator. Do you wish to provide new specifications for them?
Sure. I pondered a moment. Well, how about something like, I don't know, a pyramid-shaped head, except the head splits into 3 when it hits something? There was a sudden ping from Nordom's crossbows, and a sheaf of crossbow bolts began spitting out from their tops, arcing into the air. 2 panels opened up on Nordom's sides, and the crossbow bolts sailed into them with a rattle, one after the other. After streaming out 10 or so, the crossbows were silent. I had a strange feeling that they were exhausted. Maybe they should rest for a while. What about that wayward item recovery?
Affirmatory. Items appear in maze that were not present in original design of Rubicon Project. They must be gathered, cataloged, evaluated, and stored to prevent interference. Modrons are sent out to retrieve them and secure them.
Did you find anything interesting during your last trip?
Affirmatory.
There was a moment of silence, then the shutters slowly descended over Nordom's eyes again. A ticking rumbled from inside his frame, followed by a click. A hatch opened up in Nordom's left side, and he reached over with his free hand and passed off several objects to me, including a stream of copper coins. Chapter 85. Greetings, Giannis. You again? Giannis's eyes were haunted. In the weeks or so since I had last seen him, he seemed to have aged several years. His slump was more pronounced, his skin thinner and more pale. Many sleepless nights strung together weighed down his eyes. What is it you want this time? He must have seen Dianara's sensory stone. I was suddenly hesitant to speak to him in this state, but reminding myself that he had only seen Dianara's memories rather than my own, I approached him. I'm here to pick up another legacy. Indeed. He sounded only mildly interested. Very well. Do you remember the legacy in question? The legacy number is 51AA, I believe, I said, reciting the number from the dodecahedron. It was indelibly carved across my memory, given how many times I had pored over that journal in a feeble attempt to stave off the madness of boredom inside the maze. I have no need to read it again unless I wanted to reminisce over the doodles and dirty sketches I had made with my own blood. He looked at me in surprise as I named the legacy. That is extremely old. Are you certain? I hope it wasn't one of the ones that were burned. How old is it? Giannis pondered it for a moment. Several decades, at least. Can you check and see if the legacy still exists? Oh, yes, of course. It will take a moment. Giannis returned after a while, nodding. Yes, fortunately it was unharmed by the fire. All the articles are safe. Sign here and here on the dotted line. I scribbled a little X on each line in lieu of a proper name. Giannis frowned, but it seemed to suffice for him. There we are. That should be the last of the paperwork. Here are all the items that were in the vault. One looks like a foundry receipt, though quite an old one to be sure. Did the deceased have something commissioned at the foundry? I don't really know. Perhaps. I'm beginning to think just about anything is possible. The package he handed over included a glass eye and what looked to be a fossilized piece of bread. Whoa. This was an ancient artifact I had read of in the Godsman libraries. The stone gullet of Ilpal the Gross. As legend goes, Ilpal the Gross was said to have been a promising practitioner of the art, a sorcerer's apprentice to one of the last seers of Essenon. Despite his skill at the art, however, his gluttony was the subject of much ridicule among his peers. During the last great massing of Essenon, Ilpal was invited to dine at the center table, but unknown to him, his peers had filled his wine goblet with an elixir of turning flesh to stone to teach the rotund student a lesson. Ilpal consumed such great amounts of food and drink during the mass, however, that it diluted the potion's effects. Complaining of a stomachache hours after the feast, the local healers discovered that Ilpal's stomach had turned to stone, yet was still capable of digesting food. Ilpal lived the rest of his days happily eating, though his gullet was a few pounds heavier than before. When he finally died, his stomach was removed as an oddity, and since then it has wandered the plains in search of new stomachs. I left this to myself for one reason. Might as well make the most of it. Gulp. Wow. Utterly revolting. I really wish I had a glass of water to wash this down. Scraping the last bits of the gullet off my tongue and swallowing them, I led us down to the foundry. Grace could do nothing for the cramping in my guts. It was either the magic kicking into gear or a mighty case of ironic indigestion from eating that on top of a heavy meal. Whatever it was, I was going to be paying the price the whole walk down to the lower ward. I'll just have to rip out my eye and replace it with this new one later. I began to wonder if there were any clerks that weren't old crotchety men. Nadalin was hunched over his desk, flipping through an old book.
"Oh, good day to you. Need any help, sir?"
"I'm here to pick up an item."
"Do you have a receipt? You need a receipt, or I can't give you anything."
"Yes, I do." I pulled it out of my pack. The paper was thick, but so old and dry it seemed like it might have cracked like ancient leather if I wasn't more careful. Nadalin took the receipt from me and scrutinized it carefully.
"This thing's over 100 years old. How'd you come by it?"
"I left it for myself, but I got busy."
"That's a good one, lad. I'll bet you were busy."
He laughed to himself, going down to the back room to sift through the inventory.
"Ah, here it is. You're lucky we didn't throw it away. We do sometimes, sell it off when we can prove the customer ain't coming back for his stuff. Well, here you go. Treat it well, you hear?"
What he gave me was a shimmering piece of filigreed metalwork. It looked almost gauzy, but with thorned edges that made it difficult to handle. I discovered that it could unfold itself into a square big enough to walk through. I had no idea where it goes right now, but it must be important if I commissioned it for myself. Nordom examined it curiously, and a lens clicked over one of his eyes. "Do you know what it is, Nordom?"
Negatory,
he responded.
Item appears to possess anomalous spatial features encapsulated within itself. Analysis. Effect similar to Modron Cube. Correlation of inverted spatial curvature patterns, 42.0045%.
So it's some sort of portal, you think?
Think.
He clicked, confused.
I think. Therefore, I am. I think.
Never mind. All we needed now was to find the proper key. Sometimes when you awaken, especially if you're a child, I think, the world of dreams still clings to you, like the cloth of an ill-fitting shirt dragging across your skin. You look up and see something that fills you with dread. A spiral pattern on the side of a wooden cupboard, the spots of paint that seem to connect themselves into the visage of a mask, or a dark corner untouched by dawn's light. In the back of your mind, you know it's just an inert something, but until the last fingers of sleep peel away from your mind, you lie frozen in fear that it's watching you. That's what I was feeling now. In the gilded halls of the sensoriums, there was one stone I had intentionally avoided. I don't know why I was afraid of it. Its sickly green crystal seemed to pulse like a pus-filled wound. Where the silver bands that bound other sensory stones were delicate, almost chaste in constraining the memories that lay within, the coils of metal around this one were more like a cage, trapping the horrors that lay within. The inscription beneath it read, "The Messenger." The innocuous name made it all the more terrifying somehow. As I touched the stone, its green exterior sharpened, clashing, its brightness becoming more than I could bear, so much so that I closed my eyes to shut it out. The skin along my arms are numb, as if all sensation had bled from them. Tired. So tired. I try and blink, yet the darkness remains. My eyelids feel soft and sluggish, unresponsive. The dirt floor is hard beneath me, and around is the smell of coppery blood and herbs? Why am I here? I came here to... what? My memory fails me, but a growing panic begins to well up within my chest. I try to get my bearings with a futile attempt to move my limbs. Why can't I move?
Awake now, are you? A questioning all a-done?
The voice is an old woman's, thick and scratchy, as if trying to force its way past a thick layer of dust. Try as I might, I cannot open my eyes and see the woman, but a shiver of fear crawls up my spine. Something is wrong. Terribly wrong. I try to respond, but all I can manage is a ragged croak. I can't feel my tongue. My mouth seems blank and hollow. The smell of blood is thick in my nostrils, but I can't taste it. And my eyes. What's wrong with my eyes?
Now, see me you did, spoke me you did, and poorly, so the price you have paid,
The crone sounded amused. Then her voice dropped sharply.
No more of your questions. Now you will listen, and you will remember my words, for in minding me you shall live, she hisses. Not if you hear me, or another bit shall I take.
I nod.
Remember me, traveler. Remember me to a stone, one of the pretty glimmers in your festive hall. Use it like a cup. Pour what you feel into it, and know this. Remember me to a man who wears a skin of scars and tattoos, who seeks memories but has misplaced them. If smart he is, he will know the knowing of me. Tell him to find me, or if I am not to be found, tell him to come to the Glimmerstone, and we shall speak, my precious man and I.
The woman pauses, then hisses again.
Not if you will hear me, ragged thing.
I nod again.
Ah, pretty polite to a listen so long. When he comes to the Glimmerstone, tell the man to speak my name, and your pain shall not have been in vain.
The crone's voice trails off, as if distracted. I try to speak again, but there's only a sick gurgling noise, and flecks of fluid splatter against my lips, trickling down my chin. Instinctively, I try to lick them away, but again my tongue doesn't seem to work. What happened? Who is this person? Why am I... The world is growing softer. The sensation's bleeding away. Ravel! Ravel, it's I! Recognition that this was only a sensation, a memory stored within a stone, jolted me awake quickly enough that I was able to cry out her name. The cry sounded hollow, as if drowned out by the darkness I was slipping into. There's silence. Ravel?
Ah, my precious man.
There's a slow shuffling of feet, and I feel a sharp pinprick in my left eye. I gasp, and suddenly, barely, I can see, with my one and only eye. I lie in a gray hut upon a dirty floor where blood, my bright red blood, has seeped into the surrounding gray dust. I curl forward, looking down. The film over my vision clears away a bit with each blink, and I look down. My arms are gone. My legs have been hacked off at the knees. Yet, I feel numbed. There's no pain, only fear. There's someone above, someone looking down on me. I look up through my bloody blurred vision to see a horrid bluish-gray face, grinning with yellow tusks.
Ravel is pleased. A-wondering I was if this messenger would make it, for weak he was when his bits were placed on my plate.
She holds up a talon in front of me, and impaled on the tip of it is an eyeball. The other one.
Yet to the festive hall he returned, it seems, and our time two together he has shared. And now you have come. Success!
Ravel, how am I talking to you, if this is someone else's experience?
Of stones and experiences the telling will Ravel do, but not the telling of how she speaks to you now.
She speaks soothingly.
Many are the branchings and twistings of Ravel, and many are her secrets. I need you, and I need you knowing of this.
Ravel, I have many questions for you. The crone shakes her head, my blurred vision seeing 3 images at once. Her grayish hair is like brambles, drifting down her shoulders.
No. Only time for answers does Ravel have, and she has no time to waste with your guess questions. Know this, and in the knowing grow strong. You must find me, my precious man.
But how? I do not know.
I am beyond knowing, in a lady's place. Now shh, and listen to Ravel, for there is much you must do. To find me, 3 things must you do. Find the door, know the key, then unlock the key.
Door?
The door is not a finished thing, at least when I last gazed upon it, But in the passing of time, perhaps now well-wrought it is. Go to the place of forges and steel. Perhaps there you will find the door that takes one to me.
The foundry. The portal and the key. Between his tantrums and his candy chomping, I remembered what Quell had told me. Ravel, I have received the portal, and I know that the key is a piece of you, but I don't know how to find it.
The key is of me, is it not?
The crone hisses, as if trying to gather her thoughts, and my vision blurs again.
No picture, is it? No tale, no stone, but the key is something of me, a labor of my own flesh and blood. Seek it. Lives it does.
What do you mean when you say unlock the key?
Knowing the key is not enough, so Ravel thinks. Knowing it and unlocking it, 2 tasks must be joined, for at times a thing knows not its nature, but you are no stranger to that.
Ravel cackles, a long hideous cry that fills my ears with pain. Farewell, Ravel, I murmur. I feel sick, trapped in this meat puppet. Deep down, my soul screams to feel again, to breathe and shift and move and taste.
Return. I will give what help I can.
Ravel gives a final smile, a horrible yellow-fanged grin. A blackish tongue darts from her lips and lingers at the edge, teasing.
But in the end, only one question remains.
What do you mean, Ravel?
Only one question. This I ask.
Ravel's eyes blaze like fires, the red light turning her face blood red.
What can change the nature of a man?
At the question, a tremor passes through, like thunder, and I feel myself burning. My vision cleared until I was standing once again before the hideously green stone. It looked different than before, more horrid somehow. Immediately I moved my limbs and flicked my tongue over my teeth, reveled in the fact that I was whole. I'd been dismembered so many times before that it should have seemed like a second job, but the stark terror of being in Ravel's clutches, so still, sent a shiver of dread through me. It was one of those. Chapter 86. Do you know where I could find a piece of Ravel? Anna wrinkled her nose.
A piece of that hag? Nay, I don't know where you'd find such a thing.
Anna thought for a moment, her tail waving slowly back and forth, and then she smirked. It was a refreshing change. She rarely treated talk of such grim entities so lightly.
Of course, she probably left enough of her seeds scattered around the plains that you might be able to ask one of them.
What do you mean?
Seed, kin, wee ones. Old Ravel's said to have had a mess of daughters, so the tale-tellers say. Or just one, depending on which tale-teller you ask, and whether they're drowning in bub when you talk to 'em.
Anna's voice dropped to a murmur.
Ravel birthed them from some fiend, the tales say.
Do you think one of these daughters might still be around? They might know something about how to reach her. Anna shrugged.
I don't know. I sure as copper would want to find one of 'em, if they're half as mean as she is.
Even without the tutelage of Fall from Grace, dialogues of the rarest kinds were being freely traded in the brothel. Poetic recitations done forward and backward with every second word, philosophical debates sharp as a woman's tongue, contests of insults and barbed exchanges that tested the resolve and wit. Soft womanly scents bubbled through the air, and the clink of glasses heralded the bounty of tea and bubbly wine. Anna had been somewhat resistant to return to the brothel, but as we sat talking with some of the patrons, she strode in and approached us. As soon as she appeared, Nordam turned to face her.
Attention, Anna.
Mort wants to snuggle with your pillows.
As Nordom spoke, Mort rolled his eyes and frantically stage whispered to him, "Shut up! Shut up!" "Well, I'll give you something to snuggle up to, idiot!" Anna glared at Mort as she spoke. Fall from Grace interrupted the exchange, folding her wings back.
"I find it very fitting that our journey brings us back here," she said to me. "I'll prepare some tea for us."
"I don't suppose you know of any rumors of Ravel's progeny?" Grace's lips curved into a mysterious smile.
"If I did, would you expect me to deny you the experience of finding out for yourself?"
Point taken. For now, there was only one person I knew of that could know. Eve smiled pleasantly at my approach.
"Greetings again. Have you come to trade tales?"
"Yes, I have." Eve nodded.
"Excellent. What tales will you trade?"
"Nordom, if you have a story to trade, please share it with Eve." He chirped, happy to tell his part.
In the 13.7 revolution, we were required to fix gear and cog subset 31 in the 5th ring of Mechanus. We removed the obstruction, and the gear turned as per its normal speed. Upon completing our task, we were then returned to the source.
"What in the hells was that, you stupid polygon? That's the most boring story I've ever heard," Mort snapped.
It was what took place, with embellishments, of course.
"Embellishments?"
I thought the return to source was a particularly fitting image to close the tale.
Eve smiled.
"A fine tale, Nordom. And now I've one for you and your companion. Flowers and sensates. There was a man who read much of flowers, essays, biological texts, poetry, and as such considered himself well learned in the way of flowers. One day he came across a half-blind gardener who tended the sensate gardens. Which of them was blind in the way of flowers?"
Musing over such questions wasn't what I was really here for. "Eve, I was hoping you might have stories about Ravel Puzzlewell."
"The tale of Ravel Puzzlewell, frightener of children, begins and ends with a question. What can change the nature of a man?" Many were the times she posed this riddle to those who approached her, those who sought to glean from her the strange magics that she alone seemed to possess. All attempted to answer her query, but to no avail, and they found the price of their wrong answers to be some horrible fate, always more terrible than the last victim's. To recount their various torments would be to speak of things that nightmares are woven from. The tale strikes me in this way. Ravel herself knew not the answer to this question, but she lusted for such an answer. Only the why of the matter remained in question. Why did the nature of a man matter to one of the Grey Sisters, especially of one of such power as Ravel? It is said that she put the question to the Lady of Pain, not directly, but shouted it to Sigil itself, daring for the lady to answer. When no reply was forthcoming, she wove terrible magics that threatened to open the cage, and let the fury of the plains roll in like a wave. She received no answer other than banishment. To this day no one knows the answer to Ravel's question, and now there is no one to petition, for Ravel herself is gone, lost to the plains. Though my tale ends with Ravel's demise, there are some that claim the hag still lives. There is a silent prostitute here who once talked of such things, but she speaks no longer. If she would speak to you, she might tell you more of Ravel."
"What else can you tell me of this silent prostitute?"
"Echo? I once heard a tale of a girl who knew the word that, if spoken, would undo the multiverse. Perhaps this is Echo. Ask Delora, though. I understand that she sometimes meets with one who knew Echo before she stopped speaking."
Delora's cold, steely eyes flickered over me briefly.
"Greetings. In what manner may I serve you?"
Actually, I just had some questions. Delora cast her eyes to the floor with a sound that might have been a sad sigh.
"I am willing to serve you as a patron, but have no wish to answer other questions at this time. My apologies, but I fear you shall simply have to bear with that for the time being."
"What's wrong? Anything I can help with?"
She looked up from the floor and into my eyes. Once more I was struck by the pale smoothness of her skin, the cold depths of her silvery gaze. No, I fear not. My troubles are a matter of the heart. In time, I think, all shall be resolved. Are you certain there's nothing I could do? Certain. Delora paused as if thinking. No, I am not. My first love, Merriman, possesses still the keys to my heart. So long as he has them, I shan't be free to love another. This is the cause of my melancholy. Why don't you seek him out? Speak with him. Delora shook her head. I may not leave this place. The reasons why are deeply personal and not to be shared with strangers, even ones who might bestow a kindness upon me. But suffice to say that I cannot seek out Merriman myself. Then I'll find this Merriman, and I'll speak to him on your behalf. Delora nodded, the slightest hint of a smile appearing on her lips. She bowed her head. Were you to find and speak with Merriman, I would be most grateful. He is a member of the Society of Sensations, so you may wish to ask for him at the Civic Fest Hall. When I asked around about this Merriman, I was given descriptions of a bitter, cantankerous old codger, despite his name. It was easy to find him. Few were so jaded and cranky in this hall of delight. The man's drab gray-white coat matched his frayed silver hair, and wrinkles etched deep crevices into his face. His mouth was twisted into frown that became even more severe as he noticed me coming his way. Merriman my name may be, but merry I am not. Off with you, young one. No time for the likes of you. He went into a coughing fit from the exertion of shooing me away so loudly. Wait, Delora wanted me to speak with you. Merriman eyed me suspiciously. That's so. About what, eh? Well? She says that you're her first love, and that so long as you hold the keys to her heart, she'll never be free to love another. She told you that, eh? I'm surprised. Perhaps leaving her under Mistress Grace's tutelage did what I couldn't. Started to develop her feelings. In any case... He patted a pocket on his tunic. I won't just give the keys to you. Wait, those are literally keys to her heart? He nodded. That they are. Delora's a construct, didn't you know? A creature of sorcery and clockwork mechanics she is, and one of my finest creations. Merriman sighed. But cold, without emotion or character. I brought her to the brothel and set her so that she could not leave in the hopes that the constant contact with so many others would begin to develop her personality. The keys are the tools used to set her, and she wants them because she feels they're limiting her personal growth now, I suspect. Then why don't you just return them to her? Merriman scowled. Because I've become a cruel and bitter old man who sees he can get something out of you. Grace's eyes became coolly disapproving. Master Merriman, as a sensate you would deny her the ability to experience the full richness of the multiverse? He harumphed. You may be a master of words, Madam Grace, but I've well over a century of stubbornness under my belt. Don't think you can convince me or guilt me out of these keys. Go on, then. What do you want? I want to forget. I've lived almost 150 years now, and I've seen every sensory stone I've cared to in this grand hall. I've little time left to live, and I'm too weak to go out in search of wholly new experiences, so I need to find a way to forget them all. That way I can start again in my final days. So, do I just hit you on the back of the head, or what? No, you bloodthirsty lummox! I need something, some item, some concoction that will allow me to forget. Like a draught of the river Styx, something like that. I knew the answer lay in the art gallery, because I'd seen it once before. Ivana smiled and motioned me toward her. Greetings again. Do you have questions regarding one of the pieces? Yes, I do. The Dark Birds of Acanthus? All of them are chipped from a great magical sheet of black infinite ice that rests in the black belly of the plane of Acanthus. Ivana paused, tapping her chin.
It is said that this sheet of ice is the final destination of the river Styx, and that the recollections of all that have plunged into the Styx's memory-destroying waters still lie frozen within the ice.
If the waters of the Styx destroy one's memories, would this ice from Acanthus do the same?
I could only assume so, yes.
I sat at the bar, pondering over how to snatch a sliver of that ice. Stygian water, much less ice, was dangerous stuff. With its potent memory-obliterating properties, there'd been some talk from the governors of restricting its trade, not that it was a widespread commodity. The black liquid was tough to transport due to its volatility, and without proper containers, the stuff would evaporate almost instantly. I would have thought that with its grim origins, Vrshika would have carried it. The older man next to me was staring into his stein of ale, misery etched into his features. The battered pewter mug was an unusual one, lightly engraved with strange runes and bearded faces, and covered with a coat of thin frost. He looked up as I turned to him.
"Greetings, sir,"
he slurred. Something wrong? He sighed, belched into his hand, and nodded as he took another pull of ale.
"Aye, something's wrong, all right. I've gone and lost my apprenticeship. Well hungover I was, and botched my mentor's last experiment. All for this damn drink."
He sneered at the mug in his hand, but in seconds his expression softened and he took another swig.
"Ruins everything, it does, this damnable drinking of mine."
"Why don't you stop drinking, then?" He shrugged and sighed miserably.
"I simply cannot. I just need to drink. I try and stay away, but desire eventually overcomes me and I cannot resist. Such a wreck I've become."
He threw back the last of his ale and called for more. "I see. What's that mug you've got there?"
"This?"
He looked down at the pewter mug.
"I won this in a dice game. It's enchanted to keep whatever's in it freezing cold. In my case, cheap ale."
He frowned, rubbed at his eyes, and took another swig of his fresh drink. "There's someone you should speak to. Unfulfilled Desire. You can find her in the Civic Fest Hall. Talk to her of your love for the drink. You'll soon find you won't want it any longer." His eyes brightened.
"Truly? I shall go speak to her now, then. I thank you, sir."
He paused, looking down at his empty mug.
"Here, I would have you take this. I need it no longer."
He handed me the rune-covered ale stein. This might just work. "Sorry, Ivana." I dipped the mug into the icy wind rising from the pedestal, catching a small shard with a slight clang. Peering into the mug, the dark bird glistened and clattered gently with a light shake. Only the mug's magical properties prevented the sliver of black ice from melting away to nothing. Merriman squinted up at me.
"Well, have you something that will wipe my mind of these accursed memories? I certainly hope you haven't returned without. You'll never get the keys to Dolores' heart that way."
"Here, take this mug. It holds a dark bird of Acanthus, a sliver of ice from the river Styx. It should wipe your memories clean." Merriman took the mug and removed a piece of paper from his pocket. Without a word of regret or a final goodbye, he tilted the mug back and dumped the ice into his mouth. It melted instantly, leaving him with a somewhat startled expression. "Merriman?" Merriman looked at me, confused, and then at the paper in his hands. He read aloud.
"Congratulations, Merriman, you've begun again. Thank the man in front of you and give him the key in your pocket. Speak to Splinter, the man at the door to this building, for more information."
He looked to me again.
"Well, it would seem I owe you thanks, good sir. Here, take this key. I'd best find this Splinter fellow and find out what's going on."
"Thanks, Merriman. Good luck to you." Chapter 87. Delora was busy with another client by the time I returned. To my grave misfortune, it was a governor, and one prone to long-winded and intricate debates on the histories of empires long forgotten by everybody else. Apparently Delora, with a sense of logic and education that exceeds most, was one of his favorites. They'd be talking late into the night. Thankfully, every night Grace arranges for savory hors d'oeuvres to be delivered from the Civic Fest Hall for the benefit of her late-night guests, so we won't be going hungry while we wait. But frustration turns the spicy half-shell mollusks into ash in my mouth. I wander the brothel, making small talk and trying to tease out what I could about the silent prostitute.
You mean Echo? She's a dear. Quiet.
Vivian frowned.
That may be part of the charm. There is all manner of speculation as to why she is silent, but I think it was her heart was most horribly broken.
Oh, Echo. Yes, she's a mysterious one, isn't she? Do you know she never speaks? Truly. Nenny leaned in and lowered her voice. I think she was emotionally wounded, so badly that she may never speak again.
Oh, 'tis Echo thou speak of, Juliet sighed. They say she is sworn never to speak again for one reason or another. I cannot imagine why anyone would do such a thing. Yes, Echo. I knew another Echo once, though her name was written differently. I know nothing of this girl, though. Ask Delora of her. She made friends of an old lover of Echo's, I have heard.
Marissa hissed from behind her veil.
Yes, that's Echo. She's very sweet, but so quiet. I understand that she said something once which caused some great tragedy, and because of that she'll never speak again.
Kasai Sarah shrugged, smiling.
An interesting enough story, but I don't know if it's true. Try asking Delora. I've seen her talking to an ex-lover of Echo, back from a time when Echo was speaking.
It was late and I was exhausted by the time the paunchy little man finally left. Delora looked crisp and cool as usual, refined and distant. Her eyes flashed the moment I approached.
Did you find him? Has he agreed to return the keys to my heart?
Yes, I have the keys to your heart. Here they are.
At last.
As she took the keys from my grasp, her hand brushed against mine. Her skin is dry, but icy to the touch, like cold metal.
These will be of great use to me. I thank you.
I looked at her curiously. I was hoping to learn more about your nature. Delora blinked.
Merriman never told me much regarding my construction. I know little of the inner workings of my body, much as you likely know little of yours. Outwardly, though, I am a human woman in all respects, save for the texture and temperature of my flesh. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
What about your mind, your emotions?
Its functions are as much a mystery to me as any human's. When I first came to this place, I did not understand emotions, nor have any of my own. I have feelings now, though. I am only beginning to understand them.
What do the keys do, exactly?
I can only assume that Merriman made the keys so that there would be no risk of drawing me away from him before he had tired of his experiment. Now that they are in my possession, I am free to develop and possess my own emotions.
I nodded, satisfied. What can you tell me about the silent prostitute?
Yes, her name is Echo. Her voice, and in fact her every means of communication, was stolen and destroyed. Echo's words once wooed away the paramour of the godling Paramecia. Paramecia, in a jealous rage, tore away Echo's voice, sealed it within a crystal vial, and hurled it into a Megalogalamdraga's maw. Echo's voice is forever lost to her. Only another new voice could return her the ability to communicate once more. I know this because I spoke to Paramecia's paramour myself once.
As much as I would have liked to continue the conversation, the night had grown late and I had to leave. The girls were already cleaning off their makeup and loosening dresses. I bid a hasty farewell and wished Delora the best of luck, promising I'd return the next day. Echo curtsied at my approach, her carefully painted lips forming the slightest of smiles. She was as pretty as any of the girls here, with coppery skin and a shapely body wrapped in translucent white cloth. It left just enough to the imagination. Is your name Echo? She nodded, smiling pleasantly. May I ask why you can't communicate? She sighed softly and nodded. I had the impression that many had asked, but she was glad to try to answer. I can imagine that most of her conversations are tragically unidirectional. Are you silent because of a broken heart? She smiled pleasantly, then shook her head. Do you know the word that will undo the multiverse if it's spoken? Her eyes widened in surprise, then she gave a beaming smile, rolling her eyes and shaking her head. That one was bizarre enough to be true in Sigil. I had to admit it was rather disappointing that it wasn't. Are you emotionally wounded? Is that why you can't speak? She looked at me strangely and shook her head slowly. Did your voice cause someone's death or some other tragedy? She paused at this, opened her mouth, then frowned. After a moment, she shook her head. Have you taken a vow of silence? She scowled and shook her head. Yeah, that definitely would be unbecoming of a sensate. Was your voice stolen from you? She nodded vigorously, clasping her hands together and smiling at me. Do you know of any way to get your voice back? She shook her head, her face wrought with frustration, then looked at me pleadingly as if expecting an answer. I'll look for a way to return your voice, Echo. Echo nodded to me slowly, smiling at me with eyes full of gratitude. Well, there was only one place I could think of to start looking. Rashika's lips peeled back to reveal a predatory smile. If it isn't my favorite man, she glanced at Fall from Grace. And my least favorite woman. We're looking for something that can restore speech to someone who's had her voice stolen. Her smile grew wider. Whatever you wish, Rashika can provide. She pointed at what appeared to be a tongue floating in a jar of brine, one of the exotic items behind the glass counter. It was pink and rubbery, pale from pickling and age. This is a fiend's tongue. A Karungan's, I think, but who really knows? It's said that, placed into the mouth of any living thing, it will give the ability of speech, even if there was none before. I'm selling this oddity for only 66 coppers should you want it. Gross. I'll take it. Echo looked at me hopefully as I approached her, biting her lower lip. I've gotten this fiend's tongue for you. She raised her eyebrows and gave me a skeptical look. I'm told that should you place it in your mouth, you'll regain the ability to communicate. She nodded and took the bottle from me. She gingerly picked out the severed tongue from the briny solution and, after staring at it for a moment in disgust, placed it into her mouth. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and a burst of reddish light bloomed from between her lips. Echo, are you all right? Echo opened her mouth, closed it, then opened it once more, and spoke. I can speak again. Oh, joy! I thank you—
Damn thee to the darkest pits, thou stench-ridden worm! Kneel before me in supplication, insect!
Yikes! Mort hid behind me. I blinked. Echo yelped and covered her mouth with both hands. Her eyes were wide with panic. Oh, it must be the fiend's tongue. She slowly took her hands away from her mouth, nodding. It seems I must
devour thy frail shell and consign thy soul to the abyss for all eternity!
Echo shut her mouth again and began to softly, quietly weep. Wait, I think I might be able to find a way to help you. Rashika has to have some way to cure you. Echo nodded and produced a slip of paper from her clothes, a promissory note in the amount of 1,000 commons, which the possessor could collect upon from the brothel. She gave me a questioning glance. Yeah, that should be more than enough. I'll be back when I have the solution, Echo. Back again? And so soon? Rashika grinned. Her fingers must have been itching for gold already. What do you need? The, fiend's tongue didn't exactly work as advertised. I need some way to soothe it. Rashika nodded and pointed to a small glass vial labeled as Diva's Tears. These were collected from a diva who was captured during a Blood War skirmish. The fiends tormented the imprisoned angel for eons before he at last escaped. This small bottle holds the 12 tears he shed in that time. It's said their touch will soothe even the most savage anger, even that of a fiend's tongue. Rashika smiled cruelly.
Their price is but 999 copper commons.
I examined the tag and then looked at the others. Where the other paper tags were beginning to fade yellow with age, this one was fresh and new. I wouldn't be surprised if the ink was still wet. Wait, I remember seeing this. It was only 100 commons before I went to Echo with the Fiend's Tongue. Supply and demand, Kidling. I have the supply, you have the demand. This is a much fairer trade. Count yourself fortunate, Fall from Grace murmured in my ear, that she is not a Betezu. Couldn't disagree there. I have this 1,000 common promissory note from the brothel. Vrshika frowned slightly, examining the note. Well, I suppose I can have Standish fetch it later. Very well, here you are. She handed me the item. Please enjoy your newest acquisition. Echo nodded as I approached her, a hopeful look in her eye. I've brought you these diva's tears. They should soothe the tongue's cursing. She nodded, smiling, and took the vial from me. Echo placed a few of the sparkling blue drops onto her tongue. I believe the tears are working. Yes, they are! I can speak in my own voice once more. Oh, how I thank you! Echo squeezed my hand and bowed her head gratefully, her eyes welling with tears of joy. She had a really sweet voice, like the chiming of bells. I cut right to the chase. Echo, do you know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell? I've heard you have reason to believe that she still lives. Echo nodded and lowered her voice. In fact, I do. Not only does she exist, she has children. I nodded. Any children might be sufficient to act as a piece of her that might open the portal. Where would I find them? One of them is here at times, Kasai Saris. She is a child of Ravel's, though she is loath to accept the fact. Who could blame her? She paused for a moment, thinking. I've never gotten her to admit it, though I'm sure it's true. Chapter 88. Kasai Saris smiled warmly as I drew near her, pushing a wavy lock of hair away from her bright crimson eyes. Well, greetings once again. Something I can do for you, Could she really be Ravel's daughter? I looked her up and down. She certainly didn't look very haggish. Kasai Saris smiled, probably taking my studying of her features as ogling. No few patrons must have given her such treatment. If you don't mind my asking, what are you? Kasai shook her head. What, can't you tell? She drew herself up, thrusting her ample bosom toward me. A woman. She raised an eyebrow. I can see my answer doesn't please you. I'm plain-touched, actually. Like your friend there. Kasai indicated Anna. That's all you need to know. Do you know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell? Her lips thinned. It was the barest hint of displeasure, but it was there. For someone so smooth and sensual, she was very curt with her response. No, nothing. Are you sure? You seem suddenly upset. She narrowed her red eyes at me. Of course I'm sure. Don't ask me of her again. Kasai, are you Ravel's daughter? Kasai suddenly bared her teeth, her eyes narrowing to slits of blazing crimson. What? Where did you hear such a thing? I licked my lips. I doubted this girl had her mother's power, but it was still probably best not to anger her. Just a rumor, that's all. Ridiculous. I think I'd know if that wicked hag was my own mother. Now stop bothering me about it. Who is your mother, then? I don't know, all right. My father raised me. I never knew her. But do I look like a night hag to you? Well, there is the skin. And the eyes. And maybe the teeth, too. Kasai Saris glared at me, her eyes blazing. Perhaps we'll speak later, but I'm no longer in the mood. Farewell. I really wish I was better with women. If Kasai wouldn't speak to me about the matter, there were plenty of others to talk to. Gossip has a nasty habit of being molded as it's passed down from one person to the next, but as with the tale of Echo, the last sliver often held the most truth. If I was going to look for a story, I might as well go to the source.
I heard that Kasai Saris is Ravel's daughter. Is that true? I asked Eve.
Once upon a time, an elderly man from the clerk's ward vanished, and his body could not be found. To conceal it, the murderer buried him beneath another body in the cemetery. A diviner told of where the body could be found, and so they dug and uncovered a body, but not that of the elderly man. They were confounded. They were forced to release the man, and it was not until they continued to dig to rebury the older man's body they found the second body. Sometimes one must dig deeply to find the truth.
Dig deep. Got it. If it took one hag to find another, I might as well go to the scariest shit I could find in the brothel. Marissa's red eyes gleamed at me from the blackness of her room.
Yes?
A faint hissing accompanied her query. I heard that Kasai Saris is Ravel's daughter. Is that true?
I do not know, but I, for one, would not be surprised. For Hera's sake, look at the girl. Ask Juliet, though. The two of them were once friends, before Montague came along.
So I went to Juliet. Juliet, I heard that Kasai Saris is Ravel's daughter. Is that true? She suddenly looked up to me, that distant, wistful gaze replaced with the sharpness of recognition.
Ravel, I thought I might have heard that name before. I know not the truth of it, but I have heard such a rumor. Thou may wish to ask Kimashi Adatung that same question. They are half-sisters, you see.
Are they? Interesting. I guess it did take a hag to find a hag. Oh, it's you again. Just can't get enough of me, huh? I have some questions for you. She looked annoyed. Fine, whatever. Ask. I heard that Kasai Saris is Ravel's daughter. Is that true? Kimashi shrugged. Far as I know, yeah. She suddenly looked suspicious. Why? I asked her about it, and she denied it. So? Not as if it's any of your business in the first place. I also heard that you're Kasai's half-sister. She harumphed. Yes, I'm related to that chubby, mewling, hook-nosed daydreamer. Same father, different mothers. So? I was hoping you could help me find out if Kasai really is Ravel's daughter. Kimashi frowned. Normally I'd be loath to help you like this, but I have a feeling it'd upset that flirting, preening Doxy Goodenwell. Tell her to ask our father. He's a powerful Cambion, so she ought to be able to call him right then and there. That'll get you your answer. Cambion? Yes, Cambion. Kimashi rolled her eyes. Didn't hear me the first time? Ears all stopped up with the last of your brains running out of them? I'm asking what one is. My, you're clueless. She shook her head sadly, tutting all the while. A half-fiend, Burke. Sorta like you, but you're half-dung, I think. You smell it at any rate. Better that than half you, Kimashi. You wish you were half Kimashi, sod. Even if you ended up with a goat's bum on your shoulder, it'd be better than that scarred-up face of yours. Kasai, I talked to Kimashi. She told me she's your half-sister, and that Ravel's your mother. Kasai snarled, her eyes blazing with malice.
That, hell's how I loathe that woman. Why would you even believe that sort of tripe?
She says that you deny it, and in fact may not know it, but that it's true. She says you could ask your father, that he would tell you. Kasai stared at me silently for a time.
Give me a moment.
She turned away and began to mutter softly. The air seemed to shimmer around her slightly, and then a coppery smell began to fill the room, like the scent of warm blood. I strained my ears and tried to overhear what she was saying.
Haugazananel, banished prince of Ethog, Marquis of the Bloody Shadow, my father, hear me, for I call upon you. Yes, beloved father, it is I, Kasai Saris. I would bid you answer me one question. A question I've asked you time and again.
She paused.
Yes, beloved father. I cannot bear to have another ask me and not know myself. You must tell me. I have asked for nothing save this. Tell me, I beg of you.
Again she stood still for a moment.
Yes, beloved father, I understand. I thank you. Farewell.
I leaned back. Well, what did he have to say? Kasai remained turned away for a moment before finally coming around to face me.
I did not want to believe that wicked hag may have been my mother. I have lived long, I do not appear to age, and have disturbing dreams sometimes.
She shuddered.
But still, I do not wish to be the inheritor of the evil she caused, nor draw the lady's gaze as my mother did. Such evil things she did.
Tell me what you know of her, will you?
I heard she would pose impossible riddles to people. Riddles she could answer, but no one else could. She would devour the person if they answered incorrectly, or leave them dangling in her horrifying gardens as examples to all. Those few who somehow escaped, she tormented in their dreams, riding them like steeds, breaking their wills and hurling their souls into the colorless oblivion of the grey waste. Her magic was said to be beyond anything most had ever seen. It was imagination woven from nightmare and given substance. Stone and solid shapes bent to her will like soft clay. The laws of the plains would bend beneath her feet, and from nothing she could weave illusion, and from illusion weave realities that could horrify and kill and confound. She was a mistress of all the dark arts, mistress and master of them all. She hounded a governor that dare quote sigil law to her, with shadows that devoured him all but his tongue, his fingers, and the flesh of his face. She turned mercy killers inside out, and shattered buildings of those who displeased her. Terrible, terrible powers were at her command. She changed her shape like water, and would use it to destroy some for amusement, and to steal knowledge from others. She was a monster, like all that has been spawned from the grey waste.
Kasai stopped to breathe, shuddering and wrapping her bare arms around her as if cold.
In the end, she threatened to open the cage and let the fury of the plains come rolling in like a wave. Fortunately, she did not succeed. She existed solely to cause malice. I do not know if she is dead, but I know now that she was my mother.
Kasai's shoulders slumped and her head hung down.
Oh, that I had tears, so I could weep with sorrow.
I reached over and tried to comfort her. She suddenly fell into my arms, shuddering and racked with sobs. For a time, Kasai simply stood there, clinging to me, but then she pushed away.
Thank you, but I'll be fine. I just need some time to think about it, that's all.
I hate to ask this now, but I need you to give me a piece of yourself, Kasai. She looked alarmed.
Pardon?
The key to Ravel's maze is a piece of her, and you are of her blood. Should be close enough. Kasai gasped.
You intend to seek her out?
Her surprise quickly changed to an expression of wariness.
What would you need of me?
Your blood, most likely. Only a drop or two, I'm sure. She nodded.
But do you have some way to carry it? A handkerchief or something?
Hang on. I dug around in my pack. Luis the Armoire had shot every wad of clothing he had at us when we wrestled him, and I must have tucked one piece carelessly into my pack. Yeah, here you go. Kasai took the handkerchief and gingerly pricked the tip of her finger on one of her fangs. After letting several drops of blood soak into the cloth, she returned it to me.
You're placing yourself in grave danger, you know. Even if the stories of my mother are greatly exaggerated, she's horribly powerful and completely evil. Good luck.
There were many things to be done before we left. It was the eternal quest for the rough balance of packing for a journey. As much stuff as you can carry to cover all realistic contingencies while keeping your pack light enough to not be bogged down with a couple 100 pounds of junk.
Given the richly varied nature of the multiverse, it just wasn't possible to cover everything. However, with a little advice from an old friend, it might be possible to narrow down the range of what I had to cover. Even though Ignis was gone, the smoldering corpse bar was as hot and muggy as always, the air sharp with the tang of burnt metal. I was probably the only one sweating. Nordom and Mort didn't have any skin. Anna and Grace had enough fiend blood that heat didn't bother them, and Dakon was, well, Dakon. It was the kind of place where you'd peddle the darkest of secrets over a mug of watered-down ale, and seedy enough where a bar fight can end up in a decapitation. A smiley old face was more than welcome here. "Back for more, eh?" Ebb Creaknees leaned back in his chair. "Good to see you again, lad."
"Who's this, I?"
Anna eyed Ebb suspiciously.
"I don't drink with hardheads, I don't."
"Former hardhead, lass." Ebb laughed, patting his hefty paunch. "Too fat to chase you down the streets of the Hive. Not fat enough to keel over dead. Working on that, though." With that, he bit into the roasted lizard haunch he'd been dining on. Anna pursed her lips, but eventually took a seat. "Now, tell me what you've been up to, boy. You don't seem as green or as clueless as you were when you first stumbled in here, all goggle-eyed and asking your barmy questions." "Well, we've been looking for Ravel Puzzlewell." Ebb paused, teeth gnarled around a piece of thick cartilage. For a moment he stared at me dumbfounded, until a dribble of spittle wet his lips and he swallowed quickly. "Why the hells would you be chasing a chit like that? Women are always trouble, begging my pardon, madams." He indicated Grace and Anna. "But Ravel'll live up to her namesake with what she'd do to your entrails if you step wrong around her. If she still lives, that is." "I think she may be holding my soul, or whatever allows me to die, prisoner. If I'm going to find peace, I need to seek her out." Ashen-faced, Ebb stared at me, his bluff and friendly demeanor gone. It was oddly disturbing to see someone so naturally cheerful, so suddenly quiet. "Oi, Kandrian!" he barked across to the next table. Half the patrons jumped and looked up. The other half were too sodden with drink to raise their heads. In fact, that guy in the corner was probably dead. "Get your immaterial arsehole this way!" Kandrian strode over, his whims wavering like hot desert air as he moved. The chains and spikes and knives arrayed around him should have clinked, but the insubstantial nature of his entire body rendered his implements mute. He turned his pale blue eyes on us and took a seat at our table. It was getting rather crowded, and I didn't quite want to know what would happen if I bumped his shoulder accidentally. "Ah, greetings again. Have your travels brought forth what you need?" "You look great, by the way," Mort bobbed. "More substantial. Been working out?" "We're working on it. Thanks again for helping with the Ingress situation," I added. "It was nothing." He waved a misty hand, then directed his attention to my other companions. "Ah, you found new friends, I see. Quite an eclectic group. Necessary in the plains. Greetings, all. I am Kandrian Illborn, traveler, dreamer, tale-spinner, and so forth." "Ah, stow it, Kandrian." Ebb pointed a thumb at me. "These addle coves think they'll be strutting into Ravel Puzzlewell's gardens and sniffing her daisies or some such." Kandrian's eyes widened. "Truly? Not even I would dare undertake such a quest. I fear trying to claw free of Carceri may be an easier task, or struggling free of the negative material plane. I must, nonetheless. Do you have any advice?" "Aside from suggesting that you turn back now? No, I am afraid not. However, some basic knowledge of the planes may help, and that I can provide." Ebb harumphed. "Aye, but keep it short. The lad'll need your advice, not your long wind." Kandrian's lips quirked into a wry smile.
Of course, part of the problem is getting into Ravel's maze. That is something few, if anyone, could shed light on. The issue then is escaping, and how to survive on whatever plane you end up on, if by some miracle you can.
I've escaped one of the ladies' mazes before. Hopefully I can pull it off again.
Best you don't advertise that, Burke, Eb barked. Most wouldn't want anything to do with you after, and I suspect the Mercy Killers would hunt you down for escaping the lady's justice.
Candrian nodded.
Well, the inner plane are a relatively simple matter. Whereas the prime material is of infinite varieties, it would be impossible to describe how to navigate among all of them. I suspect a thorough knowledge of the outer planes may be most useful.
Sounds about right. You mentioned Carceri? Is that one of them? He nodded.
Ah, Carceri, and its poisonous jungles, acid swamps, destructive waters, strung together like a string of rotten pearls nestled within one another.
He paused and looked at me carefully, again fixing me in place with his eyes.
Remember this, Seeker. Carceri is a prison, home to the Geraleths, one of the most dangerous types of fiends there is. The strength of the prison is the strength of the captor, as strong as the prisoner lets it be. Destroy the prison keeper, and a body can escape the red prison. There is almost no other way out, not when the gates close themselves against you, and watch you spin off into the vast space surrounding the orbs. Be wary of Carceri, traveler, for its bonds can be greater than flesh.
We continued talking long into the night with Eb and Candrian. Hello, Mebeth. The squat little woman pursed her lips and looked up to me.
You've grown much since I last saw you, child. I sense the power in you is strong.
Only because of your teachings, Mebeth.
Flatterer.
She waved a dismissive hand and rearranged the herbs on a rack.
You've remembered more than I ever taught, if I reckon correctly.
Still, it was because of your help.
So you're off then, on that barmy quest to find the one who tried to break open the cage?
I nodded. I just wanted to say goodbye, Mebeth. Hopefully not for the last time. She drew a semicircle over her heart and sighed.
I'm afraid that unless you need healing, old Mebeth is useless to you now. My charms and cantrips are but small magics compared to what you can wield now.
I didn't come for those, I said, then leaned over to plant a soft kiss on her pale cheek. You were like a mother to me, Mebeth. I just wanted you to know that. She stared at me, stony-faced, then nodded sadly.
Go on, then.
So, I said after outlining my plans to Fell, got any advice? It is unwise, he said in a string of rebuses. It was an unusually deadpan bit of advice from someone who knew the lady's wrath firsthand. Did he mourn what he lost, I wondered, this Dabbus who is not a Dabbus? Trust me, I've heard that plenty already.
All I can offer is my range of tattoos.
Well, let's see him then. There are some who would say that this last loose end to tie up was the most important one. She strolled up to us, gliding like a swan on water. She was beautiful, seductively attired for a prostitute, a far cry from those I saw in the hive. She smelled of expensive perfumes, and the lines of her face were subtly accentuated with lightly painted lines of soft, warm colors. She smiled as I approached her and curtsied gracefully.
Greetings, good sir. Seeking to quench a lust Mistress Grace's brothel cannot satisfy, I hope.
No, but I had some questions. She put her finger to my lip to hush me.
There is but one question I answer, good sir, and the answer is this. Yes, for only 500 coins.
500? I blinked. That's quite a lot. She just smiled.
Oh, I assure you, good sir.
She leaned in close to whisper warmly in my ear.
'Tis worth every last copper.
No thanks. I've got some shopping to do elsewhere.
A pity. Please return should you have a change of heart, good sir. I'll be eagerly awaiting you.
Say there, Chief. What do you say? Mort wagged his tongue eagerly. How about spotting old Mort a bit of jink? It's, been more than a while, you know? I shrugged. We might not be coming out of this alive, so we might as well make the most of it while we're here. Sure, why not? Miss? The young woman examined Mort critically for a time, then nodded.
Yes, I think I could do that. Well, I could certainly come up with something. All for the same fee, of course. Pretty 500 commons.
I counted out the coin and some extra. She seemed nice enough to be worth it. All right. Thanks, Chief. Mort turned to follow the woman away. We finished our preparations in my fest hall room while waiting for Mort to return.
I must say,
Grace said meditatively,
I have not had the experience of waiting for a skull to be serviced before.
Query: what is the nature of this service?
Nordham chirped.
Addendum: would Mort require assistance?
No. I don't think your tools are compatible for the job at hand.
Nordham's utility kit can conform to 893 functions,
he buzzed,
and with appropriate modifications can be increased to handle 22% more.
Well, I'm sure someone somewhere in the multiverse would be aroused by that. The courtesan finally returned, Mort bobbing dizzily along beside her. He was coated with a glossy sheen, as if he'd been waxed and buffed, and he had a red smudge on his crown in the shape of a pair of lips.
Your member seemed to enjoy himself, good sir.
Mort? Mort seemed only dimly aware of my presence, and alternated between giggling to himself and sighing pleasantly. Breakfast was just a glass of lychee juice. It was part of Candrian's advice. On the night before a big jaunt, stuff yourself with a large meal, and then eat little to nothing the next morning. Keeps your energy up, but your stomach light, in case you need to run like hell. I looked over the leavings of last night's feast, the picked clean carcass of a roast duck, a platter of empty oyster shells, and a leftover crust of herb bread. There was a giddy, fluttering feeling in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't help but get the sense that this was our last meal. All right. Are we ready? I got your back, Chief.
Oh, aye. My blade is yours.
Grace nodded, and Nordham simply peered into his lens and blinked. That's all I needed. Hang on to your blades. We're going in, I said as I brought out the Godsman's compact portal. I unfolded the shimmering metal sculpture, and immediately it began crackling with life, stretching and Chapter 89. It was like jumping into a pool of cold water on a hot summer's day. The leap from my cozy apartment at the Civic Fest Hall to the dimness of Ravel's maze left my head spinning, not knowing up from down or right from left. As in my own maze, the air was cold, but whereas mine held the maddening chill of emptiness, here the air was moist. The dampness made it all the more grotesque. The ground was unusually soft here, and as it squelched beneath my boots upon landing, I stumbled, catching myself on hands and knees. My flesh landed softly, and beneath my palms there was cold moss. The earthy smell of rot was thick down here, the cold detritus clammy against my skin. Somehow, the moss seemed to move beneath me, writhing as if eager to lap up the warmth of my skin. In the distance, there was the squeal of vines tightening and wood creaking.
This, Dakon murmured, this maze is will made flesh.
Oh, the wonderful places you take me to, Chief. Thanks, really. Nordom chirped.
Portal detected.
They're everywhere, Nordom, I grumbled. Don't bother mapping the place. Space is curved in on itself, and all the roads lead back to the center. Hell, it might be easier to find Ravel in here than to avoid her.
You're not making us feel better about it, you're not?
It's okay, Anna, I said, standing up and brushing the dirt from my palms. So long as we're together, we'll be fine. Where once there were stone walls coated with a thin net of vines, now it was more plant than mortar. The walls breathed as we walked past, and the branches that grew layered over one another bent towards us, as if curious. There was something sinister about the foliage, something tamed but cruel about them. No mere woodland was this, wild and guided only by the balance of nature, but cultivated with a demented hand that cruel gnarled branches and poisoned thorns flourished. This was Ravel's garden. Anna gasped as the floor rumbled beneath us, and the earth cracked open, as pale wooden branches curled out from amidst the shards of soil and rot. The creatures came with a keening, their cries shrill and crackling like dry wood. Sharp claws arched out, anchoring against the ground to pull their bodies from hiding. Standing full height, they looked like leafless trees, with dull glowing eyes and winged horns where there should have been branches. Dakon's blade silently cleaved through one, slashing off talons and branches and spraying long ropes of sap across the walls. The other creature shrieked, closing in with an unnatural, if clumsy, speed. Too close to use magic safely, I thrust my dagger into its face. The force of the blow rebounded as the tip of my blade struck hard wood, and despite my grip, my hand slipped along the handle, and the raw edge of steel cut against my fingers and palm. Pain lanced through my hand as the dagger clattered to the ground. Scarlet drops sprayed over the creature, and where they landed they sank into its wooden skin as if it were thirsty for blood. One hand outstretched, a missile of force erupted from my palm, shattering the one that had been crippled by Dakon into a rain of splinters. I turned to the one now looming over me, and pale white light bloomed against its body. The shockwave of the blast rattled me from my teeth to my boots. When the world came into focus again, I stood up unsteadily, head still spinning from the concussive explosion. Mort was already spitting out bits of wood, teeth smudged with sap. The plant creatures fell one by one, and we wound our way through Ravel's maze. We crept past muddy plains, fought through lush green lands hauntingly silent of insects or birds, inhabited only by bloodthirsty flora. Brambles tore at our skin, and our clothes became sticky with sap and sweat and blood. Our boots grew slick with the juices of crushed moss. And there, at the heart of it all, was Ravel Puzzlewell. She didn't look much like a myth, this plump, hooked-nosed crone, outfitted as she was in a simple, if dirty, brown shirt and leggings, with a number of pouches hanging from her frayed belt. She seemed oblivious to our presence, more concerned with the tangled black roots woven together to form the floor of the maze than anything transpiring around her. A tangle of jagged gray hair jutted from beneath the crone's hood, spreading down her shoulders like a mass of twisted gray roots. Sickly blue-gray flesh hung in loose folds from her face. Her narrow chin, long and sharp, jutted forward in an extreme underbite, and two filthy yellow canines protruded from her lower jaw like small tusks. Ravel?
Ah, visitors!
The crone's voice was thick and scratchy, as if trying to force its way past layers of dust. Her eyes were a dull, bloody red, with black veins running through them like tree branches.
As she gazed at me, a strange crawling sensation drew up my body, like snakes burrowing beneath my skin. "Greetings, Ravel." I rubbed my tongue against the roof of my mouth, trying to work up some moisture. My lips suddenly felt dry.
"Well now, my pretty thing, have you returned at last?"
Ravel's face split into a grotesque smile, displaying a row of chipped yellow fangs.
"You were gone so long, I feared you forgot poor lonely Ravel."
She sounded like a lonely old woman, waiting and pining for her children to visit her. Would she pinch my cheek with those grimy talons? Offer me tea and candies from a dusty bowl? There was power in those eyes, though, and age, and need. And if I could sweet-talk my way into her heart, maybe she wouldn't flay us all alive. How could I forget you, Ravel? I missed you, but you hid yourself in a place that was difficult for me to reach. Come now, did you not wish my company?
"Ah."
Ravel's yellow smile widened, peeling back the folds of her skin, and she cackled softly.
"Such sweet words. You already are knowing the answer of your asking, my precious man. I scattered clues like caltrops, and these were my means of guiding you to my garden. I afeared it was you who had forgot I."
"I assure you I did no such thing. I have returned to you at last."
"Have you? But what has returned?"
She squinted at me with her black-veined eyes and hissed softly.
"Let Ravel see how you've fared in this life."
She reached out as if to caress me, and my eyes were fixed on those talons, each fingernail filthy and wickedly sharp. With a gulp, I let her feel me over, as if she were examining a prized horse. Her ragged talons traced their way across my skin, and in their wake I felt the same strange tingling sensation from when Ravel first looked at me. Her eyes dimmed somewhat, and her talons slid gently along the contours of my face, lingering on my scars. I was beginning to remember something, a memory bulging near the surface as if it were a bubble near bursting. I reached out to touch her and feel her features. My hand touched Ravel's cheek as her talons caressed my face, and instinctively I mirrored her touch. As her talons dragged along my left cheek, my finger dragged along hers. Her eyes closed, and then mine followed. When my eyes opened once again, it felt as if all the color had bled out of the trees and the maze. Everything was a featureless, dusty, dead gray. Ravel's eyes were still closed, but as I watched, they slowly opened, and she smiled, a sad, gray smile. I felt words rising to my lips, echoing something I had said in the past, in a different place, on another plane. "It is said you are the greatest of the Grey Sisters, Ravel. I have traveled far to reach you," I say to her, hands upraised in peace. She nodded, but slowly, too slowly, as if through a dream. When she speaks, her words are muted, as if being spoken underwater.
"But why have you traveled so far? Your need must be great. Yet you seem to have brought nothing that would interest me. You must pay for my services."
My need is great, Ravel. My currency is this: a challenge. Perhaps an impossible challenge. One I fear is beyond even your abilities. My words are coy and sweet as honey. Try to barter with a night hag and you'll end up with your skin stretched out to cure in the dust of the waste. Flatter, it is said. Cajole and please, and you may come back alive. The subtle twists to the words are just right to pull her strings. Ravel's eyes blaze a fiery gray.
and the gray that is eating the landscape seems to ebb from her features. Her flesh becomes dark with her fury.
There is nothing that is beyond me, foolish man. Nothing! Pose your challenge, I will hear you.
Death waits at the end of life for all men. I need it to wait for me no longer. Can you do this, beautiful Ravel? The vision cleared, the gray bleeding away from the maze until the color resumed, my hand still cupping Ravel's cheek. Her eyes were closed, and she sighed. I withdrew my hand slowly, and after a moment, Ravel's eyes opened, and she gave a rasping hiss. Yes. Ravel? Ravel's fingers peeled back, and she looked at me sadly.
Oh, sad, sad, broken half-thing. All a pieces.
She squinted at me again.
No longer the one Ravel knew, are you? Are you still a broken, after all this sad, sad time?
Broken? What do you mean?
A body you possess, but a body of knowledge you do not.
She pointed her ragged talon at my chest, at my scars.
Many and such scars you have, all a-scrawled on your skin. Many tales does your skin tell.
What tales does my skin tell?
Your scars and tattoos shout to me, here is a man in confrontation with the world.
Ravel made a crooning noise, not unlike a dying bird.
Yes, such tales as would shrivel even a hag's ears.
Tell me these tales. I would know them.
The tales are many. They echo of balance imbalanced, trials of war, battle with fiendish elements, and a creature that feeds on others from afar to sustain itself, and of torments. Such torments flesh has never known.
You said balance imbalanced?
Divided in two you were when your mortality was peeled from you. No longer balanced, much a broken in the separation, both a blessing and a mistake. But more mistake than blessing, Ravel thinks.
You took my mortality? How?
Forgotten the how of it, I have.
Ravel's gaze dimmed for a moment, the black veins swimming in her eyes.
And even if I remembered it, I would never do it twice. Not forgotten the moment, have I, after the break, seeing the pain stream from your veins, your cries like a wailing child, every bit of your being filled with emptiness. Terrible, even for these eyes.
I mentally probed that space inside. The void beyond always made me shudder, and now the emptiness sang even more so. Dakan might have disagreed, but some things are truly best left unknown. Knowing that the void was where my mortality had been torn from me by those talons, rough and raw and bleeding from the edges of spirit, just made it all the worse. I could almost feel it again, like flesh being peeled away, layer after layer, until those claws hit bone, then went past. What then did you mean of trials of war?
Great, great trials of war. Much too much to be borne by any mortal thing.
What war is this?
This war touches all, my precious half-man. There is no place where its caress is not felt. Did it touch you?
Ravel's voice dropped, almost bitter.
To this, Ravel says, I.
That would explain the scars. What of battles with fiendish elements?
Two fiends butt heads,
Ravel sniffed, as if in contempt.
Their tiny heads filled with ideas of how the planes should be, yet never can be, or the planes they would be no longer. Such foolishness.
And suddenly, the lecture that Geesus the Crooked made in the fest hall so long ago rang true. You mean the Blood War?
Aye,
she hissed. Her lips writhed with distaste. Some things were apparently too terrible for even a night hag to stomach. What about this creature that feeds on others from afar?
no base hungers do you feel, but far more terrible ones boil beneath your skin. And such a cost.
Hungers? What do you mean?
I know not the nature nor the cause of these hungers, but heed this. Coming events cast their shadows before them, my precious half-man. There is no saying of what these events will be, not even with Ravel's eyes.
And torment? What are these torments you speak of?
As a lodestone pulls iron to it, so do you, my precious half-man. But it is not iron, but tormented souls. As others suffer, they are drawn to you, and your path becomes theirs.
She made a sweeping gesture.
Do you not see that in the eyes of those that have traveled here with you?
My companions. I look back to them, and I already knew what Ravel meant, and how deep those words would cut them.
Do you wish to explain, Gith?
Ravel threw a burning glance at Dakon, tempered with a fanged smile.
Vows may prove tighter than any chain, no? The manacles of a race once enslaved, now a slave again.
Dakon was silent, but his blade shifted at Ravel's words. The blade darkened, the edge sharpening until the Karak itself seemed to carry a horrible malevolence about it. Watch your words, Ravel.
The cog box.
Ravel's gaze drifted to Nordom.
Once it knew only suffering's definition, but now it feels its sting. There is no room for two in the world of ones and zeros. No place for mayhap in a house of trues and falses, and no green with envy in a black and white world. When it discovers how the planes turn, when it discovers the truth behind loyalty and illogic, more torments will it know.
Ravel, leave my companions
The chattering skull!
Ravel didn't even bother to look at Mort, as if he was beneath her notice.
Are the quips enough of a shield for what lies buried inside your brain box? Why speak truths when lies suffice? The abyssal temptress, Ravel sneered,
her yellowed fangs piercing her purpled lips as she squinted at Fall from Grace.
A skin so fair, lips so rich, eyes that might cause you to forget Ravel herself. And yet she suffers more than any other. When one turns on their nature, many are the torments that arise from such a betrayal.
Ravel, Grace replied softly, almost cautiously, I have come to terms with my...
You lie, succubus!
Ravel's lips peeled back into a snarl.
You lie! Do not dare lie to me, when your heart is a book to me! Every word you spit screams of your torment!
Have a care with your words, Ravel. Enough of this.
Ah.
Ravel gestured at Anna, as if she was for sale upon an auction block.
Look upon the feisty tiefling. Such fiery hair and voice.
Ravel smiled, baring her rows of yellow teeth.
Shall I speak of your torment, tiefling?
Anna seemed paralyzed, her eyes wide as Ravel turned her black-veined gaze to her.
I could see her trembling, feel her heart beating fast. No, I shall not speak of it. Ravel's voice dropped, almost in exhaustion, and the smile faded from her face. Grown tired of cruelties and torments, Ravel has. The world is a jagged enough place. She turned again to me, her bloody eyes dimmed, and she sighed. I looked back to my companions, their old wounds open, laid out for all to see. They looked at each other nervously, as if something profane had been revealed between them. And my precious, precious half-man, for you the greatest torment of all, life forevermore. Can it be life cares for you as Ravel does? She gnashed her yellow tusks with a horrid clacking noise. One so brave, so passionate, so terribly lost. Sad, sad. Ravel, why did you make me immortal? A puzzle of bone and skin were you, always intriguing, and the most beloved of all who came to me, petitioning, requesting, pleading for help. Ravel stared hard at me, her black-veined ember eyes narrowing. So hard to see past the scars, to dig up the man who once was underneath. Ravel, can you tell me anything about who I once was? A shadow, with substance, a seeking that which casts the light. I know you more, and know... No. Ravel paused. No more than I know the nature of any man. Crossed paths have we, a man tainted with undeath, still feeling the pangs of separation, and an old withered crone, now all imprisoned. Crossed paths? Seems that we are a meeting for the first time, no? No. Ravel seemed confused for a moment, then shuddered as if throwing off a weight. Not at all. An echo of a future meeting this is, or a past meeting, depending on which way time is facing. So this meeting echoes a meeting in the past? The now and then, very similar. So tangled the now and then is, both mirrored in each other. Once and again you come afore me with a problem, to challenge me for a solution to an impossibility. Ravel hissed at me, and her eyes blazed. Beautiful, ungrateful, beloved man! What was this impossibility I asked you to solve? Ravel didn't seem to hear me. She still seemed to be in the past, for her eyes dimmed as if looking far away. Such fire in your eyes, enough to stir a grey lady's heart. Passion to be free, but when freed the fire in your eyes guttered out. With the separation, your life has shed all meaning, I fear. Ravel smiled with her yellow fangs, then clicked them together as if laughing. Mayhap you should sit on your hind legs and limp your forepaws. Maybe Ravel will give you another scrap of knowing then. I looked back to my companions, and then to Ravel, and knelt down. If begging will bring me answers, then I beg you, Ravel, tell me what you know. I need your help in remembering what happened. Ah, a gentled heart now. Ravel's black-veined eyes glinted, and the corner of her mouth twisted upwards like a snake. Has life softened you? Ah, but one can hope. Ravel, I have many questions I wish to ask. Oh, more questions do you have? Ravel crooned softly, but there was an edge to it, as if she was reprimanding me. But you have already asked so many. Ravel's black-veined eyes take on a curious gleam. The time for my questions is now, half-man. Very well, Ravel. Ask your questions. Know this, and know Ravel's law.
If you do not answer my questions, no more of your questions will I hear, my precious man. Step lightly with the answers, or the asking shall tear you apart."
"Your rules are fair. Ask your questions, Ravel."
"I would know why you traveled here with these others. Did they know not the place they were traveling to?"
"Of course they knew. Who would not want to travel here to meet with you, beautiful Ravel? Few opportunities does life provide for such a meeting. They wished to see if the tales of your power and beauty were true, as I knew them to be. I laid it on a bit thick, but she seemed barmy enough to be capable of falling for it." Ravel stared at me for a moment in silence. Then her face split into a horrendous grin, her row of yellowed fangs glistening in the faint light of her eyes.
"Ah, my precious man, you carry only words."
A blackish tongue darted from behind her purple lips and rolled around the rim of her mouth as if anticipating a meal.
"But you are well armed indeed."
"Only truth do I speak, Ravel." Behind me I could sense Mort rolling his eyes. Ravel nodded slowly, and her grin faded.
"And they travel with you willingly?"
"They chose to walk my path with me."
"Chose? Ah, a dangerous word. Is it so?"
Ravel threw a black-veined glance at Dakon, her voice like an arrow.
"Is it choice, Gith? Is it? Or is it a matter of two skies?"
Dakon's blade bled into a vicious black, mirroring his eyes. And to my surprise, the Carrick edge silently split into jagged fangs. "Ravel, leave him be. I will answer your questions, not them."
"What of the cog box?"
Ravel turned to Nordom, sneering at him.
"What does it know of choice?"
She snapped her fingers, like the sound of cracking bone.
"There is only obey, and obey,
Query. What does Nordom define choice? The act of choosing, selection, the right or opportunity to choose.
Nordom, stop. This is between Ravel and I. Look, Ravel." Ravel turned to Mort.
"Skull, skull, skull."
Ravel clicked her tongue after each word, and her smile widened.
"Your expression is difficult to read without the skin wrapping, but I feel your fear from here. Coming here was not your choice."
"Well, I didn't have anything better to do except go to one of the ladies' mazes and meet one of the evilest creatures to ever set foot in Sigil, so I said, sure, why not?" "Mort, be quiet. Ravel, Be quiet?" Mort clacked his teeth. "Like the hells I will. I think we've listened to this crone rattle her bone box enough, and now she's got some pair of stones saying I haven't got any skin. So what if I don't? Obviously the fact she has skin has done wonders for her looks. Does she think I like being naked all the time? And another thing. Mort, cut it out. Ravel, look."
"The succubus," Ravel squinted. "Did she have a choice? Mayhap in her smooth-skinned mind of soft silks and hard truths, maybe choice. But no, a sensate must experience all, and to refuse to come? Not a sensate would you be. Still no choice."
"Ravel, enough."
"And the tiefling, the fiery one."
Ravel cackled softly, and her eyes kindled as if amused.
"No choice. At all. When you feel instead of think, there is little room for choice."
Anna made no response. Ravel's mere presence seems to have silenced her. Her tail had stopped flicking, however, and her eyes had lost their hard edge. "Enough of this, Ravel. What other questions did you have?"
"Shh! There will be time enough for you to speak, my precious man."
Ravel tapped a talon against one of her yellowed tusks.
This question next. What do you feel for these that have come with you? Do they matter in your heart?
She smiled, black veins dancing in her eyes.
Or are they mere tools for your will?
Why do you want to know such a thing?
Thick and stubborn as a Githzerai. That is yet another question, but the answer shall cost you nothing. My answer is because I wish to know, no other reason. Now surrender your answer from your skeptical heart.
They matter to me.
Even the Gith?
Ravel's ember gaze fell on Dakhan, then slid off to lock with my eyes again.
Speak what he means to you, and say it true, or blanketing my garden he will be.
He is my ally. I know him. He is my friend, I replied, as firmly as possible. I was not going to let Ravel hurt anyone, least of all my companions.
Ah,
Ravel nodded, and then she smiled again, her talons tapping against each other.
What of the skull? Surely he matters not to one such as you. Or does he?
I like him. He is my friend.
Curiouser and curiouser, Ravel smiled. Quite the puzzle box you are shaping up to be. What else lurks in the dark places of your mind?
I hide nothing from you, Ravel.
Ah.
Ravel's voice took on a threatening weight, and then she turned to fall from grace.
And here is the core of it, the abyssal temptress. Does she rise above merely the carnal to you? Or is she something else in your eye,
Grace said nothing. She seemed to be studying Ravel intently, and I was suddenly struck with the feeling that Grace was sizing up Ravel for weaknesses. I hoped that if this degenerated any further, the others would be as ready as she was. Ravel turned back to me, clacking her yellow tusks as if in anticipation.
Speak, precious man, but have a care where your words fall.
There was a hidden sharpness to her voice then, like the serrated edge of a knife scraping against the inside of its sheath. Things had suddenly become quite a bit more dangerous. What is she to you, beautiful Ravel? She cannot even compare to your looks, your intellect, your power. Ravel slid her gaze off me and narrowed her eyes at Grace.
So if I were to strike her down, snuff her infernal heart, you would not stir. Answer carefully.
I retract my words. I do not wish her harmed, I said, licking my lips nervously. I hadn't lied about my feelings for Grace. I hadn't said anything at all on the matter, in fact.
Pah! Contrary man!
Ravel's eyes smoldered, and as she turned back to me, the veins in her eyes had sharpened.
Which thought rattles about in your skull now?
I spoke falsely. I knew not what I said, but I have had enough of death, mine or any other, to last several lifetimes. Ravel slid her gaze off of me and pointed her head back toward Grace. I like Grace. She has many good qualities. I consider her a friend. Ravel turned, clacked her tusks, and then glanced at Anna with a sneer.
And what of this slip of flesh? The fiendling? The tiefling with the scarlet hair and the fiery passion? What is she to you, my precious man?
Ravel had touched a tender spot with those words, as if she pressed against an old bruise. Anna, who had lied to me the first time we met and sent me down an alley full of muggers to my death. Anna, who was forced to guide me to where she had found my corpse, who scoffed at my oafish ignorance and clumsiness as she tried to keep several paces ahead of me. And she was the one whose lips tightened when I spoke to pretty women. She was the one who taught me how to sneak and steal on a cool night in the silent darkness of the clerk's ward. our bodies pressed against each other innocently in an attempt to pick each other's pockets. I remembered the flush of her skin, her sudden shyness, her half-spoken confessions that ached to be heard and were always brushed off as just jest. And I remembered how I cradled her body in the alleyway, desperately trying to staunch the blood with my hands and keep the warmth from spilling out onto the cobblestones after we had defeated the shadows. I could fall in love with her, I murmured, and I knew it was the most honest thing I had ever said. Ravel glanced at Anna, then snorted, her black-veined eyes gleaming again.
So be it.
Enough of these games, Ravel.
My next question is this.
Ravel's voice dropped, almost whispering. And suddenly, I had the strange feeling that she didn't want to hear the answer.
Why did you wait so long to return to me? Ravel grew lonely without you, precious man.
The way to this place is difficult, beautiful Ravel. Efforts have been made to ensure you have little company, and many were the trials I was forced to undertake in order to stand here before you. Yet, I am glad to see you once again, Ravel. Time has not dulled your beauty.
Your answers.
Ravel's eyes glinted and her lips peeled back in a grotesque smile.
Your words are soothing and have not been heard in such a time. They stir even my black-brambled heart. No matter where your memories be, your charm remains, pretty thing.
No, it is your charms that persist, beautiful Ravel.
Of charms, enchantments, beguilements, all these Ravel has mastered. Yet there is much it seems you could teach I. The third and last question is this.
As Ravel opened her mouth to speak her final question, I was suddenly gripped with the terrible realization that this final question had murdered many others to whom it had been asked. I knew what it was, and I felt it welling. Chapter 90. What can change the nature of a man? I murmured, repeating her words even as she spoke them.
I see you have not forgotten.
Ravel smiled, her yellow fangs gleaming.
What is your answer?
The words came out in a crackling hiss, like crumbling ash flaking away from a guttering fire. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, had died because of those words. Each one was a petitioner for Ravel's wisdom, each daring to think that they could provide the answer. Each died slowly and horribly, driven mad with nightmares or racked with blinding agony, until those nearby could slit the poor sod's throat out of mercy. It was almost hard to fear her, this squat and senile wart-skinned creature. Nothing could possibly live up to the stories of her evil, and this was perhaps what made Ravel so dangerous. Those would-be apprentices must have underestimated Ravel's cruelty. I prayed that I wasn't so foolish. You, Ravel, as you changed my nature forever. Her lips peeled back into an evil smile, and she cocked her head, teasing and coy. She seemed neither eager nor offended at the answer, and for a moment that made me feel unsure.
And that is your answer?
The veins in Ravel's eyes began to shift slightly.
Be certain before you say.
It may not be your answer, but it is my answer, I said, setting my jaw. My fingers itched, and I felt the power of the art welling up inside of me, just in case.
And that is all I wished for, my precious man.
Ravel's smile relaxed.
A simple answer, and in the end many are the men I have laid low while they sought my answer.
I paused, stunned for a moment, and the tension fell away like rainwater trickling off a roof. That's it? I thought... Ravel cackled.
Countless times has the question been asked, and not once did the pathetic shells who came afore me answer with their answer, but always sought to creep inside my mind and find what I thought. There is no truth in that.
I don't believe you. In fact, I don't think they ever could have answered you true, even if it was true to them. Ravel fell suddenly, strangely, silent. She watched me warily. You never cared about any answer other than mine, did you? Yet you asked the question, knowing that no matter what answer they gave, they would die by your hand. Ravel hissed.
Of course your answer was the only one I sought, for you were the only reason I asked the question. Did you think I cared for them? Did you think I even cared a fraction of the amount for them that I cared for you, my precious man? Answer me that.
I'm through answering your questions, Ravel. Now you'll answer mine.
Of course. Ever questions, ever questions.
Why were you imprisoned, Ravel?
I tried to help a lady, and kindly she did not take to it.
The Lady of Pain? You tried to help her? Grace said, shocked.
My offering of help was unwelcome. I tried to set her free. Sigil is the cage, a city of doors and locks. A prison for her. It must be, mustn't it? Why else call the city of Sigil the cage? And who is caged? The lady. A prison so small for one so great. Unjustness, wrongness, intolerable to torment a woman thusly.
I think I know who should be in a cage, Mort murmured.
I tried to break the cage, let the lady go free.
She made a shooing motion, her expression becoming pained as she scattered invisible birds.
Shoo, shoo, O pained woman! Let Sigil's ring be broken, so you might fly far from its filthy streets, and the stupid Dabbas that dare not speak in words, for fear their thoughts would be overheard.
Ravel's hands slowly stopped their shooing motion, and she gave a slow sigh.
Before I could finish, I found myself here, and my memory's none the better for the trip. Much has slipped away, much forgotten. Yes, it was.
Ravel smiled with her yellowed teeth.
The dwindling of memory has become a comfort to these old bones. Much I have forgotten. I am fortunate in that I still remember you.
Ravel, but why did you try to free the Lady of Pain from Sigil? Ravel's voice dropped, almost reprimanding.
I resent anyone, even a power, being imprisoned, and think that everyone, whether stones, shores, or quiet-bladed ladies, should be free. Some have said more the fool I. Why risk such a thing, they said.
I think you did the right thing trying to free her, Ravel. I lied, but still best to butter her up.
I'm glad that we share a like mind and view like-minded on this matter. Yet, when I cannot let matters well enough alone, it seems to mine eyes that many are the lives and dreams that are left in pieces on the ground.
Is that what you were trying to do when I met you? Were you trying to set me free?
Quite possibly. Life's chains and fear of death have gripped too tightly on the man I knew.
Ravel picked at one of her jagged gray hairs, wrapping it around her finger.
No liking for chains and cages does Ravel have.
So I was caged somehow? Or chained? Sounds to me as if your memory is stirring, Ravel. Ravel looked confused, and her face twisted, as if she was fighting an unpleasant thought.
I have forgotten. Mayhap a promise? No, no.
Her fingers tightened around the gray hair, and to my surprise there was a snap, like a twig breaking, and Ravel tore the hair from her head. A trickle of black blood wormed from beneath her skull cap, and she hissed in anger. Ravel? Are you all right?
No more, will I say.
Ravel's face wrinkled in pain, the talon covered with the blood-tipped gray hair. Even plucked from her head, it looked jagged and stiff.
I do not know, and no knowing shall I share.
She stared down at the gray hair wrapped around her talon, and then she hissed and flicked it to me.
Take this, and leave the past where it lies, half-man.
Ravel, who are you? Where did you come from?
I? Ravel am I, a maker and breaker of puzzles, a solver of what cannot be solved, a mind raveling and unraveling until the threads of thought are tied up like knots in a drunken man's hair.
But what are you? Some have called you a night hag, whatever that is.
Night hag?
Ravel gives a ghastly smile, her yellowed teeth like needles.
I am but a woman who has sorely missed her beloved creation. Some have named me Crone, Grey Lady, Yaga Sister, Night Hag. But myself is my name, Ravel. Ravel who puzzles well, providing conundrums to decipher and laying impossibilities low. But? Many things are said about we grey ladies. A race we are, night hags, but an individual am I. Some call us evil of old, stalkers of mortal dreams, the kindly ones, ugly, hideous things whose homes lie in the dark places of men's minds.
Ravel's eyes narrowed to reddish sparks.
But that means nothing to me. What would one such as you call one such as I, pretty thing?
I find you beautiful, Ravel. Not perhaps to the eye, but your mind seems sharp and vibrant.
Tch, do you think I care for such truths? A hex on inner beauty, no matter how long it may outlast the flesh. Think you ugly, am I?
Ravel, you are not ugly.
Yet ugly I need not be, pretty thing. My shape is but water to my will, and I may reweave its fibers into a more pleasing tapestry.
Ravel glanced at Fall from Grace, then smiled and licked her lips.
Yes.
Ravel, what? Suddenly Ravel's form shifted into Fall from Grace, taking on her demeanor, her features, her clothes.
Is this shape more pleasing?
Ravel smiled, her teeth now a brilliant, perfect white, the lips with just a hint of red. She had Grace's sweet voice, musical as the sound of chimes.
So cultured and breathtaking.
She motioned me to come closer.
Come, my precious man. My lips do not burn with abyssal torments. Lay your lips upon mine.
No, Ravel.
Mayhap it is the rougher woman that you crave, the one of passionate fire?
Ravel glanced at Anna, who stiffened as Ravel's gaze pinned her.
Mayhap it is her that whets your appetite.
Ravel stopped this, and then Ravel's form melted into Anna's shape, taking on her demeanor, her features, her leather vest.
Is it the rough-edged woman that you crave? The one for whom age has not yet tempered her passions?
Ravel's tail flicked, as if in anticipation.
Come.
Ravel, stop these games. I have neither the time nor the patience for them. Resume your form. I blinked, and Ravel had twisted back into her original form.
A difficult man to please, are you? Pah! And wonder do they why there are no males of our kind.
What other shapes have you turned yourself into?
Maybe some. Mebbeth none.
Ravel seemed confused by the question.
I've not remembered such. I vene, mayhap. Neither smarter nor martyr. So many threads and branchings, so many ravels. Always stitching and mending and growing are my forms.
Wait, Mebeth? You were Mebeth? I asked in shock. It couldn't have been.
That may have been one of my names, yes.
Ravel looked more confused, her black-veined eyes becoming misty.
Names are difficult to remember.
Her voice became faint.
Like calling across a great distance.
Mebeth was kind to me, and helped me, Ravel. That means you helped me. I thank you. At the mention of Mebeth, all the color bled out of Ravel's face until she was gray and ashen. It was as if the color just vanished.
And who might you be, Does your path bring you back to old Mebeth's door, child?
Her face was that soft, plump mound of gray. Her voice, that sweet old creak, gentle and motherly. Yes, it does, Mebeth. I, came to learn more of the art. Can you teach me any more?
Pah! I am but a midwife, child. Such power as the art commands is much beyond me.
I don't think so. I think you may have more to teach me than you may realize. Then the question came like an echo.
You want to learn the art, you do? Why do you want to learn such things?
Because I may need it to solve the mystery of who I am, I murmured again. The words echoed back to me from the past, when I was still so new to the world, pleading at Mebeth's door for help. After a moment, Mebeth, nodded.
The art may help, it may not, and you must not rely on it to solve all your problems. It's most like only going to add another chip to your pile of questions.
She leaned in close.
But if you'd know, then listen.
Ravel whispered something, and I felt different, changed somehow. It was something horrible she had whispered to me. Something about how the planes worked, but my mind had shut out her words, and I couldn't recall them. Just thinking about them set my heart pounding. It was a secret I'm not sure anyone was ever meant to know. Ravel watched me, studying me, and resumed her original form. In her own way, Avellone at the mortuary helped me as well, Ravel. That means you helped me again. I thank you, I said, swallowing hard. Almost unconsciously, Ravel's hand reached out for me, and just for a moment I could swear they were Avellone's talons. Ravel's left hand plucked a hair from her head, hooked it around her talons, and, lightning-like, she jabbed another talon into the skin near one of my scars. It was barely more than a pinprick, but it looked like she was about to start stitching me up. As it was with Avellone, the sensation was curiously painless, but the thread and stitching seemed to be going much deeper, almost inside me, without actually going beyond the surface of the skin. In moments, Ravel's talons drew back, and I felt better, stronger. Ravel muttered in Avellone's voice,
"Dumb zombie."
And Marta was barmy, Ravel, but she was not unkind and not unhelpful. If you were her, then you mean me no harm. And as I said her name, Ravel's face seemed to shift. Her blue skin sagged until she was wearing the same sour, curd-faced expression I had seen on Marta's face.
Come on now, don't be all difficult on Marta.
She raised the talon of her index finger like a scalpel and advanced upon me.
False, nasty corpse.
Ravel's filthy talon jabbed into my abdomen, then pulled it brutally downward in a saw-like motion. But there was no pain. I watched as my skin peeled back slowly from her touch. No blood issued from the wound.
Look at this, Marta, look at this.
Ravel's free hand dug into my chest, where she looped my intestines up like a yarn and plucked them from my stomach. As she did, my stomach sealed up, as if time was going backwards. Ravel, held up my intestines like a trophy.
Pretty, eh, Marta? One shouldn't swallow such a thing, no.
I felt my stomach, whole and pebbled with crisscross scars as before. There hadn't even been the slightest tugging feeling in my guts. Can I have those back, please? I think I might need them later. She handed me the ropey mass. Despite the freshness, the fluid surrounding my intestine had dried like resin. It felt more like a loop of glazed rope. Thanks. I'll treasure this always. Ravel nodded slowly.
And well he should, shouldn't he, Marta? Yes, he should. Powerful magic to be found in the guts of an immortal. Not like TVs, or eyes.
I nodded, and her face suddenly became her own again, as if nothing had happened. You've helped me thrice already. Would you help me again, then? The legends claim you're a powerful mage, Ravel. Can you teach me some of the art? Ravel frowned disapprovingly, her bluish skin twisting like a rag.
Does Ravel know the art? Is your mind gone away of the mortality? A thing all up and lost? I have forgotten more of the art than you shall ever know.
She jabbed at me with one of her talons. Can you teach me some of the art, then? Ravel narrowed her black-veined eyes, studying me.
Mayhap I could be persuaded by one such as you, though any other would not have a chance, nor the boon I offer. Are you a rudimentary student in the arts, or am I facing a tried and true master?
I shifted nervously. Somewhere in between, beautiful Ravel. I still have much to learn.
Flatterer. And yet your words warm me.
Ravel's voice changed, alternating in pitch like someone plucking a stringed instrument.
Much have I learned tending this garden. Charms and incantations distilled from the barbs.
She began to hum slightly to herself.
Rhyming, swaying ways of the consonants, constants and motion that bring briars to your aid. Listen, the branches will speak of it.
I closed my eyes and listened. A great trembling passed through me then, as if dozens of barbed snakes were burrowing beneath my flesh. My veins writhed, sinew twisted and stretched from muscle and bone. Just when I thought the pain was more than I could bear, I suddenly, instinctively, began humming the same tune that Ravel did, and the pain ebbed. In the distance of the maze I could hear the clicking of the tree creatures, as if responding to my call. Ravel watched with a curious light in her eyes.
Such power!
She gave a soft hiss, as if in wonder, and let her lips peel back in a smile.
It touches all that hear it. You are powerful, my precious man. So powerful, one day even the plains may bend to your will.
I opened my eyes and shook my head. I do not wish such a thing, Ravel. There are many who would walk that path, but not I. Ravel nodded, then nodded at my hand, which, to my surprise, held a number of black-barbed seeds.
Take those seeds, use them as you will, and to this I grant an additional boon.
She plucked a hair from her head and took a handful of the seeds, placed them in her palm, then crushed them. A small trail of blackish blood ran from her hand, but when she opened it, there was no wound, only a necklace of black barbs, woven around a lock of Ravel's gray hair.
Take this. It is of me, and it will serve you well.
I took the seeds and the strange barbed charm. I recognized them then. They were of that same seed that Mebeth had given to me so long ago, when I was training to become a mageling.
Save those seeds, precious man. Use not all of them, for they may prove more useful in other places in this maze. But if powerful you are, these places you will find.
I tucked it all away and sighed. It seemed like she was becoming amenable, at least. Why did you make me immortal, Ravel?
It's what you wanted, seedling, and you asked so sweetly. Now how could Ravel say no to one such as you? Immortality was your solution and your challenge to me.
My solution? But why?
I don't know, seedling. Time has chipped away at my memories as well, it would seem. If you remember, tell me. I'm a curious myself. It must have been something important. Isn't it in the nature of a man to want to live forever?
Only if what lies on the other path carries greater pain, Dakon said. His voice was soft, but certain. Ravel, this is very important. Do you have any idea why I asked you to do it?
Death was a thing you needed to dodge. An easy thing to say, mayhap, but to do, it is not. Immortality, even with its flaws, was the best solution this withered mind could untangle.
But
lead is not easily a change to gold, but it is possible, thought the unwise Ravel. If water can be drawn from blood, mortality can be taken from a mortal, peeled back like a sticky film.
So you pulled it off?
The gulf between man and unman is great. You traveled the distance. I provided the means, but you crossed on your own.
Ravel slapped her head and raked her hand through her hair.
Bad Ravel! Mortals are too flawed to be made to last. Still they break. They must be dragged kicking and screaming into an unhealthy new mold.
Unhealthy? So the ritual was flawed?
Shortcuts must be made, and they can break the molded. For it is not always the mold that breaks, but the substance poured within. Force something into a shape it was not meant to be, and it breaks. I thought the material was of stronger stuff, but you have been broken.
But I am immortal. Surely that was a success.
You have survived long, Immortal One, but you have become the prey of the creature that is life.
She cupped her palms, then reversed the motion, forming a canopy with her hands.
The body is but a hut for the soul, but now no one dwells in your hut.
What went wrong with the ritual?
Puzzle flesh broken, beautiful, beautiful mortal man. The ritual was not a finished thing.
Ravel's brow wrinkled, and her talons picked at her hair again, tugging on one lone strand.
The ritual gave you what you wanted, but great were the costs. The casting of shadows, the quiet, violent deaths of the mind, and the painstaking emptiness. These things a dangerous were in such a fragile vessel, no matter how strong a mortal man. Regret them, and the ritual, do I.
Casting of shadows?
Ungrateful shades, but ungrateful without cause. The shades, they hate you, Nameless One, for they are fathered by you, your children. Once forsaken, they will never forgive. They will do everything they can to destroy the parent. Such is the way of children.
The shadows. The words chilled me to the bone. My eyes scanned the maze,
watching for a flicker of darkness or the flutter of a shade. How do I father shades? These shadows. And then I felt them, writhing in the corners of existence, wedged in a sliver between being and non-being. For a moment they clawed along the walls of existence, hungry for vengeance. The hate poured off them in waves, and they welled up from the lightless depths of Ravel's maze. It seemed as if a tide of hatred was rolling in to swallow me up. My throat seized. My hands went to my dagger, but suddenly lost the strength to grip it. The thrumming of the art, so often like the resonance of a glass struck with a spoon, was suddenly silent. And as quickly as they came, they disappeared, back into nothing. You cast shadows on existence, Nameless One. With every death, a shadow arises fresh from the fields of your flesh. They wander for a time, but they always return, looking to murder their parent. Such is the way of many offspring. Ravel pursed her lips in disapproval, then suddenly poked me in the chest with a talon. And thankless young men such as yourself. I shivered, and the strength slowly began to return to my muscles. And what did you mean by the quiet, violent death of the mind? 1,000 deaths, and you recover from each. Not so the mind. The mind is much more fragile. Its scars run deep, and do not heal. The brain is encased in a hard-bone shell, difficult to breach, but with no defense against that which eats at it from within. Dianara had spoken to me of such. I already knew the answer to the question the moment I asked it. And you mentioned the painstaking emptiness? You have a hole where your mortality once lay within your shell. She made her hand into a fist and shook it. Rattle, rattle goes the hollow man. A baby's plaything with naught but a tiny stone that clatters and clacks in your frame. Well, despite all these problems, it seems like the ritual worked. Do you doubt, Ravel? Of course I delivered on what was promised. Not long after the spell drew to a close, I killed you to see if it had worked. You struggled so, but I kept my grip tight and watched you die your first of many deaths. Ravel clacked her teeth. Then was I learned of its flaws. Which flaws? Ego unwraps us like a prison. Forgot I did that it ofttimes serves as a shield. Ravel clicked her tongue. My pretty, pretty thing. There is much wisdom and understanding in the truth that life is a preparation for the ultimate goal, death. Our life is a means by which we learn how to die. If we forget such things... So, that's when you discovered I lost my memories when I died? Yes, Ravel nodded. Unfortunate. Without the mortality to hold such memories tight, the shell a body is. So, you took my mortality from me. Is it still intact? Ravel seemed surprised, her eyes widening in recognition. Yes, yes, fear not for a broken mortality. If you are here talking at me, intact your mortality must be. Such a thing cannot be destroyed as long as you exist. You are an anchor of your mortal soul. As long as you are intact, so shall it be. Made to last are you. Ravel smiled and gave a wheezing laugh. For life swallowed you and spit you out. It swallowed him, but I don't know if he came out of that end, Mort muttered. Enough of this. Look, Ravel, you took my mortality from me, and it's caused more harm than good. I would take it back now. You have had it overlong, I think. Ah, you make a demand.
Ravel's black-veined eyes sharpened and twisted, taking a disturbing awareness, and she bared her yellow fangs. "No. That, Ravel, I will not do. What is undone cannot be redone." "Why not?" "Ravel cannot give such a thing to you, my precious man, for Ravel has nothing to give. I never possessed you or your mortality, though I wish to keep them both in my garden as selfish affection's keepsakes. Trace the patterns of your flesh, but such things Ravel could not bring herself to do." "Why not?"
"You loved him!"
Anna broke her silence. She sounded astonished. Ravel gave a low, wide smile. "Is that so hard for you to believe, fiendling?" She cackled softly to herself. "Does Ravel, being Ravel, and thus a myth, not deserve to carry such a feeling in her black-brambled heart?"
"No creature is undeserving of such a feeling, Ravel."
Grace spoke softly.
"The histories do not paint such a compassionate picture of you, however."
"Shh!
The past is past, and histories care little for us speaking the truth of it."
Ravel frowned, and then her voice dropped slightly, threateningly, as she studied Grace.
"The feeling brushed me, yes. And now hold your silvered tongue, abyssal daughter. I need not your soft words to cloud the air here. The man and I shall speak, and you shall bow out of this. I shall attend to you shortly."
"Enough, Ravel. If you don't have my mortality, where is it?"
"I don't know, sweet thing, but if I were you, I'd get it back quick. No telling what horrible things someone could do to you if they held your mortality for ransom."
Ravel clicked her talons together.
"It would be like holding someone's sweet, succulent soul. A puppet dancing on someone's strings would you be, and a most sad puppet, too. Know where it is? I do not."
"Hold on. You say you don't know where my mortality is. Do you know someone else who does know where it is?" Ravel smiled horribly, her tusks gleaming.
"Clever, clever you are, yes. There is another who might know the things that Ravel does not."
"Another may know? Who?" Ravel's eyes dimmed, as if she was staring at something in the distance.
"A fair-skinned one, must you ask? An angel, a diva, one who soars on the wings of morning, and with his hands is the architect of horizons. He lies beyond my keeping in another cage, in another prison. In his knowing is the knowing of what you wish to know. Ask him your questions, listen to his answers, use them as guides."
"Where can I find this angel?"
"In leaving this prison, to another cursed prison will you arrive, though it may not appear as such to casual glances. Step lightly and find the golden link in the ever-shortening chain. The light shall give the dark of the matter, and new paths shall open to you."
Delightfully cryptic, though not surprising. Thanks. Ravel cackled.
"Of the past I am not held to particulars. You are fortunate to receive anything, O caustic one."
"Oh, am I? It's just that the chain of who knows what and where they are never seems to be a smooth series of links," I grumbled.
"Ah."
Ravel smiled, holding up one of her talons.
"And that is why you must keep each link safe. For if they are not smooth now, imagine what the chain will be like when more links shatter. Time and death are not as patient with others as they are with you."
"What are you saying?"
"What if one of your precious links was to die? And what if you forgot yourself again? What would you do then? Where would your stolen mortality be then? It would be lost forever, for there would be no one left to ask how to reach it. Tracing your path would become harder, mayhap impossible."
True enough, I said softly and stood there a moment, puzzling over whether there was anything else to ask. Thank you for the information you have given me, Ravel. I must leave now.
Hold.
Ravel's voice dropped to a low hiss, like that of a serpent.
The most important question you have yet to ask, my precious man. Has it occurred to you yet?
And it came to me, one last piece of knowledge that I needed. Yes, I need to know how to leave this place. Do you know the answer to this question?
I know the branchings of this place, the twistings and bendings and burrowings. Though there are no leaves here, one may take their leave when they wish it.
So you do know how to leave?
Wrap your hands around you like branches. Make them encircle your chest like a cage. Step from the edge of the maze into darkness, and into another cage your body shall go. A simple leaving, but there is no return when that final step is taken, so take heed and take what you need before you take the step.
Which of the edges of the maze do I leave by?
Which? A question posed to the witch. One of the edges knows, not I, the remembering of which has failed me, and the edges of the maze have had little to say on the matter.
I blinked. Wait, so you've known how to leave all this time? Then why don't you leave?
Why stay when one can leave is your question to me.
Ravel broke into a crooked smile, displaying a row of fangs.
I turn the question upon its head and send it scurrying back to you. The answer lies not in the staying or the leaving, but in the causes and the reasons, my precious half-man.
Don't you want to leave?
It is a once want, but not a now want, and more a not want. What do I need that lies beyond my brambled walls? It is a cruel, jagged world beyond the edges of this maze, and Ravel has pulled enough of its shards from her skin.
I gave her a polite bow. You have done me a great service, beautiful Ravel. Thank you for hearing my requests and sharing your knowledge with me. Ravel gave a crooked smile, all tusks, and then cackled softly.
Ah, it is I who thanks you, my precious man. Long has it been since such sweet flattery has been brought to this maze. I wish to grant you a boon, my songbird.
No boon is necessary, beautiful Ravel.
Your protests have no place here, songbird. Shh. I would tell you a secret.
Very well, I said with a gulp. She had yet to hurt me, and few had had as many opportunities as this.
Then listen to me. Close your eyes, and I shall let you see the nature of the multiverse.
I closed my eyes, and as I did, a sharp stabbing pain lanced through my right eye. One of my eyes opened, and I saw Ravel before me, her own blood-red eyes gleaming with delight. One of her talons was extended and is tipped with my blood, and an eyeball.
What did you do?
I moaned, putting a hand to my face, feeling the eyelid indent unnaturally under my touch.
A boon I have granted, songbird. A twist of perception, a tap into the branches of the mind. A tap into the roots of Ravel's knowing have I granted you. A piece of me.
She took the eyeball, and I watched in disgust as she pulled forth a black seed and placed them both in her left palm. With a grotesque smile, she crushed the two of them with a sickening crunch.
Give it back. Of course, precious man.
Ravel opened her palm, and my eye lay there, seemingly untouched, staring at me. She placed it between her thumb and forefinger, then, before I could react, she stabbed it back into my empty eye socket. For a moment, there was asymmetry to my vision. My normal eye saw things normally, but the one Ravel had jabbed back in felt heavy, weighted somehow, as if it were made of lead. But through that orb, the world around me seemed to hum, shadows dancing among objects, auras branching and twisting, dancing like seaweed moved by the waves. The visions danced as if they were after-images burned into my retina, and then slowly they faded. Even after everything readjusted, the planes seemed different, as if I were seeing the planes through Ravel's eyes as well as my own.
A piece of me lies in your good eye, precious man. When you see the planes through that eye, you will understand more than you once did. Wiser will you be, and more experience of the planes and their turnings will you understand, and that is all.
I nodded, massaging my face and wiping the blood away. Very well. Thank you, Ravel. Now I must bid you farewell. As I uttered my farewell, "You're not going to let me leave, are you, Ravel?" I murmured hoarsely.
A perceptive question, yet it is not the real question.
Ravel's voice lowered to a grim whisper, sad and mournful, that sent a faint echo through my mind.
The question is, do you wish to leave me, half-man?
I do not wish to be trapped here in this place, Ravel. It is your home, not mine. I need to find my mortality and become whole once again.
No, no. Know this.
Ravel raised a taloned finger, as if warning me.
No, it is our home, my precious half-man. 2 immortals shall we be in this black brambled garden, and I shall keep you safe from the plains.
Fair Ravel, you helped me when I came to you so long ago, and you have done so again. I shall not forget what you've done, but now I must leave. I have to know more about myself. There was a terrible shimmering in the air around Ravel, and the sound of snapping twigs and cracking tree limbs, and the horrid sound of the trees bending and splintering. Ravel's lips peeled back, and her voice became shrill, like a howling wind.
What do you know of knowing, half-man? Know this. Know you will stay here until the end of days in my brambled garden, never to leave, and you shall love me as you were meant, as you promised.
I opened my hands and tried to calm her down. I'm afraid I would be poor company, Ravel. I cannot stay in any event. I'm afraid you must allow me passage.
I shall not let you leave. I have the power to keep you here, and I shall use it. My black-barbed maids shall not allow you to travel beyond it while I live, my precious, precious man.
Ravel, I don't want to fight you. Don't do this. Allow me passage, and I shall return to visit you. You need not be alone in this place. My voice became pleading, desperate. Behind me I could hear the nervous unsheathing of blades from my companions.
Return? Return as you claimed you would so long ago? No, no, you shall not lie to Ravel twice. No more centuries will I wait for you.
Ravel's lips peeled back as she shrieked, and her talons grew, lengthening into fiendish claws.
Here in my garden you will stay, and wander the plains no longer.
Ravel, calm yourself. There's no need for this.
You have forgotten your place, half-man. Humility is in order. Attend me, my pets.
She crooned, making a twisting motion with her hand. The soil trembled beneath our feet, and the walls writhed with animalistic life. The pungent scent of rotting vegetation and damp moss grew thick in the air, and in an eruption of soil, Ravel's tree minions came to her aid. Triggets, I said quietly, suddenly knowing their names. Ravel may have been their master, but now I shared her power. I could feel the pulse of sap along the walls, the curve of each wood fiber. Each branch, each twisting could be mine to command if I could just focus. "Gather to me," I intoned, in my hoarse, guttural voice, attempting the same twisting motion with my hand. With that same thrumming, the same shudder of soil and rot, 3 more triggets pulled themselves from the soil, at my command. Ravel cackled. "Need you more proof, sweet manling, that you and I were meant to be together?" Branch crashed on branch, and vine tangled vine. The air was filled with the sound of splintering wood and flakes of falling leaves. I felt the air hum with Ravel's power as she raised her hands, and a shield of violet-black nettles curled around her, and my bolts of force crashed impotently against her new shield. "Take care of the triggets!" I cried to the others. "I'm moving forward!" The witch's mad cackling pounded in my ears, and lightning cracked down on the enemy triggets. Fall from Grace's incantations had taken on a deadly edge, and now her powers were channeled toward combat. The shock was enough for me to get in close to Ravel. But with a flick of Ravel's claw, a mass of thorny brambles burst from the earth and encircled my leg, their barbs carving deep into the bone and holding me in place. I howled in pain, like a wolf caught in a bear trap, writhing on the ground and desperately trying to pull my leg free. Held fast, my hand hacked away at the bone as much as I could, trying to sever my leg to free myself before Ravel could kill us all. For the first time, I cursed my regenerative power. Muscle and sinew was snapping back into place as fast as I could cut, and each stab of my dagger could only ever dent the cartilage of my knee. "Let us be alone together now, sweetling," she hissed, forming her hands into a circle and pressing down. Her palms trembled with the force, and black ichor of liquid shadow stuff drew toward the heart of the chamber, forming an orb that hummed with power. "No!" I cried, as the black sphere burst. In a flash it crystallized like hardening sap or cracking ice. The stuff creaked as liquid shadow became solid, and my friends became encased in what looked like violet glass. Dakon, Anna, Mort, Grace, Nordom, all frozen stiff in a glassy shadow. "I will never let you go again, sweetling," Ravel hissed. She approached me eagerly, talons clawing at the air, lips hungry and wet from her serpentine tongue. If I didn't get free of the bramble, it would all be over. Suddenly, I thought of Mebeth, her hut smelling of dry herbs, and I remembered the bramble patch sprouting from the black seeds that surrounded my wrist, and how she taught me to free myself from them. I focused. Creaking and snapping, the black-barb branches unraveled themselves and formed into a tangled ball of brush and twigs. With just a thought, the thorns digging into my leg withdrew, and the brambles crumbled away. She was hovering over me, blinking in surprise, when I hurled one final bolt of force, compressed as thin as my little finger. A bright nimbus of light surrounded my hand as the ray of force shot forward, shattering her barbed shield, spearing through her black heart. For a moment, Ravel looked down dumbly at her chest. Dark blood was pouring from the small wound already, running down her blouse in ebony rivulets. She looked up to me, the fire in her eyes dimming, lips turned down into a sad frown. Her mouth opened as if to say something, but slowly, quietly, her eyes rolled back and she fell with a quiet thud against the earth below. Chapter 91. I could feel them gathering the moment Ravel died, scuttling along the edges of reality and billowing in like black mists from the edge of oblivion. The shadows that raged and hunted without limit. They were coming for us. I was numb standing over Ravel's corpse. The blood continued to trickle from her body, and the blue-violet hue that tainted her skin was draining away. Those eyes, once filled with fire and barbs, were glassy and pale, like a doll's. I made quick work searching her body for whatever we needed to get the hell out of here. A scroll, a devilish-looking eye, a shard of Ravel's fingernails that looked cruelly vicious as a weapon. What else could I expect to dig up from a crone trapped for centuries in one of the ladies' mazes?
You got what you needed? Now let's give this place the laugh, eh?
Anna seemed just as stunned. She didn't even bother to make the sign she usually did to ward off evil. For a moment, I was tempted to run my fingers through the hag's hair. I almost pitied Ravel now, fragile as she seemed lying in the moss with a trickle of blood crusting down the corner of her lip. I'm not sure she lived up to the legends of her cruelty. Let's get the hell out of here.
Portal detected.
Nordom whistled. I'm telling you, Nordom, they're I paused. Something in my pack felt active, as if it were setting off the nearby portal Nordom detected. This wasn't something I expected. I pulled my pack open. The space beneath one of the overhanging branches began to glow softly, and flickers of the nascent portal revealed what looked like a small brambled room beyond. The strange black-barbed charm Ravel gave me was writhing like a dying snake. Keeping my pack open, I moved closer to the overhanging branch. The strange charm, using its barbed seeds, bit gently into my skin. Using its barbs like treads, it climbed up my left hand, where it wrapped itself tightly around my index finger. In response, the light grew brighter, beckoning us to step through. Well, fortune favors the bold. We were still in the maze, but the floor of the new chamber was puckered with rough polygonal indentations, like the scales of a wrongly healed scab. Here and there, mounds of violet dirt lay barren, save for 3 sickly twigs in the center. It looked as if they had devoured all the other vegetation around them. They were like thin, grasping fingers, and had none of the black barbs that coated the branches elsewhere in the maze. As I examined them, however, a magical vibration in them thrummed with a melancholy song, like the faint vibrations in the rest of the maze. Yet they were more insistent, like the wailing of tiny children.
Hey, Chief, when you're done playing in the mud there, we should probably get going.
1 second, Mort. I raised a hand to shush him. I swayed with the rhythm of the vibrations I felt, and once I recognized the nature of the resonance, I began to hum, the same tune that Ravel had used to call upon the maze's power. As I began to match the timbre of the vibration with my own voice, the twigs suddenly began twisting within their dead circle, the fingers thrashing, grabbing for something. I knew instinctively they were clutching for a seed. Still humming, I tossed one of the black barb seeds into their midst. The seed flew right between the branches, and the 3 twigs twisted around it with a crack, splintering it. The twigs stopped thrashing and slowly grew, thickening to become branches. The branches twisted around each other, then, with a crack, they snapped at the base, rolled across the floor, and stopped, deathly still. The 3-twined branch still hummed in my hand, like a heartbeat. It was obviously magical and powerful. I could feel the branch responding to my humming, and a tremendous amount of power lay in it. A trace of Ravel's power, but perhaps mostly by my own force of will.
Whoa, neat.
I grinned at Mort. Exiting was like most bodily functions. The way out was harder than the way in. Sharp and misty predators with serpentine hair and whip-like limbs hounded our every step. There were greater shadows with claws of darkness honed and rarefied into midnight blades that burned with frost. And then there were the Triggets, the ever blood-hungry Triggets. If every ounce of crippling nausea and fear-induced incontinence hadn't been sliced, gouged, and beaten out of me long ago, I would have soiled myself until I bled over facing the shades. They shrieked when they came, Their hisses incomprehensible to my friends, I'm sure, but to my ears there was an underlying hiss of unbridled fury. I could almost understand what they meant, like overhearing the whispers of a deadly secret. They screeched of stolen futures, of fates unmade, of fury and vengeance and thirst for agony. It terrified me, but I still took point. My body had increased its regenerative capacity, and if I should die, that would be the least of our problems. Every inch had been won with blood and sweat, and the sizzle of mana coursing through my veins. Missiles of rage burst open wispy black shadows, and storms of lightning arced down halls thick with foliage. We left behind a swath of sublimating shadow stuff and smoldering plant matter as we went, until at last Nordom chirped again.
Portal detected.
I completed a gesture, and the hall was seared in a storm of fire and ice, and then circled my hands around my body like branches, as Ravel had instructed me to. Space rippled out before us, and with hot desert wind blowing against our skin, we were gone. To say that Ravel was a twisted creature was to speak truth layered over truth. It was as much a paradox as her name. To ravel is to ensnare. She is the one who enwraps her victims in vines and nightmares, riding dreams like steeds and breaking those captured in her black barb garden beyond breaking. To ravel is also to unbind. She is the one who unstrings truth from its bonds and opens up puzzles better left unsolved. Ravel is a twisted creature, in more ways than one. While it was true that Ravel had always been perverse, she of all night hags had been a master of bendings. Ravel bent reality to her will and cultivated the brambles of the art. Root and seed, fruit and vine had all been mastered by her, while mortal lives fell like autumn leaves. Yet she had only learned that no thorns could go as deep as a rose's when she met him. Her shrieks rattle the cobblestones of her home. Brambles shiver and gray dust shrinks back at her cries, boiling away at her inhuman screeching.
Why?
She howls, and none could answer. The tears, thick and greasy, carve fat runnels down her face. They drip from her long nose and down her chin, despair splashing to the earth drop by drop. Long scratches have been gouged in the soil and stone around her, and her nails are filthy and worn from rending the earth and tearing her garden to shreds. Shattered glass and ceramic litter her lair, and old potions bubble and sizzle on the stone where they had mixed haphazardly. When the thrill of the ritual had finished thrumming through her, the giddy satisfaction of finishing such a task was not there. Such a terrifying thing to see, even through a hag's eyes. How he had twisted and writhed, chained to the altar, his screams of agony shaking him to the bone. The mortality twisted in her claws as she pulled, ripping it away and tearing the sinews of the soul. The sound of its bindings snapping under her fingers, the slick, wet feel of the resistance. It seemed like an eternity of struggle before it burst free, like pus from a lanced boil. When it was over, he lay trembling, mewling like a kitten, tender and vulnerable and shuddering like a newborn babe. He was limp against the cold stone, eyes vacant and pleading for the pain to stop. Yet, as with all things, Ravel was thorough, and she had plucked up the dagger without a thought. Numb and cold from the struggle, she found her hands moving on their own, holding him down, pressing the cold tip of the blade against his breast. He mewed weakly, tried to fight off her grip, but his palms were slick with sweat. His muscles had been drained of their strength, and his flesh was so tender and soft.
Hush, child,
Ravel murmured, surprised at the softness in her own words, even as the blade slid in with merciless purpose. His breath rattled in his throat. His head rolled back. His limbs flopped to their sides. Already the prickle thorns were blooming, sharp and venomous, nourished by his blood. And he lay still. Something was different. A strange feeling trickled through her, something that made her black heart quicken, her gnarled fingers tremble. Little by little, the horror crept through the dark recesses of her mind. A chill she'd never known before siphoned the little warmth she kept in the core of her being. Already the moistness of his skin was growing clammy beneath her palm. His skin was growing pale, his lips blue-gray. The heat of his flesh was seeping away.
No! No, 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 no!
She murmured, eyes wide, too panicked to move.
What has Ravel done? Can she fix this?
And then she felt it. A pulse. Faint as the squeak of a baby mouse, but the next was stronger, and the next stronger still. Ravel had known that mortals could weep with joy, but it was only now that she knew what that meant. Blood red and black brambled eyes damp, her heart warmed, and she laughed with delight. Giddy as a maiden, Ravel fell to her knees. The trembling of fear that all had gone wrong was trickling away. And for once her laughter was sweet, her fingers tender on another's flesh as she cradled his head gently.
Oh, beautiful man!
She had blubbered through the warm tears.
Oh, sweet, beautiful man, you have come back to me.
In her heart, she promised that he would never feel pain again, and that all he wished she would pluck from the threads of reality. If only he would walk with her, through the garden, hand in hand. But his first words made her blood run cold. Where am I? Who am I? Now she lies curled on the floor, trembling with sorrow. When the sobs taper off into the soft, quiet weeping that comes when there are no more tears, she shrieks again, forcing them out. The earth is stained black with her agony. It will be days until there is nothing left, when all that remains is a hollow core that, for but a moment, dreamed of love. In the ages to come, the plains will tremble at her name. Men will break in her talons. Their souls will be snagged by her barbs. Sigil will bend with her power, and the lady will be summoned in the chaos. Ravel was strong in many things, but if she had one weakness, it was that she never had the strength to end it herself. Of all puzzles, she would never know why until he returned. When it was over, her mazes were cold and still. Already the songs of the triggets had gone silent. The brambles grew wild and twisted, and leaves fell like shedding flakes of skin. The brambles grew into the flesh of her corpse, desperately nourishing themselves on her cold blood even as they die. Roots dripped into the gaping wound in her breast and into lips parted by a tongue fat and swollen in death. Her once burning eyes stared off into the distance, glassy and blank. With the grim determination of an executioner, one creature floated forward, reality rippling as he moved. He seemed to be nothing but twisted branches himself, with an aura that caused existence itself to scream in his wake. Ravel's body lay still. Yet there was a twitch, a disembodied swishing motion of her arm as if trying to wave the creature away. Her voice was distant and hollow as she hissed.
Off with ya! Dead I am!
The creature was not amused, though, and its voice tolled like a deep, sonorous gong.
Then Death's kingdom has sealed its gates to us both. Arise, crone.
Shh! Away with ya! I'm dead, and no traffic with the living may I have.
I care little for how you die, but I warn you for the last time. Arise, or I shall slay you where you lie.
The brambles crumbled away and flaked into ash as she stood, dusting herself off. The swollen tongue withdrew, and the redness blinked back into her eyes once more. With a clean hand, she wiped away the wound, and stain and tear were wicked away like a smudge, leaving the flawless cloth of her blouse beneath.
I had thought that dying at his hand would fulfill the requirements the past put forth, Ravel hissed.
You cannot have thought that one would have had a chance. You were indulgent with him to let him think he was successful.
Ravel pursed her plump, warty lips and placed both hands on her hips as she pondered.
Kill me he could have, but for a few tricks I possess. Fortunate was I.
Fortune abandoned you the moment I found you. Has your life prepared you for what is soon to come, hag?
The words resonated in the chamber, the creature's voice certain and final.
I am not afraid. Not of the likes of you, ragged thing.
She snarled, stabbing a finger at the creature as it floated.
Weak Ravel may be, but a few tricks has Ravel learned over the years, and I have known you would come.
Flames roared forth from the executioner's talons, spearing through Ravel's body. Her skin shriveled, her flesh split in the heat, and vines and leaves spilled forth only to be consumed by the fire. It took a moment for the thing to recognize that the brambled corpse was an illusion, but it was all that Ravel needed. Peeling herself from the shadows behind the creature, thorns circled her in a shield, plates of force surrounding her body. With a gesture, she called for every ounce of power she could, splitting space and time, milking the elements, fusing agony to fuel her magic. From every inch of the maze, the black shadow stuff poured, breaking against the creature in waves. The storm of it all sent a backblast that shook Ravel's crystal shield and would have crushed towers into powder, turned mortals into damp red mist. But then Ravel saw it, its pale limbs twisting, swimming up from the morass. Without a word, the creature's talons curled, and the resonance that thrummed gave her enough warning to refocus, drawing the threads of protection upwards. The missiles came, one by one, planar energies battering the shield of vines and force. The shriek of each approaching bolt came just as the last blasted with the force of a ballista. The momentum carried through to her hands and shook Ravel to her bones. It was cracking. Her armor was cracking. At first they were hairline splits, but along the growing web of crackling energy, pieces flaked off, sublimating into nothing. Ravel refocused, murmuring another incantation. The shield would hold, but she would need to reweave it if she wanted its full protection. But then the small green threads began to invade those hairline cracks. It was all he needed. A razor-thin crack. A small hole a needle could slide through. Ravel shrieked as the threads caressed her. Leaf-green flames burst from her flesh wherever they licked. The salvo of planar bolts had ended, but Ravel fell to her knees, clawing at the flames and screaming as they began to eat down into her bones. Fire bloomed all around her. Ice cracked and crushed her bones against the ground. Blood misted the air over her pulverized body. It floated over the corpse in triumph.
No longer shall you trouble existence with your presence, witch.
Interlude. Well, I suppose that's the end of that. Jeanette DeVille Fourwinds barks out a laugh. Ho, Shara, you've got a reputation for treating your storytellers well. Where can a salty old lass wet her lips around here? Around for you, girl, Shara snaps. But your crew will have to flash copper before they see a drink. By Buccaneer's beard and the honor of the Astral Pirates, I wouldn't think otherwise. You still take Qualia in exchange? There we go, lass. A good immaterial sensation for a physical one. Fair trade and all, she says, hopping down from the stage and snatching up a mug. Immediately, in a blur of color, a figure backflips through the crowd. There's a strange suppleness to his limbs, an odd snap of bone and joint that belies what seems to be more a mimicry of human form than true anatomy. The man snaps his head back, standing with a thin-pressed smile and arched eyes. A shock of fiery red hair sprouts from his head, and though his baggy coat is ill-fitting, he doesn't seek to adjust it. The colors he wears are eye-wrenching. Mustard yellow breeches against a purple waistband, both slashed in black and wrapped in a coat of fiery orange. His shirt is as black as sin and embroidered with blood-red flames. The only thing even somewhat dull about his appearance is his overly large brown boots, and even those he wears without a concern for fit or comfort. You've seen many planers in your life, and from that narrow gaze on that bony face, you know there's something sinister behind those eyes. Well, just in time then. Jeanette kicks back a seat and props her boots on a table, hoisting up her mug. The man gives a smooth bow, though one that seems more mocking than anything. I've listened well and eagerly, O sailor of the Silver Sea. You have a compelling story to tell, and a tale I'll not forget, but I'm certain I will beat you by far, in tales of how we acquired our journals. A challenge? Well met, good sir. But rather unfair to declare yourself the victor when the defender has just left the field of battle. Calm yourself, Jeanette, Audellin says smoothly, strumming his harp with one hand. What is your name, good sir, and where do you hail from? My name? Where do I hail from? Such odd questions, for the answer to both are one and the same. Ileron of Sen Tau. Apetrius blinks, cocking his head. Surely you jest. Nay, that is who and where I am. The governor shakes his head and makes a show of wiping a particle of dust from his spectacles. Ileron, if that is your name, is a myth. I myself visited the prime world of Sentau in an archaeological expedition 12 years ago, and all anyone could find resembling civilization was some crude ruins of sun-baked clay brick. He scoffs. Even the Sentau wanderers that call themselves the people of Ileron will admit it, as much as they like to claim that they dream of a city of gold and crystal. If you claim to come from the mythical paradise of Ileron, much less the world of Sentau, then you're twice as barmy as the pirate. I have heard of Sentau, Saitavakis murmurs, gazing into the obsidian point of her spear. A desert world, so barren that it would make Athos look like a lush paradise. But I am Ileron. The man's lips peel back into a cold grin. For I was once the city itself. A stubborn denial seems to form on Apetrius's lips, but he merely resigns himself to shaking his head. Ileron nods in approval at the silence, and begins. Lo, I have had many names across the ages. Shangri-La, El Dorado, Essanon, Tir Nanog, but the oldest and truest of them all is Ileron. For even though I no longer stand on the world of Sentau, how could humanity not dream of the Palace of 10,000 Suns, the Arch of Crystal Dreams? Who could forget the Coolian wings that swam through the skies, ferrying people along avenues of pure hope?
At the dawn the morning winds would blow through the spires of harmony, and I sang my denizens to wakefulness. At dusk the kiss of twilight would fall upon the silvered quarters, and I lay my people to rest. Sweet water flowed free through the aqueducts, and they were my veins. Polished golden marble shone by day and glowed by night, and the walls and buildings were my bones. Every hour the citadels rang their bells, and the priests sang of the joy of their lives, and the resonance of their prayers was the beating of my heart. The gods themselves smiled on my libraries and temples, blessed the smallest inns and dimmest alley, for all Illaron was a utopia. It was the city of dreams. Can you imagine, then, the sheer boredom that a city such as I would suffer? To be the shell of such rejoicing, but never partake. To be the boundary and border, but never to know the adventure of crossing one. I was both prison and prisoner, paradise and purgatory. For millennia I lay in languor, feeling the millions of footsteps across my walkways, listening to the mind-numbing murmurs of joy and wishes of good fortune and prosperity, until one day, long ago, it was time for the festival. They came from distant lands, magicians from Yadani, whose coats held 900 folds and just as many secrets, alchemists from the Brain Woods, who carried the elixir of truth, long-haired dancers of the Star People, wearing gowns of spun moonlight, shirtless men of the Taka, spinning fire staves and sweating with celebration. Each delegation came bearing gifts, thanking Illaron and its people for the gifts of happiness, and for allowing them to see the dream of paradise fulfilled. They laid their gifts at the celestial court, at the palace of 10,000 suns, each more lavish than the last, until finally a young boy came to place his offering on the altar. He was small and young and terribly malnourished, but he came because Illaron barred no one from its pleasures. In a small box of pressed paper was a crystal sphere banded with silver, pulsing with a sickly gray light. It was a sensory stone, and it contained the memories of who you call the Nameless One. I was intrigued, and for the first time I learned firsthand what it was like to explore planes beyond my own. No dry book or texts on the outer planes were these, no, but experience, rare and new. And so inspired, I picked myself up from the world of Sentau, taking my veins which once fed the people sweet nectar, my bones which once housed men and memory, the beating of my heart which once kept faith and joy and hope. I took the history of Illaron with me, leaving behind only the people and the memory of what once was, fading like a fecund dream, as if the city never existed. For many years I fled, and the gods of Sentau chased after me. Many times they tried to slay me and lay me back to rest on the world which I once called my home, where I once was home. But the people of Sentau are scattered, wandering the plains and weeping with lament over losing what they never knew. Each year that passes, more of the people die, and each year the power of the gods fades. And so I hid myself here, in Sigil, the city of doors. Oh, such wonder to stand in a city where no longer am I a boarder, but a man who has infinite borders at my fingertips. Endless possibilities and places to travel. No longer a place, but an individual. No longer am I imprisoned by duty. Here I shall wait and bide my time. No gods can enter Sigil, and so I am safe from their blades of starfire and opalescent fury. And when the final wanderer dies, when the gods breathe their last and are interred in the astral, I shall be free. free to cavort across the plains, free to sing and revel and explore, crossing borders, walking roads, passing through gate and door and threshold. I shall dance forever and never die.
He digs around in his coat.
Pockets,
he grins.
truly a wonderful thing of mortals. If you'd kept your hopes in pockets rather than temples, you'd never lose them.
Ileron pulls free a small sphere, the size of a peach and banded with silver. It pulses weakly with a gray light, like a mournful fog. With that in one hand, he pulls his shirt open with the other, and where there should be a wedge of bare chest, there is instead a flash of light, and a series of silver-gray arches flanked by lush green leaves. Down through his heart is a gilded path, as if inviting you in. The smell of fresh, clean air washes away the rankness of the bar, and down the road you see a circular glass. Behind that window, in contrast to the greenery surrounding it, a desert land of cracked clay terrain and wind-borne sand sprawls across your vision.
Come now.
Chapter 92. Dry clay cracked beneath my boots, the land mummified and brittle like an old scab. The air carried a coppery scent, like tarnished metal. Now and again my scars tugged at me. The arid climb was drying out my skin, shrinking it so that the crisscross mesh of puckered flesh shrank back, tugging against me tight like a net. A figure in brown linen flickered in the corner of my eye, tugging a scarf tight to keep the dust from his nose and mouth. Aside from that, in the scattered pockets of civilians whispering among themselves, the streets were mostly barren. The silence unnerved me. Sigil was a bustling metropolis, and Ravel's maze a labyrinth of singing vines and crooning plants. The starkness of Cursed was jarring. Every scratch or creak of a door had me on edge. It was a city of traitors, and I could feel the knives pointed at my back already. A two-legged, green-scaled bird pecked at a tuft of grass, and a chirp sounded from its throat. "Trikas," Mort said, and that was all. Whether they were wild critters or livestock, I didn't know.
"Hey, you!"
a gravelly voice cried out.
"Where in the blazing hells did you come from? Don't you know there's a lockdown?"
"What can you tell me about this place?" I asked.
"We're under lockdown right now because of the plague. Don't know what's causing it, but we're quarantining sections of the town till we find out. You want something else?"
"I'm looking for a diva." The guard scoffed.
"Then you're looking at the wrong end of the Great Ring, Burke. 'Cause even if there were one here, you'd not be finding it. It'd be locked away like a miser's gold."
Anna was standing beside me, and with the barest movement she nudged the side of my boot with hers. For a moment I almost checked my coin pouch. When it hit me. In a town like this, you keep a span away from anyone who looks at you, and give twice as much space for the guards. Who knows what they would do? Muffled noise from one of the alleys we walked past confirmed Anna's suspicions. "Where'd you hide it, Jansen?" The dull crack of flesh sounded in my ears. "Just tell us!" another guard snarled. "I can't!" Jansen wailed. One of the guards spotted me, and he paused long enough in administering the beating to give me a cold stare. "You didn't see nothing. Not if you know what's good for you." He turned back to his victim. I knew I was going to regret it, but I turned away. I asked a few more seeking out the diva, but most were less than helpful. Going at it alone wasn't going to work. Conjure up the smell of bilge water and mildew, of rags rank with both, yet using them for scrubbing glasses so filthy that it's still an improvement. Imagine the dozens of black-rimmed eyes flickering upon you for half an instant,
So quick that you barely realize it had been done, and you wonder what's going on behind that feigned disinterest. See yourself counting out exact change, because you know the coin you'd receive in return otherwise would have, in all likelihood, been nestled between the scabby breasts of a pox-ridden whore recently. That's a luxury, compared to the Trader's Gate Tavern. I sat down at the bar. The cushion of the stool was so worn that I might as well have been sitting on bare wood, with a crusty leather sack layered over it. Carceri whiskey, please. And for once I was glad for the coarse grumble in my voice. It scared off most of the rats. Note that I said most. "Oi, boss!" A hooded man greeted me. His robes were stiff with sweat and grime. A mold-black tongue flicked out over his teeth as yellow as butter. "You look like you've had a tussle. Need a rest, boss?" His hand was already sliding beneath his robe. "Don't worry about me. You should have seen the other guy." And in a flash, he was gone. I looked back to the barkeep as he grunted, a shot glass full of some reddish spirit. I tossed it down with a grimace. It was as spicy as anything I'd ever tasted before. It was only later that I learned the whiskey here was distilled from fermented Carceri rust peppers. "Looks like you can hold your own in more ways than one, Buck," he said with a curl of his lip. "You looking for work?" I scrubbed my tongue against my teeth, the heat of the drink still on my lips. I'm already burning the candle at both ends. I will in an hour or two, at least. He chuckled, a haggard and grim man. His coarse face was lined and weathered, and his eyes were red-rimmed. "Welcome to Trader's Gate. I'm Tainted Boss, the innkeep." I caught the strain in his voice. "Is something wrong?" "What's wrong is that my daughter's got herself kidnapped by slavers, and now the place is going to fall behind on its bills, and I'm going to lose the place to one of those rich pikers in the first circle." He looked at me more closely. "You're the fellow asking about the diva, ain't you? Tell you what, you help me out, I'll help you." I blinked. "What do you know about the diva?" He smiled craftily. "You're looking for him, ain't you? I can tell you that he's hidden far beneath the prison. I can tell you how to get there, too, apart from being arrested or trying to bribe your way in, which wouldn't work anyway." "What do I have to do for this?" "Go over there and talk to Marquez. He's the ex-harmonium fellow. He knows about these slavers, and he holds the first part of the key that'll put you on the path of seeing the diva. There are 5 parts to the key, but it ain't a physical key. When you've got the parts together, you come tell me, and it unlocks knowledge in my mind. Till then, though, you gotta satisfy the key holders." "Why was the diva imprisoned?" He looked at me closely to see if I was joking with him. "I told you they discovered him buried in the earth, right? That means I have no idea how he got down there. I wish I was powerful enough to trap a diva. That'd be some power worth having." I gave a wry nod. Still, doesn't seem like the folk here are the type to be capable of offering a diva that sort of hospitality. Tainted Bars shook his head, but he seemed to agree. "What this place is, more than anything, is a hotbed of rumors and innuendo. No one trusts no one. You don't do favors for someone without making sure they're in your debt. Everyone hates everyone else, and everyone's looking for a hold to get on everyone. Someone like you're a ripe target of opportunity for people because you don't know the politics, and I guarantee you'll be sucked in." I grunted. "What's with the town being so abandoned?" "Troubles aplenty, as always. First, they keep digging holes in the ground to make the prison bigger, and they discover this diva wrapped up in a big obsidian bubble chained to the floor. They take his sword and use its power to keep the criminals in their cages. They're busy debating what to do about the Celestial, tearing their hair out trying to figure out how they can make a profit off its discovery and cross their friends. And then the plague hit." "Plague?" "That's right. Something that laid folks low. Makes people all ornery and bad-tempered and too weak to do anything about it. The gods have closed off portions of the town, and they're all tight-wound. They'll take you into jail on the slightest pretext these days. I don't know how you got into town, but you ain't getting out unless you find a portal."
He scrubbed a glass impatiently, his hand so tight on the rag that it squeezed out a bit of the drippings. Green-brown water trickled down inside of the glass.
"You'd best talk to Marquez, Cutter."
"Will do." I nodded. It was as much eagerness to get started as it was the need to get away from the nauseating sight. Marquez was a burly blond man, wearing the armor of a harmonium officer. His face was rosy with drink, and behind his smile, his eyes were filled with bitterness. He launched into a speech without preamble. "Here's the deal. Slavers have kidnapped Barsa's daughter. It's your job to get them back. I'll tell you where to find them. You go kill them and report back to me, and I'll help you find the diva you're looking for. I'll even teach you weapons. Agreed?" I have a few questions about this first. A few questions? No. There are only two possible answers. Are you for slavery or against it? I'm against it. I could hear Dakon's Karak blade sharpening at those words, and even standing still and silent, his thoughts seemed to cut the air. "Then you'll help, right? Yes or no?" "I'll help." I looked him up and down, the red lacquered armor making his allegiances clear. "Who are you?" "I'm Marquez, formerly a Measure 3 of the Harmonium. Formerly, I said, because I quit not so long ago." "Why? What's your stake in this slavery thing anyway?" "I found out that the Harmonium, a group I'd believed in from the start, was buying people, kidnapping them, taking them against their will and ruining their lives. It was sucking the life out of people for daring to be different, and I couldn't take it anymore. The slavers you'll be fighting are old comrades of mine." He spat on the floor. "Berks, liars. You can't trust anyone anymore." There was no lack of alleys in Cursed. The buildings squatted next to one another as if they themselves were too suspicious to get closer, too wary of one another to be any further apart. Most were set up on the fringe of the town, like a man keeping his back to the wall so that no one could plant a dagger in it. In this way, suspicion bred suspicion, as the filthy crevices that were formed were rife with the detritus of humanity. The Harmonium and Sigil weren't exactly the most friendly of factions, but even in the seediest corners of the city I could trust that they, at least, would uphold the law. Two of the soldiers held the girl, a slip of a woman in a torn dress. Tears bled the makeup onto her cheeks, and her face was wet with weeping. She looked up and gazed at me with red-rimmed eyes.
Please, save me from these men."
The girl's voice was so quiet, so broken. A Harmonium officer, older and more scar-faced than the rest, caught me staring. He was dressed in his ceremonial armor, and the fact that he was in charge of the slavers made it all the more obscene.
"What do you want?"
My eyes narrowed. "What are you doing here?" He grinned.
"Hardly the appropriate way to greet a Measure 2 Harmonium officer. Sketch be the name, and my men and I are gathering recruits to teach 'em about right and wrong. As you can see, they're not always willing, but we'll make 'em see the light eventually."
His voice had an unctuous tone to it, almost soothing.
"You'll make a good recruit, I imagine."
"I'm not interested."
"That's too bad."
He gestured to his men.
"Ignore the girl. Take him."
The power of the art was boiling in my veins before I knew it. A moderately difficult twist of fate that I could best describe as a karmic inversion. Balance in all things, as Dakon so often intoned, a spell that had been scribed in the circle of Zerthamon. It was useful, if limited for a Githzerai, but for an immortal, the effect had few downsides. I gave the slightest smirk as I felt the spell take effect. The Harmonium rushed me, axes swinging and spears stabbing. A polearm's pierced edge impaled me, and I felt the blade tear through my belly and rupture my organs. My stomach clenched, and the fluids gushed deep inside. Just as I coughed and tasted the blood on my lips, I could see the Harmonium officers around me doubling over with gurgling screams, the same wound appearing on each of their bodies.
Those that didn't double over in agony let the momentum of their attacks carry them, and an axe smashed down my shoulder, shattering my clavicle and leaving a deep furrow from back to chest. Another spear catching me lower in the kidneys, and the soldier doubled over in pain. Those 3 wounds were enough to kill the less seasoned slavers, leaving only Scatch on his knees, blood spilling from his mouth. "What the hells are you?" he gurgled. I said nothing, too busy tugging the spear from my guts to bother answering. I snarled as I twisted the one higher up. Damn thing had a head that was caught between 2 of my ribs. Unable to attack me, Scatch twisted around, lunging desperately at the girl with his knife drawn. It was the flailing of a bitter man bent on destroying what he couldn't have. Carrick rang against armor and bone, and Scatch's head fell to the ground. His body swayed and fell over, blood still spurting from the stump of his neck. Dakon's eyes were cold as he wiped his blade clean. He had no love for slavers. The woman could only stare at us.
You've saved me. Thank you so much. I would be dead or worse without you."
She opened her arms and moved to embrace me. My wounds were already beginning to knit shut, but I grunted as she squeezed tightly. Her cheek, wet with tears, pressed against my chest. After a time, she stepped back and looked up to me, smiling.
"I must leave, but I shall not forget your kindness."
Anna rolled her eyes and gave a sour harumph. I nodded simply, spitting out a wad of blood and saliva and sucking the iron tang of it from my tongue before spitting again. She flinched slightly and gently stepped over the bodies. She gave a slightly distraught, nervous smile.
Farewell, stranger, and thank you."
Chapter 93. Marquez looked up from the table as I approached. "You hear about Bars's daughter, Jacilia? She's free. She should be back here shortly." He clapped me on the shoulder. "Good work. You want the first part of the key that will get you under cursed? Here it is. Such place eternal justice had prepared for those rebellious. Go talk to Kitla over there. She's got the second part of the key." That could wait till morning. All I wanted at the moment was a bed I could lie on until my wounds had knitted shut. We paid for our rooms and headed upstairs, passing by smaller groups whispering to one another, each with a practiced way of surreptitiously glancing at us as we walked past. More than one pair secretly passed coin for small satchels of contraband in exchange, hidden behind prostitutes who displayed their wares so broadly you think they were getting a cut from the hidden smuggling done behind their backs. If Anna hadn't taught me so well to keep an eye out, I never would have noticed. Upstairs, a particularly twitchy man glanced at me with a wince. His gaze wasn't nearly as practiced, and he held himself with a tension that spoke of him being an outlander. I approached the mousy little man with darting, frightened eyes.
"Please don't hurt me," he whispered. "They'll kill me if they find me."
I blinked. "Who will kill you?"
"The guards. They're after me. I think I offended someone with a question or said something to the wrong person. I was just offering an opinion, but it seems like you have to speak in a certain way here. It's all corrupt."
"Who are you, anyway?"
"I'm Barog Quickshoes, traveler and problem solver. I guess you could call me a thief, but I prefer to call myself an engineer. Traps and puzzles and so forth. I only use my skills for good ends. I'd hate to harm anyone. I guess that they use engines for different purposes here."
He shuddered. "What are you doing here?"
"I came to Cursed because I'd heard there was a diva trapped here, and since I have some Archon friends back in Mount Celestia, I thought I could be of assistance. This town, though. This place is a cesspool, and I can't trust anyone. How can people live like this? I need to get out of here."
A long way for a man to go, from the heights of Mount Celestia to the fetid hole that was Cursed. I recalled casual conversations of the plane with Ebb Creekneys, a realm where all things have their place and all things are beautiful. Celestia's a realm where winged archons wheel in the skies in exquisite patterns that could break your heart. The fruit grow larger, the game bigger, and all homes are open in Celestia. The poor sod was close to breaking down. He just wasn't made for the treachery of Cursed. You'd best go then. The entire city is on lockdown, but you might be able to find a place to hide properly when it's lifted. He looked at me with disbelief in his eyes.
Thank you. You'll not see me again.
And then he scampered away. Chief, there's a corpse outside of our room. Looks fresh, I said with a nod. That's kind of bumming me out. We'll drag it off later. At that moment, I missed the hive. The air was foul, and you could also get murdered without a second glance, but at least bodies would have been dragged off in a blink by a collector. I will admit I was half surprised to find there wasn't a dead prostitute lying in my bed. A dry, musty smell hung in the air, and dust patterned the edges of the carpet in thick layers. A screen was set up in one corner of the room for changing, and the ramshackle furniture looked to be on its last legs. I ignored the rust-brown smears and streaks on the walls. At least the bed was nice and big. Hey, Anna, I want to talk to you. The 6 most terrifying words that could be said, by man or woman. She paused, arms folded beneath her breasts. Her fingers twitched, as if caressing the hilt of her punch daggers. Why don't the rest of you guys see what Barsa's serving up for supper? I said with a wave. It was about as clear a dismissal as I could make, but Nordom, for one, just blinked.
Nordom does not require sustenance. This unit is self-operating and fueled on planar energy.
Oh, pike it, you stupid polygon, Mort grunted. Just get your metal backside downstairs. Anna's tail flicked nervously once the door shut.
What is it you want, then?
In the maze, Ravel said you were tormented. What did she mean? Anna frowned.
She meant nothing, she did. Barmy hag talk it was.
Anna, I know I attract torment. I know about Mort, Dakon, Nordom, and a little of Grace. Are you sure she didn't mean anything?
It was nothing. If you don't know what she was saying, I don't either.
She gave a flick of her head, as if to say her issues were her own. I could respect that. Well, if you want to talk about it, Anna's gaze dropped for a moment, and her shoulders sagged.
I don't know why I'm traveling with you. I don't know why I went with you to find Ravel.
She frowned, but she seemed more confused than angry.
It makes no sense, it does, and I don't like it.
Anna took a deep breath.
I think I have feelings for you. It feels strange, it does. I don't think I've ever liked anyone. But you...
Anna gave a half-hearted shrug without meeting my gaze.
I don't know what it is about you. I mean, you're daft a lot of the times. You walk like your hips are broken. You're clumsy. You smell like a zombie, but...
She sighed.
I like you.
Anna, why didn't you say something?
We could have settled this long before... I think it's 'cause you're doomed.
Anna suddenly met my gaze.
I think you walk with chains, but you don't know it yet. So I feel for you, but I'm afraid for you. And that's killing me, it is. I kinda let you come to harm, but I don't know what to do to stop it.
The heat of her voice rose with each word. Her teeth bit down on blood-black lips. There was a hunger in her gaze. When we first met, she had lied to me and sent me to die in an alley. When Anna stood by my side, she had fought at my command, bled for me. Anna, so superstitious that she froze in fear at the mere mention of the lady, followed me into Ravel's maze. I could still feel the warmth of her blood trickling into the street, the desperation when I tried to call her soul back into her body. In an instant, I grabbed the back of her neck with my free hand, and Anna's features became as stone as I pulled her into me and kissed her on the lips. At first, it was like kissing a wall, but then she slowly started kissing me back, hesitant at first, then with more confidence, her teeth lightly biting my upper lip. She snarled in the back of her throat, and her tail started snaking around my leg, then squeezing, each squeeze matching one of her bites. Would you two cut it out before I have to get a Dabus to separate you?
Mort harumphed. I didn't even hear the door open. Or at least allow me to cut in. For once, Anna ignored him. I wanted to throw something heavy. We continued, sharing the warmth of each other's bodies, the moistness of our lips, when suddenly Anna's skin grew warmer, radiating heat like hot coals. I pulled back, Anna's teeth giving one last bite, and she looked at me in confusion, and then anger.
Am I not good at it then?
No, it's your skin. Why are you getting so warm all of a sudden? Anna frowned and looked down at herself. Small wisps of smoke were trailing from the edges of her jerkin.
Fiend blood it is. Never had that happen before, though.
What? No one's ever kissed you before? She shrugged.
No one ever dared to. And even if they did, I doubt it would have been like that.
I'll take that as a compliment, then.
Aye.
Anna glanced around, and her tail was flicking erratically.
Are we gonna go down to the bar now, or what? We don't have time to be standing and chatting, we don't.
Well, I'm not done kissing you yet. Come here. I grinned. But Anna stepped back, alarmed.
Nay, who knows what would happen next? Maybe my body turn to flame it will. You and your lips keep your distance.
All right, let's go. I tried not to laugh when we left, closing the door and locking it behind us. In the corner of my eye, though, Anna seemed to be smiling. It tastes like cranium rat. Then again, just about everything tastes like cranium rat. I gave the stringy piece of tricha meat a poke. It was a sloppy bowl of stew that I suspected was just white stuff and water. If I wasn't certain that the ale here would give me the runs, I would have asked for a drink to wash the mealy taste of it out of my mouth. Anna winced, spitting a bone gracelessly onto the table. I shoved my bowl aside in disgust and stood. The sooner we found that diva, the sooner we could leave. At least, we could if I could find a way around the quarantine. Kitla was a tall, striking woman who stood staring at the walls of the tavern without seeing them, her hands slowly curling into fists and unclenching. When she saw me, her eyes darted across my scant clothing and gear and then back to my eyes. A sardonic smile crossed her face, and she looked away again. Greetings. She looked back at me and scowled. Do you always make a habit of talking to strangers? If I need to ask them questions, yes. What a fascinating life you must lead to do such things. Sadly for you, I'm busy. I'd appreciate being left alone. My finger tapped impatiently on her table. I understand you're the next person I'm to talk to about this key. About the key, She arched an eyebrow at me. You want to know what you have to do for it, don't you? It's easy enough, friend. Interested? Of course you are. You've come to talk to me about it. Are you ready to listen, I guess is the real question. Tell me what I have to do. There are two men here, named Crumplepunch and Kester. Crumplepunch is the smith, Kester the distiller. They both owe me a lot of money. One of them owes the other as well, though, and so neither of them is paying me. They're arguing about an inheritance. Give me the legacies they're holding on to. I can bargain with them very effectively then. Failing that, get them to solve their problems with each other. Or kill them, and I'll give you the second part of the key. He was bent over the anvil, tongs in one hand and a hammer in the other, with a face that looked like it had taken a few poundings itself. Small brown scars flecked his skin, burns from stray embers and sparks that accrued over the years. A sweat-stained leather apron was bound tightly against his bare torso, and he glistened with the sweat and the glow of the forge. His face twisted into a sour grimace, and he glared at me for interrupting his work. Crumplepunch seemed a little slow, but earnest, not as poisonous as the others in this town. He reminded me of an ox. Aye, what do you want? Are you Crumple Punch? He nodded, his thick brow furrowing.
Crumple Punch Malacco, the town smith. You want something?
I've come from your brother about a question of debts between you two.
Oh, you have you? Is my business with the book-learned brother the whole town's gossip, then? Is my younger brother spreading stories against me? Am I to be slandered just 'cause I ain't educated? The plains be against me.
Each word became more heated until he was shaking his fist at the sky. I'm actually interested in clearing the matter up. He looked at me shrewdly.
Here's the story, then. Our father was a barmy old basher, but a wealthy one. He left us his smithy and his distillery when he died. But now my brother's trying to cut me out of the distillery, which always made more coin, and I'm trying to get it back. I got a legacy to prove it, but I ain't so smart with this stuff, and I don't trust anyone in this town to help me. You help me, I'll give you some jink, and I'll live by your decision.
All right. I need your legacy to look it over.
Well, all right. I guess you got to study it up and make sure it's on the up and up.
He passed me a crumpled wad of paper. The wadded up piece of old vellum I unfolded was heavily creased and covered with soot, poured over much by someone with very dirty hands. No amount of squinting could make it clear, but from what little I could decipher, McCullough Sr. didn't exactly have the brightest torch lit. While the distillery was to be split between the two brothers, there were no details for the actual division. 2 weasel-eyed guards flanked the entrance to the distillery. Excessive for a distillery in a hive of rats, but not enough for a business in a town of thieves. There was only one purpose for these two, and that was to provide twice as much muscle as Crumple Punch had. Kester kept a tight grip on his business, and he wouldn't let his brother get his ham-sized fists in. He was a lean man, with deeply tanned skin and piercing green eyes.
"Welcome to the Malacco Brothers Distillery,"
he cried, as if he could think of no one he'd rather see than me. His lips peeled back into an unctuous grin.
"What can I do for you today?"
Kester Malacco, right?
"Yes, sir. Proprietor and half-owner of the Malacco Brothers Distillery. Can I sell you something?"
His grin slipped slightly, a layer of syrup floating over a venomous core. I hated him already.
"Half-owner?" "Yes, indeed. My brother also owns a part interest here, though I don't know that I'd call it an interest, seeing as how we spend so little time caring about it. Listen, do you want to buy something?"
What can you tell me about your brother? His face darkened.
"His name is Crumple Punch. He's the blacksmith here in town. He's doing his best to make sure my business doesn't succeed, and why am I telling you this? You're a total stranger."
I shrugged. I'd like to help. If my voice had a little less gravel in it, I probably would have sounded more convincing, but looking him in the eye when I spoke was enough. Few and cursed could do that.
"You would, eh? All right. Take a look at this. This is my copy of the legacy our father left for us. Here, you can clearly see the monies that's supposed to come to us should build up this distillery, not just get split between the two of us. Yet my foolish brother insists that we take the cash instead of building towards the future. Get his copy of the legacy or talk some sense into him, and I'll see you're well rewarded."
"I'll need your copy of the legacy to look over." He looked at me suspiciously and then relented.
"If it'll get it done faster and better for me, then all right. Here."
Kester's copy was carefully folded and well pressed, as if he stored it in the pages of a book. There was nothing else to be gleaned from this copy, neat as it was, but I needed no other information from this. Just leverage from holding the original pages of the will.
"Have you made up your mind yet?"
Crumple Punch grumbled, pulling a white-hot ingot from the coals. "The two of you should split the money from the two businesses down the middle. It's clear that your father wanted it that way. With everyone vying for an advantage in Cursed,
Even the mayor would have been too preoccupied with intrigue and advantage to mediate and declare the fair solution. You mean split the proceeds from both businesses, eh? In that case, I'm in favor of it. You done me a good turn, friend. You ever need quality metal work done, you come here. Kester wasn't quite so happy about the good news when I told him. He sputtered. But that's just... all right. I accepted your word on this. Just don't expect any good treatment from me. Get out of my shop. He tossed over a bag of coins, a sour expression on his face. I promised you this and you'll have it. Take it. Chapter 94. Kitla sighed sourly when I told her of how I'd resolved the issue. Thanks for solving this thing, but look, I have a lot of planning to do. Let me just give you the key and we'll call it even, all right? I nodded. She concentrated for a moment, and her voice took on another, deeper tone as she intoned the words. Here their prison ordained in utter darkness. She paused and then spoke normally. For the third part of the key, go talk to Nabat over there. She yawned mightily, shooing me off. I'm exhausted. Take this and then leave me alone. I need to think about my next step here. Farewell. What she handed me was a worn spell scroll, and though it was otherwise featureless, I immediately sensed the power contained within it. A spell to hurl my enemies screaming into the abyss. I'll take it. Nabat was an angel-faced man, his eyes squinting nearly shut, as if unwilling to watch the world's horrors or to let the world see the horrors inside of him. And yet his face was creased with smile lines. His voice was friendly and lackadaisical as he greeted us. Hi, I hear you're looking for a certain key. Let's be quick about this, I grunted. Just a few more to go. The caretaker of the town dump is a man named Kais. Scuttlebutt has it that he's got plenty of gold hidden underneath his floorboards, and that there's a gang of ruffians who are planning to take it from him. I've got my reasons that they don't. Go talk to Kais and get the story from him. Do it, and I'll give you the key. If you're interested, I can also show you some tricks of stealth. Odd that I could get nostalgic over a dump like this. With its piles of trash, there was a hominess to it that reminded me of Ragpicker Square, so long ago when I first awoke in Sigil. The caretaker himself was a scruffy old man who reeked of garbage, bent over with weariness, yet somehow more vital than most of the people of the town. His eyes and posture were more vibrant, as if he didn't quite belong here. He looked up at us as we moved between the stained rubble, and straightened his back. Come to see Kais? Heard stories of wisdom and righteousness? Examples to be set and lived by? Are you the caretaker? I am Kais, caretaker of the town's refuse. I tend to their garbage, and in metaphor I have seen a fair number of souls float this way as well. I am the voice that urges them to goodness, and I fear they ignore me. You sound like you know more of Cursed than its other denizens, old man. He shook his head in pity. It is a town that is on the brink of disaster. All manner of evil is being done here, and nothing is as it seems. All is hidden beneath a veneer of civility, but the venom scars those who breathe it in. This is a poisonous town filled with poisonous people. He leaned forward conspiratorially then. I've a secret entrance into the underground here, a secret place almost no one knows. There is a way into the Undercity. He paused. But I have never used it. Should I go down, I foresee I could never return. The way down is slippery, and the rubble would collapse behind me. When I'm ready to die, I shall slide down there and let the monsters feast on my bones. Well, aren't you a sunny one? I glanced back beyond the gates. I couldn't blame him, though. Every inch of Cursed festered with cruelty and selfishness. I heard that you're having trouble with a group of thugs. Kais nodded.
Wernet is the man, a leader of lice, a collector of sins. He tells me I have coin, that I should give it to him, but my wealth lies solely in my heart and my faith. I have told him this. I fear he does not believe. Go convince him of this, please. He stands in Innercurst on the southern side near the wagons.
What does Wernet have against you anyway?
Kais sighed. It escapes my knowledge. Rumor has it that I sit upon a wealth of gold, that great riches had come to me. Untrue. The only riches I have are those of my faith, which sustain me in a town of deceit. I have tried to pass my wealth along, but so few here wish to share it with me.
Dakon and Grace nodded respectfully before we left. Going out into Innercurst during the day was like pulling the burlap sack off the head of a hive-born hooker. All the scars and warts and flavors of ugly are there to behold, with a shock that would have given you second thoughts. Worse, really, because when it came to Cursed, I couldn't exactly dim the lights to get through the ordeal. A ramshackle guillotine had been proudly set up at the town square, blade and basket stained with smears of scarlet. There was a rankness in the air about it, between the coppery tang of fresh blood and the scabby must of old, and flies were fattening themselves on the callous justice of the people. The gates of Carceri squatted in the middle of the ward, like a great four-legged insect, black razor vine twined around its stone arches. Each one was festooned with various skulls along its length, some spiny, others horned, none of them human. They moaned quietly through their eye sockets in the breeze. In one alley, a ring of civilians pared away the hours by forming a circle around a pair of trikas that snapped at each other with vicious beaks and clawed with feet bound with plates of barbed wire. In the corner, a pair of bleeding trika corpses lay, necks slashed open and heads laying at odd angles. More flies danced over their filmed-over eyes and entered and exited their gaping beaks, ghostly silent against the background of cheers and gamblers placing bets. He was burly, with a bestial strength to him like that of a rabid bear. His face was scarred and creased with countless tales of violence, and his voice came like gravel scraping over a seabed. "What do you want, Burke?" "I've come to talk to you about Kais, the dump caretaker."
"Ah, it's the poor little man heard who was coming for his money."
He scratched himself.
"You go back and tell him he's given it up or he's a dead man. Go on now."
You'd think that building a barricade out of garbage would be easy. Without a care for what you're handling, it should have been a simple matter to toss heaps of junk into a large pile at the gate of the dump. But too many irregular scraps, half-broken boxes, and twisted sheets of metal left hollows that weakened the mass of garbage that we piled to keep the gang from flooding in. Safe or not, though, we were ready.
"Setting others to do your work," Wernet growled. "Dirty play, old man. You'll pay for that."
Anna's punch dagger was up to its hilt in scum when she stepped out from behind a thug, a cold look in her eyes.
"If we're gonna play dirty,"
she said smoothly, ripping the blade free and pushing the corpse over,
"might as well use all the tricks we've got."
The upside about a nice fight is that afterward, once you're strutting down the street clothed in blood, no one else wants to raise steel against you. The dregs of the tavern snuck a few quick peeks, but surreptitious glances aside, they did the smart thing and ignored us. Nabat gave a huge smile as I walked in. "I hear you're done. That means you get the third part of the key." His eyes blazed for just a moment, and the verse told forth. "Their portion set." When his eyes returned to normal, he shrugged. Not much of a verse, I'm afraid, but it'll have to do. Thanks for your help. The next portion of the key is with Dallin. He's the one with the young female friend over there. Why did you want me to save the old man? Isn't this supposed to be a town of betrayal? Nabat chuckled. They used to be my gang. Then they ran me out for taking their money, even though I was framed. I planted the rumors about Kais myself. I knew they'd fall for it, and either someone would take them out, or they'd leave evidence that'd bring the guards down on them. Either way, I win. I was getting quite sick of being bounced between bar patrons like an idiot. What really topped it all off was the fact that this Dallin didn't even seem to be paying attention to me. No, his eyes were on the woman in his arms, with short-cropped hair, bodice and skirt the same drab mustard yellow. She was pretty enough, I suppose, but even as I stood quietly, staring them down until they would look at me, the pair simply stared into each other's eyes and giggled stupidly. Dallin finally gave me a glance. He had stern blue eyes and shoulder-length black hair. Whatever he looked at seemed to smolder under his gaze. I'm Dallin. You're looking for a key, he said with a large smile. That's right. What do I have to do for it this time? It's simplicity itself. One of the city leaders is having a bit of political difficulty, shall we say. One of his enemies on the city council is causing him some trouble. Go and talk to him about it and see what you can do to help him out. His name is Anesius. He's a Githyanki, and you'll find him near the gate to Carceri, in the center of town. Dakon's gaze hardened. Is he a friend of yours? Are you looking for a particular outcome to this? Dallin's smirk grew wider. Let's just say I trust your discretion. You'll see what I mean. Anesius circled around the Carceri gate. He was sallow-skinned, thin of face and mean of eye, stalking deliberately. I could practically smell his rage.
What do you want?
He snarled, looking up to me. Dakon's gaze was hard as steel, and twice as sharp.
We are to help a Githyanki. What draws him here, away from the song of blood woven by his brothers?
The Githyanki's eyes narrowed.
I have cast aside the hatred I bore for your people. I have risen above the petty feud between our two races. For this, they exiled me, but in my heart I have bested them. Can you say the same?
All right, you two, cut it out. I had some questions.
What are they?
A friend told me you were in need of help. His intensity doubled, and his voice sounded like it could have ground away stone.
What have you heard?
Simply that you were having difficulties with a political enemy. His eyes widened for just a fraction of a second, and narrowed again.
I see. And are you going to help me?
I shrugged. It depends on what you need from me.
It is of a delicate nature. A rival requires education. You won't need to kill her, if that makes you squeamish.
I mulled it over. Not having to kill to get something done for once was rather refreshing. A good stretch and crack of the moral knuckles.
This is what you must do. The woman, Siaba, she has been selling her influence to the highest bidder, undercutting my position with the burgher of this town. I wish you to humiliate her. All you need do is tell the captain of the guard that she has attempted to hire you to attack me, and you shall be well rewarded. You can find her, if you desire, near the administration building.
Sihaba wore a haughty expression on her aquiline face, and her contempt for me was obvious as she spoke.
I am a busy woman. Do not detain me long.
I spoke with Anesius. He had an interesting proposition. Her eyebrows furrowed. Clearly she didn't expect someone as rough-looking as me to be playing it subtle.
He's plotting some sort of defamation of me again, isn't he? What will it take to reverse his latest trick? How about if I double whatever he's paying you?
Double, eh? He sent his regards. That's all. She sneered.
Yes, I'm certain that's all it was. Remember, whatever he offered, I will double. Think on that, stranger.
Well, what of your progress?
Anesius whispered. Your rival has offered to pay me a large sum to double-cross you.
What? I'll double it myself?
I grinned. You've got a deal.
Then go. Go, or I shall have you flayed.
Well, Anesius offered to pay me a large sum to double-cross you.
Bah, enough of this. I shall match his promise, but I will not raise it any further.
Sihaba smiled challengingly at me.
You'll have to make your own decision. But remember, I may be able to offer you a little something more.
It was with great pleasure and satisfaction that I approached the guard. Getting passed back and forth between two clients like a cheap prostitute wasn't exactly the kind of job that would satisfy my pride. The captain of the guard was a crisp, militarily efficient man, dressed in the standard rust-brown armor. He turned a contemptuous eye to us. Not that I blamed him. With the coat of scars, I definitely looked like a troublemaker. What do you want? One of the officials of this town has asked me to murder another one of them. I pointed a thumb toward Intercursed. I thought I had better warn you. His eyes sharpened behind his helm. Give me the name. Who's planning what? Anesius asked me to frame Sihaba, who asked me to do the same to Anesius. They're both corrupt. He nodded and spoke in a crisp, clipped manner. Both of them, eh? Good. This should solidify my control in this city. They'll both be gone before you know it. My thanks, stranger. Crap. I think I've just been duped. Chapter 95.
I heard all about your fine work, friend. That was an interesting little turnaround. How'd you like Cursed politics,
Dallin quaffed his ale.
Here's your payment from my end.
His voice deepened, then taking on an almost ritualistic tone.
As far removed from the gods and light of heaven.
His voice normalized.
For the final portion of the key, talk to Dona Quisho over there.
Why did you want that matter taken care of anyway? What was your connection?
Because Anesius forbade me to play in this city.
He spat on the floor.
And because Sihaba refused to aid me despite our long friendship. She said the time wasn't right to play her hand, because I knew he was a power-hungry mongrel and she a self-aggrandizing whore. I knew that one way or another, one or both of them would fall.
For once, the crawling feeling along my spine wasn't that of another memory resurfacing. Dona Quisho was a red-haired woman, short and plump. Her face was lined with cares, worries, and hatreds that seemed to have festered for far too long. She rasped out,
You're the one wanting to get underground, eh? You'll need to do Donna Quisho a favor before she gives you her piece of the key. There's a fiend locked up here in town. I need him freed.
She pressed a scroll into my hands before I had a chance to react. Why? My eyebrows furrowed, and I looked down at the parchment in my hands. The ink seemed to breathe its words beneath my hands, and the clean violet ribbon seemed to be the only thing holding in the thrumming feeling of malevolence.
Because it's mine. Because I sacrificed so much for it. Because they took it from me and hid it from me and locked it away. And no one would ever help me when it was all I ever wanted for myself.
Her voice grew sly, cunning.
But now, I have the knowledge you need, and you'll never get it unless you let a Grilshanok go.
I don't hold with freeing fiends. She cackled in my face.
That don't matter. You need the 5th part of the key. I've got it. Unless you're willing to find another way into your precious underground, you've got to do what I say.
But how do I know it won't go on a rampage? A little smile filled her eyes, one of the most poisonous smiles I had ever seen.
That's not a problem that concerns me. You cut your own deals with the fiend. I just want him freed.
What do I have to do?
Find the grain silo in town. Find the pentagram inscribed into the floor within it. Use that scroll nearby, and when a Grill Shinnok appears, free it. Make whatever bargains you like with it, but set it free. I don't care what you do then.
I wondered if my boots were clean. Really, you're about to release a soul-devouring horror of the nether realms to wreak havoc on the plains at the behest of an addled old hag. You're doing this for some unknown purpose, in a town where ignorance has led you down the worst path imaginable. And the only thing you can think of is whether your boots are clean when you're tromping on what's left of the town's grain supply. The grain crunches beneath our feet. The ladder rattles as we ascend. Kept on focusing on the little things to keep myself sane. Of course, I couldn't be nonchalant here. Right in the center of the loft was an empty pentagram. The air was dry and cold, and there was a scent in the air, of old magic gone stale and evil permeating the area, held in rein only by a circle of bone-gray ash. The air darkened for a moment, and there was a sense of wind rushing through my head and my heart, bringing a cold chill that seemed to freeze my insides. When my vision cleared, a towering fiend stood, over 15 feet in height, with a dog-like head scraping the ceiling. Its massive torso sprouted 4 arms, 2 that ended in pincers and 2 with clawed hands. Sharp fangs shone ivory yellow, and violet eyes glinted with fiendish intellect. It gazed at me steadily. I swallowed, not knowing what to say, until I felt a tugging sensation at my mind, and a voice rang in my head.
Greetings to you as well, human. I am a Grill Shinnok. Why are you here?
I have some questions.
Questions? This amuses me. You may ask.
Its eyes stared into mine in the most disturbing way. I was confident in my mental fortitude. I'd gotten out of plenty of scrapes out of sheer will alone, but a Grill Shinnok was more alien a force than I'd ever faced. What are you?
Some call me a fiend. Some a friend. I am a Grill Shinnok. I am Tanari. I have achieved my status through hard work, treachery, blood, and fear. I am a creature of nightmare.
He fell silent. Who calls you fiend and who calls you friend exactly?
The ignorant who cannot see beyond fear and prejudice. It is their short-sightedness that causes them to label me such, and those who desire power often see me as a means to an end. It is they who call me friend.
Those are vague answers.
Ah, but they are answers nonetheless.
He leaned toward me.
The only answers I will give you.
What are you doing here?
Awaiting my freedom. Perhaps you have come to grant it. You have the scroll.
He pointed a clawed finger at the parchment Dona Kisho gave me. How did you come to be trapped here?
I do not know.
There was a long pause before he continued.
I was summoned and I answered the call. A greater force then intercepted me and I came here. I have been trapped since.
Who summoned you?
You know the answer. You hold the scroll in your hand. It was Dona Kisho.
I nodded. Dona Kisho sent me to free you. How do I do that? He pointed a clawed finger at the edge of the pentagram. Simply break the diagram by erasing a small portion. He looked at me, his eyes boring into my skull. I paused. What's in it for me if I do? My gratitude will know no bounds. I will lay the planes themselves at your feet. Free me. I need something more concrete than words. If you can't deliver, I'll just be leaving. Very well. I could feel his eyes boring into me. I will grant you a magical weapon, a weapon of great power, a weapon to bring your foes to their knees. I will grant you Heart Grinder. Heart Grinder? Yes, a weapon dear to me, but one I would sacrifice for my freedom. What say you? Will you free me for Heart Grinder? I glanced sideways at Grace. If anyone knew the heart of a Tanari, it would be her. She returned the gaze with a firm coolness and the barest hint of a nod. I had no interest in fiendish weapons, nor in any power that carried the stink of the lower planes. I knew I'd be opening a Pandora's box doing this, but by all the powers, I'd gone this far. At the very least, I'd have eternity to hunt down a Grill Shinnok and correct things with the edge of a blade. Until then, robbing him of some power might help limit what havoc he would wreak. Somehow, I had the feeling his release would be inevitable anyway. I knelt, touching the diagram, and a surge of energy washed up my arm. With a quick stroke, I erased a part of it, and just as quickly the energy faded, and a cry of triumph roared within my mind. Free at last! I'll take Heartgrinder now. Yes, I will abide by our bargain, human. The weapon is yours, and freedom is mine. A fair trade. He glared at me, and then a rusty axe appeared in his hand. He held it out. It looks like nothing, but it is powerful. I was momentarily skeptical, but a touch of that rusted axe told me all I needed to know. It screamed with power and a thirst for blood. Such a weapon shouldn't be in anyone's hands, much less a fiend's. You have done me a great service, and out of gratitude I will not slay you. Know this, however, if we ever meet again, you shall rue the day. Farewell. He was already gone when I murmured beneath my breath. I look forward to it.
You're done, ain't ya? Yes, you are, but where's a Grill Shinnok?
Donakisho crooned. I'm sure it'll be around shortly. She cackled.
And we shall make our plans and lay our traps, and they shall rue their mistakes, oh yes. Here's the last part of the key, as from the center thrice to the utmost pole. Go on back and talk to Tainted Barse now. He'll steer you right.
Still cackling, she gathered her belongings and scurried out. Barse was still polishing a mug with a filthy rag. Seeing me come up to the bar, he casually pulled out a shot glass and filled it with a good shot of strong liquor. I downed it in one gulp. The stuff had a hard time affecting me, but I might as well try, after all I'd been put through for this poem. Such place eternal justice had prepared for those rebellious, here their prison ordained in utter darkness, their portion set as far removed from gods and light of heaven, as from the center thrice to the utmost pole. Barse nodded. Are you ready to go? There's no coming back. The door'll be locked, barred, and magically protected once you pass through. You want to do this? Trust me, I'm in the mood to put something in its grave, and I doubt you'll enjoy having me around for that. He gave a curt nod. Good luck, Cutter. You'll need it. Interlude. Illaron of Sentau stares morosely into the distance, as the alleys and avenues wending through his body take on a darker edge. Not a single shadow falls over chalk-white plaster. The blossoms of his garden are as full and sweet with nectar as they could be. Yet once he stops talking, the silence of his streets begins to swallow everything else. The stillness of the temple bells leaves a phantom ringing in your ear, like the echoed tingle of a lost limb. You lick your lips, just to experience the taste of your naked flesh. You drum your fingers silently, for the simple sensation. Anything at all is better than the ghostly quiescence of an abandoned city. When his voice breaks again, it is old and tired. I have seen lands like this cursed before, in dying nations where people bled away, little by little, leaving only the pus of society swelling in their wake. I've caressed the walls of these cities, and they spoke to me in the groans of a diseased man, slowly eaten by the plague from within. Men flourish and fall like leaves. Each generation lies forgotten, buried beneath the snows in winter, trampled into detritus in the spring. What remains is the tree that held them. The death of men is no matter, no offense to you, good citizens. For one such as I, it is the worms and the blight and the white moss that poisons the roots that are the dirge's echoes. Saitavakis's grip on her spear loosens, as if she no longer possesses the strength to hold it up. Gone is the confidence in her voice, and the memories of a dying world mists in her eyes. And what, pray tell, is it that you hear when you speak to the city of Sigil? A flash of intrigue lights Ilron's eyes for a moment. His lips purse, and a smile begins to quirk at his lips, spreading into a milk-toothed grin. The Nameless One, he continues cheerfully, slid beneath the skin of the city, crawled through the contours of its flesh like a surgeon's probe. Finally he had reached its bones, and pulling himself up by its sinews, he followed the flow of its pulse towards the heart of what was the diseased town of Cursed. Chapter 96. They say there are two great forces in life that make the multiverse go round. Love, with all its devoted, enveloping pleasures, and hate, the all-consuming obsession. A good philosopher could give a good argument that all action in life is built around one of these two forces in some way. Creation and destruction, life and death, yin and yang, eros and thanatos. Personally, I think there's a third option that cleaves between the two. Cold, directed purpose. I mean, let's have an earnest conversation here. Even with my feelings for Anna at one side, and Mort's jabbering on the other, the axis becomes less of a principle of contemplation and more like something you grab at in a moment's need so you can impale a critter with the pointy end. Probably the hate part of it. It isn't love that I feel when the resonance of the multiverse is flowing through me, nor is it hate that causes me to turn a Trellin into a bubbling smear spread across 10 square feet of masonry. It's just the annoying fact that I need to get from point A to point B, and these damn things are blocking my view of the destination. Though if we're on the subject of Trellins, might as well say this. I hate these things. Trellins are more claw and fang than they are flesh, come at you in swarms, and their only two forelimbs end in giant claws. Punching one is like swinging into a sack of razors. How do these things even mate? Their existence is either one of lifetime chastity or a brutally kinky cycle of murder-suicide. My magic blasts had broken the Horde's charge and softened them up, and I simply ran into the fray while Nordam unloaded his seemingly endless supply of bolts into their flesh. Dakon and Anna tried to help, and for a moment I was worried my screaming would have made them more eager to leap into the orgy of blood and rending flesh. Once they were able to parse out my words through the wet gushing sounds, however, they reluctantly stayed behind. Mort was unusually obedient in this regard. I couldn't regenerate as fast as they could hurt me, but like many melee battles I was engaged in, it was one of attrition. I grunted, sitting on a Trellin corpse and waiting for my wounds to heal. We were far from any safe haven, with no immediate place to rest. We needed to ration our resources, and that meant hoarding our magic, from my force blasts to Grace's healing. It made for slower going since I had to sit down and take a long breather each time we encountered trouble, but ironically, charging into a storm of teeth and claws was the safer alternative. Immortality has a terrible way of changing the mechanics of war. Of course, this didn't mean we were wasting time while I was waiting for my sinews to reconnect. Anna, could you go scout out the area? She gave me a proud nod, as if eager to put her unique skills to good use, and immediately vanished around the corner. Even knowing she was just around the bend, I had to strain to hear the slightest padding of her soft leather boots. I have to admit that I was nervous for the first 10 minutes or so. If she'd been spot and hurt because of my order, I didn't think I would be able to forgive myself. But an hour of nail-biting and foot-tapping later, I felt a tap on my shoulder and glanced up at Anna. My wounds had mostly healed over by then. Find anything interesting?
Monsters aplenty,
she replied, biting one lip.
Nasty collection of demons to the north. Big flabby things like a quiverin' like jelly, and a horde of creatures round as they are tall, with flesh pebbled like stone. One of the big winged ones might have caught me scent. Looked like an Abishai's great uncle, he did.
Lemurs and Naperibos, chief. Foot soldiers of the Betezu.
And a Kurungan, if we extrapolate to guess what the winged creature might be. Strange,
Grace murmured,
that here we encounter the forces of law and evil in such number. Particularly odd to see a Kurungan so far from the schemes of Baator. And Dona Kisho had summoned a Glabrezu, a demon of mindless chaos.
What do you think it means, Grace? She shook her head.
The schemes of the Betezu require careful reading and study of their strategies. Something difficult given our lack of information and time to pursue the matter. Needless to say, Cursed hides more in its heart than any would let on.
Save perhaps the diva, Dakon intoned. If it is his knowing that we must seek for your sake, we may probe his knowing of this city as well.
Aye, but there be some people down here as well. One southwards and the other far west. I don't know how they've avoided the nasties, or if they be friend or foe.
What did they look like?
One's a hermit, the other, well, let's settle on the fact that he donated to a greater cause, aye?
You've done splendidly, Anna. I pondered for a moment. I knew full well the extent of my power. Dakon's tutelage and emphasis on knowing oneself had served me well. I'd perused plenty of books about the variety of planar creatures in the libraries of the Great Foundry. Naperibos and lemurs were a minor concern. An Abishai wouldn't live much longer than a pack of Trellans, if that. A Kurungan, well, that one would be troublesome. Doable, but troublesome. They were cautious schemers, however, and wouldn't engage in combat against an unknown foe unless they were sure they had planned out a solid strategy beforehand. Might as well get that out of the way first. Dealing with the Baatorian hordes was a minor matter. It was no small amount of energy I expended with that, but sometimes you just have to send a message. After working through the group of fiends, we met the Kurungan. If he was angry at me for slaying his mindless underlings, he certainly didn't show it. The power the Betezu sought came from the mastery of their anger, after all. It was vaguely humanoid, covered with grotesque scales, with huge wings folded to make him look smaller than he was. A long prehensile tail slid along the floor with a sinuous rhythmic motion, and keen eyes watched me approach with amusement. "Greetings." It barked out a laugh and smiled at me.
Yes, greetings to you, little human.
Who are you?
My name is not important. If there were a reason for you to know me, you would. If you need to attach a name to me, you may call me Tekelak.
The creature smiled. I've been told that you're a Kurungan, a greater Betezu. Tekelak glanced at Grace, the flesh of its maw curling into a partial sneer. Those sinister eyes twinkled then, and sniffing the air, it shifted its gaze to Mort. If he had a colon, Mort may have just emptied it. Yes. Does this surprise you? Tekalak looked at me expectantly. Something was definitely up here. You don't see lords and barons mucking about in the caves beneath a planar backwater. I just don't see why you'd be here. Aren't you supposed to be fighting some blood war or something? It frowned. Yes, there is the blood war, but that is far away for now and need not be spoken of. Why not? For no other reason than I choose not to. For now. It glared. Then what are you doing here? My business here is my own. I don't see it as a concern of yours. It smiled knowingly at me. I suggest you change the subject. I don't understand. Why the secrecy? You give me the impression that something else is going on here. Tekalak looked at me with mock surprise. Do I? Or do you choose to interpret my words or actions to suit your own needs? Either way, I have answered your question. I will speak no more on this matter. Then, what can you tell me about the city of Cursed? It frowned and gave serious thought to my question. It is a forsaken place. A place of betrayal and chaos. A city balanced on the edge of disaster. Travel wisely within its borders. Balanced on the edge of disaster? It sighed and looked away. This is a border town, little human. On one side are the outlands, on the other is the plain of Carceri. So long as the status quo in Cursed remains balanced, this will continue to be a border town. It paused for effect. If things get out of hand in the city, it could slide into Carceri and become one with the plain. Impose too much order, and it ceases to be a border town by sliding into the outlands. It shrugged. That is the way of such places. My eyebrows furrowed. I'd heard of such before, and seeing the plains had strained my sanity time and again. But for an entire city to move was hard to believe. You're saying the city could actually be displaced? A mock smile curled on Tekalak's maw. If that were to happen, what could be done about it? It shrugged. Determine which way the city is slid and apply an opposing force. Too much order? Instigate some chaos. Too little order? Impose more law. If you were persistent in your efforts, you could pull the city back to its border status. Or slide it to the opposite side. It smiled again. Tekalak certainly seemed amused, and I was certain I wasn't going to like the reason for it. You've been very helpful, which brings up another question. Why? It gave me a confused look. Why what? You Betezu are supposed to be the incarnations of evil, so why are you being so helpful? It barked out a laugh. Do not mistake my help as kindness, nor me as anything other than evil. I am helping you because it serves my needs, nothing more. How does helping me serve your needs? How indeed? For a moment I stared him down, through eyes black as sin and bone-yellow teeth of a jagged grin. But I didn't have time for this. I had other things to do. There was still the hermit and the other man to investigate. Vorsha was a rat-faced middle-aged man in shoddy clothes. One hand rested on his dagger and the other fiddled with his collar. He hadn't expected to see anyone else down here, and wariness warred with relief until he made introductions. After that, what sparkled in his eyes was opportunity. What are you doing here? He stared at me blankly and then shrugged. I'm a trader. This is my storage area. I looked around. A still, some goods covered with a tarp. Certainly wasn't hard to figure out what was going on. What do you store here? I don't see that's any concern of yours. I'm just curious. He shrugged. Well, he gestured vaguely. Ale, mead, and other goods. What are you so nervous about? Portia began to fidget. Nothing. Can we change the subject? No, I think you're up to something, and I want to know what. He glared at me, then sighed. I'm bringing the stuff in through alternate channels. The guards don't know. The guy was either a great sneak or very good at bribing, because he sure as hell was a terrible liar. You're a smuggler. He frowned. I'm a bootlegger. Sounds better than smuggler, don't you think? Say, how'd you like to help me out for a piece of the business? What kind of help? Well, recently there's been an unusual amount of activity down here. Loads of Trellin swarming in. This stink of sulfur that wasn't here before. I think I even saw a few fiends through one of the deeper tunnels. Mostly they keep to themselves, but there's a Garaleth nearby. It's been trying to kill me, and that makes it hard to get my stuff out. I need someone to take care of it. I blinked. What's a Garaleth? He shrugged. It's just some dumb creature intent on eating everything it sees. Why don't you deal with it yourself? I'm not a warrior. It would kill me outright. He glanced at my scars. Anyone who can survive what you obviously have should be able to deal with it. What do I get if I take care of it for you? He smiled. I can use a partner. Business is good, and I can't distribute everything by myself. We'll split the profits down the middle. What do you say? Sure, why not? His smile broadened. Great. Anything else? I'm looking for a diva. I've heard he's in Cursed. Portia frowned. A diva? I've heard rumors. What rumors? He shrugged and looked away. Some digging was going on down here to expand the prison. Word is they broke into an unknown chamber by accident. He turned back to me. Found something or someone there, imprisoned. Some say it was a diva that was found. Others say it was a Betezu, and others say it was a Tanari. Don't care myself. Whatever it is, I intend to stay away from it. Where is this chamber? I have no idea. Keep poking around down here, and you're likely to find it. Not that that would be a good thing, mind you. The Garaleth was a tall, slender creature with long arms and an elongated head. Several fangs protruded from its oversized mouth, and its fingers ended in long claws. It gazed at us steadily as we approached. Nasty as it was, the creature was in no hurry. It leaned forward and sniffed me, then reached out with a clawed hand and pinched my shoulder. It licked its lips.
You're a little tough, but maybe tasty nonetheless.
I have some questions. Its mouth split into a toothy grin.
Conversation before dining is fine. What do you want to know?
You're going to eat me? Its smile grew larger.
Aye, as soon as ye finish with your damn fool questions.
What are you? It lifted one arm and scratched its armpit lazily.
Garaleth, Farastu, name's Grist.
I blinked. What's a Farastu?
I am a Garaleth. My station is Farastu,
it said, pointing a finger to itself. With that, Grist belched, and a noxious odor filled the air. What are you doing here? It yawned, and a wave of fetid breath washed over us.
Looking for Diva. Good eating. Suck the marrow from his bones.
There's a bootlegger down here who wants you dead. It gazed at me blankly, then nodded.
I know. Tried to eat him the other day. He got away. Tried to catch him, but he has his place trapped.
It shrugged.
I'm patient. One day he'll make a mistake.
He sent me to kill you. Might as well be honest. Not like this was going to last very long anyway. Grist blew his nose into his hand, then flung the result aside. It wiped its hand dry as it answered me.
Oh, just one more reason to kill him then. And you.
You're not much of a conversationalist. It gave me a broad grin.
Good. Tired of questions. Time to eat.
The moment its jaw dropped to snarl and leap, Anna's punch daggers carved two new smiles along Grist's throat. Venomous blood spurted from its wounds as those filthy hands clutched at the lacerated flesh, bilious black fluid spurting from between its fingers. A stab of a dagger and a swing of thought-honed carrick was all that was needed then. I gave Anna a thankful nod as I wiped the mess from my hands. Our group was a well-oiled machine by now. Anna was able to read the real purpose behind the chat without the slightest signal. I stuffed the severed head in a fresh sack. Not much of a conversationalist, but good enough for my purposes, I suppose. Chapter 97. Forsha glanced up at me. Hello again. What can I do for you? I've killed that Garoleth for you. He looked surprised, but quickly recovered, and his throat bobbed with a heavy swallow. That's great. Good job. You said you'd make me your partner. I'm ready to collect. Yes, I did say that. Forsha nodded, staring at us for a moment before he began to fidget. After all the things I've been through, I had my doubts as to whether Forsha would keep his end of the deal. You didn't think I could kill the Garoleth, did you? He stared at me a moment longer, then sighed. No, I didn't. Seems you've exceeded my expectations. I was hoping the Garoleth would deal with you and save me the trouble. Now I guess I have to take care of you myself. The moment his hand slipped behind his back, my arms had already shot out, gripping him in a headlock. Stupid Burke. If we could take down the Garoleth, what chance did he think he had against me with the little pig sticker in his hand? Held as he was, he drove it into my kidneys in quick succession. Wounds like that and you'll bleed out in 30 seconds usually, but all he inflicted was a dull trickle as arteries and veins knit shut as quick as a pinch of my fingers. This was the last time someone in this city was going to use me. It's poked the bear 1 times too many. I did it nice and gentle, adding the pressure just a bit, working a moment to get the grip right. It was a favor no one else ever gave me, though given how ungrateful this little weasel was, I doubted he'd appreciate it. One quick twist, a wet pop, and it was over. Easy. Painless. Like dipping him into a pond. I let his body slump gently to the ground, head flopping around a neck freshly endowed with a few more degrees of freedom. Then I picked his pockets for good measure. Chump change, really. Sifting through his goods just turned up a bunch of Black Lotus and other assorted narcotics. Nothing useful. But Anna had said that there were 2 people down here. He was a dirty man, hunched and crabbed with age and darkness. His lank, greasy hair flew from his shoulders as he saw us, and his eyes went wide with fear. His fingers began twisting through arcane patterns. I recognized the somatic components vaguely. Something painful, a spell of divine origin. I put my hands up. It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you. He stopped mid-gesture.
Ugh, another visitor, eh? You'll all be wanting to scare the old hermit half to death. These tunnels are no place for a casual spring walk, you know. What do you want from me?
I'm looking for a diva. He shook his head.
Heard rumors about it, but this old hermit ain't seen it. I thought it might be underground, since this place locks up all good things, but I still can't find it. If I could, I'd ask it if it heard about my god.
He rattled off another sigh and looked down the hallway.
Somehow it feels like it'd be off to the west there, but I still haven't found it. It must have a guardian.
He winked at me. What can you tell me about this place?
This place? Full of monsters and criminals. I'm not one of them. And other folk who mean a body harm. Still safer than the city above, though. At least down here you know where you stand. Up there, no sir.
What are you doing down here anyway? He sighed noisily, caught himself, and looked around wildly for a moment.
I came to Cursed because my god was exiled to Carceri. Been moving closer to him all the time, but I'm not going into the prison plane after him. I'm trying to find a way to get him out. Since he's a power of good, he shouldn't even be there, but I guess that's how exile works.
How long have you been here?
Too long. In the service of a god who's all but forgotten. I remember him, though. I'll find him. If I have to duck all the monsters around forever, I'll find him.
He stared off, mumbling. I looked him up and down. The little man hardly looked like the type who was able to defend himself properly. How was it that you survived down here anyway? A grin split his face.
My god may be imprisoned, but he still grants some measure of power. This old one has set up wards, he has. Not too powerful, mind, and hard to maintain, but they serve well enough. If you're as friendly a group as you seem, I'd let you stay here the night to rest up.
We'd been working hard to conserve our strength, but a little rest wouldn't hurt. If the diva was heavily guarded, we'd need every drop of strength to make our way through.